Inside the Awakening Hall, more than 1,000 senior-year high school students stood in neat formations, receiving the awakening ceremony one after another. And, at this moment, Lin Chen was standing in the middle of the crowd, completely dumbfounded. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, then looked at the students around him in identical school uniforms. The memories in his head came flooding out like a fountain gone wild. He had transmigrated. He had transmigrated into a high martial world where everyone had to undergo an awakening ceremony when they turned 18 and came of age. Those who awakened abilities would continue their studies. Those who failed to awaken would drop out, go maintain public order, or enter factories to process exotic beast meat. Then he became even more stunned, because he dug out the scene of his own awakening ceremony from his memories just now. The crystal ball hadn't moved at all. There had been no reaction whatsoever. The teacher had sighed, stamped a red X for no awakening on his file, and told him to stand aside and wait for the ceremony to end before getting the hell out. Ha ha ha, look at Lin Chun's expression. Don't tell me he still hasn't accepted reality yet? Does it matter whether he accepts it or not? Trash is trash. If you can't awaken an ability, then this is all you'll ever be in this life. I heard his parents were both no awakening back then too. Sure enough, trash gets inherited. Keep your voice down. Don't let the teacher hear. Please, the teacher can't even be bothered with him. The surrounding students' mocking voices stabbed into Lin Chun's ears like needles. He took a deep breath, a ball of fire building in his chest. Dying on top of a woman in his previous life had already been humiliating enough. Now after transmigrating, he still had to be treated like trash? And he clearly remembered being very strong in his previous life. So how the hell had he dropped dead like that? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the angrier he got. Furious to the extreme, he raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap rang especially loud inside the Awakening Hall. Then, who hit me? My face. The entire Awakening Hall instantly exploded into chaos. More than 1,000 senior-year students, male and female alike, all felt a huge force viciously slap their right cheek at the exact same moment. The boys had their heads knocked to the side. The girls had it even worse. Several petite ones were sent flying on the spot, rolling twice on the ground before stopping, clutching their faces and bawling. Oh, it hurt so much. Who hit me? Who the hell hit me? My face is swollen. My face is swollen. Enemy attack. Is this an enemy attack? The Awakening Hall instantly became a sea of wails. Crying, confusion, shouting, cursing, it all mixed together into complete chaos. The instructors responsible for maintaining order all panicked and immediately rushed over to check the situation. Dean of Discipline Li Taizhan crouched in front of a girl and carefully examined her swollen right cheek. His pupils suddenly shrank. A clear slap mark. He turned to look at the student beside her. Another slap mark. Then another one. Still a slap mark. He suddenly stood up and swept his gaze across the entire hall, only to find that all 1,000-plus students in the senior year had a slap mark on their right cheek. How is this possible? Li Taizhan's voice was trembling. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice sounded in Lin Chun's head. Ding. Abuse points plus 1,000. Current abuse points, 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the shared damage system. Current sharing range. All awakeners of the same level. Once abuse points reach a certain value, the sharing range can be expanded and more functions unlocked. Lin Chun froze for a moment, then instantly erupted with joy. A system. He had a system. He was so excited he almost jumped on the spot, but then he quickly calmed down again. Why was this system's activation method so messed up? He had to get beaten to gain abuse points, and while getting beaten, he also had to drag over 1,000 people around him into getting beaten along with him. Wasn't this basically going to get him killed? Student Lin Chun. A gloomy voice came from behind him. Lin Chun turned his head and saw Li Taizhan looking at him with a complicated expression. Li Taizhan adjusted his glasses and asked in a low voice, just now, "Did you slap yourself?" Lin Chun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly shook his head. No, why would I slap myself? Ha ha ha. Li Taizhan stared at him for 3 seconds, but in the end, he still couldn't find any logical connection in this matter. After all, one person slapping himself, and then over 1,000 students in the entire grade all getting slapped too? Who would believe something like that if it got out? Dismissed. Li Taizhan rubbed his temples and waved his hand. The school will investigate today's incident thoroughly. Everyone return to your classrooms first. Lin Chun let out a sigh of relief and followed the crowd outside. As he walked, he kept thinking about how to get more abuse points. The way the system worked was definitely messed up, but now that he had a system, there was hope for him to turn from a nobody into somebody. He was walking with his head lowered, lost in thought, when suddenly, bang, his face crashed into something extremely soft. The bouncy, springy sensation made him freeze for a moment. Yeah! A scream came from the front. Lin Chen looked up and instantly sucked in a cold breath. What he had bumped into was none other than the class beauty, Shui Miao Miao, and that soft, bouncy thing he had just hit. Shui Miao Miao jumped back 2 steps like a startled rabbit, both hands covering her chest. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes were already shimmering with tears. She really was pretty. Her skin was so fair and tender it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. Her long hair draped smoothly over her shoulders. And on top of that, she had awakened a water-type ability, giving her whole body a fresh, dewy kind of aura. Why you? Shui Miao Miao pointed at Lin Chun, her lips trembling. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Chun hurriedly waved his hands. But it was already too late. A large hand shot out from the side and grabbed Lin Chun by the collar. Lin Chun, are you fucking courting death? Hong Xiaowang, the class tyrant and Shui Miao Miao's boyfriend, stood there. He was 6'1", his muscles solid like forged iron. He had awakened a strength-type ability. One punch from him could smash through a wall, and in class, no one dared provoke him. Hong Xiaowang's eyes were practically spitting fire. His girlfriend had just been openly groped in public. How could he possibly swallow that anger? I'll make you pay for touching Miao Miao. Hong Xiaowang swung his fist and drove it straight into Lin Chun's face. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Lin Chun's face. Then, outside the awakening hall, every senior year student, male and female, felt an invisible force viciously smash a punch into their face. Ah, it hurts. My nose. My nose is bleeding. The plaza instantly exploded into chaos again. More than 1,000 senior year students all clutched their faces at the same time. Quite a few were smashed flat onto their backs, blood spurting from their noses. Shui Miao Miao had it even worse. She had clearly just been standing nearby and hadn't laid a hand on anyone, but she still took the same punch to the face, getting knocked straight to the ground. Tears immediately came pouring down. Well, why did I get it too? Shui Miao Miao covered her face and cried her heart out. The most miserable one, though, was Hong Xiaowang himself. After throwing that punch, a sharp pain also erupted across his own face, as if another version of himself had punched him in the face at the exact same time. He staggered back 2 steps from the hit, blood dripping from his nose down his chin. Hey Chow, how is this possible? Hong Xiaowang was dumbfounded. The surrounding students all looked at Lin Chun with terrified eyes. That slap in the hall, just now, plus this punch now, made everyone realize what was going on. So long as Lin Chun got hurt, all of them would get hurt too. Hong Xiaowang, stop right there. A cold female voice rang out. The crowd automatically parted, and 8 people walked over from different directions. The boy leading them was called Long Xiaotian, an S-rank fire ability awakener and the young heir of a Long corporation. He was 1.9 meters tall, with a head of flaming red hair sticking up arrogantly, his whole body like a blazing fireball. Standing beside him was a boy named Bai Yi, an S-rank lightning ability awakener and the legitimate eldest son of the Bai family. Next to him was Ying Run, an S-rank shadow ability awakener. On the other side, the 3 girls walking over had their full auras unleashed, each 1 school beauty level. The girl in front was called Feng Linger, an S-rank wind ability awakener and the treasure jewel of the Feng family. Her long silver-white hair drifted gently in the wind, and her features were so exquisite they looked painted. Beside her was Bing Qing, an S-rank ice ability awakener and the daughter of the Bing family, with a cold and aloof temperament. The last one was Hua Qinyu, an S-rank plant ability awakener and the little princess of the Hua family. She always carried a faint floral fragrance, and though her smile was sweet, there was sharpness hidden in her eyes. Together with Shui Miao Miao, plus the other 2 S-rank awakeners who had not shown up yet, these 9 people were the strongest existences in all of senior year. Hong Xiaowang, still not seeing what happened? Long Xiaotian walked up to Hong Xiaowang and pointed at the students around them who were clutching their faces and wailing. If you hit Lin Chun, it's the same as hitting all of us. Hong Xiaowang covered his still bleeding nose and looked around blankly. Only then did he finally understand. His face instantly turned ashen, but what filled him even more was an indescribable fear. If Lin Chun died, would they die with him too? To the conference room. Bai Yi coldly spat out 4 words. Inside the conference room, Lin Chun sat in the chair at the center. A dense ring of people stood all around him. All of them senior year students, packing the room so tightly it was bursting at the seams. Outside in the hallway, there was still a huge crowd of first and second year students craning their necks to look inside. Are the seniors taking another exam or something? Why are there so many people? No idea. Looks like something big happened. I saw slap marks on a lot of people's faces. Who hit them? The conference room door was shut. Long Xiaotian turned around and gave one of the school beauties a look. That school beauty, named Ziyu, nodded, walked over to Lin Chun, stretched out one finger, and lightly pinched his arm. Ow! Inside and outside the conference room, more than 1,000 cries of pain rang out at the same time. Everyone clutched the spot where they had been pinched, their expressions twisted. Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and said in a grave voice, "We confirmed it. All of us and Lin Chun have formed some kind of unknown binding. Any harm Lin Chun suffers will be mirrored onto all of us." The conference room fell into dead silence. Then it exploded. How is that possible? I don't want to be bound to him. Then what if Lin Chun gets hurt? If he trips and falls, do I have to hurt with him too? What is even scarier is, what if someone kills him? Are the 1,000+ of us all supposed to be buried with him? Whoa, I don't want that. I haven't even dated yet. The girls crying rose one after another. Quiet. Feng Linger gave a light shout, her wind ability leaking out slightly. Her powerful presence instantly suppressed all the noise in the room. She walked up to Lin Shun and looked down at him from above, her silver-white hair moving without wind. Lin Shun, you didn't awaken an ability, right? Lin Shun nodded. Feng Linger frowned. Then that makes this even more troublesome. The fact that you can bind with so many people at once is itself a kind of ability, but you don't have any power to protect yourself. If something happens to you outside, all of us will suffer along with you. So, Bing Qing took over, her voice as cold as ice shards. Before we figure out what this binding is all about, you can't leave the school. That's right. Watching you jumped out too, hands on her hips. You have to stay here until the college entrance exam is over and everyone goes their separate ways. Then we'll see whether this binding still exists. I agree. Long Xiaodian raised his hand. Agree. Bai Yi raised his hand. Agree. Ingren raised his hand. More than 1,000 hands shot up in perfect unison. Looking at that spectacular scene, Lin Shun was blooming with joy inside. Great, now I want TF to drop out. But on the surface, he still put on a troubled expression. ISNT that's not too good? After all, I didn't awaken an ability. It's fine. We VE got your back. Long Xiaodian patted his chest. That's right. Anyone who gives you trouble is giving us trouble. Hong Xiaowang also hurried to state his position. Even though the blood on his face had not been wiped clean yet, he couldn't care less about saving face now. His life was more important. And just like that, under the unanimous request of all the senior year awakeners, the principal made an exception and allowed Lin Shun to stay. From that day on, Lin Shun's campus life changed beyond all recognition. Every morning, a special guard squad of classmates would come escort him to the classroom, carry his backpack for him, and help clear the crowd out of his way. At mealtimes, classmates would help get his food in advance, and they even had to take a bite first to make sure it wasn't tea poisoned. During physical training class, the 9S rank awakeners took turns staying by his side, afraid he might get bumped or scraped. If anyone dared to trouble Lin Shun, the classmate on duty would charge over without another word and beat that person up for him. Lin Shun became the safest person in the entire school. But Lin Shun was also going crazy, because he discovered that with everyone protecting him so well, his abuse point value simply would not go up at all. He tried secretly tumbling down the stairs, only for Bing Qing to instantly freeze the staircase with her ice ability and send him safely and steadily to the ground. He tried deliberately biting his tongue while eating, only for Hua Qinyu to use her plant ability ahead of time to cut all his food into tiny little pieces. He tried turning the bath water scorching hot to burn himself, only for Shuai Miao Miao to stand guard downstairs in the dorm building and, the moment she sensed abnormal water temperature, use her ability to cool it down for him. Student Lin Shun, please cherish your body. Feng Linger stood before him, silver hair flowing, her expression serious. Your body doesn't belong to you alone. It is a shared property of more than 1,000 people in our entire grade. Lin Shun wanted to cry, but no tears came. His abuse point value was stuck at 2,000, not moving an inch. There was definitely a system shop later on. He had to work hard to unlock it. That night, Lin Shun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. No, this can't go on. No matter how well he was protected, without strength of his own, once the college entrance exam ended and everyone went their separate ways, he would still be trash. He had to find a way to gain abuse points. But the question was, how could he get beaten without his classmates noticing? And that question kept Lin Shun thinking the entire night. Early the next morning, just before dawn, he finally came to understand one truth. If you want to become stronger, you have to get beaten. If you want to get beaten, you have to court death. If you want to court death, but don't want your own people stopping you, then you have to go somewhere where none of your own people are. He flipped over and sat up, opened the map on his phone, swiped his finger across the screen a few times, and locked his gaze on the neighboring town. Shanshi Town, 30 kilometers from Qingshui Town, also had an awakened high school. It was said the students there were about as strong as the ones at Qingshui High. This is the place. A sinister smile appeared on Lin Shun's face, but he quickly pulled it back. He smiled too hard, and his face hurt. And if his face hurt, that meant the entire grade of more than 1,000 people would have face pain too. If they found out, he'd be done for. Once he made up his mind, he acted, taking advantage of the fact that dawn had only just broken and the classmate on early guard duty was still nodding off. Lin Shun quietly climbed out the back window of the dorm, ran all the way out of the school gates, and stopped a shabby bus heading for Shanshi Town at the intersection. What he didn't know was that the moment he climbed out the window, Ingren, who had been secretly protecting him, emerged from the shadows. Lin Shun ran off. Ingren expressionlessly took out his phone and sent a message in the senior guard group chat. Ingren, target has escaped the dorm. Direction unknown. Recommend full alert. The group instantly exploded. Long Xiaodian what? Where'd he run off to? Phone Ling, if he trips and falls, we'll all end up hurting with him. Hurry and go after him. Bing Ching, I'm putting on a face mask right now. You'd better not cause trouble. Hong Xiaowang. Damn it. I said yesterday we should VE tied him to the bed. Bai Yi, Ing Run, follow him. Report his location at all times. We're gathering people immediately. Ing Rin put away his phone, merged into the shadows, and silently followed that shabby bus. 1 hour later, Lin Shen stood at the gates of Shanshi High, hands on his hips, and took a deep breath. Shanshi High looked even grander than Qingshui High. The school gate had been carved from a single massive block of granite, with 8 large gilded characters on it. Shanshi Awakened Senior High School. Students were entering the school in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. Lin Chun's gaze swept through the crowd and quickly locked onto a target. It was a petite girl with twin ponytails, wearing Shanshi High's white school uniform. She was standing beside the stone lion at the school gate, munching on a bun. She was extremely cute, with a round face and puffed cheeks, like a little hamster in the middle of eating. Most importantly, pinned to the chest of her uniform was a golden badge. That was the exclusive symbol of Shanshi High's school beauty. The school beauty was alone and eating. A perfect target for courting death. Lin Shen took a deep breath and strode over. Hey there, classmate. Lin Shen greeted her with a huge smile. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up, half a bun still stuffed in her mouth, and answered vaguely. Who are you? I'm your fan. As soon as Lin Shen said that, he spread his arms and pulled Lu Xiaoxiao straight into a hug, then bit down hard on her soft fair cheek. Smack! The whole world went silent. The bun in Lu Xiaoxiao's hand fell to the ground. Her big eyes widened into perfect circles. Her whole body froze in place like she'd been struck by lightning, and the slobber mark on her face glistened under the sunlight. A shriek shot into the sky, startling all the birds in the trees by the gate into flight. Pervert, freak, bastard, degenerate. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned bright red. She shoved Lin Shen away, rapidly formed hand seals with both hands, and a blazing red glow of supernatural power erupted from her body. Flame hound, bite him for me. A giant hound, made of blazing fire, leaped out from the void behind her. It was as tall as a person, its whole body wrapped in roaring flames. Sparks sprayed from its gaping maw as it pounced straight at Lin Shen. Holy crap! Lin Shen turned and ran, faster than a rabbit. He might have died on a woman's bed in his previous life, but his legwork was still solid. After all, he detrained it while running from jealous husbands. At the same time, on a large tree not far away, Ingrin's face turned deathly pale. It was over. He took out his phone, fingers trembling as he typed out a line. Ingrun, emergency. Lin Shen harassed Shanshi High's school beauty Lu Xiaoxiao at the front gate. The other side has released a flame hound to chase him. Repeating, a flame hound is chasing him. Long Xiaodian. Feng Ling, has he lost his mind? Hong Xiaowang. I know that Lu Xiaoxiao. Her fire ability is A rank. Her flame hound's bite hurts like hell. If Lin Shen gets bitten, does that mean we all get bitten too? The group went silent for 2 seconds. Then Bai Yi sent a voice message. His voice was cold to the extreme, but if you listened closely, there was a trace of trembling in it. Everyone, gather immediately. We're going to Shanshi Town. Bring vehicles. As many as you can. If Lin Shen gets bitten by that flame hound, more than 1,000 of us are all going to experience what it feels like to be burned by fire. Shui Miao Miao. Woo woo, I don't want to be burned. My water ability is afraid of fire. Watching you. People are already being gathered. We leave within 3 minutes. Feng Ling, notify all senior students. Male or female, everyone is to gather at the school gate immediately. If anyone dares not come, once this is over, I'll personally pay them a visit. 10 minutes later, at the gate of Qingshui High, 20 buses and more than a dozen private cars lined up in a row as more than 1,000 senior students boarded one after another. Their expressions were astonishingly solemn. In every pair of eyes was the tragic resolve of people about to march to their deaths. Long Xiaotian stood at the door of the first bus and glanced back at the group behind him. Everyone was there. Boys and girls, top students and slackers, nobles and commoners. At this moment, they were united like never before. Because everyone knew that if Lin Shen got bitten, not a single one of them would escape. Move out. Long Xiaotian waved his hand. 20 buses roared to life and drove in a mighty procession towards Shanshi Town. And, at this very moment, Lin Shen was sprinting wildly across Shanshi High sports field. Behind him followed a flame hound 2 people tall. The dog barked wildly as it chased him, even spitting fireballs from its mouth, scaring the students on the field into screaming and scrambling out of the way. Stop right there. Lu Xiaoxiao chased after him in a furious huff, her twin ponytails swinging back and forth. You kiss me and still on a run? Flame hound, bite his butt. The flame hound let out a howl and sped up, snapping its jaws at Lin Shen's butt. Help! Lin Shen dove forward like a starving dog, pouncing on food. The flame hound's teeth barely scraped past his pants, leaving a scorched black bite mark on his butt. Hiss! Lin Shen sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. And at that same moment, the students from Qingshui High on the buses all felt a burning, stinging pain shoot through there, but at the exact same time. Ow! My butt! It's so hot, so hot, so hot. There's fire burning my ass. More than 1,000 people all sprang up from their seats at once, clutching their butts and howling, nearly scaring the bus drivers into jerking the steering wheels off course. Feng Ling clutched her butt. Her stunningly beautiful face twisted into a deeply ungraceful expression. Lin Chun, just you wait. Bing Qing held her, but expressionlessly. But the temperature around her had already dropped below zero, and frost had formed on the bus windows. Bai Yi said coldly, "Driver, go faster." At the gate of Shanshi High, Lin Chun was eventually caught. Lu Xiaoxiao's flamehound had chased him for a full 8 laps, running him to complete exhaustion. In the end, a group of Shanshi High boys aggressively surrounded him. Someone had harassed their school beauty. How could they let that slide? Beat him, someone shouted. Then fists fell on Lin Chun like raindrops. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Chun rolled across the ground from the beating, and even his nose started spurting blood. But he was laughing wildly in his heart because he heard the system prompt. Ding. Abuse value 100. Ding. Abuse value 200. Ding. Abuse value 300. Ding. Abuse value 500. The abuse value was skyrocketing at a crazy speed. Lin Chun was so excited he almost laughed out loud, but the moment he did, someone smashed a punch into his face, and the laughter turned into a scream. Ow. Easy, easy. Don't hit the face when you hit someone. But his begging was completely useless. The students of Shanshi High got more and more fired up as they kept beating him. In the end, they tied him up and hung him from the flagpole at the school gate, dangling there like a sandbag. Lin Chun's face was bruised and swollen. Blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were narrowed to slits, but the corner of his mouth was still stretched into a huge, foolish grin. Because under that vicious beating, his abuse value had shot up by full 100,000. 100,000. That was enough to buy him so many good things. At that moment, a roar of engines came from the distance. 20 buses lined up in a row and charged toward the gate of Shanshi High with a murderous aura, then stopped in a neat line with a screech of brakes. The doors opened, and the students of Qingshui High filed out one after another. Then the students of Shanshi High froze. Because these Qingshui High students, whether boys or girls, whether they were S-rank powerhouses like Long Xiaotian or ordinary students, all of them had bruised and swollen faces. All of them had footprints and bloodstains on their clothes, and all of them had a charred mark on their butts. Over 1,000 bruised and battered people stood in perfect rows at the gate of Shanshi High. The scene was beyond spectacular. One boy from Shanshi High really couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Did your Qingshui High collectively fall into a pit? Why does everyone look like a pig head? Then the laughter spread like a plague. The students of Shanshi High were laughing so hard they bent over and nearly fell apart, tears streaming down their faces. Ha 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 ha! Look at that red-haired one. His eyes got beaten into panda eyes. And that one, that white-haired girl has a slap mark on her nose. Ha ha! Did Qingshui High offend someone or what? Veins bulged on Long Xiaotian's forehead. From childhood to now, wherever he went, he had always been someone people looked up to. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Shut up! Long Xiaotian roared, and flames burst out of him uncontrollably, his hair instantly burning into a mass of fire. You bunch from Shanshi Town. Hand over Lin Chun. Hong Xiaowang rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Lin Chun. The students of Shanshi High turned their heads to look at Lin Chun hanging from the flagpole, then looked at this group of furious Qingshui students in front of them, seeming to understand something. A boy from Shanshi High stepped forward, arms crossed, and said with a smug laugh, "That loser who tried to flirt with our school beauty? A trash with no ability, and you treat him like a treasure? Does Qingshui High not have anyone left?" Ha 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 ha. That sentence completely lit the fuse. Fuck your grandpa. Long Xiaotian charged first, throwing a punch straight into that boy's face. The boy let out a miserable scream and flew backward, crashing into several people behind him. Beat them. The people from Shanshi High were furious too, and they swarmed forward. Then everything completely spiraled out of control. Over 2,000 people were brawling together. But because both principals had once set a rule forbidding the use of abilities in fights on school grounds, no one dared use any abilities. So these usually high and mighty awakened ones all turned into street thugs at this moment, throwing punches and kicks at each other, raising clouds of dust, and rolling all over the ground. Long Xiaotian was riding on top of Shanshi Boy, swinging both arms left and right as he shouted while punching laugh. Keep laughing. That boy refused to be outdone, grabbing Long Xiaotian's red hair and yanking hard. I'll laugh if I want. You Qingshui High people are just a bunch of pig heads. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi's fighting style was much more elegant. He stood in the crowd with a blank face. Anyone who rushed at him got a hook punch, then a follow-up kick that sent them flying. His movements were crisp and clean, like a heartless fighting machine. But the real highlight was the girl's side. Feng Ling was wrestling with a girl from Shanshi High, completely losing her usual cold goddess vibe. The two of them were rolling on the ground, each grabbing the other's hair and refusing to let go. You scratch my face. I'm going all out with you. Feng Ling screamed as she extended her nails, leaving 3 bloody scratches on that girl's face. Ah, my face. Do you know how much this face is worth? The girl fought back frantically, grabbing Feng Ling's silver hair and yanking hard. You pull my hair. I just got this hair treatment. 3,000 yuan. Feng Ling got angry. She wrapped her legs around the other girl's waist and used a scissor lock to trap her. On the other side, Shui Miao Miao was holding a bucket. She couldn't use her ability, but she could fetch water from the fire hydrant at the school gate and splash it all over the girls from Shanshi High. Let us see if you still dare beat up our Qing Shui people. She cried as she splashed. I'm already soaked through, woo-woo. Pay me back for my dress. The girls hit by the water screamed and ran around in chaos, and then the girls from Qing Shui seized the chance to rush up and scratch and grab wildly. The scene was even messier than the boys' side, by 10 times. Hua Qinyu didn't join the fight. She stood at the edge of the battlefield and took all kinds of plant seeds out of the bag at her side and tossed them into the crowd. Thornball flower. Itki boderavine. Not grass. One seed after another fell into the crowd and instantly went wild. The thornball flowers burst open and stabbed people until they were screaming. The itchy powder vines wrapped around bodies and made people itch unbearably as they rolled all over the ground. And the knot grass tangled around people's ankles, so they tripped the moment they tried to walk. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for bullying us. Hua Qinyu laughed with her hands on her hips like a villain. Bing Qing stood off to the side with a cold face. Several girls from Shanshi High were already lying at her feet, all knocked out by her using ice-cold mineral water bottles. No ability could be used, but a mineral water bottle filled with ice water didn't count as an ability, right? The brawl of over 2,000 people lasted a full half hour. Dust filled the air at the gate of Shanshi High. Screams and roars rose one after another, and students from both sides lay scattered all over the ground. Every face was bruised, every uniform torn, and nobody knew where their shoes had flown off to. And the instigator of all this was currently hanging from the flagpole, swaying back and forth with a brilliant foolish grin on his bruised and swollen face. Lin Shen had no mind at all to watch the group fight below. A light screen appeared before his eyes. Only he could see it. And the system shop had finally opened. The shop interface was glittering gold, and the items inside were dazzling. Lin Shen's eyes practically went straight. Body tempering pill. Permanently improves physique and strengthens resistance to beating. Price, 10,000 abuse value. Random ability awakening card. Randomly awakens one ability. Price, 50,000 abuse value. Ability upgrade pill. Raises an existing ability level. Price, 30,000 abuse value. Element affinity pill. Improves elemental affinity. Price, 20,000 abuse value. One-time skill card. Iron Wall. Grants Iron Wall defense for 10 minutes after use. Price, 5,000 abuse value. One-time skill card. Gale Step. Grants Gale Step speed boost for 10 minutes after use. Price, 5,000 abuse value. Divine Body Refining Art. Vajra Indestructible Body. Once cultivated to mastery. Impervious to blades and spears. Immune to water and fire. Price, 10 million abuse value. There was too much stuff. Lin Shen's eyes were practically spinning. His current abuse value balance was a clean 100,000. Just now, after taking that beating, it had climbed by another 100,000 before stopping. He guessed it was because there were too few people on the other side. After fighting back and forth with only those dozens of people, the damage had already reached saturation. Lin Shen rubbed his face, swollen like a steamed bun, and looked through the system shop for a long time. In the end, his eyes locked onto the body-strengthening pills. The body was the capital of revolution. First improve his physique. Then, when he got beaten in the future, he'd be able to take it. He gritted his teeth and directly exchanged for 10 body-strengthening pills. 100,000 abuse value instantly went to 0. 10 golden, shimmering pills appeared in the system warehouse, each the size of a thumb, radiating an enticing glow. Lin Shen swallowed hard and forced himself not to take them out and eat them right away. Right now, more than 2,000 people from the 2 schools were fighting below him, and the teachers from Shanshi High School were definitely hiding in the shadows watching. He absolutely could not expose the system at a time like this. He'd eat them after he got back. Lin Shen licked his lips and closed the system warehouse. At that moment, a thunderous roar rang out across the entire school gate. All of you, stop right now. A powerful pressure descended from above, weighing down on everyone. More than 2,000 people who were fighting all froze at once, feeling as if a massive stone had been pressed onto their bodies. Even breathing became difficult. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat walked out from inside Shanshi High School, with more than 10 teachers following behind him. Everyone's faces were so dark they looked ready to drip water. Shanshi High School's principal, Shirpatian, Long Xiaodian, clenched his teeth and got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. At the same time, Qingshui High School's side had also arrived. The dean, Li Taizhan, led a group of teachers down from several small cars. Looking at the mess all over the ground, the muscles on Li Taizhan's face twitched several times. Long Xiaodian, Feng Linger, Bai Yi, and all of you explain this to me. What the hell is going on? Li Taizhan's voice was shaking. Long Xiaotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at Lin Shen, who was still hanging from the flagpole, his voice hoarse. Our people were captured. We came to save him. Principal Shi Patian followed his finger and saw Lin Chun, bruised and battered, hanging for the flagpole. The corner of his mouth also twitched. He turned back and asked the students from his school, who beat him. A group of Shanshur high school boys lowered their heads and kept quiet. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her bitten face and stepped out aggrievedly. Principal Shi, this guy suddenly ran over and kissed me. He even bit my face. He was being a pervert. Shi Patian froze, then turned to look at Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan felt his blood pressure shoot up to 280 in an instant. Student Lin Chun, he said through clenched teeth, word by word, explain to me why you were molesting a female student from Shanshur High School. Lin Chun, still hanging from the flagpole, split his swollen lips and smiled. Because I wanted to get beaten. The whole scene went silent. More than 2,000 people, over 20 teachers, all looked at Lin Chun as if he were a lunatic. Shi Patian was silent for a long while, then turned to Li Taizhan and said, Your Qingshui High School, shouldn't you strengthen your students' mental health education? Li Taizhan covered his face. We're already arranging it. In the end, under the two principals' coordination, the students from both sides returned to their respective teams. The injured were sent to the infirmary, and those who weren't injured lined up properly. Shi Patian stood beneath the flagpole, looked up at Lin Chun, still hanging there, and helplessly waved his hand. The rope snapped with a sound, and Lin Chun fell down, only to be caught by Long Xiaotian. Teacher, Lu Xiaoxiao said, covering her scratched-up face as she walked up to Li Taizhan, I have a question. Li Tiazunsiga. Go ahead. Lu Xiaoxiao pointed at Lin Chun, then at the more than 1,000 bruised and battered Qingshui high school students behind her, and asked word by word, Can you tell us what this guy, Lin Chun, is really about? Why did more than 1,000 of you run all the way from Qingshui town to Shanshur town just to fight a group battle for him? Li Taizhan fell silent. Shi Patian also fell silent. The Shanshur high school students all perked up their ears. They were curious too. Why would a trash who hadn't even awakened an ability be worth the entire Qingshui high school senior class charging out to save him? Even Lin Chun himself, hanging on Long Xiaotian's back, wore an innocent expression. Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth, looked at Shi Patian, then at the bruised students of Shanshur High School, and said coldly, None of your damn business. After saying that, he carried Lin Chun and turned toward the buses. The more than 1,000 Qingshui high school students, like a defeated army, just withdrawn from the battlefield, bruised and limping, follow behind. Every single one of them glared viciously at the Shanshur High School students as they passed the school gate. The Shanshur High School students glared back without backing down. Only Lin Chun, lying on Long Xiaotian's back, revealed a happy smile, because he had finally found a way to get stronger. The buses bumped forward through the night. The atmosphere inside the cars was colder than the wind outside. Lin Chun was arranged to sit in the middle of the very last row of the bus. Long Xiaotian was on his left, Bai Yi on his right, Feng Ling, and Bing Qing sat in front, and Ing Ren stood in back. To be precise, Ing Ren was hanging upside down from the bus roof, his eyes fixed on Lin Chun in the shadows, like a bat ready to pounce at any moment. All 20 buses, over 1,000 people, and not a single person said a word. But everyone's eyes were focused in the same direction. Lin Chun felt as if over 1,000 blades were all aimed at him at once, every gaze able to poke a hole through him. He shrank his neck, trying to lower his presence, but his bruised and swollen face was especially noticeable under the bus lights. There was no way to stay low-key. Finally, Long Xiaotian spoke. His right eye was swollen into a slit, dried blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. And his once flamboyant red hair was now a mess like a chicken coop. Lin Chun, I'm here. Lin Chun straightened up reflexively. About what happened today? Long Xiaotian slowly turned his head and stared at Lin Chun with the only eye he could still fully open. You'd better give me an explanation. Lin Chun opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Feng Ling turned around from the front row. Her proud silver hair was now pulled into a tangled mess, and there were 3 bloody scratch marks on her face. Her originally fairy-like beauty now looked like she had just fought with a cat. What did you go to Shanshur High School for? Feng Ling's voice was very calm, so calm it was eerie. I want to take a look, Lin Chun said guiltily, averting his gaze. Take a look? Bing Qing raised her hand with a cold face. On her arm was a clear bite mark. Who knew which girl from Shanshur High School had bitten her? Did taking a look require you to hug their school beauty and take a bite? That was accidental. Accidental? Shui Miao Miao poked her head out from another row of seats. Her eyes were swollen red from crying. Her skirt was wrinkled, and there were muddy marks on it. Even her voice was trembling. One accident from you, and all 1,000 of US got beaten into pig heads. Look at my face. Look at it. She pointed at the bruise on her cheek, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Lin Chun lowered his head guiltily. Bai Yi had been silent all this time. Now he finally spoke coldly. Lin Chun, from now on, you're not allowed to do anything that might injure you. No running, no climbing stairs, no touching anything sharp, and no getting near any dangerous areas. What is the point of living then? Lin Chun muttered under his breath. You live, and then we can live. Everyone on the bus shouted in unison. Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and tried his best to keep his tone calm, but because his face was swollen, his words came out a little muffled. Lin Shun, I'm begging you. Can you just settle down for once? If you want a beating, tell us. He suddenly stopped, because he realized that if they beat Lin Shun, it would be the same as beating themselves. Long Xiaodian stood there with his mouth open for a long time before finally squeezing out, "Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." He leaned back into his seat dejectedly, his face full of confusion, as if wondering how a dignified S-rank genius had ended up like this. Fingling a halbter Tempus. Her delicate face was full of exhaustion. "Anyway, Lin Shun, starting tomorrow, every move you make has to be reported to us. Report when you eat, report when you go to the bathroom, report when you walk around. Even if you just roll over, you'd better say so in the group in advance." "How am I supposed to report going to the bathroom?" Lin Shun asked innocently. "Send a WeChat message." Everyone shouted again in unison. The bus continued through the night, and the carriage finally fell quiet. Leaning against the window, Lin Shun looked pitiful on the surface. But in his mind, he was already calculating how he was going to eat those 10 constitution pills after getting home. In his system storage, 10 golden pills were lying quietly. As for those warnings just now, hearing them was enough. Whether he actually followed them was another matter. 11 p.m. that night, Lin Shun finally returned to his shabby little apartment. His parents had gone to another world, and whether they were dead or not, who knew? At least that left him with a very quiet environment. He carefully checked the doors and windows. Only after confirming that everything was locked did he cautiously walk into the bathroom. The bathroom was tiny, with only a shower head, a toilet, and a sink. Standing in front of the sink, Lin Shun looked at his bruised and swollen face in the mirror and grinned. A beating in exchange for 100,000 abuse points. That deal wasn't a loss. With a thought, he took out a constitution enhancement pill from his system storage. The pill landed in his palm, about the size of a thumb, completely golden, with fine patterns slowly flowing across its surface as if it were alive. A faint medicinal fragrance spread out, and just smelling it made him feel refreshed. Lin Shun took a deep breath and hesitated for 3 seconds. In the novels, this kind of medicine hurt like hell when swallowed, but after the pain, it would transform you completely. Screw it. He tilted his head back and tossed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted the moment it entered, turning into a warm liquid that slid down his throat. Then boom, it was as if a ball of fire exploded in his stomach. Hot, scorching, painful. That medicinal force spread madly from his stomach to every limb and bone, drilling into every bone, every muscle, every meridian. Lin Shun felt his blood boiling. It was as if his bones were being smashed apart one by one and stitched back together, and his muscles were being twisted into a knot. With a thud, he dropped to his knees on the floor, both hands braced against the tiles. His teeth ground together, cracking loudly, blue veins bulging on his forehead, sweat dripping down in big beads. Hold on, hold on. Novels always write it this way. This is a good thing. He gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. But his body's instinctive reaction made him tremble violently all over. At the same time, in every corner of Qing Shui town, Shui Miao Miao was curled up on her pink princess bed, aloe gel on her face, phone in hand, as she complained in the group chat about Lin Shun's actions today. Suddenly, a violent burning sensation surged up from her abdomen, as if someone had poured a kettle of boiling water into her stomach. "Ah!" she screamed, her phone falling onto the bed as her whole body curled up like a shrimp. "So hot, so painful. What is going on?" She looked down at her arms and found a layer of oily black substance seeping out from her pores, sticky and disgusting, carrying an indescribable smell. This is... What is this? What is this stuff? Whoa. Tears streamed down her face in an instant. She was a school beauty. She was a waterborne girl. What the hell was this black, stinking stuff coming out her body? The group chat exploded. Phone ling, is anyone else suddenly feeling hot and leaking black mud? Online and waiting, urgent. Bing Ching, yes. It's still coming out, and it stinks. I've already washed 3 times, and it's still coming. Shou one. Fuck. Me too. I've washed twice already. Did those bastards from Shanshi High School poison us today? Hua Qin Yu. Impossible. I sensed it with my plant type ability. It's not poison, but I'm also leaking black mud. Even my flowers are disgusted with me. Bai Yi, calm down. Everyone report your situation. On my side, my whole body is hot. Black mud is seeping from my pores. Pain level 7. Ing Run 1. I came out of shadows and found my whole body black. Long Xiaodian. Me too. No. Wait, are all of us showing the same symptoms at the same time? That is way too much of a coincidence. ISNT it? The group chat fell silent for 3 seconds. Feng Ling Lin Chen. Shui Miao Miao. Lin Shun. Bing Qing. Lin Shun. Long Xiaodian. It has to be him. That bastard is definitely up to something again. Hong Xiao Wang. Brothers, I've got a terrifying thought. Could it be that Lin Shun got poisoned, and then we got poison along with him? Hua Qin Yu. It's not poison. I just carefully sensed it with my plant type ability. After this black substance comes out, my plant seemed to have become more active, like some impurities in the body were expelled. Feng Ling you mean this might be a good thing? Bai Yi, good thing or not? I'm covered in black mud right now. I'm going to see Lin Shun. Ing Run. I'm already on my way. Long Xiaodian. brothers assemble to Lin Chun's house. Qingshui Town's night should have been quiet. But when more than 1,000 high school seniors all rushed out of their homes at the same time and headed for the same street, that night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Even more terrifying was the fact that all those people looked like they could scare the living daylights out of anyone. Every one of them was covered in a layer of black, sticky substance. Their faces, necks, arms, and all exposed skin were wrapped in black mud. Under the moonlight, this group looked like mud people crawling out of swamp, with only the eyes in their sockets still showing any color. An old security guard at a residential complex was on the night shift, half asleep and nodding off, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound outside the window. He rubbed his eyes and pulled back the curtain to look outside. Hundreds of pitch-black monsters were walking down the street in groups, and some of them were even letting out low groans of pain. The old security guard's pupils suddenly widened, and his blood pressure shot up to 280 in an instant. Beast Tide has entered the town. He frantically slammed the alarm button. The shrill blare of sirens tore through the night sky. The town's security system and emergency response teams were fully activated within 30 seconds. Searchlights around the town switched on in unison, bathing the entire town in daylight. A voice came through the loudspeaker. All residents, attention. An abnormal situation has been detected. Lock your doors and windows immediately. Do not go outside. Then the town guard's armored vehicles rolled out. More than a dozen armored vehicles charged into the streets from different directions. The searchlights on their roofs locked onto the group of claim men, and the armed guards jumped out, weapons trained on those unknown beings. Stop. Don't move. Today, Dean Li Taizhan was on the night shift. He leaped onto the roof of an armored vehicle with his greatsword in hand. A vast surge of power pressure erupted from him as he prepared to strike at the claim men. Then a familiar voice came from among them. Teacher Li, don't attack. It's me, Long Xiaodian. The tallest and strongest black claim man raised both hands. Black mud dripped steadily from his arms. Li Tiazan Froza. Feng Ling E? Another black claim man waved helplessly. Teacher Li, it's me. Can you have the guards put their weapons down first? It's too scary. Ba Ye? Yes, teacher. We're not beastkin. It's us. Li Taizhan looked at the more than 1,000 black clay men in front of him. His mouth twitched violently several times. He jumped down from the armored vehicle and moved closer for a careful look. Although these clay men were so black they were beyond recognition, from their builds and voices, they really were his familiar students. You all didn't sleep in the middle of the night and went mining coal together? We didn't mine coal. We don't know what happened either. We suddenly started feeling hot all over and black mud started coming out. We suspected Lin Shan was behind it and were just about to go to his house and ask him. Li Taizhan took a deep breath and turned to shout at the town guards. Alarm canceled. There are people. A bunch of students with diarrhea. The guards exchanged looks. Their expressions went from tense to confused, then from confused to disgusted. One guard couldn't help saying, diarrhea can do this? You guys rip your intestines out or something. It's coming out of our pores. Shui Meow Meow cried. Wah, I feel like a loach. Don't look at me. Whoever looks at me, I'll drown them. Li Taizhan looked at the students' miserable state, then looked in the direction they had come from. That was Lin Chen's house. He already had a rough guess, even though it sounded absurd beyond belief. Don't go looking for Lin Chen for now. You look like this, and go to find anyone want help. Everyone, follow me to the school infirmary. Li Taizhan made the decision immediately. But, teacher, Lin Chen that's an order. In your current state, what if you really got poisoned by something? Go to the infirmary first and let the medical staff examine you. I'll have someone go bring Lin Chen over. The students looked at each other, then at the black mud on their bodies, and finally gave in. They were simply in too much pain. Their whole bodies were hot and aching, and black mud kept coming out nonstop. They really were in no condition to go demand answers. Thus, more than 1,000 black claim men changed direction in a grand procession and headed for the school infirmary. Residents along the street peeked through their curtains and immediately posted in their friend circles. Qingshui Town has witnessed a massive claim man parade tonight. Officials say it's a case of collective student food poisoning, unconfirmed. The school infirmary had never received so many patients before. More than 1,000 people packed the entire medical building full. Students covered in black mud sat in the hallway, on the stairs, and even on the grass outside. The medical staff were scrambling to check them, but the results left everyone stunned. Director Li, one medical teacher, said, holding a lab report with a very complicated expression, all of these students' bodily indicators are normal, and they're continuously improving. Improving? Li Taizhan frowned. Can coughing up black mud count as improving? The black substances are mostly metabolic waste and impurities from the body. It's like a deep detox. In simple terms, these students are undergoing a process similar to marrow cleansing and bone remolding. Marrow cleansing and bone remolding. Li Taizhan's voice changed. 1,000 plus people doing marrow cleansing and bone remolding at the same time? What do you take this for? Wholesale cabbage. The data doesn't lie. The medical teacher was helpless too. Their physical stats are continuously rising, and their power activity is also increasing. I've studied medicine for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Li Taizhan fell silent. Then he looked in the direction of Lin Chen's house. Ever since the day of the awakening ceremony, this student had been causing incomprehensible things to happen over and over. First, more than 1,000 people demanded that he stay. Then he could make everyone follow him into a fight. And now, he could make everyone follow him into marrow cleansing and bone remolding. What exactly was Lin Chen? Li Taizhan made a decision in his heart. Before the college entrance exam ended, Lin Chen had to be kept at school. He absolutely cannot be allowed to run around anymore. As for the matter of the teachers going to pick up Lin Chen, the people sent there soon came back with news. Lin Chen was at home, and he was rolling on the floor, looking like he was in a lot of pain too. He told them not to worry about him. Lin Chen really was rolling on the floor. The power of a physique-strengthening pill was raging wildly inside his body. Every inch of his skin had become a detox channel, and black viscous matter kept pouring out from every pore, wrapping him into a black cocoon. No one knew how long passed before the medicinal power finally began to calm down. Lin Chen got up from the floor, feeling sticky and stinking all over. He looked down at himself. He had been wearing freshly changed clothes, and now those clothes had turned black and clung tightly to his body. Without another word, he rushed into the shower room. Hot water from the shower head washed over him, and the black grime streamed down into the drain. It took a full 20 minutes before he finally got himself clean. Then he stood in front of the bathroom mirror and froze. The person in the mirror had skin that was more than one level whiter and smoother. His originally pale, sleep-deprived face had turned rosy. Although there were still bruises on his face from the beating earlier in the day, his entire temperament had changed. There was even a faint, indescribable heroic air between his brows. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach. 8-pack abs. Although his muscles were still a little dehydrated and shriveled from just expelling impurities, the outline of the 8-pack was already clearly visible. Lin Chen stood there dumbly for 3 seconds, then excitedly punched the air. He casually swung that fist at the wooden chair beside him. Crack! The chair back snapped clean off. A plank of wood flew out and hit the wall with a crisp bang. Holy shit! Lin Chen was shocked by the power of his own punch. But then, a sharp pain shot from his knuckles and spread in all directions through the shared link. The school infirmary, more than 1,000 students, who had just finally calmed down, suddenly clutched their right hands in unison. Their screams were deafening. Ow! My hand! What is going on? It's happening again. This time it hurts my hand. Shui Miao Miao was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. Looking at the red back of her hand, she could no longer hold back. She grabbed her phone and sent a voice message in the group, her voice furious, aggrieved, and choked with tears. Damn Lin Chen. What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? I'm going over there to kill you. The group immediately exploded in response. Support Shui Miao Miao. Kill him. I'm going to burn him alive. Screw it. At worst, I'll be in pain too. I'm going to. We're all in pain anyway. Might as well beat him up to vent. However, one sentence from Hong Xiaowang made everyone go silent. Everyone, calm down. The teachers are watching us right now, so we can't get out. And even if we did, hitting Lin Chen would be like hitting all of us. I'm already hurting enough from that punch, just now. I don't want to hurt a second time. The chat fell silent. Then a girl sent a message. So we just endure it? Endure it. Damn it, just endure it then. In the infirmary, over 1,000 students leaned against hospital beds, chairs, and steps with dead fish expressions, waiting for the next wave of pain to hit. And they did not wait in vain. Over the next few hours, they were in pain 9 more times. Each time came with their whole body heating up, black sludge seeping out from their pores, and intense pain from somewhere in their bones and muscles. By the 5th time, Feng Ling had already gone numb. She let the black impurities be expelled from her body and leaned expressionlessly against the hospital bed, like a salted fish that had given up struggling. Whatever. It'll still come out after I wash it. I'm not washing anymore. Beside her, Bing Qing kept a cold face, but her eye twitched slightly. Same. Let us wait until it's completely over and wash together. Only Hua Qinyu was still using her plant-type ability to get rid of the bugs on the roses she had grown herself. While driving away the insects, she said quietly, "Have you noticed? After each round of pain, it seems like the body does feel a little lighter." Noticed. Bai Yi leaned against the wall, eyes closed. My ability is operating about 5% smoother than before. Me too. I thought it was just my imagination, Hong Xiaowang said excitedly. And I feel like I got muscles now. Another boy lifted his hospital gown and pinched his stomach full of black sludge. He shouted in surprise, "Look, I didn't even have a single before. Now it looks like I got 5. You only have 4. The black sludge is covering them, so you can't see clearly. I think I've got 6. I've got 8. The boys suddenly grew excited and began comparing how many abs they had. The girls, on the other hand, fell into complete silence. Shui Miao Miao lowered her head and looked at her stomach. Under the black sludge, she could vaguely make out a thin layer of muscle lines. Her lips trembled, and tears silently slid down her face. I have abs now. I'm a girl, and I have abs. Feng Ling also looked at her abdomen and fell into a long silence. The corners of Bing Qing's mouth twitched at an obviously faster rate. The roses in Hua Qinyu's arms suddenly withered. No, Heart-wrenching cries from the girls rang out in the infirmary. The sky finally began to brighten. After a whole night of chaos, the black sludge no longer flowed out of the students' bodies, and the pain had completely stopped. When the medical teachers announced that the situation had stabilized and they could go home, over 1,000 students covered in black sludge rushed out of the infirmary like pardoned prisoners. Of course, they were not going home. They were going to the school bathhouse. That morning, the boys' bathhouse and the girls' bathhouse at Qingshui High were both packed, setting the highest usage record since the school was founded. The sound of rushing water went on for a full 2 hours, and the drains were clogged several times by black foam. When Qingshui High's students finished bathing and walked out of the bathhouses, they discovered something astonishing. One by one, the boys had clearly defined muscles. The weak ones had become sturdy, and the flabby ones had turned solid. They looked like they had been trained by a fitness coach for half a year. They were refreshed and walked with spring in their step. More importantly, their abilities were operating with unprecedented smoothness. Hong Xiaowang raised his arm toward the sunlight and slightly activated his ability. His muscles instantly bulged by a full circle, and the muscle fibers gave off faint popping sounds. Holy crap, my strength type ability has improved by at least 20%. My fire type ability is stronger too. The power of my lightning is way bigger. The boys' cheers rang through the campus. As for the girls, things were much more complicated. After showering, Shui Miao Miao stood in front of the mirror in the changing room, wrapped only in a bath towel. She looked at her abdomen in the mirror. 2 neat rows of muscle lines had clearly appeared there, not especially obvious, but definitely no longer the flat, soft stomach she used to have. Tears silently fell. Obvious. I have abs, sob. Feng Ling stood beside her, and her stunning face was wearing an extremely complicated expression. Her silver hair was half dry and draped over her shoulders. After washing off the black sludge, her skin had become even whiter, softer, and smoother than before, but her abdomen had also shown muscle contours. My waist. It used to be 58 centimeters. Her voice was trembling. Bing Qing had no expression as she pinched her arm. The muscle lines there were more obvious than before by more than double. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and the temperature around her slowly dropped. 2 centimeters thicker than before. Hua Qinyu looked at the 8-pack abs in the mirror, her lips trembling. The roses in her arms were crazily withering and then regrowing, showing that her emotions were extremely unstable at the moment. I'm the campus beauty. I'm supposed to be the soft and delicate type. What am I supposed to do when I wear dresses and my stomach looks all segmented like this? The other girls also started wailing one after another. I don't want abs either. I'm a support type awakened. What do I need muscle for? Wah, I can't even wear crop tops anymore. If my boyfriend sees the muscles on my arms today, will he break up with me? The girls' cries echoed through the changing room. At that moment, the boys' group chat had already exploded. Hong Xiaowang. Image. 8-pack abs photo. Brothers, I think I've turned into a hunk. Long Xiaodian. Image. Muscle photo. That it. Look at mine. Random guy. Hey. Image. 6-pack abs. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. I woke up, and all my abs came out. I feel like I can punch a cow to death. Random guy B. I think my ability level broke through. The bottleneck I'd been stuck at for 2 years somehow opened up last night. Random guy C. Yeah. Same here. I couldn't control the direction of my lightning yesterday, but today I can send it out and pull it back at will. Watch in you. Shui Miao Miao. Feng Ling. You guys are enough already. Bing Qing. Don't forget who caused all this. The chat instantly went quiet. Long Xiaotian. Lin Chun. Hong Xiaowang. This whole thing was Lin Chun's doing. Even though the result doesn't seem bad. That bastard acted on his own without discussing it with us. Feng Ling. Even though he made us all stronger, I still need to settle accounts with him. Shui Miao Miao, right? We have to settle accounts. I'm going to train these abs away. He has to take responsibility. Watch in you. Sisters, calm down, calm down. The college entrance exam is coming soon. A little muscle actually helps with the exam. It'll make passing the physical test much easier. Feng Linger, I don't want muscle. I want my tiny waist back. Shui Miao Miao 1. I don't want abs. I want to be a delicate girl again. Bing Qing 1. In the girls' chat, they were united against a common enemy, while the boys silently admired their new muscles. And at that moment, at Lin Chun's home, Lin Chun stepped out of the bathroom naked, water droplets sliding down his sharply defined muscles. After digesting all 10 body-tempering pills, his entire body underwent a complete transformation. His original height of 5'9" shot up to 6 feet, his shoulders broadened, his arms thickened, and his 8-pack abs were as sharply defined as if carved by a knife. He walked to the wall in the living room, took a deep breath, and punched it. Boom! The wall caved in from the impact, bits of concrete crumbling down, while his hand came out completely unharmed. Then he noticed the phone notification light on the coffee table flashing wildly. The group chat messages had already piled up to 999. He opened the chat and scrolled through the entire conversation from start to finish, seeing his classmates go from panic to anger to surprise, and then to complete breakdown. The smile on his face gradually became subtle. Men turning into hunky guys, girls getting abs too. These body-tempering pills really treat everyone equally. He rubbed his chin, tossed the phone aside, and walked to the window. Facing the rising sun, he stretched lazily. 10 body-tempering pills had already transformed his body to this extent. The most expensive divine body-refining art in the system shop cost 10 million. If he could buy that, how strong would he become? Still, he knew now wasn't the time to get carried away. The girls are probably already exploding with anger. When he went to school, he'd have to be careful not to get caught by them. What he didn't know was that at this very moment, the girls of Qing Shui High School had already reached a secret agreement. Group chat, sisters private chat, boys keep out. Phone Ling, sisters, I have a plan. Shui Meow Meow, what plan? Phone Ling, we can't just let Lin Shun get away with making us grow abs. But hitting him is the same as hitting ourselves, so we need to switch tactics. Bing Qing, say it. Phone Ling, starting tomorrow. We'll carry out all around. No blind spot carrying revenge. The specific plan is as follows. First, bring him 3 nutritious meals a day and watch him finish every bite. Second, make him run 10 kilometers every day and we'll run with him. Third, check his safety measures every day to make sure he doesn't get hurt. Shui Meow Meow, wait. This is revenge? ISNT this just taking care of him? Phone Ling, you don't get it. If we keep this up for a month, he'll never be able to leave us again. Once he gets used to being cared for meticulously by a bunch of beauties, we'll suddenly stop and then think about how huge the psychological gap will be. Watch in you. So ruthless. I like it. Gu Bing King Fina. Shui Meow Meow. I see now. Cut off the source at its root. Sister Phone is amazing. Phone Ling, it's settled then. We'll start tomorrow. Lin Chun, just wait. Lin Chun sneezed. He rubbed his nose and picked up his phone again, sending a message to everyone. Then he froze. Wait, why was nobody scolding him anymore? The girls had suddenly gone silent, and the chat was left with only the boys happily flexing and showing off their muscles. A chill suddenly ran up Lin Chun's back. Why did it feel like something was prickling behind him? Qing Shui High School cafeteria, 7 in the morning. Lin Chun held a tray and crept into a corner like a thief, using a cafeteria pillar to hide himself. He carefully looked around, and only after confirming that he hadn't spotted any suspicious long-haired figures did he finally relax, pick up his chopsticks, and get ready to eat. The tip of his chopsticks had barely touched the braised pork when a fair, slender hand reached over from the side and took his tray away. Classmate Lin Chun, braised pork is too greasy. I prepared a nutritious breakfast for you. Feng Ling appeared behind him at some point. Her silver-white, long hair glowed softly in the morning light, and a poised, elegant smile rested on her face. She casually set Lin Chun's tray aside, then took out a delicate insulated lunchbox from behind her and opened it in front of him. Inside were neatly arranged 2 boiled eggs, a piece of steamed cod, a small bowl of multigrain porridge, 3 strawberries, and a cup of steaming milk. Lin Chun looked at the healthy meal in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ling Ergia, I just want a piece of braised pork. No. Feng Ling smiled and shook her head, her tone gentle but impossible to refuse. You're now the shared body of our entire senior year. Your health concerns the health of more than 1,000 people. Starting today, every meal you have will be prepared by me personally. Lin Chun looked down miserably at the tray of braised pork that had been taken away. The chopsticks were still stuck in the meat. He took a deep breath, accepted his fate, and picked up a spoon to take a mouthful of multigrain porridge. The porridge actually tasted pretty good, but it always felt like something was missing. What was missing? Missing oil, missing salt, missing life. Feng Ling sat across from him, resting her chin in her hand as she watched him eat, the satisfied smile never leaving her face. Lin Chun's heart was bitter, but he didn't dare say anything, because he knew that if he dared to resist, Feng Ling had plenty of ways to make him obedient. For example, she could directly tell every girl in the senior year that he didn't want to cooperate with health management. Then he wouldn't be facing one Feng Ling, but 100 Feng Ling. After finally finishing the nutritious breakfast, Lin Chun stood up and prepared to go to class. Then he discovered he couldn't move, because behind him, a line had somehow already formed. Classmate Lin Chun, this is the snack I prepared for you between classes. Hua Qinyu bounced over, holding a delicate small bamboo basket. The basket was filled with all kinds of colorful cookies and dried fruit. I baked them all myself. I used all natural ingredients grown in the school flower garden, with no additives at all, and there are also 3 spirit strawberries that I grew myself. I just finished eating, then saved them for break. Hua Qinyu directly stuffed the basket into Lin Chun's arms, then skipped away. Before leaving, she even turned back and winked at him. Before Lin Chun could even put the basket down, Shui Meow Meow came over holding 2 insulated cups. Today, her hair was tied into a single ponytail, and she wore a light blue dress that fluttered as she walked. But her expression looked like she was about to cry. Classmate Lin Chun, I prepared drinks for your morning and afternoon. She shoved the 2 insulated cups into Lin Chun's hands. The one in your left hand is water spirit spring. I purified it with my own water type ability. It'll help replenish your fluids. The one in your right hand is ice hard dew. I got it from my family's ice cellar. It's a product from Sister Bing Qing's family. It can calm the mind and steady the spirit. So you have to drink it during break. Where am I supposed to put 2 cups? Put them in your backpack. I brought backpack gear for you. Another girl's voice came from the side. Lin Shun turned in despair and saw a girl wearing glasses push them up, holding a stuffed backpack in her hands. Classmate Lin Shun, I analyzed your daily carrying capacity and prepared a multi-functional backpack for you. It has insulated cup slots, lunchbox compartments, an umbrella pocket, a first aid kit layer, and knee pads and wrist guards that I sewed myself. Remember to put them on before PE class. Wait, what was your name again? Lin Shun asked blankly. The glasses girl pushed up her glasses, the reflection on the lenses hiding her expression. I'm Zhou Xiaowei, the class monitor of the support type class. It's fine if you don't know me. Anyway, our bodies are connected. Lin Shun. When one girl after another lined up to bring him things. A small mountain piled up in Lin Shun's arms. By the time he finally walked out of the cafeteria, he had 3 bags hanging off him. 4 thermoses in his hands, 5 boxes of pastries in his arms, and a string of unknown trinkets around his neck that were supposedly amulets. The scariest part was that wherever he went, at least 6 girls followed behind him. No one knew who arranged their duty roster, but it was precise to the minute. From 7 to 8 in the morning, it was Feng Ling's turn. From 8 to 10, Shui Miao Miao. From 10 to 12, Hua Qinyu. In the afternoon, it was Ziyue, Bing Qing, and several other girls he couldn't even name. At night, all the members of the senior class girls' council took turns on duty. Lin Shun felt like a mobile national treasure giant panda, being watched by a group of keepers with no blind spots, 24 hours a day. At the cafeteria entrance, a first-year student happened to pass by and saw the scene of Lin Shun being surrounded by a group of school beauty level girls as he walked past. The mantua in his hand fell to the ground, and his mouth gaped so wide it could fit a fist. Holy shit, who asked that senior? Why is senior Feng Ling handing him water? Why is senior Shui Miao Miao wiping his sweat? Why is senior Hua Qinyu peeling grapes for him? The classmate beside him was dumbfounded too. I don't know him. Could he be some young master from a big family? Even senior Long Xiaotian doesn't get treatment like this. The news spread like it had wings, and in less than half a day, it had swept through all of Qing'an High School. The boys in first and second year were completely blown away. Did you hear? There's a guy in senior year named Lin Shun, and all the girls in the school are trying to please him. What all the girls? It's all the pretty girls in the school. Feng Ling, Shui Miao Miao, Bing Qing, Hua Qinyu, and all the other school beauty level girls are circling around him alone. Why? ISNT, he just trash who hasn't awakened an ability. Exactly. A guy without even an ability, and so many beauties are serving him. At noon, several second-year boys stormed into the senior building and found senior students they knew to ask what was going on. Brother Hong, a second-year boy, stopped Hong Xiao Wang, who had just come out of the restroom. That Lin Shun, what is his background? Why is senior Miao Miao so good to him? Aren't you senior Miao Miao's boyfriend? How can you stand this? Hong Xiao Wang's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. How could he stand it? Of course he couldn't. His girlfriend was circling another boy all day, bringing him water, wiping his sweat, peeling fruit for him. He wanted nothing more than to tie Lin Shun to a flagpole and hang him there for an entire day. But he couldn't because last night, Shui Miao Miao had sent him a message, and it read, Hong Xiao Wang, listen carefully. I'm being nice to Lin Shun to get back at him and make him suffer. If you dare cause trouble, then we're breaking up. I mean it. You'd better behave. Hong Xiao Wang stared at that message for a full 10 minutes. In the end, he silently put down his phone and stood facing the wall in a daze for half an hour. So at this moment, facing the second-year junior's questioning, Hong Xiao Wang clenched his teeth and forced out a smile uglier than crying. He slapped a hand on the junior's shoulder, hard enough to make the other's knees buckle. I don't have any objections. As long as Miao Miao's happy, that's fine. Ha 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 ha. The second-year junior looked at Hong Xiao Wang's twisted smile and felt a chill down his back. He silently retreated 3 steps, turned around, and ran. The same scene played out all over the senior building. Several troublemakers from second year went looking for Long Xiaotian, hoping this big shot with an S-rank fire ability would take care of Lin Shun. But the moment Long Xiaotian heard the 2 words Lin Shun, his face darkened, and the temperature around him rose several degrees. You want me to deal with Lin Shun? Long Xiaotian's voice was low as rolling thunder. Yes, Brother Long. As long as you make a move, that kid definitely get lost. With a furious roar, flames burst out of Long Xiaotian uncontrollably and scorched the hair of those second years. The juniors fled in panic, utterly unable to understand why everyone was showing such restraint toward that Lin Shun. What they didn't know was that Long Xiaotian had also received a message from Feng Ling last night. Long Xiaotian, during this period you must fully cooperate with my care plan for Lin Shun. If you dare cause trouble, I'll send the photos from when you wore women's clothes in middle school to the entire school. The thing Long Xiaotian regretted most in his life was being tricked by Feng Ling into joining a cross-dressing contest during the middle school cultural festival. That photo was the biggest stain on his life. And Feng Ling was like the person holding the nuclear launch button, able to blow him to pieces at any time. The phones of the senior boys all received death warnings from their girlfriends, ambiguous targets, or crushes, without exception. The content was astonishingly consistent. Do not cause trouble for Lin Chun. Do not disturb the girl's plans. Do not meddle. Otherwise, deal with the consequences yourself. So, an unprecedentedly bizarre situation appeared at Qingyan High School. The boys in first and second year were so jealous they were going crazy, wanting someone to deal with Lin Chun. But the senior boys all collectively played dead. Not only did they not help, when they saw lower year students trying to cause trouble for Lin Chun, they would even step up and drive them away on their own. Senior, that Lin Chun stole your spotlight. What does that have to do with you? Get back to class. But, senior, one more word and I'll beat you. I can beat you without an ability to. The boys in first and second year were completely confused. They simply could not understand why the senior students would protect a trash who had stolen all the girls' attention. And the senior boys had it even worse. Every night, they vented their resentment in the boys' chat group. The group's name was Lin Chun Victims Alliance, Force version. The group members included all the senior boys. Rule number 1. Nothing in the group may ever be known by the girls. Hong Xiaowang. I fucking saw Meow Meow wipe Lin Chun's mouth today. Wipe his mouth. She has never even wiped my mouth. Long Xiaotian. Wiping his mouth is nothing. Feng Ling used her own chopsticks to pick food for Lin Chun today. Indirect kiss, brothers. Indirect quiche. Passerby, what is that worth? The person I have a crush on knitted a scarf for Lin Chun today. She never knitted me anything. Passerby B. My girlfriend got up at 4 this morning to make soup for Lin Chun. She said it was the first time in her life she made soup. Not for her parents, not for her boyfriend, but for a boy she hates. Bai yeah. Ingrun, Bai don't just send ellipses. Say something at least. Bai Bingqing planted a kind of calming herb in the garden today, saying it was for Lin Chun's pillow. She spent 3 hours on it. Everyone, Hong Xiaowang. Brothers, I'm suffering so much. My girlfriend is chasing another boy, and I even have to help her chase him. Long Xiaodian, who isnt. Feng Ling, said this is revenge. I asked why revenge looks like pursuit, and she blocked me. Everyone, ha ha ha, bitter laughter. And at this moment, at the center of the storm, Lin Chun was sitting by the window in the classroom, staring blankly at the sky outside. His desk was piled full of all kinds of food, drinks, and things. Hua Qianyu was sitting on his left, carefully trimming his nails with a small pair of scissors. Lin Chun, your nails are too long. You might scratch yourself. If you break the skin and start bleeding, all the girls in our school will bleed with you, so you have to trim them regularly. As she cut, she spoke gently, her movements so soft it was like she was handling a precious work of art. Shui Miao Miao was sitting on his right, fanning him with a small fan. Feng Ling was sitting in front of him, turned around and studying a form. Lin Chun, tomorrow it's your turn for a full physical exam. I've already contacted the best doctor in town. The checkup includes blood tests, bone density, cardiopulmonary function, awakened ability activity, and physical fitness tests. Don't worry, I'll stay with you the whole time. When they draw blood, I'll cover your eyes. At that moment, Lin Chun sat motionless, staring blankly out the window. His mind was roaring. This group of women was crazy. They were absolutely crazy. He and T stepped out of the school gates for a full 4 days. 4 days. A whole 4 days. He had originally planned to go to the neighboring Liuhe town over the weekend to provoke the students there and earn some abuse points. In the end, these girls had him under tighter watch than a prison warden. Forget going to the neighboring town. He couldn't even get to the little shop by the school gate. He had even tried sneaking out in the middle of the night. But he failed. Lin Chun was completely speechless. He sat in the classroom, staring at the sky outside the window, calculating escape plan after escape plan in his head. Then he rejected them one after another. These girls' surveillance network was even denser than Skynet. Every move he made was under their control, and even when he went to the bathroom, there was a boy waiting outside, and the girls had no idea what Lin Chun was really thinking. They only saw Lin Chun drooping every day, sighing, staring blankly out the window in a daze, and they were overjoyed. Go ahead and act smug. Go ahead and offend us. Now it's too late for regret. 1 month later, the college entrance exam finally arrived. On the central square of Qingshui town, 10 buses were lined up neatly in a row. The school names and emblems pasted on their sides. Students from the 9 senior classes gathered here and under the send-offs and reminders of their parents. They were about to head for Tianhai City, the exam center for the college entrance exam. The square was packed shoulder to shoulder, filled with parents seeing their children off and students ready to depart. Some were hugging. Some were wiping away tears. Some were making one last check of their admission tickets and luggage. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. After all, this was the college entrance exam that would decide their future fate, and everyone was on edge. Qingshui High School S-bus convoy was parked on the east side of the square, and the senior students were boarding in order by class. Lin Chun was personally escorted to the bus door by Feng Ling. He looked up at the bus number, then looked at the situation inside, and froze completely. This bus was all girls, from the driver to the passengers. The driver was a female teacher specially arranged by the school. Bing Qing sat in the first row. Feng Ling, and Hua Qinyu sat in the second row. Shui Miao Miao and Ziyue, sat in the third row. The rest were lined up after that. Every beauty in the entire senior class was on this bus. They sat neatly in place, turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Shun outside the door, and all wore the same uniform smile. Come on up, Lin Shun. Feng Ling patted the empty seat beside her. I save you a window seat. The view is the best. Cold sweat broke out across Lin Chun's back. Can I change buses? No. The girls on the bus answered in unison. Their voices so neat it sounded like they had practiced it countless times. On the bus next to them, Long Xiaodian saw this scene through the window, and the sourness almost made his teeth fall out. Hong Xiaowang beside him had the exact same expression, staring straight at the bus ahead as he muttered. Why? Under the girls' gazes, Lin Shun walked onto the bus as if he were heading to his execution. Every step he took was heavy beyond measure. He sat down in the window seat beside Feng Ling. Outside the window was bright sunshine and beautiful weather, but inside his heart it was raining non-stop. Come on, Lin Shun, this is a motion sickness patch I prepared for you. Feng Ling took a medicated patch from her bag and gently stuck it behind his ear. This is a little blanket. If the AC on the bus gets cold, cover yourself with it. Hua Qingyu handed over a neatly folded pink blanket from the front, with a little flower embroidered on it. This is a snack bag. Eat if you get hungry on the way. They're all healthy snacks I processed with my awakened ability, so they won't cause heatiness. Shui Miao Miao shoved over a bulging snack bag from the back row. This is an eye mask. If you want to sleep, put it on. I specially chose silk fabric, so it won't leave marks. Ziyue leaned over from the front row and handed him an exquisite eye mask. Lin Shun was surrounded by the girls, wearing a stiff smile on his face. Inside, he was screaming wildly, Let me out. I want to go to the bus next door. Even Long Xiaodian's bus is fine. 3 hours later, the convoy arrived at Tianhai City's college entrance exam camp. Tianhai City was one of the largest college entrance exam hubs in the country. At this time, every year, examinees from all directions would gather here. The massive exam buildings stretched for several kilometers, like a small city, grand and imposing enough to make people feel awed. The convoy stopped in the designated area, and the students got off one after another. The instant the third bus door opened, everyone in the parking lot turned to look. It was only because the scene coming off that bus was simply too shocking. The door opened, and the first person to step out was Feng Ling. Her long silver-white hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her exquisite features looked as if they had been painted stroke by the most skilled artist. Her tall figure, paired with Qingshui High School's white school uniform skirt, gave every step the lightness and grace unique to a wind-type ability user, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Right after her was Bing Qing. Her cold and stunning face was surrounded by a layer of pale blue cold air, forming a unique sight in the June heat. She swept a blank glance around the area, and every boy her eyes passed over shivered. Then came Hua Qingyu, bouncing down from the bus while holding a blooming pot of roses in her arms. The flowers were as delicate and gorgeous as she was. Then came Shui Miao Miao, with long water blue hair falling over her shoulders, her skin fair and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her water-type awakened ability carried a cool, moist aura around her. In the sweltering heat, just getting closer made it feel several degrees cooler. Then came Ziyue, Zhou, Xiaowei, and the entire beauty army from Qingshui High School. They got off the bus one after another. Each of them had her own beauty, her own temperament, like flowing scenery passing by. The students from the other schools stared so hard their eyes nearly popped out. At last, Lin Shin got off the bus. He looked ordinary, even a little lifeless. But this ordinary-looking boy was surrounded by the beauty army of Qingshui High School, crowned like a star in the middle of top-tier bodyguards. Feng Ling handed him water. Lin Shun, you work hard on the way. Have some water. Shui Miao Miao fanned him. Tianhai City is so much hotter than Qingshui Town. I'll help cool you down. Watching you peel fruit. Come on, open your mouth. Bing Qing stood off to the side with a cold face, but in reality, she was using her ice ability to condense a tiny cloud of icy mist above Lin Chun's head to block the sun. Ziyue softly reminded him from the side. Lin Shun, your shoelace is loose. I'll tie it for you. The students from the other schools around them were all dumbfounded. A bald male student dropped the water bottle in his hand. Water spilled all over the ground, and he didn't even notice. Who is that guy? Why are a bunch of fairies revolving around him? I don't know, but I want to take him as my master. Take what master? I want to challenge him one-on-one. Why does he deserve this? Are you sick in the head? Look at the ability badges on those girls around him. S rank, S rank, S rank. All A rank and above. You, a C rank, want to challenge him? Any one of those girls could come out and grind you into the dirt. Oh, heaven is so unfair. Why does such a plain, ordinary guy get this kind of treatment? The students from Shanshi High School also saw this scene. Lu Xiaoxiao had been eating an onigiri. When she saw Lin Shan being surrounded by a group of beauties, the onigiri in her mouth almost got stuck in her throat. Cough, 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 cough. That. ISNT that the pervert who ran over and kissed me last time? Why is he surrounded by so many beauties? Her eyes widened, and she pointed in Lin Shun's direction in disbelief. The male students from Shanshi High School beside her recognized the students from Qingshui High School, and their expressions turned extremely complicated. Wait, aren't those girls the same group that came to have a group brawl with us last time? Why are they treating that pervert so well? No idea, but I feel like my worldview is collapsing. The student from Shifeng Town, Liuhe Town, Tieguang Town, and the other towns were also discussing it nonstop. Lin Shun and the beauty bodyguard squad around him became the most eye-catching focus in the entire parking lot. A girl who looked like a reporter squeezed through the crowd and held up her phone as she moved in front of Lin Shun, her eyes shining. "Hello, classmate. I'm an intern reporter from the Tian High City College entrance exam daily. Which school are you from? Why do you have so many girls accompanying you?" Before Lin Shun could speak, Feng Ling stepped in front of him and revealed a polite smile with overwhelming presence. "Sorry, our classmate Lin Shun needs to rest. It isn't convenient for him to accept interviews." The intern reporter was forced back 3 steps by Feng Ling's presence. But the fire of gossip in her eyes only burned even hotter. Hua Qinyu leaned close to Lin Shun's ear and whispered, "Don't worry. With us here, we won't let anyone disturb you." Lin Shun forced out a smile uglier than crying. He didn't want this kind of protection. He wanted to get beaten. He wanted to go provoke students from other schools and earn abuse value. Right now, his system storage was completely empty. He couldn't afford a single new item, and the system hadn't made a sound in a long time. He secretly looked around, seeing the densely packed examinees all around him. A bold thought rose in his heart. The Tian High City College entrance exam training camp had gathered all the senior high school students from 10 towns. There was a sea of people, at the very least, over 10,000. Among so many students, there had to be some who weren't afraid of death, right? There had to be some who didn't like the look of him and wanted to beat him up, right? As long as he could find a chance to slip out of the girls' encirclement and casually provoke a few students from other schools. Wouldn't abuse value come pouring in? At that thought, Lin Shun's eyes lit up. But what he didn't know was that Feng Ling was quietly talking with Shui Miao Miao. Miao Miao, Tian High City is crowded and full of watchful eyes. Lin Shun might take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. For the next few days, we need to strengthen security. We absolutely cannot let him act alone. Don't worry, Sister Feng. I've already arranged a new duty schedule in the group chat. I guarantee that even when he goes to the bathroom, someone will be waiting outside. Very good. I'd like to see exactly how he plans to escape from the palm of our hands. Feng Ling turned to look at Lin Shun and revealed a smile as gentle as water, yet hiding killing intent. Lin Shun shivered. Indeed, before the exam started, Lin Shun really couldn't run off. But on the day the exam began, it would no longer be up to them, because there were many exam venues. Maybe they wouldn't even be assigned to the same one. The next day, the college entrance exam began. More than 10,000 senior high school students from 10 towns gathered in the central plaza, and the dark mass of heads stretched as far as the eye could see. Every person clenched their own admission ticket, their expressions either nervous, expectant, or deliberately calm. The air was filled with that distinctive, anxious atmosphere unique to before an exam. Around the plaza stood 8 enormous electronic screens, continuously displaying the exam procedures and exam venue assignment information in real time. The stern voice of the chief proctor came from the loudspeakers and echoed over the entire plaza. All examinees, please note, the first round of the college entrance exam. The written test will begin in 30 minutes. All examinees, please proceed to your corresponding exam venue according to the number on your admission ticket. Repeating once more, please proceed to your corresponding exam venue. Lin Shun stood in Qingshui High School S group, holding his admission ticket, and yawned. Written test? In his previous life, he had at least gone to college. Sure, he had died a little pathetically, but his brain was still there. The written test in this other world was nothing more than questions about the types of exotic beasts, their weaknesses, the geography of other realms, plant illustrations, and the like. To put it bluntly, it was just memorization. And after transmigrating here, he had fused with the original owner's memories. This basic knowledge had already long been etched into his mind. Classmate Lin Shun, aren't you nervous? Hua Qinyu stood beside him, holding a pot of lucky hyacinth in her arms. Supposedly, she had ripened it overnight with her plant ability, and it could bring good luck. She stuffed the flower pot into Lin Shun's arms and looked at him with sparkling eyes. I used all my ability power to ripen this. You have to bring it into the exam hall. It'll bless you. They don't allow plants in the exam hall, right? Then I'll leave it outside the exam hall and wait for you. Feng Ling walked over holding a handwritten list of pre-exam reminders. She cleared her throat and started reading. Lin Shun, the written test lasts for 2 hours. Don't rush when you answer the questions. After you finish, check your answers 3 times. I put 5 spare pens in your pencil case, and every one of them is filled with ink. Also, I filled your water bottle with warm honey water. Remember to drink it, but don't drink too much, or you might need to go to the bathroom halfway through. If I need to use the bathroom, I can just raise my hand and tell the invigilator, Lin Shun replied helplessly. No, the exam hall bathroom floor is very slippery. What if you fall? Shui Miao Miao was so anxious that her eyes were already red. If you fall, our entire grade will fall with you. I've already informed all the girls in the group chat not to wear skirts during the exam, if possible, just in case you suddenly fall and we accidentally expose ourselves. Lin Chun. I only mentioned going to the bathroom. Bing Qing handed over a box of throat lozenges, her face expressionless. The exam hall air conditioning is cold. Your throat will get dry. Keep one in your mouth. And you 1T cough. If you cough, we'll all cough along with you. Lin Chun silently accepted the throat lozenges. Gratitude and breakdown intertwined in his heart, forming an extremely complicated emotion. The student from the other schools nearby watched this scene with wonderfully varied expressions. That guy from Qingshui High School is at it again. He asked just going to an exam hall. Is this really necessary? A group of beauties revolving around him like they're sending their husband off to war. I'm sour. I'm really sour. What are you being sour for? Do you have this kind of fate? Long Xiaotian stood not far away, the expression on his face like he had just chewed a whole lemon. Hong Xiaowang beside him wasn't he doing much better. The corners of his mouth were twitching, and he was practically crushing his admission ticket in his hand. My girlfriend is giving Lin Chun stuff again. Hong Xiaowang forced out through clenched teeth. I saw. Brothers. Endure it for now. Once the college entrance exam is over, it'll be fine. Shadowblade said softly from the shadows. What if he is still bound to us after the exam? Hong Xiaowang asked. The whole group fell silent. Then Long Xiaodian said through gritted teeth. Then we keep enduring it. The written exam venue was a huge circular building, divided into over 100 small exam rooms inside. Lin Chen's exam room was on the 3rd floor of District 3. After finding his seat and sitting down, he realized the students from Qingshui High School had been scattered across different rooms. Everyone sitting around him was from other schools. Perfect. Finally. No one was nagging in his ear. Lin Shan was so moved he almost cried. When the test papers were handed out, he glanced at the questions and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As expected, it was all basic knowledge. The weakness of the beast flame hound was its abdomen. On a 3-star Otherworld map, the red-marked areas represented high-risk zones. The way to detoxify soul-eating grass was to burn the wound with fire-type ability. His ability to memorize from his previous life was still there, and with the original owner's memories added in, these questions were as easy as drinking water. He finished the 2-hour exam in just 1 hour. He spent the remaining hour drawing little people on the draft paper, drawings of his heroic moment of breaking out of the girls' encirclement and beating up students from other schools. Dingling. The bell signaling the end of the written exam rang out. Lin Shin handed in his paper and walked out of the exam room, feeling relaxed all over. The written exam was in the bag. However, just as he stepped out of the exam building, he saw Hua Qinyu standing at the entrance holding that pot of hyacinth, with Feng Ling, Shui Miao Miao, and Bing Qing beside her. The 4 of them looked like a fan group waiting at an airport pickup area, all waving at him in unison. Lin Shun, how did you do? Hua Qinyu rushed up first. Pretty much okay. Lin Shun answered casually. What do you mean? Pretty much okay. Did you pass or not? Shui Miao Miao asked nervously. If you didn't T-pass, we'll be really sad. I passed. Definitely passed. Lin Shin quickly clarified. So Shui Miao Miao wouldn't keep overthinking. The 4 girls all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Ling immediately took out an insulated lunchbox from her bag. Replenishing energy after the exam is important. I prepared lunch for you. They're steamed sea base, broccoli stir-fried with shrimp, multigrain rice balls, and a bowl of white fungus soup. Looking at that absurdly balanced lunch, Lin Shun felt a mix of emotions. He missed braised pork. He missed fried chicken legs. He missed everything unhealthy. But he didn't dare say it, because Feng Ling's smile was gentle. But those silver eyes were clearly saying, try not eating it. At 2 in the afternoon, the second round assessment, ability level test, officially began. The testing site was in the giant testing hall at the center of the camp. It was as big as 10 football fields and divided into dozens of test zones running simultaneously. Each test zone had an ability detector, a crystal pillar 3 meters tall, with colorful light flowing inside it. It could accurately display an user's ability attribute, level, and strength in numerical form. The rules for the second round assessment were as follows. Candidates would step forward in order, place their hand on the crystal pillar, and activate the ability within their bodies. The crystal pillar would display the corresponding level based on ability strength. The levels were divided into G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. 10 levels in total. The type of ability would be determined by the color of the crystal pillar's light. The examiner's voice over the loudspeaker paused, then continued reading. Ability types include, but are not limited to, the following categories. Elemental types, fire, water, wind, lightning, ice, earth, and so on. The most common combat abilities. Plant types, control plant growth and combat, balanced in offense and defense. Strength types, enhance physical strength, the main force in close combat. Defense types, enhance defensive ability, the shield of the battlefield. Agility types, enhance speed and reaction, suited for reconnaissance and assassination. Support and healing types, the most sought-after category, an indispensable guarantee on the battlefield. special types, space-time, shadow light, and other rare abilities 1 in 10,000. Now, please test in order according to your number. The students from Qingshui High School were assigned to test Zone 7. Because they had taken body-tempering pills earlier, everyone's physique and ability activity had improved significantly. Once the testing began, one good result after another was quickly reported. Long Xiaodian, Fire Ability, Peak S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 989. The whole venue erupted in uproar. Long Xiaodian withdrew his hand and looked at the blazing red light on the crystal pillar, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A month ago, he had only been at early S rank. Now he had jumped straight to the peak, just one step away from double S. And the higher the ability rank, the easier and faster cultivation became. As much as he hated to admit it, this was indeed Lin Chun's credit. Bai Lightning Ability, Peak S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 991. Bai expressionlessly withdrew his hand, but a trace of satisfaction also flashed in his eyes. Feng Lingya, Wind Ability, Peak S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 985. Feng Ling walked down lightly, her silver hair fluttering gently in the wind, and gave the girls from Qingshui High School a victory sign. Bing Qing, Ice Ability, Peak S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 983. Hua Qinyu, Plant Ability, High S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 960. Shui Miao Miao, Water Ability, High S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 955. Ong Shouwan, Strength Ability, Early S Rank. Ability Strength Value, 908. The result from Qingshui High School were eye-catching one after another, leaving the surrounding candidates staring in stunned silence. In previous years, Qingshui High School wasn't too bad either, but definitely not this exaggerated. The third-year student from the entire school had generally improved far beyond previous years. The examiner in charge of recording pushed up his glasses and couldn't help asking, "What kind of miracle medicine did your Qingshui High School eat this year?" The students from Qingshui High School all turned to look at the end of the line in unison. Lin Chun was squatting on the ground, counting ants. Feeling over 1,000 gazes shoot toward him at once, he looked up blankly. "What's wrong? Is it my turn?" "Not yet," Feng Ling said with a smile. "But soon." "Oh." Lin Chun nodded and continued counting ants. Finally, it was Lin Chun's turn. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and under the gaze of over 10,000 people in the venue, walked toward the testing crystal pillar. To be honest, he was a little unsure. After taking 10 body-tempering pills, his body had indeed become stronger, but he had never been certain whether he actually had an ability. After all, on the day of the awakening ceremony, the crystal ball hadn't moved at all. "Candidate Lin Chun, please place your hand on the crystal pillar and activate your ability," the examiner said formulaically. Lin Chun took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the crystal pillar. He closed his eyes, trying hard to sense whether there was any ability flowing within his body. 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. The crystal pillar remained completely still, not even the slightest glow appearing. The test area fell quiet for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! What the hell? Not even a reaction. Just an ordinary person, right? Not even G rank. I thought he was some hidden boss. Turns out he is just a complete waste. With so many girls surrounding him earlier, I thought he was amazing. Turns out he is just a pretty face. He is not even a pretty face. At least a pretty face has to be good looking. He is just average." Laughter surged in from all directions like a tide. The candidates from almost every school, Shanshi High, Shifeng Town, Liuhe Town, and Tieguang Town, were all laughing. Lu Xiaoxiao stood in the crowd, watching the scene with a complicated expression. She thought back to the day Lin Chun had bitten her. Back then, when this guy was being beaten up at Shanshi High, he had also been smiling, like a lunatic, and now, he was standing on the stage, being mocked by tens of thousands of people, yet his expression was eerily calm. What is wrong with this guy? She muttered to herself. The students from Qingshui High, on the other hand, were dead silent. They knew Lin Chun had no ability. They had always known, but when that fact was put out in the open, when the entire world was laughing at him, a hard-to-describe emotion welled up inside them. It was a complicated feeling mixed with anger, grievance, and some strange urge to defend him. "What are you laughing at?" Long Xiaodian suddenly roared. "So what if he has no ability? He can beat 100 of you by himself." The people from Shanshi High laughed even harder. "Then let him fight. If he can. He doesn't even have an ability. How is he supposed to fight?" Hong Xiaowang rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush up, but Bai grabbed him at once. "Don't be impulsive. Let them laugh if they want. They don't know how terrifying Lin Chun is." Hong Xiaowang froze for a moment, then nodded as well. Lin Chun walked down from the stage, looking as calm as if nothing had happened. Feng Ling stepped forward, wanting to comfort him, but he raised a hand to stop her. "No need to comfort me. I already knew I had no ability. Then, let us go to the combat test." Lin Chun's eyes lit up. That was a look that made every student from Qingshui High shiver. It was exactly the same look he had before he went to Shanshi High last time. Long Xiaotian's expression changed instantly. "Lin Chun, don't tell me you're going to. That's right." Lin Shin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Combat assessment, spar with the instructor, taking hits and all that. I like it the most. The students from Qing Shui High all sucked in a sharp breath. They could already feel their bones aching faintly all over. The third round assessment, the combat test, was held at the combat training hall on the east side of the camp. The massive training hall was divided into more than 100 combat arenas, and beside each one stood an instructor or soldier in charge of the assessment. These instructors were real fighters, tempered by the battlefield in another world, and they carried a sharp, murderous aura. Their strength ranged from first level to third level abilities, more than enough to deal with ordinary students. The rules of the combat assessment were simple. Candidates could choose to spar with an instructor. Lasting 1 minute counted as a pass. The longer they lasted, the higher the score. If they were strong enough, they could fight a stronger instructor and get extra points. For those genius students, the combat assessment was a stage to show off their strength. Many S-rank geniuses could last more than 5 minutes in an instructor's hands, and some even forced instructors to use their real skills. Of course, for most ordinary students, lasting 1 minute in an instructor's hands was already a blessing. When the Qing Shui High team entered the combat training hall, everyone's face turned pale, because they knew Lin Shin was going up. And once Lin Shin went up, it meant they would all have to take the hits with him. How about we forfeit together? One boy whispered. Forfeit means 0 points. 0 points means no college. Another boy said in despair. Woo woo woo. I still want to get into Hongdu University. I don't want to be beaten to death by an instructor. It's not the instructor beating you to death. It's Lin Shin getting beaten. And then you'll feel pain too, but you won't actually get hurt. Probably. Feng Ling walked up to Lin Shin. Those beautiful silver eyes full of worry and tension. She bit her lip, her voice trembling a little. Lin Shin, for the combat assessment. You can choose the opponent's level. I suggest you pick the lowest level soldier, the kind of rookie just off the battlefield. They won't hit too hard, and you only need to last 1 minute to pass. Don't be reckless. Absolutely don't be reckless. Right. Hua Qinyu nodded frantically. Pick the lowest one. Don't pick an instructor. Instructors and soldiers aren't on the same level. Instructors are old hands. One punch from them and you might die. If you die, we'll die with you. My flowers haven't even bloomed enough yet. Shui Miao Miao was already on the verge of tears, her eyes red and her hands trembling. Lin Shin, I've never begged anyone in my life, but I'm begging you now. Please don't pick an instructor. Do you know how heavy an instructor's punch is? My brother sparred with an instructor last year and lay in bed for 3 days. I don't want to lie in bed for 3 days too. I still have exams. Bing Qing said nothing, but she silently placed a piece of ice crystal in Lin Shin's palm, cold to the touch. It was the Bing family's calming ice, which could help someone stay calm and clear-headed. That was all she could do. Lin Shin lowered his head to look at the ice crystal in his palm, then looked at the faces around him that were practically about to cry. Slowly, the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm picking an instructor. Those 4 words were like 4 bombs exploding in the Qing Shui High team. No. The girls screamed in unison. It's over, it's over, it's over. The boys cried with their heads in their hands. Long Xiaodian smashed his fist in the ground, leaving a dent. I knew it. I knew he was going to do something reckless. Every time he makes that expression, he is about to do something reckless. But he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The good news is, based on last time's experience, we'll only feel pain and 1 actually get hurt. Some flesh and blood suffering. Just endure it and it'll pass. That sounds fucking easy when you say it. Ongsha Wan Huad. Last time, when that bunch from Shanshur High hit him, we were in pain for half an hour. This time it's an instructor. An instructor. By now, Lin Shin had already strode up to the registration desk and flashed a bright smile at the examiner in charge of the sign-up. Teacher, I want to register for instructor-level combat assessment. The examiner looked up at him, glanced over him, then looked down at his ability test report, where the 3 words no ability were written in bold. The examiner's expression turned strange. Student, are you sure? The opponents in the instructor-level assessment are instructors of 3rd level and above. It's completely different from the soldier level. If you're a student without an ability and go fight an instructor, you could get seriously injured. Sure. Lin Shin nodded, his gaze steady. The examiner was silent for a few seconds, probably evaluating in his mind whether the student had something wrong with his head. But the rules stated that students could choose the difficulty themselves, and he had no right to refuse. He could only sigh and stamp the registration form. Arena 7 in Zone 7. Instructor Song Tai, 4th level strength type. Go on, and good luck to you. Lin Shin took the registration slip and turned toward the zone. At the same time, a string of crisp system notifications rang out in Lin Shin's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is about to enter the combat assessment grounds. Detected the presence of a large number of instructors and soldiers. System recommendation. Bind a damage-sharing target in advance to unlock new benefits. New benefits? Lin Shin paused. Ding. System fully upgraded. This binding will activate a 1x damage return effect. The damage the host takes will be returned to all bound targets at 1x the normal damage intensity. In other words, if the host takes 1 punch, the bound targets will feel the pain of 2 punches. Pain doubled, joy doubled. Also, if the damage is doubled, then the suffering value gain will also be doubled. Lin Chun's eyes lit up instantly. A double return? This was practically a feature made for him. Bind all instructors and fighters. Now, immediately, he shouted in his mind. Ding! Binding successful. All instructors, fighters, and proctors in the practical training hall have been bound, totaling 328 people. All senior year students from Qingshui High School have automatically been included in the binding range. The double damage return effect has been activated. Wish the host a pleasant beating. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, his steps even becoming a bit lighter. Behind him, the Qingshui High School students suddenly shivered as a group. Long Xiaotian touched his chest, always feeling that an extremely ominous premonition was looming over him. Did you feel it? My back just went cold, he asked. Bai Yi's expression also grew solemn. I have a very bad feeling. Worse than the last time we went to Shanshi High School. Feng Ling's face went pale. Did Lin Chen just smile? Did he smile? Every time he smiles like that, nothing good happens. But it was already too late. Lin Chen had already stepped onto stage number 7 in Zone 7. Stage number 7 in Zone 7 was a circular arena with a diameter of 20 meters. A transparent protective barrier had been set up around it to prevent the aftershocks of attacks from injuring the spectators. At the center of the stage stood a burly middle-aged man. He was bare-chested, revealing a body packed with muscles and crisscrossed with scars. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest. On his bald head, a ferocious scar ran from his forehead to the side of his ear, and his face carried a bored expression. Song Tai, a level 4 strength-type instructor, had spent 15 years struggling on the alien battlefield. After retiring, he was assigned to serve as a proctor for the practical college entrance exam. This job was boring beyond belief to him. Every year, he faced only a bunch of kids whose hair hadn't even fully grown in yet. One after another, they'd go down in less than a minute. Not even enough to warm him up. Seeing Lin Chen step onto the stage, a teasing smile spread across his lips. Kid, you're the one without an ability? Song Tai's voice sounded like sandpaper grinding against iron, rough and deep. I heard from my coworkers that there was a zero-score kid over at the ability test. That was you, right? You still dare to sign up for the instructor-level exam after getting 0 points. Not bad guts. Lin Chen stood in the center of the stage and looked up at this iron tower of a man who was a full head taller than him, without a trace of fear on his face. Hello, instructor. My name is Lin Chen, a senior student at Qingshui High School. Please guide me. Guide you? Song Tai laughed, his shoulders shaking. Fine, kid, you got guts. Since you're this gutsy, I'll use 1/10 of my strength and try to let you last a minute. But even 1/10 of my strength isn't something your little body can take. After saying that, he turned to the proctor at the scoring table and nodded. Candidate Lin Chen, instructor Song Tai. Match start. Song Tai cracked his knuckles and the joints popped loudly. He raised his right fist and, using roughly 1/10 of his strength, slowly punched toward Lin Chen's shoulder. In his eyes, that punch was as slow as a snail crawling. Dealing with a high school student without an ability, this much force was already more than enough. Kid, watch closely. Lin Chen raised his arm and firmly blocked the punch. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Chen stood motionless in place. His arm was held across his chest, and Song Tai's fist was completely blocked. Song Tai froze for a moment. Then, the entire practical training hall exploded. Almost the instant the fist touched Lin Chen's arm, the 328 instructors, fighters, and proctors bound by the system, along with all the senior students from Qingshui High School, all felt a wave of pain shoot through their right arms at the same time. It was the kind of soreness as if they had been struck by a sledgehammer, like someone had swung a steel pipe full force and smashed it into their arms. And worst of all, the intensity of that pain was a full double of Song Tai's 1/10 strength. Ow! My arm! Who hit me? My hand! My hand is going to break. What is going on? Who is randomly using an ability? The whole practical training hall instantly descended into chaos. The instructors on the stage were still all right. Their bodies were sturdier, so they just clutched their arms and grimaced in pain. But the Qingshui High School students outside the stage weren't so lucky. One after another, they hugged their arms and collapsed to the ground, wailing. It's here! It's here! It's here again! Long Xiaotian rolled on the ground, clutching his arm. I knew it. I knew this would happen. But why does it hurt so much more this time, Bai Yi leaned against the wall, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and endured it without making a sound. But even that eternally unchanged iceberg face showed an expression of unbearable pain. No, this time is different. This time hurts much more than last time. At least doubled. What doubled? Hua Qinyu was already in tears from the pain, squatting on the ground while hugging her arm. I clearly only felt one punch. Why does it feel like I was hit twice? Ooh, my flower got crushed by me. Not 2 punches. Shui Miao Miao's tears shot out like a fountain as she cried and shouted. It's doubled pain. Lin Chen, you son of a bitch. What exactly did you do? Ah, and the worst off wasn't even the people on this side of the stage. In the restroom of the practical training hall, a proctor surnamed Wang was comfortably squatting in a stall, enjoying the rare bit of peace during the exam break. He lit a cigarette and looked at his phone, thinking that today's work was pretty easy. It would be too late to go back and continue scoring later. Then he felt as if a cow had slammed into his right arm. "Aya!" A scream burst out from the restroom and echoed through the entire training hall. Proctor Wong's whole body suddenly tilted, his phone slipping from his hand and falling into the toilet, his cigarette flying up to the ceiling. He nearly smashed his head into the stall door, clutching his throbbing arm. He was in a dazed state of where am I? Who am I? What happened? Who? Who hit me? I'm in the middle of taking a shit. Who the fuck would get hit while taking a shit? His howls came from the restroom, making several nearby proctors who had also been hit feel deeply sympathetic to the point that tears were almost coming down. And he wasn't the only one. In all 4 restrooms of the training hall, screams rose one after another at the same time. Some proctors who were relieving themselves were so shocked by the sudden pain that they slammed their heads into the partitions. Some were so hurt they sat down directly on the floor. Others were washing their hands when their arms suddenly hurt, sending them crashing into the sink, even bending the faucet out of shape. Help! Someone ambushing the exam restroom. It's not an ambush. Whoever randomly using an ability. Let me find him and I'll kill him. I'm in the middle of taking a shit, getting punched while things are going well. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I haven't even pulled up my pants yet. I'm covered in shit, all shit. The chaos in the entire training hall reached an unprecedented peak. In the center of all this chaos, Lin Chun was standing steadily on the stage, moving his arm that had just been hit and giving Song Tai a harmless smile. "Instructor, isn't 110 strength a little too light?" he said with a grin. "How about another round?" Song Tai's expression had already changed from teasing to serious. Looking at the seemingly frail student in front of him, an indescribably strange feeling surged in his heart. That punch had only used 1/10 of his strength, but after all, it was still an attack from a level 4 strength-type fighter. Even if an ordinary student could block it, he would still have to take several steps back, with his arm numb for a long time. But this kid hadn't taken a single step back, hadn't even furrowed his brows, as if he'd just been bitten by a mosquito. And what was with the screams outside? What was with that arm of his that was only a little bit sore? "You brat." Song Tai took a deep breath. "What kind of monster are you?" "Can't call myself a monster." Lin Chun scratched his head, his smile simple and honest. "I'm just a little better physically, instructor. 110 strength is too light. You at least need to use 30% strength, or this assessment won't be interesting." Clearly, Lin Chun had just gained quite a bit of suffering value and wanted more. 30% strength? Song Tai's expression changed. "You brat, don't joke around. My 30% strength attack is enough to..." Looks like this one had guessed something too. He wasn't going to fall for it. "No worries, no worries." Lin Chun waved a hand. "They can take it. Trust me." At the same time, the Qing Shui High students outside the arena collectively went crazy. "No." Long Xiaodian sprang up from the ground, his voice cracking. He telling the instructor to add power. He actually told the instructor to add power. Is he crazy? 110 strength already almost killed me in pain. 30% strength is double that. That's my life on the line. "Lin Chun, get down here. Get down here right now." Hua Qinyu shouted at the arena while jumping in place, tears and snot streaming down her face. "My hyacinths are already crushed to dust, and you still want more power? Are you even human?" "Wah, I don't want to die." Shui Miao Miao was already crying into a puddle. Her water-type ability had completely gone out of control, and her whole body was wrapped in a huge water sphere, crying and blowing bubbles inside it. "I'm only 18. I haven't even. I don't want to die here." Bai Yi leaned against the wall, expressionless as he looked at Lin Chun on the arena, then said in an extremely calm voice something that made everyone even more afraid. "Have you noticed? He took a 110 strength attack and nothing happened at all." The whole place fell silent for 1 second, then even greater panic exploded. "It's over, it's over, it's over. His body strength is already stronger than an A-rank strength type. Fine, but we're in trouble. Wah, I want to go home." And on the arena, Song Tai had also been taunted by Lin Chun to the point where he was a bit unable to step down. "Fine, since you're asking for it. I want to hold back. 30% strength, get ready." "Wait." Lin Chun suddenly raised a hand. "What's scared now?" Song Tai's lips curled. "No." Lin Chun showed an embarrassed smile. "I forgot to warm up just now. Instructor, wait for me a second." He turned around, faced the Qing Shui High students, cupped his hands together and bowed. "Classmates, sorry about this. Get lost." The entire Qing Shui High student body used all their strength to roar out the most perfectly synchronized shout of their lives. And the instructors in the distance, seeing that another fight was about to start, also felt a bad premonition rise in their hearts. As Song Tai gathered power, before he even made a move, he was interrupted by a burst of hurried footsteps. A man in a black uniform strode over, followed by more than 10 instructors with similarly solemn expressions. The aura coming off this man was far stronger than Song Tai's. Every step he took carried an invisible pressure, and the air around them seemed to grow thick. Level 5 Esper, chief instructor of the practical assessment, Taijan. Taijan stopped in front of Song Tai's arena and asked in a deep voice, "Song Tai, did you just attack this examinee?" Song Tai nodded. "Yes. 1 punch, 110 strength." Taijan then turned to look at Lin Chun, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What's your name?" Lin Chun. Taijuan was silent for a few seconds, then waved to the people behind him. Bring over the testing equipment. I need to confirm something. An assistant instructor jogged over with a portable Esper detection device. Taijuan walked up to Lin Chun and aimed the device's probe at his body. The screen showed no Esper fluctuations. No Esper fluctuations. Taijuan frowned. That means the phenomenon just now wasn't caused by some kind of rebound ability. He thought for a moment, then turned to Song Tai. Hit him again with 1/10 strength. Let me see. Song Tai hesitated. Chief Instructor, isn't that against the rules? It's already confirmed that he doesn't have an ability. If I hit him again, do it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Song Tai took a deep breath, raised his fist, and smashed it toward Lin Chun's shoulder with 1/10 strength. Bang! The instant the fist landed, Taijuan felt a clear pain surge through his own shoulder. He abruptly turned to look around. The other instructors who had come with him were all clutching their shoulders at the same time, faces full of shock. In the distance, the instructors and examiners who hadn't come over also let out cries of pain at the exact same moment. Again, this time it's a shoulder. Who is it? Who is hitting us? I was drinking water and got splashed in the face again. Taijuan's pupils contracted slightly. He crouched down and looked at the spot on Lin Chun's shoulder where the fist had landed. There was a swollen red patch there, exactly the same reaction as a normal person taking a punch. Then he lowered his head and looked at his own shoulder. The same spot, the same swelling, was slowly appearing. Interesting. Taijuan stood up, his voice carrying a trace of hard-to-hide shock. Taijuan was silent for a very long time. The entire practical training hall fell quiet, everyone waiting for his conclusion. Finally, Taijuan spoke, his voice spreading through the whole hall. After preliminary testing, I've confirmed one thing. Examinee Lin Chun possesses an unknown special ability, damage sharing. When Lin Chun takes damage, that damage is synchronized to other people within a certain range around him at the same degree. The currently known affected range includes all third-year students from Qing Shui High, as well as all examiners, instructors, and proctors in this training hall, totaling more than 300 people. He paused, then continued in an extremely complicated tone. In other words, if you hit Lin Chun, you're hitting yourself. If Lin Chun hurts, you'll hurt along with him. If Lin Chun is injured, you'll be injured along with him. No one can escape. The entire hall fell dead silent. Then it exploded. What? Damage sharing? There's even such an ability? So the 2 times we fell just now were because the instructor hit him. No. Then what do we do? If he falls, we have to fall with him? It's not just falling. If someone slashes him with a blade, are we all going to get slashed too? Help! I did not want to be bound to a human punching bag. Song Tai's face turned ashen. His nickname was Iron Fist, and he was famous for being ruthless. If he only used 1 or 2/10 of his strength just now, his own face would probably already be swollen. He looked down at his fist, then at the smiling Lin Chun in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching violently several times. You brat, what kind of monster are you? Lin Chun scratched his head, revealing that same honest smile. Instructor, how about we continue the assessment? I'll let you hit me as much as you want. Song Tai thought this was the most infuriating thing he had ever heard in his life. But he just couldn't hit him, because hitting Lin Chun was hitting himself. Taijuan took a deep breath and announced to the entire hall, given examinee Lin Chun's special situation, the practical assessment is terminated. He has passed. What? Why does he get to pass without even fighting? A boy from Shanshu High shouted in disbelief. Taijuan gave him a cold glance. With him, even the instructors who hit him would feel pain. Whoever's unconvinced can come up and hit him. But I'll say this up front. When you hit him, all the instructors and teachers present will suffer the same injury. Are you sure you want to do it? The boy opened his mouth, then silently closed it. He didn't dare. No one in the entire venue dared. Under those circumstances, Lin Chun passed the college entrance combat assessment in an unprecedented way. He didn't throw a single punch, didn't use any ability, but his very existence was the strongest weapon. Whoever hit him got hurt. The harder they hit him, the worse it hurt them. Tell me, were they scared or not? After the combat assessment ended, admissions mentors from the various schools rushed over after hearing the news. In past years, the admission stage after the college entrance exam had always been a battlefield where top universities fought over geniuses. S-rank geniuses would receive several acceptance letters, then choose the school with the best conditions. As for ordinary students, they could only wait passively for the schools to reassign them. But this year's admission stage had an extremely bizarre scene. None of the admissions mentors crowded around the S-rank geniuses. Instead, they surrounded Lin Chun so tightly that not even water could get through. Lin Chun, our Tian High Combat Academy invites you to join. We offer full scholarships, a single dorm room, and a monthly cultivation resource subsidy of 30,000 yuan. No, 50,000. 5,000? You embarrassed to say that? Lin Chun, our Beifong Ability University is offering you an 80,000 monthly subsidy, plus 1 ability awakening pill, even though you don't have an ability. We can help you awaken a second time. Lin Chun, our Jiangnan Awaken Academy offers you the best treatment. As long as you come, we can let you enter the elite class directly. Guaranteed job assignment after graduation, annual salary starting at 1 million. Lin Shun was surrounded by dozens of admissions mentors. All kinds of favorable terms flew toward him like snowflakes, blasting him dizzy. A person without an ability had somehow become the most sought-after candidate on the entire field. The contrast was just too great. Long Xiaodian stood not far away, looking at this scene with an expression so complicated it was beyond words. I'm at the peak of S rank, and they're ignoring me. He has 0 rank, and the top schools are fighting over him. This world is insane. Bai Yi expressionlessly patted his shoulder. His value isn't in his ability rank, but in his damage-sharing ability. Whoever gets Lin Shun gets an ultimate weapon that every enemy will fear. Clearly, everyone had guessed something. This damage-sharing ability was probably controllable by Lin Shun. Otherwise, how could it have been timed so perfectly, only shared with the examiners during the assessment? If he controlled it well, even enemies might have to curry favor with him. And right then, the crowd suddenly went quiet, for extraordinary people walked over from 4 directions. Each of them radiated a powerful aura, forcing the surrounding students and mentors to unconsciously make way. The admissions mentors of the 4 famous universities had arrived. The first to come over was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored black suit, with a golden school emblem pinned to his chest for Longdu University. His gaze was arrogant and picky, sweeping over the candidates with a lofty, scrutinizing look, like a fussy customer sizing up a pile of cabbage in a market. Longdu University admissions mentor, Qin Shiming. The second was a stunning woman in a qipao, holding a folding fan embroidered with the words Magic City University. Her lips curved in a faint smile that was neither quite a smile nor not a smile. Her gaze stayed on Lin Shun for a few seconds before moving away, as if assessing the value of a piece of merchandise. Magic City University admissions mentor, Lu Ruyan. The third was a burly buzz-cut man with a body packed with muscle that strained his clothes tight, with the school emblem of Yindu University pinned to his chest. His arms were folded across his chest, and his expression seemed to say he was just here to go through the motions. When he looked at Lin Shun, there was a trace of undisguised disdain. Yindu University admissions mentor, Zhao Taijun. The last to arrive was an old man dressed in a gray long robe. His beard and hair were all white, his back slightly hunched, and he leaned on a peachwood cane topped with a warm jade stone. Unlike the oppressive auras of the other 3, his temperament was gentle and steady. The wrinkles on his face carried the marks of time, but his eyes were as clear as a youth's. Hongdu University admissions mentor, Old Su Changha. The 4 top university mentors appearing here all at once meant they had taken an interest in Lin Shun's damage-sharing ability. But in fact, everyone present could see that the attitudes of these 4 were subtly different. Qin Shiming adjusted his glasses and spoke first. Lin Shun, right? We at Longdu University have already looked into your ability. Honestly, your ability is indeed rare, but rare doesn't mean useful. You yourself don't have any ability. Once you leave a specific environment, if an enemy attacks you, it can kill many people in one go. You know, some people are ruthless enough to kill even themselves. Still, Longdu University has always been open and inclusive. Giving an auditor spot is still possible. As for treatment, it'll be at the ordinary standard. Just take it as coming to Longdu for some polish. His tone was like he was offering charity to a beggar. Though he spoke of openness and inclusiveness, the contempt in his eyes was impossible to hide. Lu Rian lightly waved her folding fan and smiled. Our Magic City University can give you a formal spot. Monthly subsidy of 10,000 4-person dorms. But you should understand that competition at Magic City University is fierce every year. With your conditions after getting in, you'll probably only end up in the lowest class. Of course, the lowest class is still Magic City University. Saying it out loud still sounds good. Her words were a little nicer than Qin Shiming's, but only a little. In the end, to her, Lin Shun was also just there to make up the numbers. Zhao Taijun was even more direct. He waved a big hand. Yindu University. Formal student. Monthly subsidy of 8,000. 8-person dorms. Kid, your ability is indeed strange. But what Yindu University values is real combat power. Your ability is more than enough for self-protection, but lacking in offense. To put it bluntly, you're just a sandbag. Come or don't, it's up to you. He said it without the slightest politeness. The people nearby were somewhat embarrassed after hearing it. But Zhao Taijun clearly didn't care. Lin Shun stood where he was, expressionless, listening to the invitations from the 3 top university mentors. He took in every word. Each sentence felt like stuffing a ball of cotton into his chest, stifling and uncomfortable. He wasn't stupid. He could tell that these 3 people didn't really want him. Longdu saw him as a gimmick. Magic City saw him as a fallback. And Yindu saw him as a sandbag. The way they looked at him was basically no different from looking at something that was only barely useful. Then Su Changha stepped forward. The old man didn't rush to speak. Instead, he first took something out from his chest and handed it to Lin Shun. It was a silver-white ring. The face of the ring was carved with a dense defensive rune, and it gave off a soft glow under the light. Child, this is a protective ring refined by this old man himself. It can withstand 3 attacks below level 5 ability intensity. Don't refuse. It's a meeting gift. Whether you come to Hongdu University or not, this ring is yours. Lin Chun froze for a moment. He knew how expensive this kind of protective equipment was. He had seen similar items in the system shop before, and the price was at least several 10,000 torment points. And this old man was giving him something like that the moment they met, and even before it was confirmed whether he would go to Hongdu. When Su Changha spoke, the flesh on his face clearly twitched in pain. It was obvious this ring was not some trinket he could just give away. Our Hongdu University ranks last among the 4 famous universities. I want to hide that from you, kid. In terms of resources, we can't compare with Longdu. In terms of location, we can't compare with Modu. In terms of raw strength, we can't compare with Yindu. But Su Changha lifted his head. Those clear eyes looked straight at Lin Chun. But Hongdu University has something the other 3 don't. Sincerity. I've seen your file. Your damage-sharing ability can't directly make you stronger, but your physical foundation is excellent, stronger than many A-rank strength-type awakened ones. That means there must be unknown effort behind you. Hongdu University, 1T look down on you just because you don't have an ability. And we certainly 1T treat you like a pendant or decoration. As long as you're willing to come, all of Hongdu University's cultivation resources will be open to you. I'll personally make a training plan for you and help you find your own path. He paused, his voice growing more serious. Kid, Longdu, Modu, and Yindu want your ability. But what we want at Hongdu is you. The entire venue fell silent. Lin Chun lowered his head and looked at the silver-white ring in his hand. The runes on the face of the ring were faintly glowing, carrying a trace of warmth. He slipped it onto his finger. The size was just right. Then he raised his head and grinned at Su Changha. Dean Su, I'm going to Hongdu. Qin Shiming's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to that arrogant look. Hongdu, treating a worthless leftover as treasure. Lin Chun, think this through. Hongdu ranks last among the 4 famous universities. If you go there, don't regret it later. Lu Ruyan put away his folding fan, the smile at the corners of his mouth fading a little. What a pity. But since you chose Hongdu, I want to force it. After all, Longdu knows your ceiling. Zhao Taijun was even more direct. He turned and left, tossing out a sentence without looking back. The gate of Yindu University is always open. When you can't make it in Hongdu someday, you can come beg me. Though by then, the conditions 1T be as good as they are now. After the 3 finished speaking, they left with their own people. They left very cleanly, without the slightest hint of reluctance. As if the scramble for Lin Chun earlier had just been a performance, and from the very beginning, they had never thought Lin Chun was all that important. Su Changha watched their departing backs and shook his head, then turned to Lin Chun with a smile. Kid, don't mind what they said. What they look down on isn't your ability, but your value as a person. In their eyes, students are just tools for improving a school's ranking. But in my eyes, every student is a piece of raw jade. Some only need a little polishing to shine, while others need patient carving before they can become a finished piece. You belong to the latter, and the type I like most is the latter. Lin Chun scratched his head. He was a little moved, but he still couldn't help saying, Dean Su, that was really touching. But can you tell me first whether the cafeteria at Hongdu University is good? Su Changha froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the training hall. Good. Absolutely good. I personally picked the cafeteria director. The braised pork is top-notch. Then there's no problem. Lin Chun gave him a thumbs up. The students from Qing Shui High School gathered around, each of them wearing an expression like they wanted to say something but held back. Feng Ling was the first to speak. Lin Chun, you chose Hongdu. Then after high school, will the rest of us who are bound to you still have to suffer with you? Su Changha waved a hand and said with a smile, no need to worry. Based on my observations, this damage-sharing ability should have range and time limits. After the college entrance exam, you'll all go your separate ways. If the distance is far enough, the sharing will naturally weaken or even break. But if you're still willing to back this kid up in the future, I don't mind taking a few more Qing Shui High School students into Hongdu. Feng Ling, eyes instantly lit up. Dean Su, are you serious? I'm an S-rank win type. Can I get into Hongdu? Yes. Even though Hongdu ranks last, we still fight over S-rank geniuses. Then I'm going to. Shui Miao Miao raised her hand. Even though I hate that Lin Chun made me grow abs, without him we wouldn't have gotten stronger this much. I need to keep an eye on him so he doesn't go out and get beaten again and drag us down. I'm going to. Watching you jumped up. I want Lin Chun to compensate me for my high ascents. He still hasn't paid me back. Hongdu. Bingxing only said 2 words, but her tone was very firm. Long Xiaodian, Bai Yi, Ingrun, and Hong Xiaohuang looked at each other, then said in unison, we're going to. Why? Lin Chun asked. Bullshit. Hong Xiaohuang slapped Lin Chun on the back, then grimaced in pain himself. If you go to Hongdu and keep courting death everywhere, who is going to collect your body if we're not around? Sure, it'll hurt us too if we help collect your body. But at least we'd be mentally prepared. Lin Chun looked at these familiar faces around him and felt an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. In this world, he had originally been a waste without an ability. Yet because of that damn system, he had gained a group of companions who were forcibly bound to him. They cursed him, hated him, but still had no choice but to protect him. In this mutually tormenting process, it seemed that somehow an odd emotional bond had tied them together. Fine, then let us all go to Hongdu together, Lin Chun said with a smile. Anyway, you guys can't run away. Say that again if you've got the guts, you bastard. All the Qing Shui High School students roared in unison. At the entrance of the practical training hall, Qin Shiming glanced back at Lin Chun, who was surrounded by the Qing Shui High School students, and snorted in disdain. A bunch of trash and one waste. What kind of future can they make together? That old Su picked up a punching bag and treats it like treasure. Hongdu University can forget about climbing out of last place in this lifetime. Lu Rian fanned himself and said indifferently that Lin Chun's ability is indeed special, but ceiling is too low. Without his own strength to back it up, damage sharing is just a useless leftover. I'm afraid Dean Su misjudged him this time. Zhao Taijun spat on the ground. Whatever. Yinu doesn't lack that one waste anyway. Let us go see the other exam venue seedlings. I heard that Beifeng Town produced an S-rank space-type genius. That's the real treasure. The three of them each led their attendants and walked into the passages to the other exam venues without looking back, leaving Lin Chun behind. They didn't know that this young man, whom they regarded as a useless leftover, would in the not-too-distant future become an existence that would shake the entire high martial world. And those so-called S-rank geniuses would fade into obscurity before his light. Of course, that was for later. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 1 week later, Hongdu University's freshman survival battle finally began. Of course, this kind of survival battle also began on the same day in Longdu, Modu, and Yindu. Within all universities, if you wanted cultivation resources, then you had to earn them with strength, and credits were the currency for obtaining resources. Clean one classroom, 1 credit. Scrub the toilets on 1 floor, 1 credit. Help move books in the library for 1 day, 1 credit. For all of these jobs, after a whole month of exhausting work, earning 30 credits would count as being diligent. In the freshman survival battle, defeat a second-year senior, 50 credits. Defeat a third-year senior, 100 credits. Kill 1 first-level beast, 30 credits. For killing a level 2 beast, 80 credits. For killing a level 3 beast, 300 credits. The extra rewards for the top 10 were even more generous, so generous they could make any new student's eyes turn green. In other words, this survival battle was the easiest and most concentrated chance for new students to earn credits after entering school. Miss this one, and for the rest of the year, you could just wait to scrub toilets until you started questioning life. So when 100,000 new students gathered at the entrance of Hongdu Woodland, the tension in the air was almost enough to crush a person with internal injuries. Bro, team up? I'm Earth Element. I can tank. 3 more offense types. Healing types, prioritize me. An agility scout over here, too. Any fire types? Fire big bro, look this way. Our team already has water and plant types. Let us make an elemental combo. The entrance was buzzing with voices. 100,000 new students were frantically forming teams like they were wandering through a vegetable market. Some teams had 3 or 5 people, some had more than 10, and some even formed giant squads of dozens of people. Their slogans shook the heavens, brothers united. Strength can cut through gold. Gather together for warmth. Steady top 100. Making the atmosphere as lively as a company team-building event. Long Xiaodian. You guys want to come with me? Feng Ling stood in the small Qing Shui High group and turned to look at Long Xiaodian, Bai Yi, Ingrun, and Hong Xiaowang. Shui Miao Miao, Hua Qinyu, and Bing Qing were already standing behind her, forming a girl squad. Long Xiaodian crossed his arms and snorted coldly. I'm an S-rank peak fire ability user. I need to team up with anyone, Bai Yi said expressionlessly the last time you said that. Lin Chun slapped your face for half an hour. Long Xiaodian's face instantly flushed red. That could be the same. Lin Chun's a monster. Who can compare with him if they're normal? So, team up or not? Team up. Just as the Qing Shui High crowd reached a team-up consensus, a voice came down from the towering watchtower at the woodland entrance through the amplification formation. The voice was old but full of energy. It was Su Changhe. Welcome, new students to Hongdu University. This old man is your principal, Su Changhe. Before you step into the woodland, there are a few things I need to make clear. The entire venue fell silent. First, the goal of this survival battle is simple. Start from the woodland entrance, cross the entire forest, and reach the main campus of Hongdu University. There are many upperclassmen scattered through the woodland. Their task is to stop you from moving forward. Don't blame them for being ruthless, because defeating you earns them credits too. A wave of uneasy murmurs immediately rose from the crowd. Second, beasts roam the forest. The highest level will not exceed level 3. The school has arranged mentors and rescue teams throughout the woodland. If you encounter life-threatening danger, crush the teleport talisman in your hand to get out. But remember, once you crush the teleport talisman, it counts as forfeiting. Your credits will be reset to 0. So, unless absolutely necessary, don't touch it. Su Changhe's voice paused, then suddenly carried a trace of smile. Third, and most important, don't think you could just get through by clustering together. You think forming a few hundred-person squad means you can bulldoze your way through? Too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light suddenly burst at the woodland entrance. It was the light of the teleportation formation, dense and countless, like a gigantic net of light covering the sky, enveloping all 100,000 new students present. The teleportation formation would randomly scatter them to every corner of the woodland. Everyone would be separated. Everyone would have to face the first wave of trials alone. As for whether they could find teammates afterward, that would depend on their own ability. Then, Suchang's voice rose sharply. The 372nd class of Hongdu University's new student survival battle officially begins. Good luck to all of you. The net of light exploded. 100,000 beams of white light lit up at the same time, turning the entire entrance as bright as day. The new students did not even have time to scream before they were dragged into the teleportation tunnel by an irresistible force. The world spun. Everything before his eyes twisted, flipped, and reassembled. Lin Chen only felt his feet go empty. His whole body was like it had been thrown into a high-speed washing machine. After spinning for who knew how many turns, he was violently spat out again. Crap. He did not even get to shout the second character before the back of his head hit a thick tree root with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! After the muffled thud, Lin Chen lay flat on his back on the leaf-covered ground, seeing stars. This teleportation experience was way too bad. 1 star. No. 0. He rubbed the back of his head and got up, shaking his still buzzing brain. It took about 3 seconds before he finally recovered. Then he heard cries of pain coming from all directions. Not the kind from hitting tree roots like he did. It was dizziness. At this moment, in all corners of the woodland, Hua Qinyu had just recovered from the dizziness of teleportation and was leaning against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Her plant element ability was especially sensitive in the woodland environment. The surrounding plants and trees were sending her information, which made her feel a little more at ease. Good. I'm finally recovering. She patted her chest and was just about to check the surroundings. Then, another violent wave of dizziness hit without warning. Stronger and more sudden than the teleportation dizziness. Hua Qinyu's vision went black. Her legs gave way, and she directly knelt on the ground, dry heaving. What's going on? My head is going to split open. The flower she had finally managed to cultivate again, a new hyacinth, fell out of her arms. The flower pot rolled twice on the ground, and petals scattered everywhere. My flower, ugh. Elsewhere in the woodland, the same scene was playing out. Everyone had just gotten over the first wave of dizziness when they fell into a second one, and the result was nausea all around. Lin Chen? It has to be Lin Chen. I'm going to kill him, ugh. Lin Chen. At this moment, whether it was male students or female students, they were all howling toward the sky, shouting Lin Chen's name, which showed that everyone's anger had reached its peak. And at this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the woodland, more than 300 instructors and soldiers scattered all over the place were also feeling that familiar, scalp-numbing dizziness at the same time. No way again. Song Tai was sitting in his living room drinking tea. The moment the teacup reached his lips, his brain buzzed, his hand shook, and the whole cup of tea splashed onto his face. He closed his eyes and let the tea run down his chin. The expression on his face was even more complicated than when he faced beasts on the battlefield. That kid didn't cause another problem, did he? Chief Instructor Taijian was in his office reviewing documents. The instant the dizziness hit, the pen in his hand suddenly stopped, leaving a long streak of ink across the paper. He was silent for 3 seconds, then slowly put on his head. Veins were twitching on his forehead. Gather up. Go find Lin Chen. This life can't be lived anymore. And deep in the woodland on a tree branch, a mentor in charge of monitoring this area was eating dry rations in boredom. He saw the miserable state of the new students below, vomiting, falling over, looking like they had all collectively suffered food poisoning. The mentor chewed on his dry rations and shook his head, his tone full of undisguised contempt. This year's batch is way too weak, right? They're vomiting like this from just one teleportation. How are they supposed to fight later? Sigh. One generation is worse than the last. What he did not know was that the reason these new students were vomiting like this had only half to do with the teleportation formation itself. The other half of the reason was right now leaning against a tree root, rubbing the back of his head with an innocent look as he sized up the surrounding environment. Lin Chen stood up, patted the dirt and leaves off his pants, and took a deep breath of the humid air in the dense forest. The air was mixed with the smell of soil, rotten leaves, and some wild animal. To him, it smelled much better than the exhaust fumes in the city. The teleportation was a little dizzying, but it was a big problem. He moved his limbs a bit, looked around, and his eyes lit up. So the question was, where were the ferocious beasts? He rubbed his hands together, a hopeful smile appearing on his face. Before, a punch from the instructor could earn him so much abuse value. Then if a ferocious beast bit him once, how much would that be? It should be more than 10,000, right? After all, ferocious beasts were empowered by special abilities. Their damage should be even higher. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mood became incomparably cheerful. He walked through the dense forest with light steps, looking around as he went. He didn't look like he was taking part in a life or death survival test at all, but rather like he was out for a stroll. For the freshman, this forest itself was a nightmare. But Lin Chen walked through that nightmare as lightly as if he were in his own backyard. Where are the ferocious beasts? Where are the ferocious beasts? Come out and say hello. He even called out on his own. Is there any ferocious beast that wants to fight? I'm a freshman. A very weak freshman. Especially easy to bully. His voice echoed through the dense forest, startling a few birds of unknown species. Then, he heard a low growl from deep in the throat. Lin Chen stopped, and his smile slowly spread. Here it comes. Up ahead, the bushes shook violently a few times. Then, a wild boar the size of a small car crashed out of the thicket. Its tusks were half a meter long, with visible flames coiling around them. Every breath it took sent sparks out of its nostrils. Its four hooves stamped on the ground, leaving a charred hoofprint with every step. Level 1 ferocious beast, flame boar. Huff, huff. The flame boar lowered its head, its pair of tiny eyes locked tightly onto Lin Chen. Its left front hoof scraped the ground twice. Then it suddenly exerted force and charged at Lin Chen like a burning shell. The flames on its tusks left two orange-red trails as it sprinted, and the air was filled with the smell of singed fur. Faced with this heavy, forceful charge, a normal freshman-esque reaction would most likely be to turn and run. Someone with a bit of combat experience would choose to dodge sideways, then counterattack. Lin Chun's reaction was to open his arms. Good. The flame boar's tusks smashed solidly into Lin Chun's chest. The scorching impact sent him flying more than 2 meters, his back slamming into a tree trunk with a dull boom. The moment his clothes touched the tusks, 2 huge holes were burned through them. The smell of charred fabric mixed with the scent of scorched skin spread through the air. Lin Chun slid down from the tree trunk, looked down at the 2 scorch marks on his chest, and saw that his skin was slightly red, but not even broken. Hiss, a little hot. He patted the ash on his chest and commented. But that was all. The flame boar obviously had never seen a human who could still stand after being hit head-on by it. It froze for a moment, then opened its mouth, and a scorching blaze erupted from deep in its throat, blasting straight at Lin Chun's face. Lin Chun didn't dodge. He even cooperated by crouching down, so the flames could cover his whole body more evenly. The fire lasted a full 5 seconds. When the flames faded, Lin Chun's clothes were basically burned away, leaving only a few pathetic strips of cloth hanging on his body. But aside from being slightly red, his skin was completely unharmed. Comfortable. Lin Chun moved his shoulders, which had just been massaged by flames, and showed a sincere smile. It was like taking a sauna. At the same time, the system notifications in his mind rang out in a row. Ding! Detected host receiving charge damage from flame boar. Abuse value plus 2,000. Ding! Detected host receiving flame burn damage. Abuse value plus 3,000. Ding! Detected host receiving sustained burn damage. Abuse value plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Abuse value has cumulatively broken through 10,000. Current abuse value, 10,000. Lin Chun froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. 10,000. That was only 2 hits, and it was already 10,000. How much did it take when he got punched by the instructor last time? He excitedly rubbed his hands together, and his gaze toward the flame boar changed. That look wasn't like a hunter looking at prey, but more like a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days looking at a full banquet. Come on, don't stop, keep going. That fire breath just now felt amazing, do it again. The flame boar took a step back. Although it was a ferocious beast and not very intelligent, it still had basic judgment. This human in front of it had been hit by it twice and burned once, yet he not only hadn't fallen, he was smiling more and more happily. This abnormal behavior triggered a clear instinctive warning in its primitive cognition. Something was off. But its hesitation did not give it a chance to retreat. Lin Chun took the initiative and rushed up. If you're not going to hit me, then I'll hit you. Lin Chun swung his fist and smashed it into the flame boar's forehead. No special ability support, no technique at all, just pure physical strength. Bam! The flame boar's head was knocked sideways, and even the flames on its tusks shook. It let out an angry roar and charged again. Its tusk stabbed fiercely toward Lin Chun's abdomen, flames exploding across his body and sending him tumbling to the ground. Lin Chun fell flat on his back, his abdomen red from the burning, but still not broken. Ding! Detected host receiving tusk-piercing damage from flame boar, unsuccessful. Abuse value plus 4,000. Ding! Detected host receiving flame explosion damage. Abuse value plus 3,500. Current abuse value, 17,500. Lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, Lin Chun couldn't help laughing out loud. Too worth it. This was way more worthwhile than getting beaten by the instructor. He sprang up in a carp flip and again pounced at the flame boar. In the next 5 minutes, the battle between one man and one pig turned into an extremely bizarre scene. The flame boar charged wildly, spewed fire, and trampled, while Lin Chun was sent flying again and again, laughing all the while, occasionally answering with a few punches that made the boar stumble. The entire forest was thrown into chaos. The flame boar's flames ignited several patches of bushes, and thick smoke rose into the air. Lin Chun had several chunks of hair singed off. His clothes had completely turned to ash, and he was bare-chested, his body covered in red marks and smoke-stained traces. But he was smiling as if he had won the lottery. Ding! Abuse value has cumulatively broken through 20,000. Current abuse value, 20,000. The system prompt made Lin Chen pause for a moment. Then he threw his head back and laughed. 20,000. Haha. The flame boar finally couldn't take it anymore. It stood there panting, all four legs trembling, the flames on its tusks weak as a lighter flame, sparks from its nostrils sparse and scattered. For the first time, fear appeared in its eyes. This human had taken dozens of attacks from it, not only not died, but not even had his skin broken. The more he was hit, the more excited he got. The more he fought, the more energetic he became. How was this even supposed to be fought? The flame boar turned and ran. Hey, don't go. Lin Chen chased after it for 2 steps, only to find that the boar was ridiculously fast. Its 4 short legs churned like they had motors installed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already plunged deep into the bushes. How boring. Lin Chen sighed and patted the ash off his body. It only ran after giving me 20,000? At least let me save up to 30,000. He casually threw a punch into the tree trunk beside him. The trunk buzzed from the impact, and leaves rustled down in showers. Forget it. I'll find the next one first. There should be no shortage of exotic beasts in this forest, right? Bare-chested and humming a little tune, he continued deeper into the dense woods. He felt great. But in every corner of the forest, more than 1,000 students from Qingshui High were going through a collective nightmare. Long Xiaodian had only just managed to crawl out of the bushes. After straightening his clothes, he was about to find a high point to observe the terrain. Suddenly, a violent burning pain erupted in his abdomen, as if someone were jabbing his stomach over and over with a red-hot iron rod. What the hell is that? He clutched his stomach and bent over, only to feel something slam viciously into his chest right after that. He staggered back several steps and dropped hard onto the ground on his butt. Before he could recover, a full-body wave of scorching heat swept through him, like he'd been thrown into an oven and rolled around inside several times. His skin wasn't actually injured, but the pain of being wrapped in flames was so real it made him want to cry. Fire? Why is there fire? Long Xiaodian was a fire-type ability user. His resistance to flames was far higher than that of an ordinary person, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. My clothes are fine. My skin is fine. Then why does it hurt this much? Why? He rolled around on the ground several times, veins bulging on his forehead. Then he remembered what had happened back at Shanshi High. When Lin Chen had been getting beaten up, they had felt the same thing. Lin Chen is being burned? His voice cracked. What is he doing? Is some exotic beast breathing fire on him? Why isn't he dodging? And the same thing was happening all over the place, especially on the girl's side. The crying there was absolutely heart-rending. It hurt too much. They couldn't take it anymore. At the outer edge of the forest, at a temporary camp, more than 300 instructors and soldiers had already assembled. They wore matching black combat uniforms and stood in 3 square formations. Taijian stood at the very front with his arms crossed. His expression so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Song Tai rubbed his abdomen, which was still faintly aching, his face carrying an expression of I knew it, as he ground out through clenched teeth. That was an exotic beast attack just now. I've been rammed by a flame boar on the otherworld battlefield before. There's no mistaking that feeling. That kid is fighting an exotic beast? An instructor at the side spoke in disbelief. Doesn't he not have any ability? He doesn't. Taijian slowly opened his mouth. But he has something even more troublesome than an ability. He lowered his head and glanced at his arm. When that wave of burning pain had struck earlier, a faint layer of redness and swelling had appeared on his arm. Even though his powerful physique had quickly suppressed it, the clarity of that pain was impossible to ignore. The damage sharing is still ongoing, Taijian said in a deep voice. That means the kid wasn't interrupted by the teleportation. Even the teleportation array failed to sever this link, which means the priority level of this ability is far above ordinary spatial spells. Then what do we do? Someone asked. Taijian fell silent for several seconds, then made his decision. We enter the dense forest and find Lin Chen. This time, we have to figure out 2 things. First, what are the conditions for removing this damage-sharing effect? Second, just how much punishment that kid can actually take. He raised a hand and gave his order to the formation. All units. Target, Hongdu Dense Forest. Find that new student called Lin Chen. But he paused, and his tone turned strange. Once you find him, don't hit him. Then how are we supposed to make him remove the binding? Taijian fell silent for even longer. Talk nicely. Beg him nicely. A dignified level 5 ability user and chief instructor of the combat assessment, saying the words beg him nicely. His expression at that moment was probably the most complicated it had ever been in his life. The instructor's forces advanced into the dense forest in great numbers, and in every corner of the forest. The first wave of victims in the freshman survival battle had already appeared. They weren't victims defeated by exotic beasts, nor were they victims eliminated by upperclassmen. They were victims dragged down by Lin Chen. After all, having to attack exotic beasts while also enduring constant pain at the same time, probably not even the instructors had ever experienced a fighting style like that, especially when they ran into upperclassmen. At that point, they'd be pinned to the ground in no time, unable to bring out their full strength at all. Meanwhile, Lin Chun was happily wondering what new function would unlock once his abuse value reached 200,000. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of expectant light. Keep looking for exotic beasts. The more the better. The fiercer the better. With light steps, he disappeared deeper into the forest. At that moment, on the watchtower at the forest entrance, Su Chana sat leisurely in a bamboo chair, sipping tea. His gaze passed through layer upon layer of treetops as he looked toward the depths of the forest, a meaningful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. That child should already be in the forest by now, right? He muttered to himself and lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it. This year's freshman survival battle should be much more interesting than in previous years. After all, a freshman who can make Old Tai lead more than 300 people charging into the forest just to find him. In all of history, there has only been this one. He took a sip of tea, and the smile on his face deepened. At the other end of the dense forest, a third-year senior girl was crouching in the crown of a large tree, her sharp eyes sweeping over the movement below. She had already defeated 5 freshmen and earned 250 credits, so she was in quite a good mood. Then she saw a bare-chested freshman swaggering along a forest path, looking left and right like he was strolling through a street market. The senior girl frowned. This guy isn't even wearing a shirt? Did an exotic beast attack him? Or, before she could finish speaking, she saw that freshman suddenly stop, lift his head, and look straight toward the direction where she was hiding. Then that freshman showed a brilliant smile, so bright it sent chills down her spine. Senior, are you here to beat me up? Come on. Hurry up and hit me. Please. The hand the senior girl was using to grip the branch trembled slightly. Pervert? Lin Chun waved both hands under the tree, his eyes shining with excitement. Senior, don't be shy. Go all out. What type are you? Strength type? Element type? Hit me with whatever you've got. Afterward, I'll give you a 5-star review. The senior girl went silent for 3 seconds, then made a decision that left Lin Chun incomparably disappointed. She turned and ran. Don't go, Senior. I really need a beating. Senior, come back. Lin Chun chased after her under the tree for several steps, helplessly watching as her figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Depressed, he kicked a pebble on the ground. Why won't anyone beat me? How come it's so hard these days just to get hit a few times? He sighed, then raised his wrist and glanced at the system panel. Abuse value, 160,000, 160,000. Just 40,000 short of 200,000. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. There has to be a new function at 200,000. There has to be. He raised his head, a flame of resolve burning in his eyes. Keep looking. Whether it's an exotic beast, senior, or instructor, someone come and beat me. Somewhere in the dense forest, the students of Qing Shui High all sneezed at the same time, then collectively felt an extremely ominous premonition. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away from the dense forest, at the main campus of Hongdu University, a group of third-year students were gathered in front of the bulletin board, looking at the live rankings update for the freshman survival battle posted there. This year's freshmen are kind of fierce. How long has it even been since it started? And someone already killed an exotic beast. Killed an exotic beast? Who? Which S-rank genius? Name, S. Lin Chun. Never heard of him. Which school is he from? No idea. Can't find any info. But he only killed a dozen or so first-level exotic beasts. First-level exotic beasts aren't that hard to deal with anyway. Probably just luck. No one realized that this freshman named Lin Chun was killing exotic beasts in a way completely different from what they imagined. The scene of him standing under the shade of a tree and shouting up at the senior girl was now spreading rapidly among the third-year senior girls in the dense forest. Third-year senior girls group chat in the dense forest. The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds, sisters. There's a freshman in Zone 7 who's not wearing any clothes. The moment he saw me, he called me senior and begged me to beat him. What's going on? Made 50 credits again today. The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds. His clothes seem to have been burned off. There were smoke stains on him. Maybe he roasted over a fire in the woods? But that's not important. What is important is that he begged me to beat him. Begged me to beat him. Can you believe it? I've been beating freshmen for 2 years. And this is the first time I've run into one begging me to beat him. Plant type aren't only good for growing grass. A pervert? A masochist? Woman like the wind. No need to doubt it. He is definitely a pervert. I ran into him too. He chased me for about 200 meters. Yelling as he ran, Senior, don't run, just hit me once, and I felt awful. Woman like the wind. I've beaten more than 40 freshmen in the freshman survival battle, and he is the only one who made me run away on my own. Ice type means cold and cool. One I ran to. Strong-willed tomboy. Are you sure this isn't some kind of new tactic? Pretend to be a pervert to lower the opponent's guard. Then counter-kill them? Woman like the wind. He is not pretending to be a pervert. He really is a pervert. You didn't see that look in his eyes that looked like he was dying to get hit. I'll never forget it in my life. It was like a dog starving for 3 days, seeing a meat bun. Made 50 credits again today. What in the world are this year's freshmen even? The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds. Forget it. I'm not going to Zone 7 anyway. Whoever wants to go can go. Woman like the wind. 1. Ice type means cold and cool. 1. Plant type RNT only good for growing grass. 1. Cherish credits, stay away from perverts. By the time the freshman survival battle had gone on for 4 hours, the style of the dense forest had completely gone off the rails. According to previous year's script, at this point the seniors should be showing off their might, with the freshmen crying and screaming. Those meant to be eliminated would be eliminated. Those meant to clear would clear, and everything would proceed in order within the framework of the orientation ceremony carefully designed by the Academic Affairs Office of Hongdu University. But this year, someone tore the framework apart. The instigator was a perverted freshman with his upper body bare, chasing people all over the forest and begging them to beat him. In the third-year senior girls group chat, the 8-character policy of cherish credits, stay away from perverts, had already spread to every combat team. Zone 7 was listed as a forbidden zone. C3 zone had also fallen. It was said that the bare-chested freshman had already roamed into Zone D, polluting the ecological environment of the entire dense forest in a truly outrageous way. D5 zone. Watch out. That pervert is heading your way. Repeat. That pervert is heading your way. Received. Evacuating now. Everyone evacuate. Wait. ISNT freshman? We're third years. Why are we running? Then you stay and beat him. Forget it. The more you hit that guy, the happier he gets. My soul can't take the pollution. I'm out. Conversations like this kept popping up in the communication channel of the dense forest. And at this moment, the instigator of all this, Lin Chun, was squatting under a big tree, looking worried as he used a branch to draw circles on the ground. His upper body was still bare. The clothes burned off by the flame boar had long since been thrown somewhere unknown. The red marks left by the fire had mostly faded from his body, revealing a well-proportioned set of muscles that would make even strength-type ability users go silent. His abs were sharply defined, his chest muscles clearly outlined. Paired with his fairly clean-cut face, he actually looked pretty good walking down the street, if he didn't open his mouth. 180,000. Just 20,000 left. Just 20,000 more, and I'll hit 200,000. He stared at the bright red pain value on the system panel. 180,000. His expression was like a shopping addict staring at their cart on the eve of Double 11, just 5 yuan short of the final discount threshold. Why won't anyone beat me? The seniors 1T. The exotic beasts run after taking a couple hits. I can't live like this. He sighed, picked up a stone, and casually tossed it far away. The stone drew an arc and hit the forehead of a boy sneaking around 20 meters away. Ow! The boy clutched his forehead and crouched down. Lin Chun's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet. Classmate, are you okay? Do you want to hit me? Wants to blow off some steam? Hit me. Hard. Don't hold back. The boy looked up at him, recognized that face that had already been put on the runaway if you see him list, and without another word, clutched his forehead and turned to run. Faster than if he were being chased by an exotic beast. Ran again. Lin Chun squatted back down under the tree and kept drawing circles. What he didn't know was that while he was squatting under the tree drawing circles, something was happening deep in the dense forest that had nothing to do with him, but was about to drag him into it. Northeast corner of the dense forest, atop the crown of a towering tree. The instructor in charge of monitoring Zone E9 was surnamed Fong. He was 41 years old, a 4th-level wind-type ability user, and had been teaching at Hongdu University for 12 years. He had led 11 freshman survival battles, with experience rich enough to tell the position and movement of every freshman within a radius of 500 meters with his eyes closed. At the moment, he was half reclined in the treetop, holding a piece of dry food and chewing while casually sweeping his gaze over the dense forest below. Everything was normal. A few freshmen were being chased by a 2nd-level exotic beast. 2 second-year seniors were surrounding a lone freshman, and a water-type freshman was crouching by the stream, washing his face. As he washed, he suddenly let out a scream and fell into the water. No one knew why. This year's freshmen are really weak. Instructor Fong shook his head and took a bite of the dry food. Then he felt a breeze. A 4th-level wind-type ability, user sense of wind was far beyond ordinary people's. He could tell whether wind was stirred by an exotic beast running, agitated by an ability battle, or blowing naturally. But this breeze was wrong. It wasn't blowing over. It was disturbed by something, then instantly returned to calm, as if someone had passed through the wind at extremely high speed. Instructor Fong put down the dry food. His right hand instinctively rested on the short blade at his waist. His ability, sensing power, was among the best of the 4th-level instructors. At this moment, he clearly sensed that 3 auras were rapidly approaching his direction at an unbelievable speed. A 3rd-level ability fluctuation, but the speed was at least 4th level, not 5th level. He opened his mouth, trying to sound the alarm. A shadow silently appeared behind him. One hand covered his mouth, while the black dagger in the other hand sliced across his throat. Clean and precise, like he had done it countless times. Instructor Fong's pupils suddenly widened. The rations in his hand fell without a sound, dropping into the layered treetops. The last thing he saw was his short blade caught by another hand, the blade reflecting a face wearing a black mask. A blood-red bienhua was embroidered on the mask. Mishi Cult. He wanted to shout that name, but all that came from his throat was a weak hissing sound. Then his vision went completely dark. The man in black gently placed Instructor Fong's body on a branch, as if afraid of waking someone who was sleeping. He raised his hand and spoke a few words softly to the black device on his wrist. Zone E9 Instructor eliminated. Proceed as planned. The same scene was playing out in every corner of the dense forest. Within minutes, report after report also came in from all directions. Zone F3 Instructor eliminated. Zone G7 Instructor eliminated. From the forest edge to the depths, from the east side to the west, a silent hunt was advancing with terrifying efficiency. Of the 26 instructors assigned by Hongdu University to the forest, 19 had been eliminated in just 15 minutes. The remaining 7, because they were in the central area of the forest, had not yet been found, but they had already lost contact with the outside world. All communication arrays were blocked at the same time by a powerful interference field. The main control platform for communications was set up in the watchtower at the forest entrance. At this moment, the communication crystal in that watchtower had already been smashed into a pile of shards. 2 men in black were standing inside the watchtower, with the bodies of 3 Hongdu University staff members lying at their feet. The forest had become an isolated island, and on this island, 100,000 freshmen and several hundred seniors were still happily chasing each other, scheming and fighting, completely unaware of their situation. Dense Forest Zone D, a path through the woods. 3 second-year seniors had a freshman cornered against a big tree. The freshman was a thin boy wearing glasses, now trembling as he shrank against the trunk. Junior, stop struggling. Hand over your teleport talisman obediently, and the seniors will give you a quick end. The leader was smiling brightly. Defeating freshmen and taking point from them really was addictive once you did it enough. The boy with glasses trembled as he took the teleport talisman from his chest, about to hand it over. A shadow dropped from the sky and landed behind the 3 seniors. It was a person wearing black combat gear and a Biennois mask. His build was average, but his aura was as cold and heavy as stone. His hands were a pair of black gloves, still stained with fresh blood. The leader sensed something odd behind him and turned around. Who are you? I've never seen. He did not finish. The black-clad man casually waved a hand, and an invisible shockwave sent the 3 seniors flying at once. They crashed into 3 different trees with 3 dull booms. They did not even have time to scream before they passed out. The boy with glasses stood there dumbly, the teleport talisman slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. He saw how miserable the 3 seniors looked, chests caved in, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. It was unclear whether they were dead or alive. Then he put his head and met the black-clad man's cold, emotionless eyes. Teleport talisman. He shakily reached out to pick up the fallen talisman, but the moment his fingertips touched the paper, the black-clad man stepped on his wrist. The force was not heavy, but it was just enough to keep him from moving. The teleport talisman 1T work. The black-clad man's voice was hoarse and low, like it had been scraped over sandpaper. Communications are blocked, and the teleport array has been interfered with. No one can get out of this forest now. After saying that, the black-clad man bent down, picked up the teleport talisman, and crushed it in front of the boy with glasses. The talisman turned to powder. No light flashed. Teleportation failed. The boy with glasses' pupils shrank sharply, and fear finally drowned him completely. Help! He screamed those 3 words with all his strength, then was knocked unconscious by a palm strike from the black-clad man. The black-clad man straightened up and said into the communicator on his wrist, Zone D7 cleared. Send them to the central plaza as planned. Received. Zone E2 has also been cleared. Good haul on this side. We captured over 40 freshmen. The cage at the central plaza is already set up. Mass transport can begin. The black-clad man turned off the communicator, grabbed the back of the boy with glasses collar with one hand, and lifted him up like a chick. Then he glanced at the 3 unconscious seniors on the ground and waved toward the bushes. 2 more men in black walked out from the bushes. One carried a senior over each shoulder, while the remaining one was dragged by the feet across the ground. The 3 quickly vanished into the depths of the forest. At the same time, dense forest zone C2. Long Xiaotian and the others were hiding behind a dense patch of bushes, carefully watching the movement ahead. Their luck was decent. Although Lin Shun had screwed them over after the teleport, they had quickly found each other thanks to Bai Yi's scouting ability and successfully regrouped. The current team consisted of Long Xiaotian, Bai Yi, Ying Run, and Hong Xiaohuang for boys, plus Feng Ling, Shui Miao Miao, Hua Qinyu, and Bing Qing for girls. For a total of 8 people, it could be considered the main lineup of the Qing Shui high school squad. Of course, they did not know that the nearly 1,000 other Qing Shui high school classmates were currently scattered across the forest, enduring all kinds of inexplicable pain brought by Lin Shun, just like them, and cursing the same swear word. Their movement ahead. Bai Yi suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop. All 8 of them lowered their bodies at the same time and hid in the shadow of the bushes. In the clearing ahead, a 3rd-year senior from Hongdu University, wearing the school uniform, was fighting a man in black. Calling it a fight was not quite accurate. The senior was attacking desperately, throwing every kind of ability at the black-clad man as if they were free, while the black-clad man merely strolled around dodging, not even interested in fighting back. Then the black-clad man moved. Just one punch. The senior's protective barrier shattered like paper. Her entire body flew 7 or 8 meters away, slammed into a tree, slid down, and fell unconscious. Long Xiaotian's pupil shrank sharply. That punch had at least tier 4 strength enhancement. No, more than that. Bai Yi's expression was even more serious than usual. He didn't even use his full strength. If that is his casual state, then his real power is at least tier 5. Tier 5? Our school principal only tier 6? Hua Qinyu covered her mouth. Who exactly are these people? No one could answer her. Then they saw the black-clad man lift the unconscious senior with one hand and drag her along the ground like trash, heading deeper into the forest. The senior's uniform was torn in several places by branches and stones on the ground, but the black-clad man did not care at all. He's taking her away. Feng Ling's voice was trembling. Where is he taking her? Wherever it is, it definitely isn't good. Bai Yi drew the short blade at his waist. We're following him. Following him. Hong Xiaowang's eyes widened like copper bells. Are you crazy? That's a tier 5 ability user. We ate together still aren't enough for him to beat with one finger. We're not going to fight. We're going to scout. Bai Yi's voice was low and calm. If there are enemies above level 5 in the dense forest, then this survival battle has already gone seriously wrong. We need to figure out what they're doing, how many of them there are, where they took the people, and then find a chance to contact the principal. The 8 of them fell silent for a few seconds. Then Ingrun was the first to nod. He drew his dagger and followed behind Bai Yi. Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth and also followed. Damn it. He had already thought getting screwed over by Lin Shun was bad enough, and now this group of black-clad people showed up too. Had he not checked the almanac before coming out today? What they didn't know was that their bad luck had only just begun, because at this moment, Lin Shun was walking toward them. At the border between District D and District C of the dense forest, Lin Shun was shirtless, strolling along a forest path with a tree branch he had broken off from a tree in his hand. As he walked, he idly whipped the bushes by the roadside. His expression looked exactly like some retired old man taking a walk in the park, with no sign at all that he was in a survival battle that tested life and death. Where were the exotic beasts? Where were the senior brothers? Where were the senior sisters? This forest was way too quiet. Of course, he had no idea that the D district he was in had already been listed by the senior sisters of the 3rd year as a highest level alert zone. All battle teams had received a warning about a pervert being on the loose and had already detoured and evacuated in advance. Not to mention senior brothers and senior sisters. Even the exotic beasts had been chased so hard by him that they had run out of District D. In a certain sense, Lin Shun had created an absolutely safe zone all by himself. But he himself knew nothing about it, and was still worrying about not being able to find anyone to hit him. 188,800. Why was the last bit of masochism value so hard to make up? He sighed, then stopped. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the woods ahead. Not the footsteps of an exotic beast. Exotic beasts had heavier steps, and the rhythm of their 4 hooves hitting the ground was different. These were human footsteps. Several people, and they were running in a panic. The bushes shook violently a few times, then someone rushed out from inside. It was a girl, wearing Hongdu University's blue uniform. A junior. Her hair was disheveled. There were 2 scrapes on her face. One sleeve of her uniform had been torn open, and blood was still seeping from her left arm. She ran stumblingly, glancing back every few steps as if something was chasing her. Then she saw Lin Shun. Quick! Run! She panted hard, her voice hoarse and almost impossible to hear clearly. Black-clad people, they're chasing me, run, they killed a lot of mentors. Run! Before she could finish, 3 black shadows appeared behind her. 3 black-clad men, wearing hibiscus flower masks, dropped down from the treetops, forming a triangle around the girl and Lin Shun. The leader swept a glance at Lin Shun. His gaze lingered on Lin Shun's bare upper body for less than a second before moving away. The judgment was obvious. A freshman with no clothes on, not even any energy fluctuation. Not worth mentioning. One more, the black-clad man said flatly. Take them both. The 2 black-clad men behind him walked toward Lin Shun and the girl. The girl's eyes were full of despair. Her hands were shaking, but she still forced herself to stand in front of Lin Shun, using her body to shield him behind her. Run. I'll hold them off, she said through gritted teeth. Even though she herself knew that a junior with level 3 ability couldn't possibly hold off 3 level 4 black-clad men. But she still stood in front. Lin Shun froze, looking at this unfamiliar senior sister, trembling all over yet still blocking him. He suddenly felt a strange surge in his heart. Senior sister. He smiled. Thank you, but let me handle this. He gently pulled the senior sister behind him. Before she could react, she saw the shirtless freshman stride toward the 3 black-clad men. He walked very fast, with a light, brisk pace, and on his face was an expression she couldn't understand at all. It was a mixed smile of anticipation, excitement, and having struck gold, like a traveler who had been thirsty for 3 days in the desert finally seeing an oasis. Like an online shopper who had waited half a month for a package finally getting the delivery call. 3 big brothers. Lin Shun spread his arms wide, approaching the 3 black-clad men with the posture of warmly welcoming honored guests. You're here to beat me, right? It's definitely that, right? Just now senior sister said you killed a lot of mentors, which means you really dare to make a move. Not the kind who just scare people. Great, great. Finally, I've run into people who really dare to hit someone. The three black-clad men exchanged a look. They had killed many people. Soldiers, ability users, all kinds of people who tried to resist them. But someone who was still this happy about being killed was a first. This guy's brain is broken? The black-clad man on the left asked. Probably scared stupid. The middle black-clad man judged expressionlessly. Take him. Deal with anyone who wanted to cooperate on the spot. The black-clad man on the right stepped forward and reached for Lin Chun's neck. His movement was fast, his technique practiced, and the angle and force of this grab had been precisely calculated, enough to instantly subdue a level 2 ability user. For a freshman with no energy fluctuation, this grab should have been impossible to dodge. But Lin Chun didn't dodge. He even cooperatively stretched his neck forward a little, so the black-clad man's hand could clamp down on him more smoothly. Yes, yes, yes. That it. Use more force. Don't be polite. Strangle me. The black-clad man's hand closed around Lin Chun's throat. Then he exerted force. Under normal laws of physics, that grip should have made Lin Chun instantly suffocate, collapse, and lose his ability to move. But the actual physical feedback was that the black-clad man's fingers felt as if they were clamping onto a steel pillar. The skin was warm, the muscle was soft, but the density of the tissue beneath the skin was ridiculously high, like he was gripping a piece of alloy steel plate wrapped in rubber. The black-clad man increased his strength. 30%, 50%, 80%. Lin Chun's expression changed from anticipation to confusion, then from confusion to a kind of disappointment that said, "Is that all you've got? Big brother. That force isn't really doing it." He kindly reminded him. "Why don't you try your fist, or your ability? Strangling me doesn't suit you, really." The black-clad man narrowed his eyes. He released his hand and stepped back, condensing a ball of dark red energy in his right hand. "Since you want to die that badly." His wrist shook, and the energy ball turned into a dark red beam of light, blasting straight at Lin Chun's chest. This was level 4 ability strength. In a combat sequence of the world-ending cult, this strike was enough to blast apart any ability user below level 3. The beam hit Lin Chun's chest. A dark red explosion wave burst open in front of Lin Chun's chest, sending all the fallen leaves around him flying. The shockwave carved streaks of varying depth into the tree trunks nearby. The sound of the explosion echoed through the dense forest, startling a large flock of birds into flight. A scorching smell filled the air. Lin Chun lowered his head and looked at his chest. The skin there had been blasted with a charred patch the size of a bowl, with faint traces of blood seeping out, but the bones were fine. The internal organs were fine, and he stood there without moving an inch. A little painful. He rubbed the wound on his chest, his tone sounding like he was judging the heat of a dish. But it was way stronger than that fire flame bore's flame breath. It really hurt. A 4th-tier ability and a 1st-tier beast really weren't on the same level. Awesome. At the same time, the system notification in his mind exploded like a barrage. Ding! Detected host has been attacked by a 4th-tier shadow-type ability. Mistreated value plus 8,000. Ding! Detected host has sustained shadow burn damage. Mistreated value plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Mistreated value has cumulatively broken through 200,000. Current mistreated value, 201,000. Ding! Mistreated value has reached 200,000. Some functions in the system store have been unlocked. New high-tier item exchange permissions added. Ding! Host's current usable mistreated value, 101,000 points. Lin Chun's eyes lit up. Looking at the glaring 101,000 on the system panel, a hard-to-describe sense of satisfaction surged through him. Not easy. It had taken half an hour of getting rammed by the fire flame boar to only get 20,000, and after being chased by the senior sister for half the forest, no one would hit him. Now he finally ran into someone who actually dared to make a move, and one punch gave him 13,000. Profited. Huge profit. Again. Lin Chun raised his head, fire burning in his eyes. That last hit was amazing. Any more? Come on, a few more. Strength creates miracles. If you hit me until 210,000, I'll give everyone a 5-star review. The three men in black looked at each other. Then, they made a decision never before seen in the battle history of the Extinction Cult. This person was wrong. Retreat? Yeah, retreat first. The three men in black all stepped back at once, then turned and ran. Hey, don't go. Lin Chun chased after them for 2 steps, watching helplessly as the men in black disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. He stood there dejectedly, lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest, then raised his head to look in the direction the men in black had vanished, his expression like a date who deep stood up. Why are you running again? Is a 4th-tier ability that great? Can a 4th-tier ability hit once and then run? Then he remembered something and abruptly turned around. The injured senior sister from before was still leaning against the tree trunk, looking at him like he was a ghost. Why you fine? Her voice was trembling. That was a 4th-tier shadow ability. How could you possibly be fine? I'm hurt. Lin Chun pointed at the wound on his chest. Look, isn't this a wound? It's not serious, but it is hurt. That means they really hit me. It wasn't fake. Awesome. The senior sister opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found she couldn't get a single word out. She had heard rumors about a perverted freshman in the senior group chat. Back then, she thought the senior sisters were exaggerating. What freshman would beg people to hit him? It had to be some freshman trying to get famous and stirring up hype. Now she'd seen it with her own eyes. Every word in the group chat was true. No, it was even more outrageous than what they said in the group chat. Now I finally know why Zone 7 was listed as a restricted area. She muttered to herself. And at this moment, in every corner of the dense forest, over 1,000 Xing Shui high students were all clutching their chests, letting out a wave of cries of pain. That fourth-tier shadow ability attack from earlier had been precisely transmitted to each and every one of them through damage sharing. Long Xiaotian was hiding in a bush, staring at the men in black in the distance, when suddenly a burst of searing pain exploded in his chest, like someone had brutally pressed a red-hot iron stamp against him. His whole body jerked backward, nearly rolling out of the bush. Again, he growled through gritted teeth. This time it hurt even more painful than being burned. Lin Shen, what the hell are you taking hits from? Bai Yi clutched his chest, several veins bulging on his forehead. That icy face of his finally cracked. Fourth-tier shadow ability. He squeezed those words out through his teeth. He provoked a fourth-tier ability user. Hua Qinyu was already in so much pain, she couldn't speak. Her whole body was curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp, both hands desperately pressing her chest, tears wildly spinning in her eyes. A fourth-tier ability user. Has he gone mad? He really has gone mad. Shui Miao Miao had directly sprawled on the ground, her face buried in the dirt, letting out a muffled wail. A fourth-tier ability user? Someone like that could kill me with a sneeze. And he actually want to take a beating from a fourth-tier ability user? I don't want to live anymore. Let me die here. Feng Ling bit her lip, forcibly enduring the burning pain in her chest, but her eyes still turned red uncontrollably. This idiot. She cursed softly. He even dared to provoke a fourth-tier ability user. You really aren't afraid of death. But what they didn't know was that the wave of pain that made them miserable had already been Lin Shen's last one. Because the three men in black attacking Lin Shen had run away, the damage sharing had temporarily stopped, but everyone's intuition was telling them that this had only just begun. In the center of the dense forest, on a huge clearing carved out by human hands. This had originally been the end point of the freshman survival battle, as well as the assembly point for the freshmen. Now, however, it had become a temporary open-air prison. Hundreds of freshmen and senior students were gathered here. Their hands were bound behind their backs with black restraint straps, and they sat on the ground, packed tightly together like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Some were crying softly, some were desperately struggling to break free of the restraint straps. But most just sat there blankly, their eyes empty, unable to say a word. In the center of the prison, a group of men in black were assembling a huge array. The array plate was a single black stone slab over 10 meters in diameter, covered with densely packed runes. Those runes emitted a dim red glow, as if written in blood, flickering slightly in the air. The number of students still isn't enough. One man in black walked up beside the array and reported to the leader. The blood energy we've collected is only enough to activate 60% of the array. We need to collect the blood of at least another 2,000 people. The leader, a tall man in black with a golden higanbana embroidered on his mask, nodded. His tone utterly flat. Increase the pace of the hunt. All instructors have been cleared out. The remaining freshmen and senior students have no ability to resist. Within 1 hour, we must gather enough blood. Yes. Just then, one man in black hurried over from the perimeter and dropped to one knee in front of the leader. My lord, there's an unexpected situation. Speak. While pursuing a third-year female student in Zone D, we ran into a freshman. Kill him then, the leader said carelessly. We didn't kill him. Why not? The man in black's tone turned subtle. That freshman, he begged us to hit him. We blasted him with a fourth-tier shadow ability, and he didn't die. He was even severely injured, and he even chased after us, asking us to hit him again. The leader was silent for several seconds. Are you joking? This subordinate wouldn't dare. A freshman with no ability fluctuations tanked a fourth-tier shadow ability head-on, then chased after you? Yes, so we suspect he might be some kind of special type awakened, a defense enhancement type, or in damage immunity type. The leader in black was silent for a moment. Got it. If you run into him again, don't meet him head-on. Use a restraint type ability to control him, then bring him to the central square. Someone with this kind of special talent may be more valuable to the altar. Understood. The black-clad man withdrew. At this moment, at the entrance in the southeast corner of the dense forest, a group of powerhouses was advancing at high speed through the woods. It was the team of Tai Zhan, the chief combat instructor for Hongdu University's practical assessment. 328 instructors and fighters, in a neat battle formation, launched a push from the southeast side of the dense forest. They had originally come to find Lin Shen. But the first batch of black-clad men they encountered told them that the nature of this operation had completely changed. Tai Zhan stood at the very front of the team, both hands gripping a pitch-black battle axe. 3 black-clad corpses lay at his feet, and blood still dripped from the axe blade. His breathing was heavy and rapid, not because of physical exhaustion, but because of rage. Just now, he found a corpse by the roadside. He knew that person. It was Minter Fong, a colleague he had worked with at Hongdu University for 10 years. Minter Fong's throat had been slit, and his eyes were still open. They killed the Minter. Taijan's voice was so low it seemed forced out from deep in his throat. They're hunting our students in this forest. Hunting our colleagues. He raised his head, fury blazing in his eyes as if it were about to burst out. All units, listen up. Yes. Split into combat formations. Advance in 5-man squads. Kill on sight when you encounter black-clad men. Prioritize rescuing students. Bring out every living student from this forest. The formation of 328 people instantly dispersed, turning into dozens of combat groups as they advanced toward the depths of a dense forest along different routes. During the push, a small team made up of more than 10 instructors happened to run into a scene where 4 black-clad men were besieging students. 7 or 8 people were already lying on the ground, both freshmen and upperclassmen among them, their blood staining the entire area red. The instructors gave no shout, no warning, and launched their attack directly. 2 minutes later, 3 black-clad men were killed, and 1 severely wounded man was captured. And when the mask on this black-clad man, pinned to the ground, was ripped off, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. On his neck was a blood-red spider lily tattoo. Mishu sect. Miesher sect. When Taijan rushed to the scene and saw that tattoo, his face darkened to the extreme. How could these people appear here? Hongdu Forest was Hongdu University's territory. External forces simply could not infiltrate it, unless there was an inside traitor. He took a deep breath and drew a silver-white short staff from his waist. At the tip of the staff was a crimson gem. That was the emergency distress beacon only Hongdu University's chief instructor possessed. Taijan raised the short staff high and poured his ability into it. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the dense canopy. Hundreds of meters above the forest, it exploded into the phantom of a huge golden shield. Hongdu University's highest-level distress signal. The distress signal had been sent. Hongdu University headquarters would send reinforcements in the shortest time possible. Before that, Taijan tightened his grip on the battle axe. We're the last line of defense in this forest. Kill. More than 300 instructors and fighters roared in unison, the sound wave surging through the dense forest. At this moment, beside a small stream in Area D of the dense forest, Lin Shun was washing the wound on his chest that had been blown open by the black-clad men. The stream water was cold, and it felt refreshingly comfortable as it washed over the wound. 200,000 already. As he washed, he looked at the system panel with delight. The system said some functions of the shop had been unlocked. He wondered what good stuff had been added. Could he find a safe place later and take a good look? But before that, he raised his head, eyes flashing with anticipation. First, find a few black-clad men. They were really willing to hit him, much stronger than the upperclassmen and senior sisters. The upperclassmen and senior sisters were all fake. They ran as soon as they saw him. Black-clad men were different. Black-clad men really dared to make a move. If he found them and took a few hard hits, he might be able to earn a few more 10,000s. After washing the wound, he stood up and loosened his muscles and bones. He stretched leisurely by the stream with his bare upper body. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on him, outlining a beautiful line of muscle. Then he heard a dense rush of footsteps. Not 1 or 2 sets of footsteps. A lot of them. Lin Shin turned around, then froze. Behind him, across the stream about 50 meters away, a group of black-clad men was escorting dozens of students and upperclassmen toward the center of the dense forest. The students' hands were tied behind their backs, their faces smeared with blood and tear marks, each of them a miserable sight. The black-clad man walking in front was tall and burly, holding a freshman who was still struggling in one hand, as casually as if he were carrying a package. Lin Shin's eyes lit up. Found them. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. So many black-clad men, at least over 10 of them. This time, he couldn't let them get away. Then he remembered something very important. Wait a second, are they capturing people? They captured so many people? Lin Shun liked getting beaten. But he wasn't stupid. The 3 black-clad men he had run into before attacked him because he had begged them to hit him. But this group of black-clad men was obviously doing something else. They were capturing students in an organized way. And what that injured senior sister had said earlier surfaced in his mind. They killed a lot of mentors. Killed mentors. Not defeated. Not eliminated. Killed. That meant these black-clad men were not here to participate in some survival battle. They were real enemies. Lin Shun scratched his head, thought for a moment, then came to a conclusion that satisfied him greatly. Whatever. He grinned. Anyway, they're bad guys. Bad guys will definitely hit me with deadly force. Deadly force means more suffering points. More suffering points means I'm making a huge profit. And since they're bad guys, beating them up is doing good. 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. So he strode toward the group of black-clad men. He was bare-chested, wearing a pair of pants that had been burned into tatters. There was still an unfinished black-red wound on his chest, and his hair had been singed in several patches. He looked like a survivor who had just escaped from a fire scene. In such a state, he brazenly walked up to the black-clad man, then spread his arms and flashed a bright smile. "Brothers, good work," he said loudly. "I see you're capturing people. Before you capture them, do you usually beat them up first? Come on, hit me. I'm a freshman, a very weak freshman, super easy to bully. Don't be polite." All the black-clad men stopped at the same time. Dozens of bound students also raised their heads at the same time. A few of them were students from Qing Shui High School. The moment they saw Lin Chun, they all showed expressions of utter despair. "Why is it you again?" The black-clad leader looked down at Lin Chun, bare-chested, with no aura fluctuation, a wound on his chest, and a shameless grin on his face. Then he suddenly remembered the report from before about that special-type freshman. Bare-chested, no fluctuation, begging people to hit him. All three traits matched. "It's you." The leading man in black turned cold. "That unkillable pervert freshman." Yes, that's me. It's me. Lin Chun nodded frantically, like an award winner being called up on stage. "So, I'm already this famous? Great. Since you know my reputation, then you should also know what I want. Hit me. Please, use your full strength." The leading man in black fell silent for a full 5 seconds. He had served in the world-ending cult for 15 years. He had killed too many people to count and seen all kinds of enemies, brave ones, cowardly ones, cunning ones, crazy ones. But he had never seen one like this. This person wasn't T bluffing. He was T pretending to be crazy or playing dumb. He truly, from the bottom of his heart, was looking forward to being beaten. "Do it." The leading man in black spat out 2 cold words. The 2 men in black behind him moved at the same time. One condensed a sphere of shadow energy in his hand. The other drew a dagger from his waist that glowed with a dim green light. One from the left, one from the right, they attacked Lin Chun at the same time. The shadow energy sphere blasted toward Lin Chun's chest, while the dagger stabbed toward his abdomen. Both attacks were lethal moves at the level of 4th-tier abilities. Their coordination was perfect, their angles vicious, and neither held back in the slightest. Ding. Detected host has suffered a 4th-tier shadow-type ability attack, lethal. Abuse value plus 35,000. Ding. Detected host has suffered a 4th-tier toxin-type ability attack, lethal. Abuse value plus 40,000. Ding. Detected host has suffered multiple overlapping sources of damage. Additional abuse value plus 24,000. Ding. Host's current remaining abuse value, 200,000. Ding. Total accumulated abuse value has exceeded 300,000. New system function unlocking. Shadow energy exploded against his chest, and the toxin-coated dagger tore open around his abdomen. This time, he was genuinely injured. A 4th-tier ability layered with a toxin attack. Even with Lin Chun's 1st-tier physique, there was no way he could completely ignore it. Lin Chun let out a muffled grunt. His body swayed, and he dropped to one knee. The old wound on his chest was ripped back open. Fresh blood seeped from the new wound, and the toxin spreading from his abdomen made his lips turn faintly purple. But the bound students had it even worse than he did. Dozens of tied-up students simultaneously felt tearing pain erupt in their chests and abdomens. It felt like someone had stabbed them twice with a red-hot knife, then dumped a basin of chilly water over the wounds. They couldn't even scream. All they could do was collapse on the ground convulsing, and several of them passed out from the pain on the spot. At the same time, the instructors and soldiers, fighting men in black throughout the forest, also felt that damage hit them. Tai Zhan was in the middle of a fierce battle, swinging his battle axe against a 5th-tier man in black. Suddenly, a burst of agonizing pain exploded in both his chest and abdomen. His movement stalled, and his opponent seized the opening, smashing a punch into his shoulder and blasting him back several steps. What the hell is going on? Tai Zhan clutched his chest, his face dark green. That brat again. Doesn't he not have any ability? Why does he always manage to provoke attacks on this level? Elsewhere, Song Tai was locked in combat with 2 men in black. When that sharp pain hit, he happened to be blocking an attack. The sudden agony made his arm go weak, and the opponent's fist broke through his defense and slammed into his face, sending him flying straight into a tree. By the time he slid down from the trunk, blood was trailing from the corner of his mouth, and his expression looked uglier than crying. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew coming to find him would end badly. Meanwhile, by the creek in Forest Zone D, Lin Chun was kneeling on one knee, head lowered, breathing hard. The toxin was spreading through his blood vessels, and that numb, itchy, stabbing sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. But the corners of his mouth were rising. Ding! System Shop 2nd-tier access unlocked. New item categories added. High-grade pills, high-grade equipment, and skill book fragments. Ding! Host has endured a 4th-tier lethal attack for the first time. Triggering hidden reward. 1 time, binding removal permission obtained. 1 double damage sharing binding chance obtained. Lin Chun slowly raised his head. His lips were faintly purple from the toxin, and a trace of blood still hung at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were shockingly bright. Double damage sharing. He softly repeated those words, then looked at the men in black before him, and revealed a smile that made even the leading man in black feel a chill run down his spine. Everyone, I'll play with you slowly in a bit. The two men in black who had attacked him exchanged a glance. P.S. Still smiling? What kind of monster is this guy? Lin Chen didn't answer them. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system panel. System. I want to remove all existing damage-sharing bindings. Remove every last one of them. Ding. Removing damage-sharing bindings from targets. All senior students of Qingshui High. 1236 people. All instructors, soldiers, and exam supervisors of the Hongdu University Practical Training Hall. 328 people. All bindings removed. Ding. Removal successful. Current bound targets. None. System. I want to use the double damage-sharing binding chance. Bind the targets. Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at the men in black in front of him, then toward the center of the forest in the distance. He could see a dark red pillar of light slowly rising there. All the men in black present, and in that direction, the strongest thing there. Ding. Initiating double damage-sharing binding on targets. All world-ending cult members within the forest range detected 68 people. Target. Icefire Demon Bull, 7th tier exotic beast. Binding successful. Ding. Double damage return effect activated. Any damage suffered by the host will be returned to all bound targets at twice the normal intensity. Wishing the host a pleasant beating. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened the system shop. Looking at the glaring available abuse value, 206,000, he swiped through the item list a few times and stopped on one item. 9 Revolutions Great Restoration Pill. Usable only on self. Price, 100,000 abuse value. Effect, instantly restores all vitality and injuries, removes all negative statuses, and slightly improves physique. 100,000. A bit expensive, and only works on me. Sorry, everyone. I can't help you. Lin Chen helplessly smacked his lips. He had originally been thinking that after screwing everyone over so badly earlier, he'd make it up to them now and restore all their injuries. Forget it. Medicine first. He tapped the exchange button. A walnut-sized golden pill appeared in his palm. Gentle light flowed across its surface, and it gave off a crisp medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it was enough to make a person feel refreshed. Lin Chen popped the pill into his mouth. The moment the 9 Revolutions Great Restoration pill entered his mouth, it melted, turning into a warm torrent that flowed down his throat and spread through all his blood vessels and meridians. The shadow burn on his chest healed at astonishing speed. The poison wound in his abdomen visibly lost its purple tint, and his lips returned to their normal color. Even the strands of hair that had been singed by the flame boar were visibly growing back. Ding! 9 Revolutions Great Restoration pill has taken effect. All vitality and injuries fully restored. Physique attribute slightly increased. Lin Chen stood up and stretched his body. He lowered his head and glanced at his chest. The shadow burn that had still been bleeding just moments ago had vanished completely, not even leaving behind a scar. The toxin wound on his abdomen had also healed. His skin smooth as new. Good stuff. He licked his lips. Just too expensive. I'll have to use it sparingly from now on. He lifted his head and looked at the black-clothed men in front of him. The 2 black-clothed men who had attacked him earlier were now staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost. 3 seconds ago, this guy had been kneeling on the ground, his lips turning purple from poison. 3 seconds later, he was fully revived and standing up, looking even more energetic than before. What did he just eat? I don't know, but I have a very bad feeling about this. Clearly, the 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation pill had also taken effect on all the black-clothed men, but they hadn't been injured at all, so the medicine S effect could be said to be more or less useless. Lin Chen grinned at them. Then he turned around and sprinted toward the dark red pillar of light in the center of the dense forest. Thanks for the assist, brothers. He waved back at the 2 black-clothed men as he ran. Your attacks were top quality. 5-star review. I'll come back for you after I finish what I need to do over there. Don't go too far. The 2 black-clothed men stood there dumbly, watching this bare-chested freshman run toward the center of the dense forest. They suddenly had an instinct. This guy would be even more troublesome than the entire Hongdu University reinforcement team. Dense Forest Central Plaza. The black stone slab formation with a diameter of 10 meters was now emitting an ominous blood-red glow. The runes on the formation pulsed like blood vessels, and with every pulse, the red light grew deeper. Around the formation, thousands of tied-up students and upperclassmen were forced by the black-clothed men to stand in a ring. A shallow cut had been made on each of their arms, and blood dripped from their fingertips, flowing along the blood-guiding grooves that had long ago been carved into the ground toward the formation in the center. With every drop of blood, the formation's light grew brighter. Many students, weakened from excessive blood loss, were already unable to stand steadily. Their faces were as pale as paper, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. But behind them, the black-clothed men coldly pressed weapons against their backs, forcing them to keep standing in the bloodletting positions. Blood energy, 85%. The black-clothed man in charge of operating the formation stared at the pulsating blood-colored light in the center of the formation. A trace of satisfaction in his voice. Almost there. Put in a little more effort. Drag over the ones who fainted too. Just then, fierce battle sounds came from the outer edge of the dense forest. Hongdu University's reinforcements had arrived. The first to appear was Su Chang'e. The white-haired old principal no longer had his usual calm gentleness. In its place was an oppressive aura sharp enough to suffocate people. Sixth-level ability fluctuations emanated from him, stirring the surrounding air with a constant buzzing sound. Behind him were Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue, Dean of Students Han Taizan, and all combat instructors from Hongdu University above 4th level. There were only about 50 or 60 of them in total, far fewer than the black-clothed men. But each of them carried the air of people who would die dragging a few others down with them. Cult of Annihilation. Su Chang'e's voice sounded like it was exploding from his chest. You dare run wild on Hongdu University's turf? Do you really think this old man is made of mud? He swung his hand, and a huge cyan wind blade tore through the air, howling toward the black-clothed men in the central plaza. The wind blade was over 10 meters long, and the air along its path was cut apart with a sharp sonic boom. But it was blocked. A huge shadow shield rose from the center of the formation, taking the cyan wind blade head-on. The instant the wind blade slammed into the shadow shield, it burst into blinding light, and the shockwave sent all the nearby students sprawling to the ground. When the light faded, the shadow shield was completely unharmed, and in the formation, a huge hoof stepped out from the blood-red light. It was a hoof covered in blue and red scales, as big as a car. The moment it landed on the stone slab, the ground shook violently, and spiderweb cracks spread outward from the hoof in all directions. Then came the second hoof, the third, the fourth. A giant bull covered entirely in blue and red scales fully emerged from the light of the formation. It was as tall as a 4-story building, with 2 massive horns curving out from its head, one burning with blue ice flames and the other wrapped in red blazing fire. From its nostrils, it snorted out 2 thick streams of white breath. Each exhale caused the temperature of the air to fluctuate violently. Extreme cold on the left, scorching heat on the right. 7th-level beast, Ice Fire Demon Bull. Moo! The Ice Fire Demon Bull threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, the sound exploding like thunder over the dense forest. Leaves within a radius of several kilometers trembled and fell in rustling waves. Everyone froze at that instant. 7th-level beast. Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue's voice was trembling for the first time. They summoned a 7th-level beast. Old Su, a 7th-level beast, we can't beat it. If we can't beat it, we still fight. Su Chang'e's voice was low and firm. Behind us are over 1 million students. We absolutely cannot let it rush into the school. He tightened his grip on the peachwood cane in his hand, the jade at the top emitting a warm yet tenacious light. All instructors, take formation. Stall it. The distress signal has already been sent, and the military is on the way. Stall for as long as we can. Yes. The 50 or 60 instructors answered in unison and quickly formed a battle formation. The Ice Fire Demon Bull lowered its head, its 2 giant eyes locking onto Su Chang'e. Blue ice flames and red, blazing fire both surged violently on its horns. Then, a thick blue and red beam erupted from between its horns and blasted straight toward Hongdu University as faculty formation. Wherever the beam passed, the ground was plowed open into a deep trench, frozen on the left and burning on the right. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. Defend. Su Chang'e's shouted sharply. All instructors with defensive abilities acted at once. Earthen walls rose, ice shields condensed, wind barriers spread out, and all kinds of protective methods stacked layer upon layer. The blue and red beam collided with those defenses. The earthen walls were instantly vaporized, the ice shields evaporated, and the wind barriers were torn apart. Layer by layer, the defenses collapsed. After passing through the defensive layers, the beam's power had weakened a lot, but the remaining force was still enough to blast the instructors in the front rows flying. 7 or 8 instructors flew out like kites with broken strings, crashing to the ground with both frostbite and burns on their bodies. One instructor fell to the ground and never moved again. A fist-sized hole had been pierced through his chest by the power of ice and fire. Old Lu, a colleague beside him, screamed heartbreakingly and rushed over to hold his body, but those eyes would never open again. Su Chang'e's eyes turned red. He clenched his teeth, slammed the peachwood cane in his hand onto the ground, and a 6th-level cyan storm erupted from him as the center, forcing the Ice Fire Demon Bull back half a step. Keep formation. Don't stop. He roared hoarsely. Even if we all die here, we cannot let this beast hurt a single student. And at the edge of the battlefield, those bound students watched this scene with their own eyes, tears already blurring their vision. They saw the old principal standing at the very front. They saw the teachers fall one after another, only to climb back up again. They saw those deans who were usually strict and nagging in class using their own bodies to withstand the attacks of a 7th-tier exotic beast. And they were tied up here, unable to do anything. The principal and the others can't hold on much longer. A girl broke into tears. Someone save us. Despair spread through the crowd like a plague. Just then, a commotion came from the edge of the battlefield. A group of students in Hongdu University uniforms was running this way. It was the Qingshui High Squad. Long Xiutian, Bei Yi, Ying Ling, Hong Xiaowang, Feng Lingya, Shui Miao Miao, Hua Qinyu, and Bing Qing. Not one of the 8 was missing. They all had injuries of varying degrees, and their clothes were torn in several places. But their eyes burned with a fire that refused to yield. Behind them followed dozens of other students who had also regained their freedom, the freshmen and upperclassmen they had rescued from the men in black along the way. "Principal, we're here to help," Long Xiaotian roared, blazing flames gathering in both hands. The Icefire Demon Bull was attacking the line of instructors ahead, but that shout drew its attention, and its massive head slowly turned around. Only then did Long Xiaotian see the full form of the exotic beast clearly. The flames in his hands looked as tiny as 2 matchsticks in front of the Icefire Demon Bull. "Are we really here to help?" Long Xiaotian muttered to himself. The Icefire Demon Bull clearly didn't regard this group of little ants as worth noticing. Its attention soon shifted back to Su Chang'e's side. But right then, an even bigger commotion came from another direction. Taijian led more than 300 instructors and soldiers charging out from the southeastern side of the forest. That force had encountered over a dozen men in black blocking their way along the route. After paying the price of more than a dozen injuries, they had finally broken through the blockade and reached the central plaza. "Old Su," Taijian shouted from far away. "We're here." Su Chang'e turned to look back, and a brief flash of relief appeared in his eyes before being replaced by gravity again. "Taijian, what happened to your injuries? Your shoulder is bleeding." "It's nothing." Taijian wiped the blood from his shoulder and said through gritted teeth, "There was a little accident on the way. But it wasn't the men in black who did it. It was that little bastard Lin Shun." "Lin Shun?" Su Chang'e froze for a moment. "That's right. We originally came to find him and have him remove the binding, but halfway here we ran into this bunch of world-ending cult trash," Taijian said through clenched teeth. "That brat got hit by who knows what again, and all of us got dragged into it. I was fighting a man in black just now when suddenly my chest and stomach started hurting at the same time. I almost had my head blown off with one punch." The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. The student from Qingshui High almost all shouted at once. "Exactly." Hua Qinyu's voice was the loudest. "It was Lin Shun. He got burned again. He got beaten up by the men in black again. We hurt who knows how many times on the way here. Principal, you have to stand up for us." At that moment, everyone was pouring out their grievances. Then everyone's anger reached a whole new level. "Where's Lin Shun?" Long Xiaotian roared. "Get him out here. He has to give us an explanation today." "That's right. Get out here. Come out and take a beating." "No, come out so we can beat you." "No, come out and stop taking beatings." "Anyway, just get out here." For a moment, the scene completely derailed from a grand battle against a 7th-tier exotic beast into a mass denunciation rally against Lin Shun. And in the middle of all that chaos, a bare-chested figure quietly slipped into the central plaza from the edge of the forest. From the edge of the woods, Lin Shun had already seen everything. He had seen how the Icefire Demon Bull sent the teachers flying, how the old principal desperately blocked its attacks, how the students were tied beside the array and bleeding, and how one teacher had been pierced through by ice and fire and never stood up again. He had seen it all. So instead of shouting at me like he usually did, he first quietly observed the situation. 68 men in black, one 7th-tier exotic beast. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The binding has already been switched onto them. Double damage sharing. So now, every punch I take will hit that bull and those men in black with twice the force. He glanced at the system panel. The 9 Revolutions Great Restoration pill cost 100,000, and I've got a little over 100,000 left, which means I can probably die one more time. He grinned. One time is enough. Then he heard everyone in the plaza shouting his name. Some were denouncing him, some were cursing him out, some wanted answers. Some wanted to beat him, some wanted to soak him for 3 days and 3 nights. All kinds of voices rose and fell one after another. Lin Shun scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Am I really this popular? Then he stepped out from behind the tree and strode into the central plaza. The first one to spot him was Hua Qianyu. Lin Shun. Her voice jumped up 8 whole octaves. Everyone turned their heads in unison and followed her gaze. Bare chest, scorched pant legs. If that wasn't Lin Shun, who else could it be? Lin Shun. It's him. What is he walking toward the Ice-Fire Demon Bull for? Long Xiaotian was the first to react, and his face changed instantly. Lin Shun, are you crazy? That's a 7th-tier exotic beast. 7th tier? Get back here. Lin Shun, don't go over there. Feng Ling, her face instantly went pale. That's a 7th-tier exotic beast. You'll die. Bai Yi said nothing, but his pupils contracted, because he noticed Lin Shun's expression. That expression was very familiar to him. Every time Lin Shun wore that expression, it meant he was about to pull something huge. Taijian also saw Lin Shun. Then he shouted at Lin Shun's back. Lin Shun, stop right there. Remove this damned damage sharing first before you go courting death. That's right. Remove the binding first. Song Tai shouted along with him. We still Haven T settled the score with you. I got my face smashed in by a man in black just now, and it was all because of you. If you want to go throw your life away, remove our bindings first. Lin Shun stopped, turned around, and flashed a bright smile at the students and instructors from Qingshui High. Oh, that. He scratched his head and said lightly, it's already been removed. Your bindings were removed a long time ago. None of you still have damage sharing on you now. The entire place went quiet for 2 seconds. Removed? Long Xiaodian raised a hand and carefully sensed his body. It really does seem to be gone. I can't feel that faint connection anymore. Bai Yi also nodded. It really has been removed. Removed? Song Tai first let out a breath of relief. Then his expression became even more horrified. When did you remove it? Why did you remove it? If you removed ours, then who did you bind? Lin Chun's smile grew even brighter. Me? He turned around, spread both arms toward the ice-fire demon bull in the middle of the plaza and the men in black around it, and loudly announced for everyone to hear. I bound them. All the men in black. And that big bull too. He raised 2 fingers, and it's double damage return. If I take 1 punch, they feel too. The air in the entire arena froze at this moment. Long Xiaodian's mouth hung open in a perfect O, wide enough to stuff a fist inside. Hua Qinyu still had tears hanging on her face, but her whole person had already gone stiff. Tai Zhan's expression changed the most dramatically. From anger to confusion. From confusion to shock. From shock to disbelief. And finally it froze into a broken look that said this world is way too crazy. I should go back to the otherworld battlefield. What did he just say? Song Tai asked blankly. He said he bound damage sharing to the black-clothed man. Tai Zhan replied in an extremely calm tone. And to that 7-level exotic beast too. And it's double. At this moment, everyone shut their mouths. Because they saw Lin Chun had already swaggered up to the ice-fire demon ox, and they also wanted to see just how terrifying this double damage really was. And the ice-fire demon ox was preparing its second wave of attack. Between its horns, ice blue and fire-red light once again gathered, targeting Su Changhe and the Hongdu University staff formation ahead. Then it felt something hit its nose. It was a pebble. Not big, about the size of an egg. Its power and speed were both utterly harmless, so much so that hitting the ice-fire demon ox's nose wouldn't even count as a tickle. But the spot it hit was very precise, right between the nostrils on the softest bit of flesh. That was the most sensitive part of the ice-fire demon ox's entire body, and also its most taboo weakness to be touched. The ice-fire demon ox stopped attacking Su Changhe. Its massive head slowly lowered, and its 2 eyes, bigger than wash basins, locked onto the little thing on the ground that had thrown the stone at it. Lin Chun was standing beside its left forehoof, still weighing another pebble in his hand. He tilted his head up and looked at it with a smiling face. Looking at what? He threw another pebble, hitting another sensitive spot with pinpoint accuracy. Its crotch. Come hit me, beef hot pot. The entire central plaza was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Lin Chun with the eyes of people looking at a dead man. The senior students who didn't know him only had one thought in their heads. This freshman is crazy. Maybe he had been driven mad by the black-clothed man. Maybe he was hallucinating from too much blood loss. But whatever the case, he was about to turn into a pile of meat paste onto the ice-fire demon ox's hoof. The Qingshui High School students who knew Lin Chun also had only one thought in their heads. He usually acts this recklessly, but this time he did it in front of a 7-level exotic beast. Principal, stop him. Feng Ling reacted first and shouted at Su Changhe. Su Changhe lifted a hand, about to rush over and drag Lin Chun back. But the ice-fire demon ox had already moved. This was no longer about courting death. This was humiliating it. For a lofty 7-level exotic beast, this kind of humiliation could only be washed away with this human-s blood. The ice-fire demon ox lifted its left forehoof. That huge hoof came down like a truck falling from the sky, carrying terrifying force as it stomped toward Lin Chun. No. Feng Ling exclaimed. Su Changhe's wind-type ability had only just gathered halfway in his hand. It was too late. Tai Zhan charged out, but the distance was too far. Everyone could only watch helplessly as that massive hoof came down. The black-clothed men were also laughing. The black-clothed man at the front curled his lips into a mocking arc court death. Lin Chun didn't dodge. He even spread his arms, as if he were trying to embrace that descending giant hoof. The hoof came down and hit Lin Chun. With a dull, thunderous boom, the ground shook violently. Centered on Lin Chun, the ground within several dozen feet exploded apart. Broken stones and dirt were sent flying more than 10 meters in the air by the shockwave, and dust filled the entire plaza. Dead silence. Tears burst from Feng Ling's eyes, and screams rang out from all directions. But they weren't Lin Chun's screams. Lin Chun had been stomped under the hoof, and he didn't make a sound. The ones screaming were all the black-clothed men in the plaza. 68 black-clothed men at the exact same instant. All felt an indescribable force crash down from the sky and slam into each and every one of them. That force was so great it could not be resisted, like having a mountain pressed onto them. Their entire body's bones let out strained groans, and it was double the force. This what? They didn't even have the strength to finish a single sentence before they were critically injured and collapsed motionless. Looking at the situation, they were probably only one step away from death. But the worst off was not the black-clothed men. It was the ice-fire demon ox. According to the damage-sharing rules, the ice-fire demon ox itself was also within the binding range. So when it stomped Lin Chun, that force was returned to itself at double strength. The ice fire demon ox let out a painful howl, its massive body stumbling back several steps. Its left forehoof, the one that had stomped Lin Shun, felt as if it had been smashed hard by an invisible force the instant the damage was returned. Its bones gave out with an unbearable creak, several scales burst apart, and ice-blue blood flowed from the cracks. Terrified, it lowered its head and looked at its injured left forehoof, then looked at that small figure in the dust that had been stomped once it was still moving. For the first time, confusion appeared in those enormous eyes. The dust slowly dispersed. Lin Shun was lying in the pit he had been smashed into, sprawled out in a big character shape, his posture utterly miserable. His back had been stomped into a large patch of bruising, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But he had used both arms to forcibly take most of the giant hoof's force head-on. His first-level physique, boosted by the 9 Revolution's great rejuvenation pill, was enough for him to survive this kind of attack. He coughed twice, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, then planted both hands on the ground and slowly climbed up. His legs were shaking when he stood, his body swayed, but he was laughing. Lin Shun raised his head and looked at that ice fire demon ox, which was hundreds of times bigger than him, revealing a bright, heartfelt smile stained with blood. Ding! Detected host receiving physical attack from 7-level exotic beast, fatal, masochism value, plus 5 points. Ding! Current available masochism value, 16 points. Ding! Double damage return triggered. All bound targets receive double damage return. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the 5-point prompt on the system panel, and nodded in satisfaction. After the system upgrade, masochism value was no longer given in chunks of several thousand. It had changed to point-based calculation. Just now, that one hit gave him 5 points. And everything in the shop was also priced in points, 1 point, 3 points, 5 points. In other words, 5 points could be exchanged for 5 ordinary items. Profit. And everyone in the arena, at this moment, collectively turned to stone. He is still alive? Long Xiaotian's jaw nearly dislocated. Stomped by a 7-level exotic beast. Got back up, and he was still laughing. He is not human. He is really not human. I said it long ago, he is not human. Monster. Su Chong has stood at the very front of the battlefield, his walking stick still raised in midair, wind-type ability still gathering at the tip of the staff. He had originally been about to rush over to save Lin Shun, but at this moment, he had completely forgotten about making a move. He looked at Lin Shun climbing out of the pit. He looked at the black-clothed men, coughing blood all over the ground. He looked at the ice-flame demon bull backing away in terror, its hooves bleeding, scales exploding. Then, all of a sudden, he understood everything. It wasn't damage, shared and rebounded. He muttered to himself. It was damage transfer. He took the hits, and the damage was transferred on all the bonded people, and doubled. Vice Principal Zhou Zhenyue beside him widened his eyes. Double? Then if he carried all of it alone. That was basically the same as beating 68 black-clothed men and a 7th-level exotic beast at the same time. Not beating. Su Changhai's voice carried a smile that was impossible to tell was shock or relief. It was being beaten. He used the method of being beaten to beat everyone. Then Su Changhai's eyes lit up. All teachers who can still fight, listen to my command. His voice suddenly rose, echoing across the entire central plaza. Target the ice flame demon bull. Attack with everything you've got. That beast has already been severely injured in its left forehoof by Lin Chun's damage sharing, and its movement is restricted. Hit the dog while it's down. Kill it now. The faculty of Hongdu University answered in unison. 50 or 60 beams of all kinds of ability light lit up at the same time and blasted toward the ice flame demon bull, without the black-clothed men interfering. This 7th-level exotic beast was still terrifyingly strong, but it was no longer invincible. Su Changhai was right. The ice flame demon bull really did not dare touch Lin Shun now. One of its left forehooves was already crippled. The step it had taken on Lin Shun had hurt it deeply. It didn't know what was going on, but it had clearly formed a causal relationship. If it touched that little man, it would hurt. So when the faculty of Hongdu University launched their attack on it, it didn't even seem interested in fighting back. Its attention was fully fixed on Lin Shun. Those huge eyes stared dead at that shirtless little man, trying to understand exactly what he was. And Lin Shun was doing something that no one could understand at all. He had run up beside the ice flame demon bull's left forehoof, then crouched down, looking up at the bull with his arms spread wide. Come again, he shouted. Step on me, like just now. Don't step on my chest. Change the spot. My back hasn't been stepped on yet. If you step on my back, the damage will be greater. Hurry, hurry. The ice flame demon bull looked down at this little man, and a trace of instinctive fear flashed in its enormous eyes. It stepped back. Icy blue blood was still dripping from its cracked left forehoof. It's afraid of him. Long Xiaotian said in a voice as if all his worldview had been drained out of him. A 7th-level exotic beast is afraid of a freshman with no ability. If it were you, you'd be afraid too, Bai Yi added expressionlessly. One stomp crippled one of its hooves. If it stomps again, I'm afraid all 4 legs will be ruined. At this moment, Su Changhai was leading the teachers in a fierce assault from the side. All kinds of ability attacks slammed onto the ice flame demon bull's side and head like a downpour. Ice shields blocked part of it. Scale armor took part of it. But the teachers had the advantage in numbers, and the relentless attacks finally began to leave wounds on this giant beast. The Ice Flame Demon Bull let out an angry roar. The ice and fire light between its horns gathered again and blasted toward the faculty formation. Su Changhai's wine shield blocked most of the power, but 7 or 8 teachers were still thrown by the shockwave, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Su Changhai roared through gritted teeth. Lin Shen saw all of this from beneath the bull's hoof. He saw Su Changhai's windshield shatter. He saw that old man stagger back several steps from the shockwave, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet still not taking a single step back. This old man was really tough. Lin Shen said it softly. Then he looked at the system panel again. Available masochism points, 16. That stomp just now gave him 5 points, and with what was left from before, it made 16 in total. Enough to buy quite a few things. He browsed the system shop and found something that made his eyes light up. Diamond Bodyguard Pill. Only effective on yourself. Price, 3 points. Effect. After taking it, your physique temporarily increases to 3 times its original value for 30 seconds. Can stack. Only 3 points? Buy. He exchanged for 1 and swallowed it in one gulp. A surge of heat flooded into his limbs and bones. He felt his body become even harder in that instant, though it was already so hard that even strength-type ability users doubted life itself. Now it was even harder. Then he found another item. Pain Amplifier. Price, 2 points. Effect. Increases the masochism points triggered by the next damage you endure by 50%, lasting 10 minutes. 2 points? Bought. Lin Shen tapped exchange without hesitation. A small silver-white device appeared in his palm. He pressed it against his chest, and the device turned into a streak of silver light and merged into his body. Everything was ready. He raised his head and locked onto the Ice Flame Demon Bull again. Big cow, he shouted. The Ice Flame Demon Bull instinctively lowered its head to glance at him, then seemed to realize it shouldn't be looking and abruptly lifted its head again. Don't hide. Look at me. Look at me. Lin Shen waved his arms at it, then pointed towards Su Changhai's direction. You just beat that old man pretty hard, huh? You think you're amazing? You're such a big cow, and you bully an old man. Do you have any shame? The Ice Flame Demon Bull naturally couldn't understand human speech, but it understood the provocation in Lin Shen's tone. 2 thick streams of white breath puffed out from its nostrils, and the ice fire horns began to glow. Yes, yes, yes. That's the expression. Angry, huh? If you're angry, come hit me. Don't hit that old man anymore, hit me. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Lin Shen spread his arms wide, exposing his chest completely within the Ice Flame Demon Bull's attack range. The Ice Flame Demon Bull hesitated. It wasn't stupid. Just now one stomp had been enough to make its legs still bleed. But this human in front of it was just too much to beat up. That expression, that tone, that posture. Every pore of his body was sending out the signal. Come hit me. Its instincts told it not to touch this person, but its fury told it to stomp him to death. In the end, anger overpowered instinct. The Ice Flame Demon Bull let out a heaven-shaking roar and lowered its head. The ice fire horns simultaneously burst into blinding light. It no longer used its hoofs. It was going to use its horns and ram this person flying. Icy blue frost flame and crimson flames entwined together, condensing into a devastating ice fire shockwave that blasted toward Lin Shen at point-blank range. Lin Shen! Feng Ling cried out in shock. Su Changhai wanted to step in to rescue him, but it was too close. The shockwave had already been fired. There was no time. The shockwave hit Lin Shen. The power of ice and fire exploded across his chest. Extreme cold and searing heat acted at the same time. His chest was instantly frozen, split, and burned charred, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball. Lin Shen's body arced across the sky above the plaza, broke through 3 trees, and finally crashed into a patch of bushes at the edge of the dense forest, sending shredded leaves and dust flying everywhere. The whole world fell silent for a moment. Then screams exploded again. But this time, the one screaming was not Lin Shen. It was all the black-clothed men, including the leader. All 68 black-clothed men let out the most miserable screams of their lives at the same time. The double ice fire shockwave damage was like 2 red-hot, frozen knives stabbing into each of their chests at the same time. The black-clad men who had already been badly wounded and fallen to the ground were directly sent off by this wave of damage. Their bodies spasmed violently a few times, then stopped moving. The black-clad men who were still barely standing also collapsed in unison like wheat being reaped. Blood gushed from their mouths, noses, and ears, pooling on the ground into dark red little streams. The black-clad leader was lying on the ground. His golden Higginbana mask had already been stained dark red with blood. He used up his last bit of strength and shakily reached out toward the central blood-colored array. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. His hand fell weakly to the ground. 68 black-clad men from the world-ending cult wiped out. But the worst off was still the Icefire Demon Ox. The double damage reflected back a blow equivalent to twice its own attack power. That force exploded from inside its body, with ice flames and raging fire rampaging through its internal organs at the same time. Its ice fire horns, its proudest weapon, gave off a sharp crack at the instant the damage was reflected. A deep crack split from the middle of the left horn, and icy blue fragments fell in a rustling shower. The right horn was even worse. It snapped off in a chunk outright, and scarlet fire blood spurted from the break. The ice fire demon ox let out a heartbreaking howl. Its massive body staggered backward, smashing the blood-colored array behind it, which was 10 meters in diameter. The runes of the array burst apart the instant it shattered, erupting with one last blinding red light before going completely dim. The ice fire demon ox slumped down in the ruins of the array. All 4 of its legs were trembling, and icy blue blood and scarlet fire blood seeped out from its horns, scales, and facial features at the same time, dyeing the ground beneath it into a bizarre blue-red abstract painting. It was on its last breath, but it was not dead yet. The life force of a level 7 ferocious beast was ultimately terrifying. Focus fire on all targets. Suchanha's roar pulled everyone back from their shock. The instructors attacked again. This time, the ice fire demon ox had no strength left to resist at all. All kinds of abilities poured onto its body, stripping off its scales piece by piece and tearing apart its flesh layer by layer. Finally, with a long howl full of unwillingness and confusion, this level 7 ferocious beast crashed to the ground. The earth shook violently, then fell completely silent. Suchanha leaned on his cane and panted heavily. His long robe had 7 or 8 tears in it, and there was still a burn mark on his chest from ice fire. But there was a tired smile on his face, the kind that came after surviving disaster. "It's over," he said softly. Then he seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned to look toward the edge of the dense forest. Lin Chun. He quickly strode toward the area where Lin Chun had smashed through the tree. The students of Qing Shui High School followed, right behind him. Everyone wore the same expression: fear, worry, guilt. Just moments ago, they had been cursing him, accusing him, shouting that they were going to soak him in water for 3 days and 3 nights. But he had saved everyone, in a way no one could understand. He had taken on the damage from 68 black-clad men, and a level 7 ferocious beast all by himself, saving every living person in this plaza. Long Xiaodian was the first to run to the thicket. He pushed aside the messy branches, then froze. Lin Chun was lying in the bushes, spread out in a big cross, looking even more miserable than when he had been stepped on by the ox's hoof just now. His chest skin was crisscrossed with frost and burn marks, as if someone had treated him with liquid nitrogen and a flamethrower at the same time. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sky, and there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "Lin Chun, how are you?" Long Xiaodian crouched down and looked at him nervously. Lin Chun turned his head and grinned at him. "Feels awesome." That was the first thing he said, and it immediately turned Long Xiaodian's expression from worry into one of "I really shouldn't have asked." "What?" "Hurt value went up a lot," Lin Chun said in a weak voice, but with obvious satisfaction. "That last hit, Icefire Shockwave, with Pain Amplifier, got 8 points plus the 13 points before that. A total of 21 points can exchange for lots of things. You almost died, do you know that? And you're still calculating some nonsense." Long Xiaodian roared, but his eyes were red. Lin Chun closed his eyes, the same shameless smile still hanging on his face. The kind that made people hate him but never really be able to hate him. "Didn't he die, so it's fine if I died? But it'd be a loss if I'm alive. I can't keep getting beaten." Then his head tilted to one side, and he passed out. Lin Chun. Feng Ling rushed over, knelt beside the bushes, and reached out to touch Lin Chun's forehead. The residual heat from the Icefire Shockwave was still there, half cold and half burning hot. She gritted her teeth and activated her wind ability, using a gentle current to wrap around Lin Chun's body and do her best to ease the injuries in his chest. "Healer, anyone with healing abilities, come here now," she shouted back at the crowd. Su Changhe quickly walked over, lowered his head to check Lin Chun's injuries, and the tightly furrowed brow on his face slowly relaxed. "Yes, fine. He has just passed out. His injuries are not light, but they're not fatal. His physique is even stronger than this old man expected." He paused, then added in a complicated tone, "Hit head-on twice by a level 7 ferocious beast and still alive. This kid is practically a medical miracle." After that, Su Changhe stood up with his cane and looked at the mountain of black-clad corpses on the plaza and the fallen level 7 ferocious beast. He remained silent for a long time. "Clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, and notify the military that the crisis has been resolved. But medical support and aftercare are needed." His voice was steady and powerful. "Also, every instructor who participated in this battle, and every student present today, one word of this must not get out." "Why?" someone asked in confusion. Su Changhe lowered his head and glanced at Lin Chun, whose unconscious face still had a smile on it under by Yi's coat. "Because he is now the most important trump card at Hongdu University," he said. "The world-ending cult was wiped out this time, but they let this go. Before we figure out why they were able to infiltrate the Hongdu dense forest, The fewer people who know about Lin Chen's ability, the better, especially the fact that damage sharing can be bound and unbound at will. The outside world absolutely cannot know. He turned his head and swept his sharp gaze over everyone present. If the world-ending cult learns the details of his ability, the next ones they send 1 TB 68 people and a level 7 ferocious beast. They send stronger ferocious beasts and more powerful ability users. By then, we'll need Lin Chen to step up again. So protecting his information is protecting ourselves. Everyone silently nodded. 2 mornings later, when Lin Chen woke up, the first thing he felt was pain all over his body. He struggled to open his eyes a crack. What met his gaze was a snow-white ceiling, glaring fluorescent lights, and the smell of disinfectant. He was in a hospital room. Lin Chen opened his mouth, and before he could call for a nurse, the system notification rang out. Ding. Detected that the host has awakened. Body functions are recovering. Current available hurt value, 21 points. Ding. Important. Since the host currently has no bound personnel, according to the system's latest safety protocol, all currently enrolled students of Hongdu University are now forcibly bound, a total of 1.3 million. Ding. After the system upgrade, the following new rules have been added. 1. Attacks the host inflicts on himself do not count toward masochism value. 2. Damage below a certain threshold in a single hit does not count toward masochism value. 3. Wish the host a pleasant life and a smooth beating. Lin Chen's smile froze on his face. 1.3 million. Lin Chen's voice was a little floaty. I already got scolded to hell and back for binding over 1,000 high school students before, and now I bound 1.3 million college students. He thought back to the expressions on Tai Zhan and Song Tai's faces, those 2 instructors who had looked like they wanted to swallow him alive. Then multiplied that expression by 1,000. Then he came to a conclusion. If this got discovered this time, he'd be torn into 1.3 million pieces. No way, no way, no way. Lin Chen bolted upright from the hospital bed. He moved too hard and tore at his wound, pain twisting his face. But he couldn't spare any attention for it now. He opened the system shop and frantically swiped his finger across the virtual panel. He had to raise his physique fast. At the very least, he couldn't be killed by 1 punch. Second tier, at least second tier. The kind of second tier that could endure several hits from an 8th tier beast. He searched wildly through the shop, and his gaze finally locked onto 2 pills. Explosive body pill, price, 10 points. Effect, rebuilds the body in an extremely violent way with a high chance of forcibly raising physique to second tier. Warning, the process is extremely painful and there is a certain chance of damaging the meridians. Body tempering pill, price, 10 points. Effect, temper the body in a gentle way, safely and painlessly raising physique to second tier. Side effect, within 24 hours after taking it, yang energy in the body will be too abundant. Emotional control is advised. One was wild enough to possibly blow himself up. The other was gentle, but came with a tiny side effect. Lin Chen stroked his chin and thought for about 0.3 seconds. Only an idiot would pick the first one. He clicked the exchange button for the body tempering pill without hesitation. A thumb-sized silver-white pill dropped into his palm. It was warm and smooth like jade, giving off a cool, mint-like fragrance. Lin Chen tossed it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. Not bad. Tasted like mint candy. He and T finished speaking when a surge of heat exploded from his dantian and rushed violently toward his limbs and bones. It felt as if 10,000 hot little hands were massaging every one of his cells at the same time, or as if he were soaking in water at just the right temperature, every pore in his body relaxing. Gentle. It really was gentle. But gentle didn't mean he couldn't feel it. He could clearly sense his muscle fibers tightening one by one, his bones thickening inch by inch, the blood in his veins surging faster and faster, and his heart thumping, each beat stronger than the last. At this moment, on the campus of Hongdu University, a second-year senior named Li was carrying a tray while getting food in the cafeteria, humming a tune under his breath. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged up from deep inside his body, as if someone had poured a jug of boiling water into his veins. The tray clattered to the floor, and he collapsed weakly in the cafeteria aisle. The classmate beside him was just about to laugh at his slip when his own legs suddenly gave out too, and he dropped to the floor, clutching his stomach. What's going on? A third-year senior named Zhang was applying a face mask in her dorm when she suddenly felt every cell in her body jumping. It wasn't exactly painful, but it definitely didn't feel good, as if someone had stuffed popping candy into the cracks of her bones. She let out a scream and fell off her chair, startling her roommate. The roommate was just about to rush over to help when she also collapsed, and the two of them lay on the floor, staring at each other, unable to say a word. And this kind of scene was playing out constantly across the entire school. 1.3 million people, and double the sensation at that. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Sure enough, cries of agony rose one after another all over campus. The sound was so spectacular that from the teaching area to the dorms, from the cafeteria to the gymnasium, students were lying on the ground, twisting in pain everywhere. The scene comparable to the end of the world in a movie. The teachers were so anxious they looked like ants on a hot pan, The infirmary phones were being blown up, and the security team had all been dispatched. But they didn't know where to start rescuing people. Did the extinction cult come again? A teacher cried out in terror. Quick, notify the principal now. At this moment, on the lawn outside the teaching building, Long Xiaotian was rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach, every cell in his body dancing a tap routine. His physique had already been tempered to a certain foundation during the time at Qingshui High School by Lin Shun. So although the double sensation was hard to endure, he could barely bear it. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he was far too familiar with this feeling. Although the intensity this time was different from before, that sensation of being forcibly dragged forward, of his muscles and bones growing wildly, was something he would never forget in his life. Lin Shun. Long Xiaotian pressed himself against the grass and slammed his fist into the ground, letting out a heart-rending roar. Was it you, Lin Shun? You damn bastard. Did you eat something again? The moment he shouted that, the surrounding students first froze, then immediately exploded. Lin Shun, the Lin Shun the principal mentioned? The Lin Shun who got first place in the survival battle? Damn it, so was him messing around. I'm not finished with you. Just as the curses were about to turn into a collective riot, Principal Su Changhe arrived. When Su Changhe received the news, he had been drinking tea in his office. The moment he heard that all the students on campus had collapsed and were howling in pain, the teacup slipped from his hand and shattered into 8 pieces. His first reaction was indeed the extinction cult. But Long Xiaotian's roar of Lin Shun instantly made him understand something. Without another word, the old principal grabbed his cane and rushed toward the school infirmary. When he pushed open the ward door, this was what he saw. Lin Shun was sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, sweat pouring down his body. His skin was glowing with a faint silver-white light. His muscles were twitching irregularly beneath his clothes, and his bones were making faint cracking sounds. He looked like a furnace being reforged. Su Changhe was far too familiar with that aura, physique breakthrough. Su Changhe stood at the door, stunned for a full 5 seconds. As a 6th-tier esper, he knew all too well how hard it was to raise physique. His wind element ability had already reached the peak of 6th tier, but he hadn't even touched the threshold of 1st tier physique. A common consensus in the entire esper world was, abilities are easy to cultivate. Physique is hard to train. Those who could pile up resources to reach 1st tier physique were all 1 in a million geniuses, and yet the freshman before him, who didn't even have an ability, was breaking through to 2nd tier. But now wasn't the time to marvel. Outside, 1.3 million students were howling in pain. As the principal, he had to do something. Su Changhe turned, hurried out of the ward, went to the broadcast room, took a deep breath, and pressed the school-wide announcement button. Attention all faculty and students. This is Principal Su Changhe. His voice spread through every corner of the campus via the broadcast speakers, drowning out all the cries of agony. I know your bodies are in pain right now, but please listen to me. This is not an attack, and it is not a method of the extinction cult. This is an opportunity for you. On the playground, in the dorms, and in the classrooms, the students rolling on the ground heard the broadcast and barely managed to stop crying out, pricking up their ears to listen. What you're feeling right now is a sign of physique breakthrough. Your cells are reorganizing, your muscles are strengthening, and your bones are being reinforced. Your bodies are undergoing a rebirth-like transformation. Steady your minds, grit your teeth, and endure it. If you make it through, your strength will enter a whole new level. The entire school fell silent for a moment. Then someone tried closing his eyes and steadying his mind as Su Changhe had said. Gradually, one student after another stopped rolling around on the ground. Gritting their teeth, they sat up cross-legged, forcibly enduring that wave of heat, itchiness, and pain as they guided the changes inside their bodies. The wails gradually died down, replaced by heavy breathing and the occasional muffled groan. Su Changhe lowered the microphone and let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. He knew he had just told a monstrous lie. How was this the school S arrangement? It was obviously that little bastard Lin Shun stirring up trouble again. But at this moment, this was the only thing he could say, and he had to say it. This collective transformation lasted a full day and night. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into Hongdu University, the entire campus seemed to have had a reset button pressed. A student climbed up from the floor of his dorm room, lowered his head to look at his hands, clenched his fingers, and stared with wide eyes. My strength. It's gone up by at least half. He tried punching the wall. A shallow dent appeared in it, while his fist was completely unharmed. It had to be known that he had only been a level 3 esper with extremely poor constitution. In another dorm room, a girl stood in front of a mirror, staring at her reflection in disbelief. Her skin was tighter and more radiant than before, and her figure was straighter as well. She tried activating her power and discovered that the bottleneck she had always been stuck in had somehow already been broken through. I broke through. On the athletic field, 2 students were sparring. They had fought for less than 3 minutes when one of them suddenly stopped, his voice trembling with excitement. My speed is twice what it used to be. Can you believe it? Twice. The other replied, just as excitedly. Your punches are twice as heavy too. You nearly broke my bones. Scenes like this were playing out all across the campus. every student discovered that his or her constitution had undergone a heaven and earth overturning change. Even the worst had gone from 0 to half a level, while those who already had a foundation directly broke through to level 1. And for those top students whose talents had already been exceptional, the changes were even more shocking. Long Xiaotian stood on the athletic field with his eyes closed, sensing the surging power inside his body. His fire ability had originally been S rank, but now both the temperature and range of his flames had skyrocketed, and his body's resistance to high temperatures had greatly increased as well. He opened his right hand, and a ball of flame ignited out of thin air. Its color had changed from the former orange-red to an even purer, blazing white. SS rank. Bai Yi's voice came from beside him, carrying a trace of disbelief. Resting in Bai Yi's palm was an even deeper mass of shadow energy, its edges giving off a faint blue sheen. I'm SS rank too. What the hell is going on? It wasn't just the two of them. The more than 1,000 students who had come from Qingshui High School had all broken through to level 1 constitution. In Long Xiaotian, Bai Yi, Yingrun, Feng Ling, Shui Miao Miao, Hua, Qinyu, Bing Qing, and Hong Xiao Wang, the 8 S-rank espers, had all charged into SS rank together with a boost from their constitutions. Su Changhe stood by the window in the principal S office, looking at the cheering and jumping students below with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Relief, shock, worry, and emotions even he himself could not clearly describe were all tangled together. 1,300,000 people, all raised by half a level in constitution. Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue stood behind him, his voice still trembling. Old Su, something like this has never happened in human history. Half a level for every single person? Even if the whole school poured everything into it, it still wouldn't be possible. If the outside world finds out, Lin Shun is finished. Su Changhe stayed silent for a long time. Then he turned around and said to Zhou Jinyue, how the very best teachers from the Shadow Department protect Lin Shun in 24-hour rotating shifts starting today. Externally, everyone is to stick to one statement. The constitution increase came from a secret experiment launched by the school. Absolutely no one can know this has anything to do with Lin Shun. Zhou Jinyue nodded hard and turned to make the arrangements. In a ward at the school hospital, Lin Shun jumped down from the bed and stretched his body a little. A faint bronze sheen glimmered across the surface of his skin. It did not look especially eye-catching, but if someone knocked on it with a hand, it would produce a crisp metallic sound. Level 2 constitution, bronze body. It meant that Esper attacks below level 5 hitting him were about the same as scratching an itch. Even a full force strike from a level 6 Esper would only make him hurt for a moment without injuring him. Even if a level 8 mutant beast struck him with full force, he could still tank several hits without dying. To the entire Esper world, this was already monster-level physical toughness. Level 2. Finally level 2. Lin Chen admired the bronze patterns on his arms with satisfaction. Feeling completely pleased with himself, he was just about to go outside and take a look at the situation when he suddenly felt a stream of heat rising from his lower abdomen. That heat was different from the warmth of the body-tempering pill. It was more restless, more violent, like a fire had been lit deep inside his body. He frowned, not paying it much mind, thinking it was only a normal reaction after a breakthrough. Then the ward door was pushed open, and a young nurse walked in carrying a medicine tray. She wore a white nurse uniform and had her hair in a ponytail. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her voice was gentle. Student Lin Shun, it's time to change your dressing. Lin Shun turned to look at her. The next second, he felt all the blood in his body rush in one direction. That restless heat instantly spread from his lower abdomen through his entire body. His head buzzed, and his eyes involuntarily drifted to places they should not be looking. His reason told him, control yourself. This is a side effect. The side effect of the body-tempering pill, excess yang energy, failure of emotional control. But how could the side effects of the body-tempering pill be so easy to control? This was a high-grade pill worth 10 points of abuse value. The stronger the effect, the fiercer the side effects. His body reacted before his brain. He stepped in front of the nurse in one stride and wrapped an arm around her waist. Ah! The nurse's scream tore through the silence of the school hospital, and the medicine tray crashed to the floor with a clatter. Student Lin Shun, what are you doing? Outside the door, the 2 Shadow Department teachers responsible for protecting Lin Shun instantly flashed into the room. One grabbed Lin Shun by the shoulder and yanked him back, while the other pulled the nurse behind himself. Lin Shun, what is wrong with you? The teacher holding Lin Shun shouted sternly, but in the next second, he noticed something was wrong. Lin Shun's body temperature was frighteningly high. His skin was as hot as branding iron. His breathing was heavy and rough, and his eyes were bloodshot. Quick, call the principal. The other teacher shouted. By the time Su Changhe arrived, Lin Shun had already been pinned down on the bed by the 2 teachers. But with the strength of a level 2 constitution, even the suppression of 2 level 5 espers could only barely hold him down. Like a trapped wild beast, Lin Shun kept struggling nonstop on the bed. Principal, something's wrong with his condition. It looks like a drug side effect. The teacher holding Lin Shun down was covered in sweat. Su Changhe leaned in for a look, and his heart skipped a beat. The breakthrough in constitution had come with a surge of yang energy. The side effects of the body-tempering pill had begun to appear. In all his 60 years of life, he had never seen anything like this. And right then, a commotion came from outside the window. Su Chang'e walked to the window and looked outside. His face instantly turned blacker than charcoal. In the direction of the girls' dormitory, the main gate had somehow been knocked open. The lights on several floors were flickering on and off, and faint screams and cries could be heard coming from that side, along with some indescribable commotion. The entire dorm building was in an uproar. Girls kept running out from inside, some with disheveled clothes, some covering their faces and crying, some cursing under their breath. Su Chang'e closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was over. He knew something huge had happened. This body enhancement had more or less benefited everyone, and naturally, the side effects of the body-tempering pill had been shared along with it. 1.3 million students, and at least half of them were girls. When the side effects kicked in, reason was basically zero. What happened next depended entirely on bodily instinct. This blame was too big. I can't take it. Su Chang'e muttered to himself. Then he made a decision no one expected. Run. The old principal used the speed of a rank 6 esper to rush back to his office, packed a few sets of clothes, stuffed enough dried rations for a month into his spatial ring, then left a tablet computer on the desk and recorded a video. After all that, he opened the window. Wind-type energy wrapped around him in a streak of blue light, and with a whoosh, he vanished into the night sky. The next morning, when sunlight shone into Hongdu University, screams began erupting one after another. In the girls' dormitory, some woke up to find there was more than one person in their bed, and some woke up to find there were missing things that Shun Ti had been missing. Some hugged and cried. Some hugged and stared blankly. There were also a few pairs who had always had some ambiguous chemistry. They sat on the edge of the bed, faces red, saying nothing. The atmosphere was so awkward it was almost explosive. What the hell happened? The boys' dormitory wasn't any better. When a few handsome guys woke up and saw the person lying beside them, their faces went from flushed red to pale white, from pale white to ashen, and from ashen to utterly hopeless. No way. They were probably going to have psychological trauma for the rest of their lives. A few quick-reacting ones had already climbed out the window and fled. The slower ones were blocked in the hallway and chased by a group of girls. Don't run. Stop right there. In less than an hour, hundreds of thousands of students poured onto the field. The furious students surrounded the administration building so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through, holding up hastily made banners and shouting for an explanation from the principal. Principal, get out here. Give us an explanation. What happened last night? Why do we turn into that? Su Chang'e, get out here. Stop hiding in there and saying nothing. The crowd was in an uproar, and it looked like they were about to storm the building. Just then, someone noticed the tablet computer lit up in the principal's office, with an unplayed video on it. A few students squeezed over and pressed play. Su Chang'e's image appeared on the screen, with the office window in the background. It looked like the video had been recorded in a hurry. The old principal's expression was extremely serious, but there was a faint trace of guilt in his eyes. Students, good morning. By the time you see this video, I'll already be on the road for an investigation in another province, and I want to be back for a while. Regarding what happened last night, as the principal, I deeply understand it, and I empathize with it as well. He paused, and he said the words that blew everyone up. But this matter was caused entirely by Lin Chen alone, and has nothing to do with me. If you want someone, go find Lin Chen. He is in Ward 302 of the school infirmary. Thank you, and I wish everyone a happy life. The video ended. The field was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then it exploded. Lin Chen. The roar of hundreds of thousands of people rose in unison, shaking the sky and blasting apart the clouds overhead. The crowd surged like a tide from the administration building toward the school infirmary, surrounding Ward 302 so tightly that not even air could get through. The enraged students rushed into the ward and started beating Lin Chen on the bed. Some smashed him with their fists, some smothered him with pillows. The girls couldn't squeeze in, so they stretched out their arms to pull his hair, scratch his face, and one girl even took off her high heel and swung it at him. Lin Chen, you bastard! Give me back my innocence! Beat him to death! Beat him to death! Lin Chen curled up on the bed, holding his head, and kept muttering while taking the hits, gently, gently. You can hit me. Just don't hit the face. As they kept hitting him, the people in front suddenly stopped. Some were clutching their fists, some rubbing their knees, some holding their stomachs. Their expressions shifted from anger to confusion, then from confusion to pain. It hurts. A boy looked at his swollen fist, grimacing in pain. I hit him, so why does my hand hurt so much? My foot hurts. Is it broken? Another boy who had kicked Lin Chen a few times hopped up while clutching his foot. I scratched his face, so why does my face start hurting too? A senior girl touched her own face and found several red marks on it, in exactly the same spots as the scratches on Lin Chen's face. A smart one was the first to react. His face turned white in an instant. Damage sharing. Hitting him is the same as hitting ourselves. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd instantly backed up 3 meters. Everyone simultaneously remembered the rumor that there was someone with a damage-sharing ability if he got hurt. Everyone suffered, And now, they were inside this damage-sharing field. So if we hit him, we get hurt too? A boy said with a miserable face. Yeah, then what is the point of us gathering here? Watching him get beaten while we ourselves hurt too. If we don't hit him, it's frustrating. And if we do hit him, it's even more frustrating. Silence. Then the crowd slowly dispersed. Before leaving, everyone passing by Lin Chun's bed tossed out a sentence like, just you wait, I'll one T let this go, or don't fall into my hands next time. But that was all. No one made another move. The few who had just hit him were crouching in the hallway, rubbing their bruised fists, looking worse than if they had swallowed a fly. This guy was basically a porcupine. No, even a porcupine wasn't this outrageous. There were also a few handsome guys standing in a corner, dazed and silent. Their luck last night had been bad. The person they were paired with was not easy to describe. One of them was squatting in a corner, muttering over and over, "Rouhua, Rouhua." Why was it Rouhua? The people nearby, hearing that, felt it was too tragic and couldn't bear to hit him any further. Condolences. Lin Chun poked his head out from under the blanket, looked at his face covered in red marks from scratching, then looked at the dozen-odd prompts that had popped up on the system panel. Detected minor damage. Value below threshold. Not counted toward abuse value. Detected minor damage. Value below threshold. Not counted toward abuse value. Detected. He had been beaten for so long, and not a single abuse value had gone up. Total loss. Lin Chun sighed. Outside the door, the dark-type teacher assigned to protect him stood there with an expressionless face. One of the beautiful female teachers lowered her head and looked at the hand that had been taken advantage of when she held Lin Chun down yesterday, then silently wiped it off. Another teacher muttered softly. The principal ran off, and all the blame got dumped on this kid's head. We still have to protect him 24 hours a day. What kind of mess is this? Forget it, forget it. It's all for the school. Just when Lin Chun thought he could finally lie down quietly for a while, the system notification rang again. Ding. Friendly reminder. The side effects of the body-tempering pill will last for 24 hours. There are still 6 hours remaining before the side effects end. During this period, the host may still experience intermittent emotional loss of control. Please take precautions. Lin Chun's smile froze again. What did you just say? The moment he said that, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and a female teacher walked in to check on him. Lin Chun's eyes immediately started drifting toward places they absolutely shouldn't be. From outside the door came the helpless voice of the bodyguard teacher. It's starting again. Hurry up and hold him down. The sound of banging and crashing once again rang out from room 302 of the school hospital, mixed with Lin Chun's screams and the embarrassed, furious scolding of the female teacher. Lin Chun, let go. I don't want to either. It's the side effects. It's all the side effects' fault. And hundreds of kilometers away, Su Chong has sat in a tea house in some small town, leisurely drinking tea. His phone was set to silent, and his missed calls had already broken into 4 digits. He glanced at the screen, flipped the phone face down on the table, picked up his teacup, and looked out at the green mountains and clear waters beyond the window, a smile of surviving disaster appearing on his face. When you're young, you've got to go through a little wind and rain to grow. He took a sip of tea, his tone carrying the sigh of an experienced elder. I caused trouble in my day, too, just not on this scale. He glanced at the phone screen again. A new message had popped up, sent by Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue. Old Sue, hurry back. I can't hold on much longer either. The girl's door matter can't be suppressed anymore. Quite a few parents are blocking the school gates, demanding an explanation. All of them are families of the victims, and emotions are running very high. Su Changha flipped the phone face down again and continued drinking tea. Not going back. This pot is way too big. You carry it yourself. He left the team money on the table, got up, left the tea house, and headed somewhere even farther away. After being cursed at by the school's entire 1,300,000 student body for a full month, Lin Chun finally came to deeply understand one truth of life. Never offend 1,300,000 college students at the same time. Over the course of that month, the keyhole to his hospital room had been jammed with chewing gum 17 times. His window had been pelted with rotten eggs 23 times. Whenever he walked across campus, a girl might suddenly reach out from behind and give him a vicious pinch, only to jump up and pain herself the next second. Whenever he went to the cafeteria for food, the lunch lady would smile and say, "Student Lin Chun, today's dishes are all gone. How about you just eat the plate?" Whenever he went to study in the library, everyone sitting around him would move away within 3 minutes, leaving a vacuum zone with a radius of 5 meters. Most outrageous of all, the student union had actually established a Lin Chun problem special committee in all seriousness. They held one meeting every week to discuss how to make his life miserable without triggering damage sharing. Although they still hadn't achieved any practical results so far, the meeting records had already exceeded 200 pages. So you've been holding meetings for a whole month. What was the final conclusion? Lin Chun finally couldn't help asking once. The student union president fell silent for 3 seconds, then said, "There's no conclusion for now. But we've ruled out 47 plans so far, including but not limited to spiking your food with laxatives, throwing a sack over your head, shooting sneak attacks, and sending one person to assassinate you while the whole school crowdsources her medical bills afterward." That last plan was unanimously rejected because everyone is afraid of pain. Wonderful. Thank you for sparing my life. Don't thank us. Just wait. We'll definitely find a way. It was in this bizarre atmosphere, where the entire school was united in hatred against him, yet no one could do anything to him, that a bombshell spread across all of Hongdu University. The once in 10 years, 4 schools resource tournament would officially be held at Longdu University 1 week later. The moment the news came out, all the teachers and students temporarily put aside their hatred for Lin Chun and turned to discussing the tournament instead. The freshmen excitedly asked around about the rules and the results from previous years. The upperclassmen, meanwhile, all wore heavy expressions, especially those seniors who had participated in the last tournament. Just hearing the words resource tournament made them sigh. The rules of the tournament were very simple. Each of the 4 top ability universities would send a representative team to compete in arena battles in a group format. Participants had to be under 25 years old and at least 4th tier in strength. At the end, cultivation resources mined from the other world would be distributed according to ranking. First place got 40%, second place got 30%, third place got 20%, and fourth place only got 10%. And Hongdu University had firmly held 4th place for 3 straight tournaments. 3 tournaments, 30 years, 10% of the resources. Dead last every single time. It was a that Hongdu's students didn't work hard. Their opponents were just too absurd. Yindu University had 1 SSS rank ability user at the helm and more than 500 participants above the 4th tier. Modi University had 2 SSS rank users and more than 800 participants above the 4th tier. Longdu University was even more outrageous, 4 SSS rank users and more than 1,000 participants above the 4th tier. And what about Hongdu University? 0 SSS rank users. Even counting generously, it only had a little over 100 participants above the 4th tier. Not even enough to match a fraction of the others. The flow of past tournaments had basically gone like this. Hongdu's students would stride out with great momentum, then get beaten into pieces. And in the end, the principal would force a smile on the award stage while accepting that 10% share of the resources, only to come back and encourage the students by saying next time for sure. That process had repeated 3 times. So much so that the other 3 universities had given Hongdu a nickname, 10% University. At every pre-tournament principals meeting, Su Changhe would have to endure the other 3 principals taking turns patting him on the shoulder and consoling him. The feeling was miserable beyond words. And this time, Su Changhe didn't want to be patted on the shoulder anymore. That very afternoon, after disappearing for a full month, Su Changhe finally returned to Hongdu University. The old principal had sneaked back in at 4 in the morning. He wore a plain gray outfit that didn't draw attention, with a baseball cap pulled low over his face. When he slipped in through the school's back gate, he had nearly been pinned to the ground by security as a suspicious person. By the time he finally made it into his office, Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue was already waiting inside. His face carried a complicated expression that clearly said, "So you finally decided to come back. Do you have any idea how much blame I've taken for you? Old Su, you finally found it in yourself to come back." Ahem, a field investigation takes time. Without changing expression, Su Changhe took off his cap, sat behind the desk, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. "How has the school been lately? Are the students emotionally stable?" "Very stable," Zhou Jinyue replied expressionlessly. "It's just that people have been mailing complaint letters to the principal's office every day for a month. They've already filled half a storage room." "What kind of things did they write?" "Most of them are cursing you out, saying you fled at the critical moment and shirked responsibility. A smaller portion are cursing Lin Chun out, calling him the school's public enemy. Some people also mailed itching powder and the like." Su Changhe has set down his teacup and fell silent for about 5 seconds. "Yes, very stable." He promptly changed the subject. "You know about the resource tournament, right? How are we looking this year?" At the mention of the resource tournament, Zhou Jinyue's expression grew even heavier. "Not optimistic. This year, we have a total of 112 students who meet the participation standard. That's 8 more than last time, but compared to the other 3 schools, the gap is still enormous. Yindu has 520, Modu has 840, Longdu has 1,100, and..." He paused. Yindu's Ling Qinjue had already broken through to level 6 in his ability, SSS rank Wind and Thunder Dual attribute. The twin brothers Mo Yun and Mo Yu from Mo Du had also reached level 6, with SSS rank Water and Fire Dual attributes. As for Longdu, all 4 SSS rank students were above level 6, and one of them was said to have already touched the threshold of level 7. "What about us?" Su Changhe asked. "Our strongest contestant is Long Xiaotian, level 5 fire ability, SS rank." Zhou Jinyue's voice grew lower and lower. After him is Bai Yi, level 5 shadow ability, also SS rank. The others are all between level 4 and level 5. And our number of contestants is only 1/10 of Longdu's. Once we enter the group melee stage, we won't have any chance at all. We do have students with level 6 and level 7 abilities, but they're all over 30. They don't have any chance to participate at all. Su Changhe leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling, silent for a long time. Then he said something that made Zhou Zhenyue doubt his own ears. Go bring Lin Chen here. When Lin Shan walked into the principal's office, he instinctively stepped back, because Su Changhe was looking at him with an extremely kindly, extremely friendly, extremely fox-looking-at-a-chicken expression. Lin Chen was far too familiar with that expression. Every time someone wanted to set him up, they would wear that same look. It was just that before, he had always been the one setting others up. Student Lin Chen, please sit, please sit. Su Changhe personally moved a chair for him and even poured him a cup of tea, so enthusiastic that Lin Chen's hair nearly stood on end. How is your recovery going? About last time, cough cough, although there was some misunderstanding, the result was good. Wasn't it? The physical condition of the entire school's students improved. That is all your credit. Principal, just say what we want to say directly. You're making me really scared like this. Good, good. Young people are straightforward. Su Changhe sat back behind his desk, interlacing his fingers on the tabletop. His expression turned serious. You've heard about the resource competition, right? It starts in 1 week. And our Hongdu University has been at the bottom for 30 years. 30 years. 3 rounds. Every time we only manage to get 10% of the resources. You're also a student of Hongdu, so you should understand what that means. Not enough cultivation resources means the student's strength improves slowly, and if their strength isn't enough, they can't get good rankings. It's a vicious cycle. Lin Chen nodded, roughly guessing what the principal was going to say next. The pill you used last time to improve the physical condition of the whole school as students. Su Changhe leaned forward and lowered his voice. I know you have secrets. Everyone has their own secrets. I want to ask where that pill came from. I only want to ask one thing. Do you still have a way to let our students improve once more before the competition? Even if it's only temporary. That is fine. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. The body tempering pill had already been used. Each person could only take it once. The second time would be completely ineffective. And even if he could take another one, his humiliation value was only 11 points. Buying a body tempering pill would basically drain it to 0. He wouldn't be able to do anything at all. If he wanted the students to improve again in a short time, the normal method wouldn't work. But if he changed his approach, he opened a system shop and slowly browsed the item list. The shop had all sorts of things, pills, equipment, skill book fragments, and all kinds of strange items. Most of them were outrageously expensive, starting at 20 or 30 points, and somewhere in the hundreds. But there were also some things cheap enough to catch his attention. Temporary amplification talisman, price, 1 point. Effect, applies a temporary amplification effect to a designated target. Duration, 24 hours. Effect depends on amplification type. Bloodline activation talisman, price, 1 point. Effect, stimulates the target's potential at the bloodline level, greatly enhancing ability power. Duration, 12 hours. Super bloodline activation talisman, price, 2 points. Effect, same as above, but stronger. With a wider coverage range. Lin Chen paused on super bloodline activation talisman, then looked at his pitiful 11 points of humiliation value on the panel. He could afford it, but wasn't he enough? He needed more of the same kind of items, stacked together, for the effect to work. But as he scrolled down, he found some scatter materials that could be used to make low-level amplification talismans. Some of the materials cost only a fraction of a point of humiliation value each. There were also some one-time crafting tools. Then he looked again at the version of the 9 Revolutions Great Return pill he had previously ignored. The one that had cost 100,000 humiliation points was no longer in the shop. In its place was a simplified version. 9 Revolutions Great Return pill, price, 10 points. Effect, instantly recovers all injuries and clears all negative statuses. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A plan quickly took shape in his mind. A plan that could both earn enough humiliation value and let the students shine in the competition. Although this plan would let the entire school, as 1.3 million students, get screwed over again. He closed the system panel, raised his head, and gave Su Changhe a bright smile. I have a way. What way? Su Changhe asked eagerly. Lin Chen roughly explained the plan. After listening, Su Changhe fell silent for a full 10 seconds. His expression went from expectation to confusion, from confusion to shock, from shock to hesitation, and from hesitation to a subtle shift into, as long as it's not me getting screwed over. You mean, you want me and all the teachers to blast you with our abilities? Su Changhe's voice was a little dry. Then you'll use pills to recover. And in the process, you'll get some benefits. And those benefits will let you provide amplification to the participating students before the competition. Pretty much. But you're still bound to the whole school as 1.3 million students right now. If you get hurt, they LL get hurt too. So you'll need to give them a heads up in advance. Lin Chen's tone was relaxed, like he was discussing what the cafeteria was serving today. Just say the school is going to hold a special emergency drill. Tell everyone to be mentally prepared. Anyway, it LL recover very quickly. And there won't be any big problem. Su Changhe closed his eyes and struggled internally for about 3 seconds. He thought of what had happened that night a month ago. Thought of how he had fled the school in disgrace overnight. Thought of the mountain of complaint letters piled up in his inbox. If they caused another school-wide commotion, his reputation as principal would probably be completely ruined. Then he thought of the pitiful looks the other 3 principals had given him when patting his shoulder on the resource competition awards platform. He thought of the frustration of placing last for 30 consecutive years. He thought of the powerless feeling every year when handing out that 10% of resources to the students. What did reputation matter? Anyway, the students were the ones getting screwed, not him. Getting screwed was also a blessing. That could count as part of the teaching content. He opened his eyes, and his gaze turned firm. Fine, do whatever you want. When Su Changhe passed this news down, the first reaction of the shadow attribute teachers responsible for protecting Lin Chun was, the principal had gone crazy. But the principal was still the principal. An order was an order. So early the next morning, all the students of Hongdu University received an emergency notice. Today at 9 in the morning, all faculty and students are to remain where they are. The school will conduct a special emergency drill. During the drill, there may be a brief period of extreme discomfort. Please remain calm and do not panic. Repeat, this is a drill, not an attack, not a doomsday cult. As soon as the notice went out, the whole school exploded. Another special drill. Last time the principal said it was a special opportunity, and that same night and now this again. Principal, do you think we're idiots? This has to be Lin Chun stirring things up again. Run. Wait, where can we even run to? No matter where we run, we're all tied together. I hate Lin Chun, but I can't hit him. I hate that I can't hit him. At this moment, Lin Chun was on a secluded patch of open ground on the mountain behind the school. Standing in front of him were Principal Su Changhe, Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue, Dean of Discipline Han Taizhan, and more than 20 of the school's strongest combat instructors. Teachers, later, don't hold back. Lin Chun loosened up his body a little. That faint bronze layer on his skin glimmered with a subdued sheen under the morning light. Use your strongest attacks. Hit me as hard as you can. Lin Chun, are you sure? A strength-type teacher couldn't help asking. My strength-type attacks are no joke. One punch can blast through half a meter of steel plate. Come, hit here. Lin Chun pointed at his chest, smiling brightly. As long as it doesn't kill me. Su Changhe took a deep breath, then struck his peachwood cane against the ground. A level 6 cyan wind blade instantly erupted outward with him at the center. All teachers attack on my command. A thick wind blade tore through the air first and slammed solidly into Lin Chun's chest. His clothes were instantly sliced open with a tear, and a faint white mark appeared on his bronze-colored skin. Lin Chun gave a muffled grunt and took half a step back. Ding! Detected that the host has been hit by a level 6 wind-type ability attack. Abuse value plus 0.2. At that same instant, all 1,300,000 students in the school felt a sharp pain in their chests at the same time, even though it was only double minor damage. That sudden feeling of being slashed still made everyone curse out loud in unison. It's here, it's here. I knew it was Lin Chun. I told you. He had to be causing trouble again. But this was only the beginning. Vice Principal Zhou Jinyue formed hand seals with both hands. Earth-type ability condensed into a giant boulder with a diameter of 2 meters, which came crashing down from the sky onto Lin Chen's shoulder. The force was so great it smashed a pit into the ground. Lin Chen's body tilted, and the earth beneath his feet cracked apart. Not enough. Keep going. All of you. Lin Chen shouted through gritted teeth. Seeing this, the teachers stopped holding back. After what they had just seen, they fully believed in the monstrous toughness of Lin Chen's second-level physique. That wind blade from before would have either killed or severely wounded any ordinary student. Yet this guy had only been blasted back half a step, so the more than 20 instructors all attacked at once. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, wind blades, rocks, metal spikes. Sonic attacks. Abilities of every kind poured down onto Lin Chun like a rainstorm. Every attack that landed on him burst into a blinding flash. Shockwaves spread outward in rings with him at the center, sweeping the surrounding trees until they leaned and toppled in every direction. Lin Chen's abuse value on the system panel ticked upward slowly but steadily. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.5. Every now and then, when an especially vicious attack landed, it could jump straight up by 0.8 or even 1 point. Meanwhile, on the campus of Hongdu University, 1,300,000 students were going through a collective nightmare. It was as if a group of invisible masters had descended from the sky and viciously struck every single one of them twice. Their chests, shoulders, backs, abdomens, everything hurt. And it all hurt at the same time, non-stop, getting worse and worse. Some people passed out from the pain on the spot. Most stayed conscious, but they would rather have fainted because staying awake let them feel every wave of damage even more clearly. Lin Chun, just what the hell did you provoke to get beaten this brutally? On the mountain behind the school, the bombardment continued for a full minute. No matter how strong a second-level physique was, even Lin Chun couldn't withstand standing still while more than 20 mid and high-level ability users took turns bombarding him. Cracks finally appeared on his bronze-colored skin. First a thin line on his chest, then a second on his arm, then a third. Like a shield that had endured too many attacks, it was finally beginning to show signs of shattering. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered multiple ability attacks, moderate damage. Abuse value plus 18. Current usable abuse value, 32 points. Enough. 32 points. That's enough. Stop. Su Changhe raised a hand and called a halt. All the teachers withdrew their attacks at the same time. The after effects of all kinds of abilities still lingered in the air, and the ground was littered with blasted stones and fallen leaves. Lin Shen, how are you? Su Chanhe quickly stepped forward and was just about to help him up when he saw Lin Shen already climbing to his feet on his own. His whole body was covered in injuries. The movement of standing toward his wounds and made them hurt even more, enough to make him bare his teeth. But at some point, a pill had appeared in his palm, the 9 Revolutions Great Restoration Pill. It was entirely golden and gave off a gentle glow. Lin Shen stuffed the pill into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. Golden light spread outward from inside his body, like a circle of warm ripples washing over him from head to toe. The cracked wound on his chest healed at high speed within a few seconds. The cracks on his arms also disappeared completely, and even the blood at the corner of his mouth was replaced by newly regenerated skin. Ding! 9 Revolutions Great Restoration Pill has taken effect. Qi and blood, as well as all injuries, have been fully restored. Ding! Shared damage recovery effect triggered. All bound targets are recovering from their injuries. Due to the shared recovery multiplier limit, the recovery effect is 50%. At that same moment, all 1,300,000 students in the school experienced the strangest feeling of their lives. Bodies that had been hurting so badly a moment ago were suddenly wrapped in a current of warmth. It was like a huge bucket of warm water had been poured from head to toe, flowing across every inch of skin and sinking into every bone. The nerves that had been stretched tight by pain suddenly relaxed. The soreness in their muscles rapidly faded, and the injuries caused by those invisible attacks were healing at an astonishing speed. One person sat up from the ground, touched his chest that it felt like it was about to break just moments ago, and found that it no longer hurt. There was only a faint lingering ache. Another person tried moving the arm that had hurt too much to even lift before, and found that not only could it move again, it only had a slight residual soreness left, like the feeling after a full day of strength training. Across the entire campus, 1,300,000 people had taken a trip to death's door and come back at the same time. Su Chanhe also sensed the changes in his own body. As a level 6 ability user, his awareness of his body far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could clearly feel that the warm current had come from Lin Shen and had spread through the share damage link to cover every single person in the school. Although the recovery effect was only 50%, it was enough to turn the student's severe injuries into light injuries. Su Chanhe first let out a sigh of relief. Then his eyes widened. Wait, so now all 1,300,000 students in the school are lightly injured? That's right. The resource competition starts in 1 week. More than 100 participating students are all going into it carrying light injuries. We'd be damned lucky to win like that. Then what was the point of letting me beat you up like this? Principal, don't panic. Lin Shen patted the dust off his body and stood up from the ground, a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. If I say we can win, then we can definitely win. Just wait and watch the competition. After saying that, he hummed a little tune and headed back toward his hospital room, leaving Su Chanhe and Zhou Jinyue staring at each other where they stood. Old Su, what exactly is he planning? I want to know too. Su Chanhe looked at Lin Shen's back. His brow furrowed, then relaxed. But for some reason, when this kid said he would win, I felt an inexplicable sense of security. Old Su, did he infect you with some kind of problem? After returning to the infirmary, Lin Shen lay down on the bed, closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, then opened the system shop. Looking at the bright value on the panel, available masochism value, 35 points, he couldn't help but let out a couple of chuckles. 32 points had been earned from the beating just now. Added to the 1 point and some loose change left from before, that made 35 points total. These masochism values didn't seem like much, but after the system leveled up, the items in the shop were priced by points. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, so 35 points could already buy quite a lot. Next was Lin Shen's shopping time. He bought one of everything, various boost items, cards, all of it in one go. A full half hour later, after putting the items into system space, Lin Shen shut off the lights as well, and in the darkness, he revealed a silent smile. In his mind, he was already picturing the scene in the Longdu University arena. Sleep, sleep, just wait for the show. He pulled the blanket tighter and soon began snoring. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The 10-year once 4 schools resource competition grandly opened at the Longdu University arena. The scale and hype of this match were more exaggerated than any previous year. Before dawn, long lines had already formed outside the arena. The queue stretched from the entrance all the way beyond 3 streets, twisting and turning with no end in sight. Those who couldn't get tickets crowded around the giant light screen outside the arena, waiting for the live broadcast and packing the square tight. The arena itself was more than 10 times larger than a standard football field, but the tens of millions of seats had already sold out a month ago. The stands were packed layer upon layer with people, students, teachers, ordinary citizens, and gold ring hunters dressed in all kinds of combat gear. There were government officials in formal suits, and even many parents carrying snacks and drinks, bringing their kids to watch the competition, just like going to a temple fair during the new year. The noise inside the venue had never stopped since 8 in the morning. The voices, laughter, and shouts of tens of millions of people merged into a deafening hum that made even the ground underfoot tremble slightly. And it was even livelier outside the arena. Drink vendors pushed carts through the crowd, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Ice sour plum soup. Competition essential. Drink it and you won tea get overheated." Barbecue stalls were surrounded by crowds, and the smell of grilled skewers drifted far with the blue smoke. And Andy selling rice noodles never stopped moving her hands, scooping noodles while bragging to customers, "Eat my rice noodles and your abilities will increase." Believe it or not, there are also vendors selling all kinds of souvenirs, badges, flags, scarves printed with each school's emblem. And business was so good the stall owners were grinning from ear to ear. Longdu University had even specially opened a food street, where specialty snacks from all over the country could be found. There was a girl in Yindu school uniform holding a tonghulu in one hand and fried chicken in the other, with a stick of cotton candy still in her mouth. A classmate snapped a photo and posted it on the school forum, captioning it, "This is the real meaning of the resource competition." The crowd was noisy. Smoke rose in wisps, and children darted through the masses, laughing and playing. Everything looked bustling, joyful, and peaceful. If one didn't think about the fact that this barrier of peace was built with the blood of countless warriors on the otherworld battlefield. The scene before them would almost make one forget that Blue Star still had otherworld entrances, forget the dangers that could pour out from another world at any moment. Just as the spectators gradually found their seats and waited for the match to officially begin a few hours later, a thunderous burst of laughter suddenly came from the arena entrance. Like a contagious disease, the laughter spread from the people at the entrance into the stands. In just 10 seconds, half the arena was laughing. Some people slapped their thighs while laughing. Some laughed so hard they doubled over and nearly slid off their chairs. Some even laughed until tears came out. Everyone looked in the same direction, the Hongdu University entrance passage. The Hongdu University representative team was entering. Leading the way was the principal, Su Chang'e. He leaned on a peachwood cane, his expression steady, his steps composed, his whole body radiating the air of "I'm very calm. Everything is under control." But what truly made the whole venue burst out laughing were the 112 competitors behind him. No, not just 112. All 1.3 million students of Hongdu University, including those without competition qualifications, including freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, had all come. Because this was an away match. They had ridden buses from Hongdu for a full 2 days. Some teachers with spatial abilities helped teleport part of the group. And only then did they barely manage to transport all 1.3 million people to Longdu. And now, those 1.3 million people were filing into the arena in an endless stream. This should have been a spectacular scene. Among the 4 schools, Hongdu University had the fewest people, but this time they had mobilized everyone, and the number of people actually became the largest in the venue. Yet not a single person in the entire arena thought it was spectacular. Everyone just wanted to laugh, because every single one of them was injured. Xiao Longtian walked at the very front of the group. This SS rank fire ability user, Hongdu University's strongest competitor this year, now had his left arm wrapped in thick bandages, a cane in his right hand, and was limping as he walked. 2 adhesive bandages were stuck on his face, and there was a bruise on his chin. He gave off a tragic air of "I can still fight, but I also look like I just got beaten up." Bai Yi walked beside him, seated in a wheelchair that Bing Qing pushed. This ever-cold, dark-type genius now had one leg and a splint, staring blankly ahead as if the splint had been put on someone else's leg instead of his. But anyone familiar with him could read 5 words from his eyes. "Don't talk to me." Ingren was even worse. He was carried in on a stretcher. This dark assassin, famed for his speed, now had both legs wrapped in bandages. He lay on the stretcher like a mummy, carried front and back by 2 classmates who were also wrapped in bandages. He even had one leg crossed on the stretcher, and waved at the stands with the only hand he could still move. Feng Ling, her right arm, was in a sling across her chest. Hua Qinyu had a circle of gauze wrapped around her head, like a wounded warrior princess going into battle. Shui Miao Miao leaned on a pair of crutches. Every step she took looked like a tap dance. Hong Xiaowang had wrapped his entire left shoulder in bandages until it looked like a zongzi, but he still insisted on walking on his own. Of the 8-person squad, only Bing Qing looked the most normal. There was just an adhesive bandage on her face. But those who knew the truth all knew there was a large patch of bruising on her back. It was just hidden by her clothes. And that was only the 8 of them. Of the 112 competitors, not a single one was uninjured. Some had obvious external injuries, wrapped in bandages, splints, canes, or wheelchairs. Some had less visible injuries, but from their careful steps and occasional grimaces, it was clear their bodies were only barely able to move. And the 1.3 million students following behind them were no better. Some leaned on canes, some sat in wheelchairs, some had gauze wrapped around their heads, some had an arm in a sling, some had adhesive bandages on their faces, and some walked with a limp. Among the 1.3 million people, it was almost impossible to find a single person who was completely uninjured. The scene was so spectacular that the teachers and students from the other 3 universities were collectively stunned. The laughter in the arena lasted a full 2 minutes before it finally began to die down. Yindu University's principal, Zhao Wuji, was the first to react. With a single flash, he vanished from his seat and appeared in front of Su Changhe. Zhao Wuji was a burly middle-aged man, a peak level 6 metal element ability user. He was usually stern and unsmiling, but right now, he simply could not hold his expression together. Old Su, what in the world is going on with you people? He looked Su Changhe up and down, then swept his gaze over the battered remnants behind him, disbelief thick in his voice. We know about the world-ending cult-s sneak attack on your force too, but that was over a month ago. Why are people still being carried on stretchers now? And this ISNT, just one or two people, your entire university, all 1,300,000 students, are injured? Before Su Changhe could speak, Modi University's principal, Chu Lingyun, had arrived as well. Chu Lingyun was a tall, slender woman, a level 6 ice element ability user, known in the ability world as the Ice Beauty. She was usually calm to the point of seeming cold, but even her face was now filled with shock. Elder Su, I know the world-ending cult-s methods, but no matter how strong they are, they couldn't have injured all 1,300,000 people in your school, could they? She leaned in and glanced at the blood-seeping bandage on Long Xiaotian's arm, her brows tightening even more. And these injuries don't look like old wounds reopening. They look fresh. From the blood seepage, they can't be more than 3 days old. The last to come over was Longdu University's principal and also the host of this tournament, Xiang Beihong. Xiang Beihong was an elderly man with half-white hair and beard, a lean face, and a refined bearing. If one didn't know who he was, it would be easy to mistake him for an ordinary retired professor. But no one present dared underestimate him. A level 7 lightning element ability user, SSS rank, one of the strongest on the entire Blue Star, ranked within the top 1,000. Even Su Changhe had to lower his head slightly in front of him. Unlike the first two, Xiang Beihong did not look openly shocked. He merely stood quietly across from Su Changhe, his gaze passing over the students wrapped in bandages. Brother Su, if the world-ending cult really made a major move inside Hongdu University, then by the rules, you should have reported it to the military immediately. Xiang Beihong's voice was not loud, but every word carried unquestionable weight. There may be competition between the four schools, but when it comes to matters of principle, we never divide into yours and mine. If you need support, Longdu's experts can mobilize at any time. But if you don't report it and something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Su Changhe waved a hand at Xiang Beihong. Thank you for your concern, the three of you, but it really wasn't the world-ending cult. Su Changhe looked perfectly calm. He even slowly adjusted his cane. We just did a few small experiments inside the school and had a tiny accident. The students will recover after a few days. Zhao Wuji stared at those 1,300,000 students who would apparently recover after a few days. Then looked back at Su Changhe. He opened his mouth, but no matter what, he just could not think of a response. Zhu Lingguin Thao Wen. Her instincts told her that Su Changhe was definitely hiding something. But since he did not want to say it, she could not press further. Xiang Beihong was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. In that case, I won't ask anymore. He paused, then added, but if anything happens during the competition, you may withdraw at any time. Your health comes first. Su Changhe smiled. Don't worry. We won't withdraw. The three principals exchanged looks. Then each returned to their own seats. The laughter in the audience gradually subsided, replaced by all kinds of whispers and barely restrained snickering. Some people were counting how many members of Hongdu's representative team were in wheelchairs. Some were filming videos and uploading them online with titles like, "Four School Resource Tournament shockingly features a wheelchair team. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts." Others were making memes on the spot, pairing a photo of Long Xiaotian leaning on a crutch with the caption, "I can still fight." The students of Hongdu were laughed at until their faces turned red. Their stomachs were full of rage, but they had nowhere to vent it. As they walked in the procession, every single person silently repeated the same name in their heart. Lin Chun. If it weren't for that guy, how would they have come to this once-in-10 years resource tournament covered in injuries? But angry as they were, no one dared say it out loud. Not far away, in a corner of Hongdu University's spectator section, Lin Chun sat comfortably in his seat, holding a cup of milk tea and chewing on pearls. He looked at the bandaged classmates all over the field, then at the surrounding spectators still mocking them, and let out two sly chuckles. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. In a bit, you'll be the ones crying. Bai Yi, sitting beside him, heard that and turned to look at him expressionlessly. What exactly did you prepare? He asked in a low voice. Lin Chen took a sip of milk tea. The pearls crunched noisily in his mouth. Take a guess. Bai Yi turned back around and stopped asking. Meanwhile, the contestants from the other three universities were making their final preparations in their respective staging areas. Yindu University's staging area was at the very north end. Ling Qinjue stood alone at the edge of the preparation zone, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze sweeping toward Hongdu's team in the distance. He looked to be in his early 20s, with a tall, slender build and a cold, sharp face. Faint arcs of electricity crackled around him, an aura unique to an SSS rank dual wind and lightning ability user. Peak level 5 ability user, only one step away from level 6. He was Yindu University's strongest contestant this year, and one of the favorites to win the entire resource tournament. Qinjue, what do you think of Hongdu? One of his teammates came over and asked. Ling Qinjue did not answer. He simply withdrew his gaze and said flatly, prepare for the match. Then he turned and walked back into the staging area. Modi University's preparation area was on the west side. A pair of twin brothers, almost identical in appearance, sat facing each other with their eyes closed, adjusting their condition. Mo Yin opened his eyes and glanced in Hongdu University's direction. Hongdu is a little strange this year. Mo Yu also opened his eyes and followed his brother's gaze. You mean all those injuries? No. Mo Yin shook his head. If they came to compete while injured, then either they've gone crazy or they have something to rely on. Suchangha isnt crazy. So you think they have some hidden trump card? Don't know. Mo Yin closed his eyes again. Anyway, don't let a guard down. Longdu University's preparation area occupied the best position in the very center of the arena. As the host, they had sent out the largest lineup this year. 1,100 ability users above level 4, with all 4 SSS rank experts included. One of them, a young man in a black short training outfit, was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed in rest. From time to time, a streak of purple lightning flashed around him. His name was Lei Zhun, a level 7 lightning element ability user, SSS rank, Longdu University's ace this year, and the publicly acknowledged strongest contestant among the 4 schools. Some students had privately given him the nickname Little Xiang Beihong, because his fighting style was exactly like Longdu Principal Xiang Beihong's. At this moment, Lei Zhun opened his eyes, swept a glance toward Hongdu, then closed them again. A bunch of battered remnants. Not worth mentioning. The other Longdu contestants all laughed. And, at the chairman's platform at the very top of the arena, the 4 principals sat together, each with his own thoughts. Zhao Wuji lowered his head and looked at his phone, his fingers constantly swiping as he browsed the online memes about Hongdu's wheelchair team. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he held back his laughter. Chu Lingyun held a teacup, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Su Changha. Xiang Beihong looked calm, but when his eyes occasionally swept over the Hongdu representative team, a trace of confusion flashed through them as well. Su Changha leaned on his peachwood cane, looking completely at ease, as if the mockery of the entire crowd had nothing to do with him. But inside, he was nowhere near as calm as he looked. He was thinking about what Lin Shan had said. If I say we can win, then we'll definitely win. Brat, you've already ground the faces of 1,300,000 people into the dirt. If you can't win, this old man will tie you to the flagpole on the training field and make the whole school line up to flick your JJ. As time passed second by second, the gigantic light screen above the arena slowly lit up. On it appeared the emblem of the 4 schools' resource tournament. 4 crossed swords surrounding an energy crystal mine from another world. Below the emblem was a line of large characters. The 10th 4 schools resource contest. The referee's voice sounded through the broadcast. Distinguished guests, dear audience. The 10th 4 schools resource contest is about to begin. Representative teams from each school, please enter the preparation zones and draw lots to determine the first round of matchups. A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands. More than 10 million people clapped and stomped at the same time, shaking the very ground of the arena. The real show was about to begin. The drawing ceremony for the 10th 4 schools resource contest. A high platform rose from the very center of Longdu University's arena, and 4 beams of light shone toward the east, west, south, and north. The 4 captains stepped onto the platform, and the gaze of the 10 million-strong audience instantly focused on them. Longdu's captain, Lei Zhun, was the first to reach into the lottery box. He grabbed one slip at random and unfolded it. East Summer, expressionless. He handed the slip to the referee, turned, and left. From beginning to end, he didn't say a single word, acting like the whole world owed him money. Modu's captain, Mo Yun, drew west, autumn. Yindu's captain, Ling Qinjue, drew south, spring. Finally, it was Hongdu Captain Lin Chen's turn. He walked onto the stage with a grin. He didn't even need to draw, because the last slip was north, winter. North, huh? Lin Shen took the slip from the referee and waved it toward his school's direction. Pretty good. Winter's nice. Nice and cool. A burst of laughter exploded from the audience. Cool. More than 100 of your people are covered in injuries and wrapped in bandages. And you call that cool? The students in Hongdu's viewing area all looked grim. North was the winter field. That meant their representative team would be fighting in ice and snow, and a group of lightly injured contestants would only perform worse in such low temperatures. It's over. It's over. Heaven really want Hongdu dead. Don't panic. Maybe Lin Chun has some crazy move up his sleeve again. Crazy move? No thanks. I don't want to see it, and I definitely don't want to experience it again. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, a deep rumble suddenly came from the center of the arena. The ground trembled violently. Countless cracks spread outward from beneath the high platform, and blinding light shone through them. Rumble. The arena floor at the center was splitting apart. 4 gigantic fan-shaped regions slowly rose from underground, each one displaying completely different terrain. To the south was the autumn field. The entire area was covered in golden red maple leaves. Dry wind swept fallen leaves in spirals through the air. The temperature was moderate, but there was a faint air of killing intent hidden within it. To the east was the summer field. Dense tropical rainforest-like vegetation grew up from the ground. The air was so hot and humid that rising mist could be seen everywhere, and there were even small swamps and streams on the ground. To the south was the spring field. A vast sea of flowers bloomed within seconds. The air was thick with rich floral fragrance. It looked like the gentlest of the four, but deep within the flower beds, some dangerous glimmer could vaguely be seen flashing. And to the north was the winter field. A vast white snowfield rose from below. Cold wind roared through the air, carrying snowflakes with it. The ground was covered in snow half a meter thick. Several bare, withered trees stood crookedly in the snow, and farther away there was a frozen lake, its icy surface reflecting a cold blue light. At the center of each of the four fields stood a giant energy crystal. It was transparent from top to bottom, with four-colored light flowing inside it. Autumn S golden red, summer S emerald green, spring S pink white, and winter S icy blue. The crystal was about as tall as a three-story building, and its surface was covered in complex runes. This crystal was the core lifeline of each camp. If the crystal was destroyed, that side would be eliminated immediately. That was also why the side with more people had better odds of winning. With more people, part of them could defend the crystal while the rest went out to attack. Only with both offense and defense could they remain undefeated. But for the side with fewer people, if they guarded the crystal, they wouldn't have enough hands to attack. If they attacked, they couldn't spare anyone to defend home. It was impossible to manage both ends. Hongdae University had a total of 1,300,000 students, the most among the four schools, but only 112 of them were participating, the fewest of all the schools, and all 112 of them were injured. At this moment, the referee's voice spread throughout the arena through the amplification formation. Representative teams of each school, please enter your respective fields. The match will officially begin in 10 minutes. The rules are as follows. 1. If any side's energy crystal is destroyed, that side will be eliminated. 2. When a contestant suffers fatal damage or loses the ability to fight, they will be forcibly teleported out of the field. 3. The use of any prohibited drugs or forbidden arts is forbidden. 4. The match duration is 72 hours. If no side is completely eliminated within 72 hours, rankings will be determined by the remaining energy value of the crystals. That is all. Teams, prepare yourselves. Another massive wave of cheers exploded from the audience. More than 10 million people roared at once, so loud that even the air buzzed and trembled. Lin Shun led the 112 contestants into the winter field. The moment they crossed the field boundary, a biting cold wind hit them head-on, and the temperature plunged to more than 10 degrees below zero. The snow crunched underfoot, and every breath they exhaled condensed into white mist in the air. Leaning on his cane, Long Xiaodian struggled through the snow. The face beneath his bandages was frozen red. I'm telling you, Lin Shun, maybe your luck with drawing lots needs a trip to the temple. Out of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, you just had to draw the coldest one. Winter's great, Lin Shun said with a smile. The snow beneath his feet already passed his ankles. Lots of snow, lots of ice. That means lots of tricks we can play. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived beside the crystal. At that moment, Lin Shun clapped his hands and stood in the middle of the snowfield, looking around at everyone. Listen to my command. First thing right now, gather all the nearby stones, trees, and snow, and build a barrier around the crystal for me. Long Xiaodian, take people to find rocks. Bai Yi, your leg isn't convenient. So stay here with the lightly injured and pile up snow bricks. Bingxing, push Bai Yi around and use him as a mobile command center. Everyone else, come with me to the lake to get ice. Get ice? Shui Miao Miao hopped a step forward on her crutches. In this kind of environment, her ice element ability was actually the most comfortable. You want to build a wall out of ice blocks? Exactly. Lin Shun pointed at the frozen lake in the distance. I'm going to use ice blocks to build a maze. Layers and layers of outward-pushing ice walls, with passages left between each layer, and the crystal at the very center. If the enemy wants to break in, they'll have to smash through it one layer at a time. Every layer they break will consume some of their abilities. Unless they can fly, just smashing walls alone will wear them to death. Shui Miao Miao's eyes lit up, but then she frowned again. But building walls out of ice blocks is too slow. With just a little over 100 people, at most we can make 7 or 8 layers. If a large force starts smashing through 7 or 8 layers of ice walls, that is only about 10 minutes. Who said I wanted you to move them yourselves? Lin Shin reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of palm-sized talisman papers, each one covered in complex runes. This is an ice wall talisman. Stick it on ice, and it'll automatically cut the ice blocks. Stick it on snow, and it'll compress the snow into ice bricks. One talisman sheet can make 50 standard ice bricks. I bought 5 in total. Enough. Bought them? Where? Hong Xiao took one with his unbandaged arm and flipped it over in his hand. This thing isn't sold on the market at all, right? Don't worry about where I bought them. Just get to work. Lin Shun obviously wasn't going to tell them that he had spent 2 points of abuse value on these talisman sheets in the system shop. 2 points of abuse value which wasn't even enough to cover the tiny bit added from the sword wind the principal had hit him with that day. The 112 defeated remnants immediately sprang into action. Lin Chen himself didn't idle either. He took the other talisman sheets and ran back and forth in the snow, slapping the talismans onto the ground. The surrounding snow would automatically compress into semi-transparent ice bricks, stacking layer after layer. In the stands, tens of millions of spectators watched this group of injured students from Hongdu University busily working in the snow. Their expressions changed from ridicule to surprise, and then from surprise to confusion. What were they doing? Building an ice wall? Using an ice wall to defend the crystal? That is a pretty fresh idea, but how thick can an ice wall be? At most they can build a dozen layers or so. What is the use of a dozen layers of ice wall? It just buys a little more time. Besides, they only have a little over 100 people. Once the ice wall is smashed through, it'll be a one-sided slaughter. On the main viewing platform, Yindu University Principal Zhao Wuji stroked his chin. Old Su, your captain is pretty quick-witted. He knows to use an ice wall to buy time. Too bad their strength is what it is. No matter how much time they buy, they'll still have to face it head-on in the end. Su Changhe, leaning on his peachwood cane, looked as calm as a statue. Watch the match. Watch the match. Why are you rushing? Chu Lingyun stared thoughtfully at the ring of ice walls that was gradually rising on the winter field, but said nothing. Xiang Beihong still looked peaceful, but his gaze stayed on Lin Shun for a few extra seconds. Within just 1 hour, Lin Shun had led 112 people to build 8 layers of ice wall around the crystal. Each layer was separated by 5 meters. The walls were 10 meters high, and the thickness was close to half a meter. The outermost layer even had a ring of stones dug up from the snow, forming a simple stone barricade. 8 layers of ice wall didn't sound like much, but the laughter in the stands had already quieted a lot, because everyone could see that these people were working absurdly fast. 100+ injured students, yet their efficiency was comparable to 500 normal people, and they were getting more and more energetic, as if they weren't tired at all. What kind of medicine did they take? Why are they working so hard? No idea. I only saw the guy named Lin Shun give each of them a cup of hot tea. That wasn't tea at all. Lin Shun had spent 0.5 abuse value in the shop to buy a pack of stamina recovery powder and brewed it in a thermos. It had only one effect, greatly increasing stamina recovery speed for a short period, specifically for physical labor. The system shop description said it was a construction worker's favorite, the kind that lets you carry bricks for 12 straight hours without complaining. 2 hours later, the ice wall had increased to 15 layers. 3 hours later, 20 layers. By the time 4 hours had passed, the ice wall surrounding the crystal had reached an astonishing 30 layers. From the outside, it looked like a small ice and snow fortress, the layered ice walls refracting rainbow light in the sunlight. The entire audience. 30 layers. How'd they do that? 100+ injured students built 30 layers of ice wall in 4 hours? Wait, look at that lake. Half the surface is gone. That's right. The ice lake, which had originally been 100 meters across, had now turned into a giant pit. The ice on the lake surface had been dug clean, and even the mud at the bottom of the lake was exposed. All the ice blocks had been cut into standard 1-meter square bricks and stacked into the ice wall layer by layer. Outside, they even piled up several fake walls out of snow, specifically to confuse the enemy's judgment. And at this moment, on the spring field, the 520 participants from Yindu University were laying out defenses amid the sea of flowers. Ling Qinjue stood beside the crystal, assigning tasks to his teammates. As for the autumn field, the 840 people from Moda University were using the tropical rainforest terrain to set traps and hidden sentries, with the Mo Yun and Mou brothers handling defense and offense respectively. On the summer field, the 1,100 people from Longdu University were the most arrogant of all. They had barely set up any defenses at all. Lei Zhan leaned beside the crystal with his eyes closed, resting, while his teammates sat casually on the ground chatting. With 1,100 people and 4 SSS rank fighters, they didn't need to defend at all. Who would dare attack Longdu? As time passed quickly, the preparation period finally came to an end. It was still fairly humane, giving everyone time to prepare, and the actual competition officially began. In the first hour, none of the 4 sides made a move. This was standard for team battles. Whoever moved first was more likely to become a target. All 4 sides held their positions and watched each other. In the second hour, Longdu University was the first to break the silence. Lei Zhen sent out a 200-man scout team to probe toward the spring field and the summer field respectively. But the moment his scouts reached the boundary, they were discovered by the hidden sentries of Yindu and Modu. The 2 sides exchanged a few small skirmishes, then each withdrew. In the third hour, the leaders of Yindu and Modu both realized one problem. Rather than clash head-on with Longdu, it would be better to clean out the weakest Hongdu first. Anyway, Hongdu only had 112 people, and all of them were injured. They were the weakest by far, and could be eliminated with little effort. Eliminate Hongdu, and the remaining 3 would fight for supremacy. At the very least, they could secure the top 3. So in the 4th hour after the match began, Yindu University and Moda University reached a silent understanding. On the spring field, Ling Qianjue selected 250 people, led by the vice captain, and set out from the south, sneaking in along the southwest corner of the winter field. On the autumn field, the Mo Yun and Mou brothers personally led 300 people, setting out from the west and moving along the northwest corner of the winter field. Together, that made 550 people. And Hongdu University only had 112, a 5-to-1 force ratio, and Hongdu's entire team was injured. In the stands, the students from Hongdu were so nervous that their palms were sweating. They're coming, they're coming. Yindu and Modu are attacking us together. 550 people against 112 people. What the hell are you playing at? It's over, it's over. The curse that hasn't been broken in 30 years is about to continue. The spectators from the other three schools all wore expressions of watching a good show. At the betting stalls, the odds for Hongdu University to be the first eliminated had already dropped to 1.2 to 1. Basically, everyone was betting on Hongdu being knocked out first. Not a single person bet on Hongdu winning. Yindu's 250 people approached the boundary of the winter field from the southwest and spotted the ice and snow fortress from far away. Leading them was Yindu Vice Captain Zhao Taizhan, a level 5 Earth-type Esper. His build was as imposing as his name. Every step he took seemed to make the ground shake. An ice wall? Zhao Taizhan frowned, sent a flyer up to take a look. How many layers are there? Don't get too close. Report, Vice Captain. We've already gone up to look. There are 30 layers of ice wall, the scout reported. 30 layers of ice wall built in 4 hours? How'd 100+ people do that? One of Zhao Taizhan's teammates said in disbelief. Forget it. No matter how thick the ice wall is, it's still just ice. All 250 of us hit it together. It won't hold for long. At the same time, Modu's 300 people arrived from the northwest, and Mo Yin looked at the blueprint the scout had drawn back, narrowing his eyes as he studied the layers upon layers of ice and snow fortresses on it. He stayed silent for a few seconds. Brother, what's wrong? Mou asked. This arrangement of ice walls is interesting. Mo Yin pointed at the gaps between the ice walls. There's a 5-meter gap between each layer, and there are passages inside. If you smash through one layer, you still have to go through the passage to smash the next layer. Then another passage, then another layer. By the time you reach the innermost part, you'd have to break through at least 30 walls and pass through 30 passages. So what? They're just chunks of ice. I can burn through a whole layer with one firewall. You burn through one layer, you spend a bit of your ability. Burn through 30 layers, you spend 30 times that. Mo Yin turned to look at his younger brother. By the time you reach the crystal, how much of your ability will be left? Mou froze, the relaxed look on his face fading. So that's their real goal. Mo Yin's gaze crossed the ice walls and landed on the faint crystal glow deep within the ice and snow fortress. They're not trying to block us. They're trying to drain us. Once we smash through all the ice walls, our abilities will be nearly exhausted. By then, they'll be ready and waiting. And we need to end this fast. Mou clenched his fist, flames bursting from it. We can't give them more time to reinforce the ice walls. We and Yindu will attack from both sides. They have just over 100 people. They want to be able to handle it. Mo Yin nodded and gestured to the team behind him. Everyone listen up. Target the ice walls. Full force attack. Don't hold back. At the same time, Yindu University also issued the attack order. A pincer attack. 550 ability users struck at once. Zhao Taizhan roared and slammed both hands into the ground. His level 5 Earth-type ability exploded fully. The snowfield shook violently. Thick stone spikes burst from the ground and howled toward the outermost ice wall. On the Modu side, Mou took the lead and directly blasted out a firewall. Flames smashed into the ice wall and exploded into a blinding white flash. Steam hissed outward. A layer of the ice wall was burned off, but the main body still stood. 250 assorted abilities poured in from the southwest, while 300 crashed down from the northwest. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, rocks, lightning, every kind of attack slammed into the outer wall of the ice and snow fortress like a storm. The explosions were deafening. Shards of ice and snow flew everywhere, and shockwaves blew pits into the surrounding snowfield. Under concentrated fire, the outermost ice wall lasted less than 30 seconds before it shattered with a thunderous crash. Huge chunks of ice bricks slammed into the snow with heavy thuds. The first layer is down. Someone cheered, but the cheer got stuck in their throats very quickly, because behind the first ice wall was a second ice wall, and between the first and second layers was a passage 5 meters wide, packed full of sharp ice spikes. It was obviously a trap set up in advance. There's a trap. Don't charge in blindly, Zhao Taizhan shouted. The 550 people had no choice but to slow down, clearing the traps while smashing through the next layer. The second ice wall was thicker than the first, and it took a full minute to break through. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. By the time they reached the 30th layer, Zhao Taizhan started to sense that something was wrong. His ability had already been drained by nearly 30%, and the teammates around him were all gasping for breath, sweat beading on their foreheads. As for the ice walls, they had smashed through 30 layers, but the walls behind them showed no sign of thinning at all. Looking out, it was still layer after layer, with no end in sight. What the hell was going on? Just how many layers did they build? On the Modu side, the situation was even worse. MOU's flames were originally the best weapon against ice walls, but after unleashing dozens of large-scale firewalls in a row, his ability had already been drained by nearly half. And yet the ice walls not only hadn't been broken through, they somehow felt even more numerous. What's more, the ice in the later layers had changed from transparent to pale blue. These were reinforced ice bricks that Shui Miao Miao had strengthened a second time with water-type ability. Their hardness was 3 times that of ordinary ice. These guys are reinforcing the walls from inside. MOU shouted through gritted teeth. The easygoing look on his face was long gone, replaced by disbelief and fury. They're watching us smash them from inside, while piling on new ice. He was right. At this moment, deep inside the ice and snow fortress, Lin Shun was standing beside the crystal, leisurely sipping milk tea. Around him, the 112 Hongdu contestants were frantically making new ice bricks, throwing out their abilities like they were free. Shui Miao Miao's ice-type ability gained the greatest boost in the snowy field. She alone could reinforce 3 ice walls at once, with terrifying efficiency. Long Xiaodian's left arm wasn't a bandage, but his fire-type ability was being used to turn ice into water and then freeze it again, indirectly helping shape the walls. Even Bai Yi, sitting in a wheelchair, was using shadow ability to move ice blocks, the wheelchair rattling as it was pushed along. The attacks outside smashed 1 layer, and 2 layers were reinforced inside. The outside advanced 1 meter, and 3 more meters of ice wall were added inside. So from the outside, it looked like the ice walls could never be finished breaking. And in the audience seats, the viewers looking down from above had long since seen through all. The ice walls of the ice and snow fortress were not 30 layers at all. They were already 70 layers now, and they were still increasing. Just as the 550 people outside were desperately smashing walls, the number of ice walls inside had quietly climbed to 90 layers, and it was still rising. As the layers increased, the fortress shrank in range. Each layer covered a smaller area, but it was thicker, and the building speed had actually gotten faster. Now it had already surpassed 100 layers. 100 layers of ice walls. The people outside were sweating blood, smashing through 40 layers. While inside, they had already built 100 new layers. What the hell kind of situation was this? Someone in the audience let out a breaking collapse scream. They're still building. Aren't they tired? Over 100 people built over 100 layers of ice walls. Is their ability infinite? No. Look carefully at their movements. They're not stopping at all. That one on crutches has already made 40 ice bricks from just now until now. And he has not even red in the face or out of breath. On the main viewing platform, Zhao Wuji's expression changed from contempt to shock, then from shock to doubting his entire life. He suddenly turned to look at Su Chang'e. Old Su, when did your school S students get such deep ability reserves? Over 100 people have been continuously building ice walls for several hours, with no break at all. Even level 6 ability users should have been drained dry by now. Su Chang'e took a sip from his teacup, still as calm as a Buddha. Maybe it's winter. The kids are more spirited. You're messing with me, aren't you? Watch the match. Watch the match. Why rush? Chu Lingyun set down his teacup, his gaze locked tightly on the ever-growing ice and snow fortress on the winter field, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Xiang Beihong also finally put away his calm expression, leaning slightly forward, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The match had reached the 6th hour. The sky was growing dark, and a huge illumination array lit up above the arena, bathing the entire venue in daylight. On the winter field, Zhao Taizhan led Yindu's 250 people to the 60th layer. His ability had already been drained by 60%, and his teammates were in even worse shape. Some were so exhausted they were sitting on the ground, gasping for air, while others had overdrawn their abilities and gone pale. The fire-type users' flames grew smaller and smaller, the wind-type users' wind blades thinner and thinner, and the rocks summoned by the earth-type users shrank from 2 meters in diameter to half a meter. Vice team, something's wrong. A team member wiped the sweat and ice shards from his face. We've already smashed through 60 layers. Why are there still so many behind them? Just how many layers do they have? And our scout was just knocked down and forcefully teleported out. We can't see what is going on inside at all. Zhao Taizhan looked up. Behind the 60th ice wall, the 61st ice wall stood quietly in the dusk, its surface smooth and spotless, reflecting his exhausted face. He gritted his teeth. Keep smashing. I don't believe those 100+ injured can build that many layers. On the Moto side, Mo Yin finally sensed something was off. He stopped attacking and took a few steps back, his gaze sweeping over the outline of the entire ice fortress. Everyone stopped. Mo Yin suddenly raised a hand. Brother? Mo's flames were only halfway through their blast, and he almost couldn't stop in time. They're continuously building new walls inside. Mo Yin's voice was chillingly calm. We smash 1 layer, they add 2. The faster we smash, the faster they build. This isn't a defensive fortification. It's a stamina trap. What are you talking about? Mou widened his eyes. You mean those 100+ injured are inside, taking our attacks while using their abilities to build ice walls, and they're building faster than we can smash them? Do their abilities not cost money? I don't know why their abilities never run out. Mo Yun slowly clenched his fist. But that's the truth. We've been smashing for so long, and the number of ice wall layers hasn't gone down at all. It feels like it's increased instead. He glanced at his team as condition. 300 people, with their abilities generally more than half exhausted. MOU's flame ability was down to only 30%, and the other side's ice walls were endless. At the same time, he also noticed that Yin Du, who had joined them, was looking like he could barely hold on. Mo Yun said in a deep voice, "If this goes on before we break through the ice wall, we'll be the ones collapsing first. Retreat and recover your abilities." "We'll continue, Tom." He didn't finish, because at that very moment, more than 20 layers behind them, 20-plus hidden tunnel entrances suddenly exploded open at the same time. 112 Hongdu contestants rushed out of the tunnels together, moving so fast they left streaks of afterimages across the snow. Charging at the very front was Long Xiaotian. The bandage on his left arm had been torn off at some point, and his fist was wrapped in blazing flames. Behind him, Hong Xiaowang swung out a metal chain with a hand that wasn't bandaged. The shadow power attached to the chain made it completely invisible in the night, and it instantly wrapped around the ankles of 3 Moto students. Enemy attack. Before MOU's shout even fell, Long Xiaotian's flaming fist was already smashing toward him. MOU hurriedly raised a fire shield to block it. Flames collided with flames, bursting into a blinding flash of light. The impact sent him stumbling back 2 steps, his arm going slightly numb. Strong. The next second, he felt a sharp pain surge through his arm. It wasn't the pain of being burned by flames, but something more direct, like someone had brutally smashed his bone with a fist. He looked down. A large bruise had already formed on his arm. Wrong. His fire shield had clearly blocked that punch. Why was he still injured? And how could the other side's force be so great? He was clearly only a 5-level SS fire ability user, and so was he. On top of that, MOU was SSS rank. A head-on clash shouldn't have suppressed him. MOU didn't have time to think it through, because Bai Yi's attack had already arrived. Bai Yi leaped up from his wheelchair, dark shadow power dragging a long black shadow across the snow. The shadow split into 4 or 5 clones, all attacking MOU at once. MOU quickly retreated to dodge, but one of the clone's palms still brushed his shoulder, leaving behind a shallow wound. On the other side, Shui Miao Miao's ice-type ability, boosted by both the Winter Field and the team-wide enhancement, could freeze 5 or 6 enemies with a single thrown ice spear. And Lin Shun stood at the highest point of the ice fortress, drinking milk tea while watching the battle below, occasionally offering a few pointers. Long Xiaotian, hit the one in red. He was insulting you just now. Bingxing, stop pushing Bai Yi. Bai Yi can fly on his own. And the ability fluctuations radiating from all the Hongdu contestants had reached a level that made their opponents suspect their sensors were broken. Long Xiaotian's fire ability had originally been level 5, SS rank, but at this moment, a faint trace of green could be seen mixed into his flames. This was proof that his ability intensity had been forcibly raised by 2 levels. That scorching aura around him was almost catching up to the flame intensity of the Moto team captain, Mo Yun. A level 5 ability user was unleashing pressure close to a level 7 ability. Bai Yi's shadow clones had gone from 3 or 4 to 7 or 8, and every clone's movements were so smooth they seemed like independent bodies. The coverage of his shadow power had also expanded by more than double. The speed of his shadow blades was even faster. Bingxing's support ability had also become terrifyingly strong under the enhancement. The shield she applied to her teammates were almost instant cast, and their strength had doubled as well. Every Hongdu contestant had been forcibly raised by at least 2 or 3 levels from their original strength. This enhancement was comprehensive: power, speed, defense, ability intensity, recovery, mental endurance, and even pain tolerance. Every attribute surged together. Meanwhile, the 550 students from Yindu and Moto had, after several hours of smashing walls and burning through their energy, generally dropped to below 30% of their ability reserves. They had already used up most of their power while breaking the walls. Now, facing a group of opponents whose strength had suddenly surged to the level of 6 or 7, they had no power to fight back at all. It was like someone who had exhausted all their stamina being suddenly thrown into a ring, only to find a group of fresh competitors standing opposite them. Even worse, the Hongdu students had another extremely bizarre yet highly effective tactic. They targeted the most painful spots every time, but never caused fatal injuries. Of course, although Mo Yun from Moto had already burned through more than half his ability, he was still an SSS rank level 6 ability user. Under the siege of the Hongdu students, he still kept his composure. At the right moment, he released a wide area sea of fire, forcibly pushing the Hongdu students back a few steps and buying some breathing room for his team. Fall back and regroup. Don't go head-to-head with them, Mo Yun shouted. Their strength is off. They're at least 2 levels stronger than the intel said. Zhao Taizhan from Yindu also seized a chance to pull his team back, but the retreat routes of both teams were quickly cut off by the Hongdu students. Long Xiaotian led 30 people to flank from the side. Bai Yi brought 20 people to block the other retreat route, and Shui Miao Miao directly sealed off the ice tunnel with an ice wall. The battle turned into a one-sided crushing. 550 exhausted fighters whose abilities had been burned down by more than half, facing 112 opponents whose strength had surged, who were in peak condition, and who only got more excited as they fought. The battle lost all suspense in an instant. The students from Yindu and Modo were defeated one after another. Once the accumulated damage on their bodies reached the threshold, they were forcibly teleported out of the arena. The arena's teleportation formation flashed with light again, and each flash meant another contestant had been eliminated. Ling Qianjue took the remaining 270 people to hold the spring field. His task was to guard the crystal, and he couldn't leave casually. But when he saw the names of the eliminated students appearing in the sky, his expression changed. In just 15 minutes, more than half of the 250 people sent out had already been eliminated, and the elimination rate was still climbing. What is going on with Zhao Taizhan? Ling Qianjue roared in anger, but she had no idea what was happening over there at all. And so, before half an hour had passed, all 250 people sent out by Yindu were wiped out. The 300 people sent out by Modu were also cleared out of the field at almost the same time. 550 contestants were forcibly teleported out, one by one sitting in the elimination area at the edge of the arena, their expressions blank, bodies covered in bruises, looking as if they had collectively had a nightmare. The entire spectator stands fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, like someone dumping a basin of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, the whole arena exploded. 550 people got beaten out by 112 people. No, not beaten out, crushed. 15 minutes. It was over in 15 minutes. Aren't the Hongdu students the injured ones? Aren't they supposed to be at the bottom? Someone explain what the hell is going on. I just bet on Hongdu to be eliminated first. My money. I don't believe it. The people from Hongdu must be eaten something. Or how could they possibly be this much stronger? On the main platform, Zhao Wuji shot to his feet, and the metal-type ability around him burst out uncontrollably in a wave of air. Old Su, what exactly is going on with your students? Their strength has surged to this level. There's no way normal training could produce this. Su Changhe was still seated steadily with his cane in hand, as if he held all the cards, and took another sip from his teacup. Maybe Winter's here, and the kids are a bit excited. You want to try giving me winter again? Zhao Wuji's beard nearly shot up in anger. 112 people fighting at nearly the level of a level 7 Esper, and you tell me that's excitement? Chu Lingyun set down his teacup and looked toward the figure on the winter field still drinking milk tea, then said softly, Old Su, Lin Shun did this, didn't he? The matter of your whole school's students' physical abilities improving last time should also be related to him. Su Changhe smiled without answering, raising his teacup to block half his face. Xiang Beihong remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. His voice wasn't loud, but the entire main platform could hear it clearly. To simultaneously raise the strength of more than 100 people by 2 or 3 levels in a short period of time. If this method is used properly, it is a blessing for Blue Star. If used on the wrong path, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Su, after the competition, I'll need an explanation from you. Su Changhe put down his teacup, and his expression finally grew a bit more serious. Brother Xiang, rest assured, the students of my Hongdu will not go down the wrong path. On the arena, Lin Chun didn't know about the conversation on the main platform, but he knew one thing. His buff effect lasted 24 hours, and nearly 8 hours had already passed. There were about 16 hours left. Within these 16 hours, all 112 contestants from Hongdu had combat power close to that of a level 7 Esper. As for the other 3 schools' contestants, although they were strong, in a war of attrition, he had already worn down half of Yindu and half of Modu's fighting force. They had to strike while the iron was hot. All units, listen up. Lin Shun jumped down from the top of the ice wall, tossed the milk teacup aside, and his landing looked pretty cool. Unfortunately, he stepped on a piece of broken ice and slipped, almost doing a split. Cough, pretend you didn't see that. The 112 contestants all looked at him in unison. At this moment, everyone's gaze was different from before. Before, it had been the wary look of, what kind of trouble is this idiot about to cause again? Now, it was the complicated look of, even though you're an idiot, you somehow really seem capable of leading us to victory. Yindu and Modu each lost half their troops. Now is when their defenses are weakest. Long Xiaodian, take 30 people to Yindu's Springfield. Your target is Ling Qianjue and the crystal. You're allowed to improvise freely. Understood. Long Xiaodian clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking audibly, flames leaping on the back of his hand. Bai, take 20 people to Modu's Autumn Field. Your targets are Mo Yun, Mou, and the crystal. Your leg isn't convenient, so don't go down there. Stay in the rear and direct things. Let Bingxing push you to watch from the side. Bai no dit impression desti. I can walk by myself. There's a brace on your leg. I can walk. Fine, you can walk. Lin Chun waved his hand. The rest of you stay with me and hold the winter field to prevent a sneak attack from Longdu. Long Xiaodian, Bai, make it quick. Once you're done, come back immediately. What about you? Long Xiaotian asked. You're staying to guard? I'm a captain. Holding the rear is the captain's privilege. You just don't want to fight, do you? Don't talk nonsense. This is strategic consideration. After that, Long Xiaotian led 30 Hongdu contestants in their buff state across the snowy plain and headed straight for the spring field. Ling Qianjue stood in front of the crystal with her arms folded. Yindu, prepare to meet the enemy. His voice was very calm. Long Xiaotian was the first to charge in. His flame fist was wrapped in cyan flames as he threw a punch at Ling Qianjue's face. Ling Qianjue sidestepped and at the same time released a wind blade in counterattack. The wind blade cut into Long Xiaotian's shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. Painful. Long Xiaotian bared his teeth, but the next second he rushed back up, and the flames on his fist burned even more fiercely. The two of them were locked in battle, and as flames and wind thunder collided, waves of shock rippled outward, blasting the surrounding sea of flowers into complete disarray. Ling Qianjue's strength was indeed formidable. As an SSS rank, level 6, dual wind and thunder esper, even with some of her energy spent, she still didn't fall behind in a direct clash. But Long Xiaotian was in buff state now, and the two of them had been pulled to the same level. And behind Long Xiaotian were 29 teammates who had also been buffed. Hu Qinyue's boomerangs moved through the sea of flowers like fish in water. The petals became the best cover, and 3 boomerangs slashed toward Yindu's defensive line from 3 different directions at once. Fenglinger's left arm wind blades were thrown out like they cost nothing, one after another slamming into Yindu's fortifications. Ingren didn't know when he had already infiltrated near the crystal, and the dagger in his hand pressed against the lower back of a guard. The guard's body stiffened, and in the next second he was forcibly teleported out of the field. Cries of agony and the light of the teleportation array flashed one after another across the spring field. 15 minutes later, the crystal on the spring field shattered with a bang. Among the 4 colored lights, the pink-white light suddenly dimmed, and on the giant light screen above the arena, Yindu University's marker turned gray. Yindu University eliminated. The whole arena erupted in uproar. When Ling Qianjue walked out of the teleportation array, she had 7 or 8 wounds of varying severity on her body, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she stood there, her gaze crossing the entire arena and landing on the ice and snow fortress on the winter field. More accurately, it landed on the figure atop, that fortress who was still drinking milk tea. She had lost, but she wasn't willing to accept it, because she had just learned that all of this was caused by Lin Chen. If not for Lin Chen's kind of ability, but there was no if. The competition was the competition. Captain, Zhao Taizan walked over with a face full of guilt. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. Ling Qianjue withdrew her gaze. Her tone calm. We underestimated Hongdu, and even more, we underestimated Lin Chen. At almost the same time, Baiyi's 20-man team also charged into Modu's autumn field. Bai didn't go down for close combat. He stood on a boulder at the edge of the field, and 7 shadow clones simultaneously pounced toward Modu's defensive line. Bing Qing stood behind him. A transparent shield dome enveloped the two of them, blocking all the fireballs and ice spikes flying toward them. Mo wanted to support his teammates, but Hong Xiaohuang's metal chains had tangled up his steps, leaving him only able to watch as everyone was forced back beside the crystal. Bei's last shadow clone crawled out of Mo's shadow and slashed at the crystal with one strike. Modu University eliminated. The crystals in the spring field and the autumn field shattered almost at the same time. The expressions on the audience's faces went from shock to blankness, then from blankness to some indescribable frenzy. Within half an hour, Yindu and Modu were eliminated one after the other, and the ones who did it were Hongdu University, the bottom feeders for 30 straight years. 112 wounded and battered soldiers, wrapped in bandages, with splints, crutches, and wheelchairs. On the main viewing platform, Zhao Wuji had completely given up on managing his expression. His face was flushed red, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish slapped ashore. Chu Lingyun stared expressionlessly toward the winter field, but the knuckles around the teacup in his hand had gone slightly white. Xiang Beihong remained silent, but his gaze was sharper than before. The corner of Su Changha's mouth twitched. He forcibly swallowed back a smile that was about to split to his ears and replaced it with a calm expression. Not bad. Zhou Jinyue stood behind him and muttered softly. Old Su, your walking stick is shaking. Excited. Su Chang'e is north. Wanting to get you some blood pressure meds? No need. On the winter field, Long Xiaotian and Bei's teams had already withdrawn one after another. The 112 contestants regrouped and stood in front of the ice fortress, every face filled with unbelievable excitement. They won. They really won. Not just one school. They won 2 in a row. Hongdu University had gone from dead last for 30 straight years to at least the top 2. At worst, second place. 30% of the resources. Their best result in 30 years. Long Xiaotian wiped away the sweat and blood on his face, bearing an 8-tooth grin. 30% of the resources. When we get back, the principal better give us extra chicken legs. Feng Ling held her right arm, which was hanging in a sling across her chest. Her eyes were sparkling. 30 years. And finally, nobody s calling us the 1% university anymore. Even the corner of Bay's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Run, lying on the stretcher, had already started using his only movable hand to count resources on his fingers. Wait, everyone calm down. Lin Shen raised a hand and made a pressing down gesture. It's too early to celebrate now. Did you forget there's still one team? All the cheers came to an abrupt stop. 112 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the summer field. The summer field. 1,100 Longdu contestants. All 4 SSS rank experts were present, including Lei Zhun, a level 7 lightning-type esper, widely recognized as the strongest contestant this year. And Hongdu's current condition, 112 people, all buffed with enhancement states, with strength soaring by 2 to 3 levels. But after all, they had been forcibly raised from a 4 to 5 level foundation. Facing a true level 7 esper, the outcome was still unknown. More importantly, Lin Shen glanced at the countdown on the system panel. Less than 12 hours remained before the 24-hour enhancement effect ended. If they couldn't end the battle within 12 hours, once the enhancement wore off, Hongdu would be knocked back to its original form. The problem now was, how is Longdu supposed to be fought? Long Xiaotian frowned. They have 1,100 people, 4 SSS ranks, 1 level 7, and 3 level 6s. Even if we're buffed, charging head-on against 1,100 people is still unrealistic, especially that Lei Zhun. Give up. A voice suddenly rang out from within the team. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was Bingqing. She was pushing Bay's wheelchair, her expression very serious. We've already secured second place. 30% of the resources. That is already the best result in 30 years. There is no need to take any more risks. And besides, enhancement effects always have a time limit, right? What if the effect runs out halfway through the fight? Then we'll all die on the field. Better to forfeit now. Lock in second place, and when we get back, the whole school will celebrate us. The team fell silent for a few seconds. Then a few people unconsciously nodded slightly. To be honest, the suggestion was tempting. Second place was already a result they had never even dared to imagine. A little over a month ago, they were still sighing over the 1% of resources. Now that they could get 30%, it was practically the kind of thing you'd wake up laughing from in a dream. Long Xiaotian looked at his left arm wrapped in bandages, then at the group of injured teammates behind him. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he still remained silent. Wei sat in his wheelchair, eyes lowered, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Lin Shen stood at the very front with his back to everyone, staring toward the summer field in silence for a long time. Then he turned around and looked at his teammates. They had sweat on their faces, bruises, bandages, and exhaustion. But they had just 2 impossible battles. Second place was indeed already very good. Lin Shen said, his voice rarely without its usual teasing tone. 30% of the resources is enough for Hongdu to use for 10 years. During those 10 years, you can cultivate more level 4 and level 5 espers. The next time the resource competition comes around, maybe you can win it back properly. Everyone thought he was about to say, thought he was about to deliver an impassioned pre-battle speech. But Lin Shen's next sentence was, but I promised the principal it wouldn't be second. After saying that, Lin Shen took out something from his pocket. It was an ordinary orange, its golden peel glowing warmly in the winter sunlight. Looking like one picked up casually from the school cafeteria fruit stall, he weighed the orange in his palm, as if feeling something. Then he lifted his head and looked toward the distant summer field. He smiled. It was the kind of shameless smile that made people want to hit him the moment they saw it, but still couldn't. Since we're already here, it'd be embarrassing to go back without taking first place. 112 pairs of eyes locked onto him in unison, shifting from hesitation to some complicated silence. Bingqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something else, but Bei suddenly reached out and pressed her arm, gently shaking his head. Let him keep going, Bei said softly. He has finished, Bingqing said. He has already finished. Lin Shen really was already finished. He just stood there in the icy snow, holding an orange in his hand, wearing that casual expression of his that said, we're already this far. Taking one more step forward isn't going to kill us. Not a grand declaration, not a passionate speech, just plain, straightforward words. Let us do it. Long Xiaotian suddenly roared, smashing his fist against his bandaged chest. It hurt so much he bared his teeth. But his grin was wild. We're already here anyway. A team that has been dead last for 30 years has already climbed to second place. What's wrong with pushing for first? Worst case, we get beaten out. It's south, not like second place is gone. I agree. Bei spoke second, his tone calm, as if he were commenting on the weather. Shadow-type people don't like playing it safe. I agree too. Feng Ling pulled her hanging arm closer to her chest and flexed the fingers of her left hand. After beating into, I realized the wind blades under enhancement state are really fun to throw. I want to keep throwing them for a while. I support this. Ingren sat up in a stretcher and gave a thumbs up with the only hand he could still move. I'm lying down either way, so I might as well lie here and watch you guys take down Longdu too. Voices rang out one after another. Some were bold, some cold, some excited, and some rolled their eyes helplessly but still nodded. In the end, even Bingqing let out a sigh and gave Bai's wheelchair a push. Fine. The buffs still have time left anyway. Might as well fight if we're gonna fight. Hong Xiaowang was the last to speak. Unhurriedly, he untied the bandages on his left shoulder that had been wrapped up like a rice dumpling, rolled his shoulder that had been bound tight all day, then wrapped it up again, pulled it tight, and tied a dead knot. Then he looked up at Lin Shun. Captain, say it. How do we fight? Lin Shun stuffed the orange back into his pocket. On that face of his, a little red from the cold, appeared his trademark, annoyingly punchable grin. Very simple. He raised one finger and pointed at the summer arena in the distance. His tone relaxed, as if he were discussing where to eat later. The 112 of us are going to charge straight at their 1,100. He paused. Yes, exactly that. The whole place went silent for half a second. Then everyone present, including the tens of millions of viewers, collectively broke out in speechless cold sweat. They had thought Lin Shun had some brilliant plan. Turns out this guy was just a hot-blooded idiot. Lin Shun swept his gaze around at everyone's mixed expressions. You all heard me? Straight at them. Long Xiaotian was the first to react, the corner of his mouth twitching. I thought you had some master strategy. After all that, you're just going to brute force it? What is wrong with brute force? Lin Shun said righteously. 112 against 1,100. Stuff like tactics would only limit our performance. Better to just charge in and beat one when we see one, beat a pair when we see two. Bai Yi sat in his wheelchair and stared at him expressionlessly for 3 seconds, then reached down and pressed on the splint on his leg. Fine. Bing Qing's hands on the wheelchair trembled slightly. Not from fear, she was holding back laughter. She knew she shouldn't laugh. But Lin Shun's expression of I can't think of any plan anyway. So everyone just fight however was way too punchable. All units. Lin Shun turned around to face the direction of the summer arena, then took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, charge. 112 figures shot out of the ice snow fortress at the same time, carving long trails across the snow as they raced straight toward Longdu University's summer arena. In the stands, tens of millions of viewers all craned their necks. What the hell? They're really going to clash head-on with Longdu. 100 against 1,000? Did Lin Shun's brain get frozen solid? It's over. It's over. I was praising him just now for being a tactical genius, but now that I look at it, he was just plain lucky. In the Hongdu viewing section, the hearts of 1,300,000 students rose to their throats. Charge! Kill Longdu! Someone shouted with red eyes. And the entire Hongdu stands exploded in an instant. Cheers and curses mixed together, shaking half the arena. Longdu University's summer arena was a tropical rainforest landscape steaming with hot, humid mist. Amid the dense vegetation stood a stone wall piled together from massive rocks. That was a defensive fortification Longdu had casually thrown up during the preparation time. For them, it made little difference whether that wall existed or not. No one had ever dared attack Longdu anyway. But now someone did. Lei Zhan had been leaning against the crystal with his eyes closed in rest. Hearing the commotion in the distance, he slowly opened them. His gaze passed through layers of rainforest branches and landed on the 100-plus figures charging wildly toward them. Interesting. He straightened up, purple lightning crackling around his body. All units in position. Lei Zhan's voice was not loud, but all 1,100 Longdu contestants stopped talking and resting at the same time and rose to their feet in perfect unison, as orderly as a well-trained army. Kill! 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 112 against 1,100. The battle turned white-hot the moment the two sides collided. Long Xiaotian took the lead, his entire body turning into a blazing meteor as he smashed into the front of Longdu's stone wall. His fists wrapped in cyan flames. He punched the wall and blasted open a hole 3 meters wide. Amid flying rubble, he charged through and ran straight into 3 Longdu level 5 ability users. Good timing. Long Xiaotian grinned. His flaming fist struck left and right, 1 punch per person, driving 2 of them back. Just as the third was about to unleash an ice-type ability and counterattack, a black shadow slipped out from Long Xiaotian's own shadow. Bai Yi's shadow clone silently pressed against that man's back. 1 slash later, the light of a teleportation array flashed. 1. Bai Yi himself sat atop a massive boulder at the edge of the arena. 7 shadow clones were fighting at different positions at the same time. His fingers moved slightly, and every clone carried out its attack commands with puppet-like precision. But there were simply too many people from Longdu. Take 1 down, and 3 more surged up behind him. Force 1 wave back, and another pressed in from the flank. The troop advantage of 1,100 men was displayed to the fullest at this moment. The Hongdu students' strength had risen explosively, but each of them still had to face 7, 8, even 10 opponents at once. Their ability consumption was astonishingly fast, and the fiercest clash on the battlefield was the duel between Lin Shun and Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan truly deserved his reputation as a level 7 lightning ability user. Top-tier SSS-class combat power. His lightning ability covered an enormous area. Every bolt that came down carried deafening thunder, blasting blackened cracks into the ground. Lin Shun took one of his lightning strikes head-on. His whole body was blown back more than 10 meters, smashing through 2 tropical trees before finally stopping. Cough. He braced himself on the ground and stood back up. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But that annoyingly punchable grin was still hanging on his face. That's it. I thought level 7 abilities would hurt more. It's just that much, huh? Before he even finished speaking, Lei Zhan's second bolt had already struck him in the face. Lin Shan was blasted flying again. And at the exact instant, he was sent flying from the spectator stands from Hongdu University's viewing section. 1,300,000 students all let out a scream at the same time. What did it mean for 1,300,000 people to cry out in pain at once? The sound merged together like an invisible shockwave, exploding from the Hongdu stands and making the entire arena buzz and tremble. The students from the other 3 schools were so startled by the sudden scream that they nearly jumped out of their seats. What's going on? What happened to the Hongdu people? No idea. Lin Shan got hit, so why are they the ones screaming? Wait, their expressions look real? That's right. Across the Hongdu stands, the faces of 1,300,000 students were filled with genuine pain. A boy in the front row clutched his chest. His expression twisted as if he had actually been struck by lightning. Damn, this Lei Zhan is hitting way too hard. It hurts like hell. Beside him, tears were already streaming down a girl's face as she cried and cursed at the same time. Whoa, Lin Shan, you better hold on. Light Zen. Would it kill you to go a little lighter? You're already hitting him. Did you really have to beat him like you were trying to kill him? Woo-woo. In the back row, a skinny boy with glasses bent over, clutching his stomach. Why does my chest hurt so much? Lin Shan, you scammer. Can't you dodge for once? The entire Hongdu viewing section had turned into a massive scene of collective pain. Some were clutching their chests, some holding their stomachs, some stomping their feet from the pain, and some were crying so hard their tears and snot ran together. But even while they were hurting, they were still desperately cheering Lin Shan on. Lin Shan, get up. If you go down, where are we supposed to put our whole school's face? Get up. You're our Hongdu captain. Come on, you bastard. If you lose, all the pain we took for you will be for nothing. And the most outrageous part was, they were not only cheering for Lin Shan, they were also cursing out the people attacking him on the side. Lei Zhan, you little bastard. If you've got the guts to hit Lin Shan, come at me. I'll beat the crap out of you. The friend beside him tugged at his sleeve. Bro, cursing Lei Zhan won't reach him. I don't care. It hurts. If I don't curse him, I feel awful. In another direction, a girl with a ponytail was crying so hard her makeup was ruined. While wiping her tears with tissues, she shouted into the arena. Lin Shan, dodge it. Why are you just standing there and letting him strike you? Are you stupid? Why, my chest hurts so much. Her best friend beside her was also crying, but for a different reason. Do you think Lin Shan will be okay? Every time he gets hit, I hurt too. If he gets seriously injured, will I stop talking? Stop talking. Wah. The student from the other 3 schools were all stunned. In the Longdu stands, a student stared for a long time with his mouth open, then turned to the person beside him. Are the Hongdu people crazy? Lin Shan is fighting in there. Why are they all yelling that they hurt? Dunno. ISNT, this acting way too fake? Over 1 million people doing a group performance? Exactly. The one fighting is Lin Shan, not them. Why would they hurt? Don't tell me Lin Shan can actually pass his pain to them? What a joke. What kind of ability is that? And what is going on here? Maybe they're all brain dead? In the Yindu stands, a girl frowned as she looked at the scene of Hongdu crying in a heap, and Kudanti helped saying, aren't you people going too far? They're fighting. What does it have to do with you? The moment she said that, dozens of people from Hongdu turned their heads at the same time and glared at her. The killing intent in their eyes made her instantly shut her mouth. The reaction from the Modu stands was even more direct. They're definitely acting. Try to win sympathy points, huh? The Hongdu bunch will do anything to win. But they quickly realized something was wrong, because the pained reactions from the Hongdu stands were too real. A burly guy built like an iron tower hurt so badly he slid off his seat, clutching his chest and rolling on the ground. Sweat poured off his face like yellow beans. People nearby rushed over to help him up, and he still gritted his teeth and said, I am fine. Lin Shan just got hit again. Damn it, this time it was a wind blade. It felt like slicing flesh. Even stranger, there were older exchange students in the stands, clutching their lower backs and hissing in pain. Why is this Lei Zhan dragging the older generation into a battle for youngsters? Sir, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Shan just got kicked a moment ago. Kicked in the waist. How do you know it was the waist? Because my waist hurts. Could it be that you have kidney deficiency, the old man? And this absurd yet real scene kept playing out in the Hongdu stands. Gradually, the other school spectators went from mockery and suspicion to confusion and shock. No, they don't look like they're acting. In the Modu stands, a bespectacled student pushed up his glasses. Look at that burly guy rolling on the ground. If it were acting, his face wouldn't have gone this pale. And the sweat on his forehead is real. You can't fake that. So you mean, they really can feel Lin Shan's pain? I don't want to believe it, but for now, that's the only explanation. What the hell kind of ability is that? Share pain? And with 1.3 million people all sharing it? I don't know, but I'm getting more and more curious about Lin Shan now. Inside the arena, the battle continued. Lei Zhan was more and more certain something was off. Every bolt of lightning he struck on Lin Shan made Lin Shan bare his teeth in pain. But the next second, he would get back up with a grin, as if that attack had only tickled him. What is your body made of? Light Zen Rareli frowned. That earlier strike had already used 70% of his power. If it had been a normal level 6 ability user, he would have been knocked flat already. But Lin Shun had only patted the scorched marks off his body and stood back up. Not bad. Much lighter than when the principal hits me. Lin Shun rolled his shoulder, which had gone numb from the lightning, and grinned. Keep going. I can take it. Lei Jun's expression darkened. He raised his right hand high above his head, fingers spread wide. The dark clouds in the sky began to churn, and countless streaks of purple lightning gathered from all directions into his palm, condensing into a lightning spear 2 meters long. You may not be able to stay standing after this. Lei Jun's voice was calm, but the warning in it was strong. Admit defeat. At least you won to be seriously injured. Admit defeat? Lin Shun tilted his head. Those 2 words aren't in my dictionary. Then your dictionary can be swapped for a new one. Fake. The lightning spear flew from his hand, roaring toward Lin Shun with world-shattering force. The air was torn apart by lightning, letting out a piercing shriek. Gravel and fallen leaves on the ground were swept up by the shockwave, forming a spinning tornado behind the spear. Lin Shun stood in place. He didn't dodge. There was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. The lightning spear hit his chest with perfect accuracy. Purple lightning exploded into a 10-meter-wide energy sphere, swallowing him whole. The shockwave spread in all directions, sending more than 10 nearby fighters flying at the same time. In the stands, Hongdu's 1.3 million people all let out a scream, even more tragic than before. Countless people clutched their chests and slid from their seats, their faces pale as paper. Some even vomited on the spot. The girl who had been crying before burst into loud sobs, tears falling like broken beads. Lin Shun, don't die. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The bald guy grabbed the arm of the friend beside him in pain, his nails almost digging into the flesh. Lei Jun, are you fucking human? You're beating someone with no ability like this. I'm going to Longdu and challenge you one-on-one. Bro, let go of me first. You're grabbing my flesh. And after the lightning faded, Lin Shun was still standing. His shirt had been blown to shreds by the lightning spear, revealing his lean but solid upper body. There was a large patch of charred burn marks on his chest, and purple arcs of electricity were still crackling over his skin. A thread of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed slightly, but his feet did not retreat even once. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Lei Jun, and grinned. That's it. At that instant, deep in his heart, Lei Jun felt a subtle change toward this person. Not admiration, not anger. It was an indescribable feeling. This person somehow seemed impossible to kill. The battle continued, and the numbers on both sides kept dropping. On the Hongdu side, as their abilities were being drained and their injuries piled up along with Lin Shun's, people began to be eliminated at a rapid pace. One after another, the Hongdu contestants withered away under Longdu's sea of people tactics and their own damage. But when the last Hongdu contestant was eliminated, Longdu also paid a heavy price. 1,100 people, and now fewer than 400 remained. 112 people had taken down more than 700. This battle-loss ratio had never appeared before in the history of the Four Schools Resource Tournament. As the entire audience looked at the numbers displayed in the middle of the arena, everyone fell silent. Lei Jun looked at the man standing before him, covered in wounds yet still upright, and for the first time, he spoke on his own. You're strong. There was no mockery in his voice. No arrogant superiority from above, only equal acknowledgement. With 112 people, you pushed it this far. Hongdu deserves this second place. But now your teammates are all gone. Alone, facing our 400 people, you have no chance of winning. He paused. Just admit defeat. You can't beat us. Lin Shun stood in the center of the summer arena. Around him were 400 Longdu contestants, packed so densely that they surrounded him completely. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes, charred burn marks, bleeding cuts, purple bruises. He looked utterly miserable, but he smiled, not because of Lei Jun's words, but because he saw a number in his mind. Abuse value. 13 points enough. 10 points was enough to remove the previous binding and bind a new group. Lin Shun calculated rapidly in his mind. Right now, he was facing more than 400 people remaining from Longdu. If he bound those 400 as the new group, then he and they would be tied to the same rope. If they hit him, they would hurt along with him. If they killed him, they would die along with him, with that layer of binding in place. Forget 400 people. Even if 40,000 stood before him, no one would dare touch a single finger on him. The move was shameless, but it worked. System. Spend 10 points of abuse value to remove the previous binding. In his mind, the system's voice immediately rang out, as mechanical and cold as ever. Ding. Binding removed. New binding taking effect. Please choose a binding target. First, bind the more than 400 Longdu contestants on the other side. Second, bind all students from any one of the other 3 universities. Third, bind all teachers, mentors, and principals present. Fourth, bind all world-ending cult members. Lin Shun's smile froze on his face. World-ending cult. Those 3 words were like a basin of cold water poured from head to toe. There were world-ending cult people here. He almost instantly understood the key point. The Four Schools Resource Tournament was one of the biggest ability competitions on all of Blue Star. There were tens of millions of spectators on site, and the live broadcast covered the entire world. It was completely normal for world-ending cult members to sneak in to watch the tournament, or even place moles in the universities. If he chose the first or second option now, then the world-ending cult people would remain hidden in the shadows, free to keep doing whatever they wanted. Who knew when they might pop up again and stab him in the back? What if he chose the fourth? Lynchen took a deep breath and made a rapid calculation in his head. There were 3 points of abuse value left in the system, enough to exchange for telepathy. Even if it only lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough. He lifted his head, and his gaze passed through the crowd before landing on Lejean. Lejean was waiting for his answer, only to see Lin Chun's lips move slightly. An extremely faint mental fluctuation pierced through the noise of the battlefield and entered his mind with perfect precision. Lejean, listen to me. Don't let your expression change at all. There are a lot of world-ending cult people in our arena right now. I need you to do me a favor. Immediately use your secret method and inform your principal. Tell him the situation and have him cooperate with me in putting on a show. Lejean's expression did not change at all, but in that instant, his pupils contracted slightly. World-ending cult. That name was familiar to every ability user. It was Blue Star's largest dark force, ruthless in its methods and evil to the core, the common enemy of all legitimate ability users. He asked no questions and did not hesitate. He merely made an almost imperceptible gesture toward the sky. That gesture was Longdu University's highest level internal warning signal. Only Longdu's core members could understand it. On the main spectator platform, Xiang Beihong was drinking tea. The moment he saw Lejean's gesture, his hand holding the teacup paused for a fraction of a second before he continued drinking as if nothing had happened. But his eyes had changed. From the corner of his eye, he swept a glance over the other 3 principals on the main platform, Su Changhe, Chu Lingyun, and Zhao Wuji. He didn't know whether any of those people were from the world-ending cult, but Lejean's signal could not be wrong. There were world-ending cult people on site, and not just a few. Xiang Beihong set down his teacup and lightly tapped the tabletop 3 times with his fingers. Longdu's vice principal, Zhou Jinyue, who sat behind him, immediately understood. Under the pretense of pouring tea, he leaned in slightly. There are world-ending cult people on site. Number unknown. Xiang Beihong's voice was pressed extremely low. His lips barely moved. Inform old Su. Tell them to cooperate and act. Within seconds, the message reached Su Changhe. Su Changhe leaned on his peachwood cane, his expression unchanged, but his fingers tightened slightly around the cane. In the arena, Lejean had already completed the signal. He lowered his hand, looked at Lin Chun, and loudly said the line Lin Chun had told him to say through telepathy. Lin Chun, do you have any last words? Lin Chun grinned and wiped the blood off his face. No last words, but I do have one question for you. Is your principal in good health? Lejean frowned. What do you mean? Nothing. Lin Chun shrugged, then made a move that no one in the entire arena could understand. He spread his arms and exposed his chest completely defenseless before Lejean. Come on, hit here. Use your strongest move. Lejean fell silent for 2 seconds, then raised his right hand. The storm clouds in the sky rolled once more as countless bolts of lightning gathered in his palm. This time, the thunder spear was even thicker than before, and a trace of black had mixed into the purple lightning, proof that he had pushed his ability to the absolute limit. Are you sure? Lejean asked one final time. Cut the crap. Hurry up. The thunder spear flew from his hand, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it blasted toward Lin Chun. Lin Chun did not dodge. He did not even raise any ability-based defense. He simply took the full force strike of this 7th-tier ability head-on with his fleshly body. Lightning exploded. His body flew backward like a kite with a snap string, smashing through 3 tropical trees before finally slamming into Longdu's stone city wall and leaving behind a deep dent. A light injury, not fatal, but painful enough. His abuse value instantly jumped from 0 to 30 points. And at the exact same moment Lin Chun was blasted away on the main spectator platform, all 4 principals shot up from their seats at once, not standing up but flying out. The peachwood cane in Su Changhe's hand flew out of his grasp. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him by the throat and yanked him backward. He and his chair flipped together, and he rolled twice across the ground before stopping. Clutching his chest, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor in front of him. Zhao Wuji had it even worse. He had been drinking tea just now, and both he and the teacup went flying together. His metal-type ability instinctively erupted around him as a protective barrier, but the shield shattered the instant it touched that invisible force. He slammed hard into the railing of the main platform, his lower back crashing painfully against it. My old back. Chu Lingyun reacted the fastest. The instant he felt the sharp pain in his chest, he activated his ability to resist it, but that force pierced straight through his defense and sent him flying as well. Xiang Beihong had already been prepared, but the sudden impact still sent him back 7 or 8 steps. He knocked over the chair behind him, and only after dropping to one knee did he steady himself. A thread of fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. For principals. for level 6 to level 7 ability users, without any external attack. All four had been sent flying at the same time. The entire audience, what the hell? What happened to the principals? Was someone sneaking the main stand? Countless pairs of eyes across the tens of millions in the stands turned in unison toward the main platform, only to see the four school principals scrambling up from the ground in embarrassment. Su Changhe even had blood at the corner of his mouth. Su Changhe leaned on his peachwood cane and got to his feet. The expression on his face changed from unwillingness to anger, then from anger to fear. He suddenly turned toward the center of the arena and roared with all his strength. Stop the match. That brat bound us too. If this keeps going, the few of us old fellows are all going to be finished here. His voice spread through the entire arena via the amplification array, every word shaking the stands with a buzzing tremor. The whole place fell dead silent. Then it exploded like a boiling pot. What? Lin Chun bound the principals. When did he do that? How'd he do that? No wonder the people from Longdu hurt Lin Chun, and the principals got injured too. That method is way too ridiculous. On the main stand, Zhao Wuji stood up while holding his lower back, his old face flushed red. Su Changhe, look at the good student you taught. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Chu Lingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze complicated as he looked toward the figure on the arena that had been blasted into the city wall. Even the four of us can be bound. If this ability keeps being allowed to play out, the consequences really would be unthinkable. Xiang Beihong was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to the referee's platform and said in a calm voice, "Pause the match." The referee froze. Xiang Principal, this ISNT in the rules. I added it. Xiang Beihong's gaze swept over. He looked imposing without even anger in his voice. Now, immediately, stop the match. Under that stare, the referee's back went cold. He hurriedly raised the command flag in his hand and loudly announced, "Match paused. Both sides stand by." On the arena, the Longdu University contestants looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Lei Zhen stood where he was, looking at Lin Shun, who had been blasted into the city wall, then at the four principals on the main stand, each looking equally grimy. A complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. He had done as Lin Shun said, but even he expected the effect to be this explosive. 10 minutes later, after emergency negotiations among the four sides, the referee officially announced the final result. Final ruling of the 10th four-school resource competition. Hongdu University and Longdu University tie for first place, each receiving 35% of the resources. The whole arena exploded again, but this time even more violently than before. The 1.3 million students in Hongdu's viewing area froze for a moment, then erupted into earth-shaking cheers. First place. We're first. Oh woo. 35%. 35% of the resources. My God. 30 years. 30 years at the bottom. And now we're tied for first with Longdu. Lin Shun is awesome. Hongdu is awesome. Some people yanked the bandages off their bodies and threw them into the air. Some hugged strangers beside them, crying and laughing at the same time. Some dropped straight to their knees and bawled. 30 years. A full 30 years of humiliation at the bottom were completely rewritten today by 112 contestants who had taken the field while wounded. On the award platform, 4 huge light screens displayed the final rankings of the 4 schools. Lin Shun, covered in injuries, swayed as he walked to the center of the award platform. His clothes had long since been blasted into rags by lightning, and he had casually borrowed a jacket from a teammate to drape over himself. He looked both miserable and ridiculous. Lei Zhen stood beside him, glanced at him, and for once took the initiative to extend his hand. Lin Shun froze for a moment, then grinned and shook it. On the other side, Ling Qinju's gaze stayed on Lin Shun for a long time. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She simply took the resource plaque from the referee in silence and turned to leave. On the award platform, Lin Shun was just about to raise the token symbolizing 35% of the resources over his head to give Hongdu's audience an answer. At that exact moment, every hair on his back stood up. A terrifying aura erupted from his stance. It was a killing intent so fierce, so sharp, so undisguised that the entire arena seemed to tremble under it. Along with that killing intent came a blood-red longsword, wrapped in dense, baleful chi. It tore a crimson afterimage through the air, its speed like instant movement, stabbing straight toward Lin Chun's back. An 8-level ability user. That thought flashed through all 4 principals' minds at the same time. Their reactions were fast enough. Xiang Beihong struck first, and a purple thunder shield instantly condensed behind Lin Chun, the lightning surging with the full defensive power of a level 7 ability. Chu Lingyun's ice ability turned into a wall of ice crystals, blasting up from the ground. Su Changhe's wind blades sliced toward the side of the blood-red longsword, trying to alter its trajectory. Zhao Wuji's metal shield layered over the outermost side at the same time. For lines of defense, for barriers at the level of 6 to 7, were pierced one after another like paper in front of the blood-red longsword. The sword's speed was almost unaffected. The thunder shield shattered, the ice wall exploded, the wind blades were thrown aside, and the metal shield was pierced through. 8 level against levels 6 and 7. The gap of 1 to 2 major tiers was absolute crushing power. But the blocking of these 4 barriers bought Lin Chen a fraction of a second. In that tiny fraction of a second, Lin Chen's body suddenly shifted to the right. The blood-red longsword brushed past his back and pierced out from the left side of his chest, bringing with it a spray of scorching hot blood. Not the heart. Lin Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword tip protruding from his chest. His body swayed, and he dropped to one knee. Blood gushed from the piercing wound in his chest, quickly pooling into a small puddle on the ground. On the stands, the black-robed figure that had been hidden for a long time stood up. He pulled back his hood, revealing a face covered in scars. A cruel smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Bloodfiend, Elder of the World Extinction Cult, an 8th-level ability user known for his speed and bloodlust. Ranked among the top 10 within the World Extinction Cult. He had mixed into the crowd under the identity of an audience member, waiting for this exact moment. The award platform was where all the contestants gathered, and also the moment when defenses were at their weakest. His original target had not been Lin Chen. But during the match, he received a message through internal channels. The strength of the students from Hongda University had surged, and the source was this person named Lin Chen. This person possessed some method that could allow a large number of ability users to improve their strength at the same time. If this method was allowed to continue developing through the 4 universities, it would become a huge threat to the World Extinction Cult. And with what had just happened between the students and the principals, he became even more certain that Lin Chen had that special ability. So Lin Chen had to die. Bloodfiend stepped down from the stand step by step, his feet seeming to tread on invisible stairs in the air. With every step, the baleful chi around him grew denser. He laughed wildly as he looked at the 4 principals, his smile arrogant and smug. For long Ti, before he could finish, his smile froze instantly on his face, because when he lowered his head, he saw that on his chest, beside his heart, there were somehow 3 through-and-through wounds. 3 fist-sized bloody holes were arranged in a triad on the left side of his chest. Blood was gushing out of the 3 holes, soaking his black robe and dripping from the hem to the ground. At the same time his chest was pierced, screams erupted from the entire audience stands. It was an extremely eerie scene. In that same instant, in different areas of the stands, at different schools, at different positions, countless spectators all had 3 through-and-through wounds burst open in their chests. Some of them were teachers. Some were students. Some were janitors. Some were members of the Extinction Cult disguised as spectators who had slipped in. And some were moles planted by the Extinction Cult in the schools. These people had originally been scattered among tens of millions of spectators, with no connection to one another. But at this moment, the same thing happened to all of them at once. Their chests were pierced, and they died on the spot. Some were sitting in the stands and collapsed sideways in their seats before they could even scream. Some were mixed in with the crowd, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking down at their chests in terror, then falling amid the surrounding spectators' panic screams. Some had been quietly using communicators to contact their companions, and the next second, they went silent. Countless people, scattered among tens of millions, died instantly in the same moment. And the positions of their wounds were exactly the same as the 3 through-and-through wounds on Xuesha's chest. Xuesha stared wide-eyed at the injuries on his own chest, then looked at those dying companions in the stands. A thought flashed through his mind, a thought that sent a chill down his spine. He suddenly turned to look at the figure kneeling on one knee on the award platform, the one that seemed to have died miserably. And Lin Chen, kneeling on the ground, had blood gushing from the through-and-through wound in his chest, but he was not dead. Instead, there was even a hint of a smile on his face. A triumphant smile of a plan succeeding. Xuesha opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the 3 through-and-through wounds in his chest had severely damaged his lungs, making even breathing difficult. He used all his strength to squeeze out a sentence. You're bound to. Before he could finish, his body swayed violently. The blood loss and internal organ damage caused by the 3 through-and-through wounds were rapidly draining his life force. An 8th-level ability, User S physique, kept him from dying on the spot, but if he didn't get immediate treatment, death was only a matter of time. And just then, outside the arena, 2 auras even stronger than Xuesha has suddenly exploded. 2 figures rushed in from the arena S2 entrances at the same time, their speed so fast that 2 visible sonic boom clouds were left in the air. Both of them wore black military uniforms, and the gold insignias on their epaulets flickered in the sunlight with a dignified glow. They were 2 8th-level military ability users, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was named Qin Jinshan, an earth and fire dual-element 8th-level ability user. The woman was named Lu Hanzhuang, an ice element 8th-level ability user. They had been hiding outside the whole time, waiting for the Extinction Cult members to expose themselves. Qin Jinshan landed at the edge of the award platform, while Lu Hanzhuang guarded the other exit. The 2 of them, one before and one behind, completely sealed off Xuesha's escape route. Qin Jinshan looked at Xuesha, who was half kneeling on the ground with blood pouring from his chest, and a teasing smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Xuesha, so you have a day like this too. Thought about how you were going to die? He paused, then added, of course, if you tell us the Extinction Cult's headquarters, We can consider sparing your life. Shueisha raised his head. On that scar-covered face, a nearly crazed smile appeared. He opened his mouth full of blood. Though his voice was weak, the madness in his tone did not lessen in the slightest. Ha. There are millions upon millions of people in our extinction cult. You can't kill us all. His gaze landed on Lin Shun, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. The most threatening person to the extinction cult is Lin Shun. He is dead. You military people will never be able to do anything to us. Without his ability, you want to find our headquarters? Dream on. Ha. His laughter echoed through the arena, making everyone's hearts sink. Lin Shun, the Lin Shun who had created countless miracles. Could it really end like this? What are you laughing at? A familiar voice sounded from behind Shueisha. It was a lazy voice with a bit of a bratty tone, and it sounded nothing like someone who had been badly injured. Shueisha's laughter cut off abruptly, like a duck being strangled. He froze in place, then slowly turned around. His pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. Lin Shun was standing there perfectly fine. The through-and-through wounds on his body had vanished without a trace, and the skin beneath his torn clothes was smooth as new, without even a scar left behind. He was standing beside the four principals, and, at some point, he had another cup of milk tea in his hand. The straw was in his mouth, his cheeks were puffed up, and he looked exactly like someone who had just finished snacks and was ready to watch the show. You. Shueisha pointed at Lin Shun. His finger was shaking violently, and his lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't get a single word out. His brain had completely crashed at that moment. He had personally seen Lin Shun pierced through the chest by Shueisha's sword. He had personally seen Lin Shun fall to the ground, blood flowing nonstop. He had personally seen Lin Shun gravely injured and on the verge of death. How could this be? Want to ask how I'm still alive? Lin Shun swallowed the milk tea and tilted his head to look at Shueisha, his expression innocent like a wronged elementary school student. Well, it's a long story. To put it simply, your sword did hurt quite a bit. But after you stabbed me, I happened to buy a 9 Revolutions Great Replenishment pill. He held up one finger and gestured. One pill, instant revival. Full health, full mana. Not even a scar left. Pretty amazing, right? I think so too. And this pill doesn't work on you. Either he. Shueisha's lips trembled even harder. His hand, still pointing at Lin Shun, was shaking, and because of his emotional agitation, even more blood poured from the 3 wounds in his chest. You used us, the extinction cult. His voice was hoarse, squeezed out of his throat. You exchanged your life for the lives of everyone in the extinction cult, right? Lin Shun admitted it generously, the smile on his face even brighter. I'm bound to the extinction cult. You stabbed me once. So everyone from the extinction cult at the scene got hit along with me. You dealt a fatal wound to me, so they all died. He raised a thumb and pointed toward the stands. Look, the moles you planted in all the schools, not a single one left. They were all exposed in that instant just now. Shueisha's body swayed, not because of his injuries, but because of the meaning behind Lin Shun's words. How many years, how many resources, how much effort had the extinction cult spent planting moles in the 4 major schools? And with this one strike from Lin Shun, they were all dragged out into the open. Countless moles, across teachers, students, logistics, and administration, some of whom had been lying low for more than 10 years. All gone. Not a single one left. You. Shueisha opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the stabbing pain in his chest made his voice intermittent. You're ruthless enough, using your own life to trade for our extinction cult. No. Lin Shun waved a hand to interrupt him. You said it backwards. It wasn't my life for your lives. It was your lives for my life, but you didn't trade for it. I'm still alive and well. He stepped forward 2 paces, crouched down to look Bloodfiend in the eye, and the smile on his face faded a little, but his tone was still carefree enough to make people want to hit him. Look, your world destruction cult spent so many years planting moles in major schools, and today I pulled them all out at once. You even lost your life over it. When you get back, do you think your cult master will praise you for doing a good job? Get back. How is he supposed to get back? 2 level 8 military Esper experts had sealed off every retreat. The penetrating wound in his chest was still bleeding, and he had just witnessed the entire operation where the moles who had been hidden for years were wiped out in one sweep. Even if he managed to leave alive today, the world destruction cult would never accept him. For an elder who had caused the organization such catastrophic losses, only punishment far more terrifying than death awaited him. Our world destruction cult. His voice was hoarse as he squeezed out his final words with all his remaining strength. Our world destruction cult has tens of millions of people. You can't kill them all. After saying that, he stared wide-eyed at Lin Shun, his body jerking violently once before going still. His eyes were still open, and the pupils still held the shock and unwillingness from that final moment before death. His mouth was slightly open, as if there was still something left unsaid. A world destruction cult elder ranked in the top 10, a level 8 Esper, just stared at Lin Shun and breathed his last. Lin Shun crouched beside Bloodfiend's corpse, froze for a moment, then reached out and waved his hand in front of Bloodfiend's face. Hey, are you still there? Bloodfiend's eyes were wide open. With no response at all, Lin Shun waited a moment longer. After confirming the man was really dead, He stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and sighed with a look of regret. TSK, why is this guy like this? He just leaves like that. At least let me finish talking, and then die after getting a few more angry hits on you. Beside him, Su Changha leaned on a peachwood cane. The blood at the corner of his mouth still hadn't been wiped clean, but the muscles there were already twitching uncontrollably. Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang, the two military powerhouses, stood there, silently exchanging a glance before both wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. This kid was not ordinary. On his own, he had rooted out every single mole the world destruction cult had planted in 4 universities. Those moles. How many years had the military investigated before only uncovering the tip of the iceberg? Lin Shen had used one binding and swept them all away at once. Not only that, he had also casually killed a world destruction cult elder at level 8 Esper rank. Bloodfiend had been under military bounty for 3 years without being caught. He was so fast that even level 8 Espers couldn't catch up to him. Yet today he had been literally angered to death on the spot by Lin Shen. Ruthless and smart too. Qin Jinshan crouched down and checked Bloodfiend's corpse, confirming that he was indeed dead. He stood up and met Lin Shen's gaze, his expression somewhat complicated. What's your name? Lin Shen. Lin Shen. Qin Jinshan repeated the name, as if memorizing it. I'll report this to my superiors truthfully. From now on, both Lu Hanzhuang and I will stay in Hongdu and be responsible for your safety. Lin Shen blinked. Protect me? Why? Because right now, you're the person on Blue Star who poses the greatest threat to the world destruction cult. Lu Hanzhuang took over, her voice very cold. But the seriousness in her tone was real. You pulled out so many of their moles and took down one of their elders. This grudge is now at the point where only one side can live. They'll spare no cost to go after you. Qin Jinshan nodded, his expression turning more serious. And there's one more troublesome thing. He took out a military portable light screen, swiped a few times, and showed a piece of encrypted information, new intelligence intercepted from the World Destruction Cult's internal communication network. Less than 10 minutes after Bloodfiend died, the World Destruction Cult had already issued a bounty on him. A line of blood-red text appeared on the light screen. Lin Shen leaned in to take a look, and his eyes instantly went wide. The number following the bounty amount was so large that he had to count it 3 times to make sure he hadn't read it wrong. It was an astronomical figure enough to drive every bounty hunter and mercenary group on Blue Star crazy. Even more outrageous was the additional reward attached to it. A quantity of S-rank energy crystals mined from the Otherworld, 3 volumes of forbidden technique manuals, and a private territory located in the Otherworld. I'm worth that much. To put it this way, in the history of the World Destruction Cult, this is the first time they've ever offered a bounty like this for school-level Esper. Qin Jinshan put away the light screen and looked at Lin Shen. This means that from now on, aside from inside Hongdu University, anywhere else you appear outside could make you a target. Wait. Lin Shen raised a hand. His expression finally changed a little, not fear, but something very complicated and hard to describe. You mean I can't go anywhere except Hongdu? Basically, yes. Lu Hanzhuang said expressionlessly. The World Destruction Cult's influence on the dark web is beyond what you can imagine. After this bounty is posted, not only their people, but even bounty hunters, mercenary groups, and some cash-strapped students could all come after you. Students? Lin Shen frowned. The resources they can offer are enough to let an ordinary Esper cultivate to level 8 or even level 9. For a bottom-rank student, that temptation is almost impossible to resist. Lin Shen fell silent. He wasn't afraid of being hunted down. To be honest, being hunted down wasn't a bad thing for him. Getting beaten meant suffering points, and more suffering points meant upgrading the system. Once the system upgraded, he could get stronger. It was a positive cycle. The problem was, he didn't have any suffering points left now. That whole operation earlier had given him 30 suffering points. He spent 10 to break the binding with the World Destruction Cult. Then another 10 to buy a 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill to heal his injuries. Now he only had 10 left, and right now, he desperately needed suffering points. He still had 1 binding chance left unused. Without suffering points, the system couldn't upgrade. Without system upgrades, his strength couldn't go up. Originally, he had planned to go to the other 3 universities after the competition ended, causing trouble on other people's turf, getting beaten up, and stockpiling a wave of suffering points. Now it was better. The moment the World Destruction Cult's bounty came out, let alone going to other schools, he couldn't even step out of Hongdu's gates. Troublesome. Lin Shen sighed, tossed the milk teacup into the nearby trash can, shoved both hands into his pockets, and looked up at the arena sky with a deeply troubled expression. Su Changha, who had stayed silent the whole time, walked up behind him with his cane and tapped the back of his head with the peachwood cane. Kid, you're now the student with the highest bounty on all of Blue Star. What do you have to be troubled about? I'm troubled because I can't go out and get beaten. Lin Shen rubbed the back of his head and turned to look at the principal. Principal, do you think I should go look for people from the World Destruction Cult on my own? They're going to come kill me anyway. Why not deliver myself to their door, let them beat me a few times, and I can collect some in the process? The peachwood cane struck the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy again. Shut up. Go back to school. Oh, outside the arena, the 1.3 million students of Hongdu University were still celebrating wildly, with fireworks and Esper effects lighting up half the sky. They weren't just celebrating taking first place, they were also celebrating Lin Chen's binding being lifted. From now on, he would never have to do those embarrassing things for no reason again. That was great. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A full week had passed since the four schools' resource competition ended. The celebratory atmosphere on the Hongdu University campus still hadn't fully faded. Banners and streamers could be seen everywhere. The students walked with a spring in their step. After 30 years at the bottom, and then suddenly tying for first, that feeling of finally standing tall was enough to keep them happy for an entire year. Everyone was celebrating, except one person. In the villa area of Hongdu University, Lin Chen lay sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His expression spelled out 4 words: living death. He had been in this position for almost 2 hours. During that time, he had rolled over, rolled back, picked up his phone to scroll through the news, then tossed it aside, and finally went back to staring at the ceiling in a daze. There was a thin crack on the ceiling, extending from the lamp base to the corner of the wall. Lin Chen had counted it. There were 32 tiny spots beside that crack, of which 17 were mildew marks and 15 were patches of peeling paint. He had even given each of those spots a name. The one closest to the lamp base was called Xiao Huang, and the one nearest the corner was called Ah He. Xiao Huang, what do you think people live for? Lin Chen muttered to the mildew spot on the ceiling. For freedom? For getting beaten? For hoarding abuse points? Damn it, I'm already bored enough to talk to mildew. He suddenly sat up from the bed, ran a hand through his messy hair, and walked to the window to look outside. On the tree-lined path below, a few girls were chatting and laughing as they passed by, each holding a milk tea they had just bought from the cafeteria. On the training field, students were practicing their abilities. Flames and frost shone against each other, and cheers rose from time to time. In the commercial street in the distance, people came and went, lively as if it were a holiday. How normal, how beautiful, how peaceful campus life was. And Lin Chen only felt uncomfortable all over. A week already. He gritted his teeth and counted on his fingers. A full week, and I haven't been beaten once. Haven't been injured once. Haven't gained even a single abuse point. For someone who got stronger by getting beaten, this was even harder to bear than killing him. His abuse points were down to just 10 now, nowhere near enough for the system to level up. And he still had one binding chance left unused. Uncomfortable. Binding a new group would let him share the damage out when he got beaten. The trick was shameless, but it worked. The problem was, who should he bind to? He couldn't even get out of the school gate right now. Where was he supposed to find someone to beat him up? No, I need to get out. Lin Chen clenched his fist and made up his mind. Today he had to get out. No matter what, he had to get out. He put on his coat, pulled open the door, and strode with great spirit toward the stairway at the end of the hallway. 10 minutes later, let go of me. You too. Let go of me. Lin Chen struggled like a fish hauled ashore in Qin Jinshan's iron clamp grip. His legs kicked wildly in the air. His coat was wrinkled to pieces, and his hair had turned into a total bird's nest. Qin Jinshan expressionlessly lifted him by the back of the neck. The posture no different from carrying an unruly cat. He turned his head and shouted behind him, Lu Hanzhuang, close the gate. Got it. Lu Hanzhuang expressionlessly raised a hand, and an ice wall rose from the ground, sealing off the entire south gate of Hongdu University. The ice wall was 5 meters thick at least, flashing a cold blue under the sunlight. On top of it, a considerate line of words even condensed into being. Lin Chen prohibited from passing. Lin Chen stared at those words, his mouth twitching. Hey, did you two install a tracker on me or something? I just halfway climbed the wall and you showed up. No, Qin Jinshan said calmly. You think our strength is for show? The whole school is under our control. Want to get out? Not a chance. Fine, you win. Qin Jinshan carried Lin Chen back the way they came, lecturing him earnestly all along the way. Kid, how many times have we told you? The Demon Extinction Sect's bounty is still up. Your reward amount is enough to drive all the bounty hunters on Blue Star crazy. You are the biggest threat on all of Blue Star to the Demon Extinction Sect. The military has already issued a dead serious order. We must ensure your safety. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Chen hung his head. Really understood? Really understood. Then why are you still running? Because I'm uncomfortable. Lin Chen suddenly lifted his head, his face full of grievance. You don't get it. I'm really uncomfortable. Uncomfortable all over. My bones are itching. I haven't been beaten for 7 days. 7 days. Do you know how I've gotten through these 7 days? Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang looked at each other, both seeing deep confusion in the other's eyes. They had protected many people. Some were afraid, some were grateful. Some thought they were in the way, but they had never seen anyone so wrong just because they couldn't go out and get beaten. Was his mental state really okay? Should we have the counseling teacher take a look later? Lu Hanzhuang asked quietly. Yeah, let us do that, Qin Jinshan replied just as quietly. I'm not sick. Lin Chen struggled as he shouted. I'm really not sick. I just need to go out and get beaten. Getting beaten is as normal to me as eating and drinking. If you want to let me get beaten, that's the same as not letting me eat. You're abusing me. I'm filing a complaint against you. Qin Jinshan was silent for 2 seconds, then pulled a neatly folded sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to Lin Chen. This is your 7th attempt to sneak out. The first time, you crawled through a sewer. The second time, you disguised yourself as a food delivery guy. The third time, you hid in a garbage truck. The fourth time, you disguised yourself as a girl and mixed in with the cheer squad. The fifth time, you dug a tunnel. The sixth time, you tied bed sheets together and climbed down from the window. Lin Chun's face rarely turned red. Now it's the 7th time. According to military regulations, if you try to sneak out again, we'll have to take stricter measures. What measures? Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang looked at each other again, then said in unison, "Go ask the principal whether we can confine you." Right then, Su Changhe, leaning on a peachwood cane, was standing at the villa entrance, looking at Lin Chun with a kindly expression. Confinement is pretty good, quiet, safe, and it'll let you reflect properly. Lin Chun. Principal, I'm the one who helped Hongdu win first place. Lin Chun said in anguish. And this is how you treat a contributor? A contributor still can't go out and die. Su Chang had tapped Lin Chun on the head with his cane. The force wasn't too great, but the accuracy was as always. The Demon Extinction Sect's bounty is still up. If you go out now, you'll be a living target. My student, Su Changhe, can't be stabbed into a sieve on the street. That would ruin our school's reputation. Lin Chun stared at Su Changhe for a long time, and in the end gave up on the idea of reasoning with this old fox. He turned and walked back into the villa, plopped down on the bed, crossed his arms, and started sulking. Su Changhe smiled and closed the door for him. Before leaving, he even kindly reminded him, "Rest well. Tomorrow, I'll have the cafeteria add an extra drumstick for you." "I don't want a drumstick. I want to get beaten." The door shut mercilessly. Lin Chun paced around the villa 3 times by himself, like a hamster trapped in a cage. He walked to the window and glanced downstairs. 2 espers in military uniforms were standing there, both looking up at his window. The moment they saw him poke his head out, they waved at him at the same time, expressionless. Lin Chun pulled his head back in and drew the curtains shut. Good. Very good. He plopped back down onto the bed and took a deep breath. Since normal methods wouldn't get him out, then he could only use the system. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system interface in his mind. A pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. The icon for the shop section gave off a soft glow. It had been a long time since he last opened the shop, but Lin Chun remembered clearly that this place had all kinds of weird and bizarre stuff in it. The 9 Revolutions Great Restoration Pill was a healing item. Telepathy was a utility type item. Besides those, there were countless random tools and props. He still had 10 abuse points left. 10 points. What could that buy? Lin Chun swiped his finger across the light screen, flipping through page after page of the product list. The shop was full of dazzling goods. Some were obviously expensive at a glance, like the 9 Death Soul Return art priced at 100 points, which let you revive once on the spot after death. Others were obviously strange at a glance, like the Itching Powder 100-meter radius version, priced at 3 points, whose effect was to make everyone within range itch all over for 10 minutes. No, what the hell is all this random junk? Lin Chun complained as he scrolled, his gaze sweeping over one item after another. Invisibility Cloak, single use, effective within a 5-meter range, 5 points. Spatial Teleportation Talisman, randomly teleports to any location within 10 kilometers, 8 points. Feigned Death Pill, after consumption, enters a feigned death state for 72 hours, 10 points. His finger stopped. On the light screen, in an inconspicuous corner, lay the icon of a dull gray pill. Below the icon was a line of small text. Invisibility Pill, after consumption, enters a state of complete invisibility for 1 hour. During invisibility, immune to all aura detection, mental scans, and thermal tracking. Undetectable by espers below level 9. Price, 1 abuse point. Lin Chun's eyes lit up instantly, like a man who had been starving for 3 days suddenly seeing a slab of braised pork. 1 point. Just 1 point. Even those below level 9 can't detect it. He carefully read the description again, making sure he wasn't seeing things. It really was 1 point, and it really was undetectable by those below level 9. That meant even Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang, those 2 level 8 espers, wouldn't be able to detect him. Odd. Lin Chun tapped the exchange button without the slightest hesitation. With a flash of pale blue light, a gray pill appeared in his palm. Its surface was murky and dull, looking like some long-expired health supplement. But the instant it landed in his hand, Lin Chun could feel a strange energy contained inside the pill. It was icy cold, as if he were holding a chunk of ice that would never melt. 1 ISNT enough. Another. He exchanged for another invisibility pill as backup, then kept scrolling down. Since he had decided to make trouble, then he had to get his gear ready. This time, he was going to stir up something big. If he was going to earn, then he was going to earn big and fill his pockets, stacking abuse points in one go until he had enough to upgrade the system. His gaze swept through the shop once more before finally locking onto a few key items. 1 hard and invincible pill, priced at 3 points. The description read, after consumption, 1 body part gains absolute defense for 30 minutes. During this period, that body part will not suffer any fatal damage. Note, limited to 1 body part. Please specify clearly when using. There was even a strange remark after it. A certain user once specified the entire body. The result was invalid. Special reminder. Looking at that note, the corner of Lin Chun's mouth twitched. That note sure sounds like their essay story behind it. One pair of iron fist invincible gloves, priced at 1 point. The effect was to increase the hardness of the fist by 5 times for 2 hours. It wasn't exactly high-end gear, but for the group fight he was about to face, this thing was perfectly suitable. The 9 Revolutions Great Restoration Pill was good, but his current self couldn't afford it. He could only wait until he got more abuse points in exchange for on the spot, if needed. He had 4 abuse points left. He'd keep them in reserve. The gear was ready, but that was only the first step. Next, he had to decide something even more important. Who to bind. He still had 1 free binding chance left. It had already been a week since the world-ending Cult S bounty notice was released. Although Lin Shan was trapped in the school and couldn't get out, he still knew some things about what was happening outside. The news reported on it every day, saying that a large number of outside espers had flooded into Hongdu City. Some were bounty hunters, some were mercenaries, and some were just random drifters trying their luck. These people had gathered around Hongdu like sharks smelling blood, all waiting for the moment Lin Chen stepped out of the school gates. Since so many people want to hit me, then I might as well bind all of them. Lin Chen grinned and called up the system in his mind. System, I still have 1 binding chance left, right? Yes. Host S current remaining number of bindings, 1. The system S voice was as cold and mechanical as ever. Good. I choose to bind everyone within the entire range of Hongdu City who is hostile toward me. He deliberately added the limiting condition hostile toward me. That way, ordinary citizens wouldn't get dragged into it. Only those who genuinely wanted to make a move against him would be included in the binding range. This operation was a bit complicated, but last time his system had managed a large-scale cross-region binding like all members of the world-ending cult. This time, this kind of restricted binding should be no problem either. Confirming binding target. Filter conditions. Currently located within Hongdu City and bearing clear hostility toward the host. Screening complete. The system S voice paused for a moment. Then a set of data popped out that left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Number of bound targets, 48,257. Lin Chen froze for a second, then burst out laughing. 48,000? Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. So many people want to hit me. Looks like I'm going to earn quite a lot of abuse points today. He rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Come on, system. Link up the binding for me. Let this bunch experience what it means to hit me is to hit themselves. Ding. Binding successful. Wishing you a pleasant beating. The system S notification seemed to carry an extra trace of teasing compared to usual. Lin Chen even felt like that cold electronic voice had somehow curled its lips into a grin. But he had no time to think about it because right now, he was brimming with drive from head to toe. Everything was ready. He had the items. He had the binding. Next, all that was left was to make trouble. Lin Shan walked to the window and secretly lifted one corner of the curtain. Those 2 military big shots downstairs were still there. One was looking down at his phone, and the other was yawning in boredom. They probably thought Lin Shan had already given up on the idea of sneaking out and was honestly staying put outside the villa. Sorry, you two. Looks like you're about to get scolded. Lin Shan chuckled, pulled out an invisibility pill from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. The instant the pill entered his stomach, a wave of icy energy spread out from his dantian and flowed through his entire body along his meridians. Lin Shan lowered his head and looked at his hands. His palms were gradually turning transparent, starting from the fingertips. That transparency wasn't a sudden disappearance. It faded away inch by inch. Just like ink slowly diffusing in water, along with it his arms, shoulders, torso, and legs all vanished completely in less than 3 seconds. He walked up to the mirror. In the mirror, there was nothing at all, not even an outline. This effect is even better than I imagined. He tried waving his hand in front of the mirror. The image in the mirror did not change at all, as if he simply did not exist in this space. The description for the invisibility pill said it was immune to all aura detection, mental scans, and thermal tracking. That meant it was not just visual invisibility. Even Esper's perception abilities would be unable to detect him. Worth it. So damn worth it. Buying this thing for just 1 point of abuse value was basically getting it for free. Lin Chun silently walked to the back door and gently twisted the doorknob. There was no one outside. That kid is actually quiet today, Qin Jinshan said without even lifting his head. Maybe he has finally figured things out. Lu Hanzhuang replied with her eyes closed. Holding back a laugh, Lin Chen walked past them from distance. But Qin Jinshan and the others noticed nothing. Whatever was displayed on the phone seemed pretty interesting, and he was looking at it with complete focus. After leaving the villa, Lin Chen took off running and sprinted all the way to the south gate of Hongdu University. Lin Chen took a deep breath, backed up a few steps for momentum, then pushed off the ground and leaped up. His whole body moved like an agile ape as he rapidly climbed along the protective wall, reaching the top in the blink of an eye. You 2 big shots. I'll bring you milk tea when I come back, if I still remember. He jumped down from the top of the wall. The instant his feet hit the ground, a long-lost sense of freedom surged into his heart. The streets of Hongdu City spread out before him, bustling with traffic and crowded with people, filled everywhere with that familiar human warmth. The invisibility pill still had more than 40 minutes left, more than enough for him to get to Hongdu Tower. As he walked, Lin Chen opened the holographic screen on the phone he carried with him. His fingers moved rapidly across the screen as he logged into the biggest Esper live streaming platform on the entire Blue Star. This platform was always lively. Sparring matches between schools, real records of bounty hunters on missions, mercenaries live streaming battles. It had everything. Lin Chen's account was newly registered, with 0 followers. Even the personal bio section was still blank. As he walked, he thought about how he should make his entrance. To gather all 48,000 people who were hostile toward him in one place. Just posting a location was nowhere near enough. Those people wanted the bounty, sure, but they were not idiots. If Lin Chen suddenly appeared somewhere, they would definitely suspect a trap. They would wonder if it was a military setup or if Lin Chen was plotting some kind of scheme again. After all, what happened at the 4 schools tournament, when he tied everything to the world-ending cult, had already been exaggerated to almost mythical levels. So if he wanted those people to willingly deliver themselves to his door, there was only one way. Mock them viciously. Make them so mad they lost all reason. Make them stop caring whether it was a trap or not. Make their minds hold only one thought. I'm going to beat the hell out of this bastard. When it came to taunting people, Lin Chen was exceptionally skilled. It was a craft he had trained since childhood. At 2:17 in the afternoon, when the invisibility pill had 20 minutes left, Lin Chen finally arrived beneath Hongdu Tower. Hongdu Tower was the tallest building in Hongdu City, 72 floors, 240 meters. From the rooftop of the top floor, one could overlook the entire urban district. The building itself was a commercial office tower, but since today was the weekend, there were not many people inside, and security was not especially tight. Using his invisible state, Lin Chen easily slipped past the guards at the entrance and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Pushing open the iron door leading to the rooftop, the wind of Hongdu City came rushing toward him with a trace of chill. The rooftop was spacious. The ground was covered in a gray waterproof layer, and half-height railings surrounded the edges. The view was incredibly open, allowing the full outline of Hongdu City to be taken in at a glance. Lin Chen walked to the center of the rooftop and took a deep breath. The invisibility pill had only the last 2 minutes remaining. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened the live streaming platform, selected public streaming mode, and changed the room title to a single line. I'm Lin Chen. I'm on the top floor of Hongdu Tower. If you want a bounty, come. Simple, direct, no unnecessary nonsense. But that alone was still not enough. Lin Chen knew that if he wanted this stream to blow up, he needed to add a little more fuel. The effect of the invisibility pill completely disappeared. Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared on the rooftop, as if he had materialized out of thin air. He straightened his clothes, brushed back his windblown hair, and then pressed the button to start the live stream. The moment the stream lit up, the number of viewers online was 0. The live stream room was completely empty. There was not even a random passerby who had clicked in by mistake. After all, his account was newly registered and had no fanbase at all. The title was explosive. Sure, but on a platform flooded with information, where tens of thousands of live streams started every day. For a newcomer's room to get noticed was harder than finding a needle in the sea. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the first person to click in, then send out a screenshot, and then the crowd would snowball bigger and bigger. About 3 minutes later, the online viewer count changed from 0 to 1. A comment floated across the screen. Lin Chen? Which Lin Chen? The one from the 4 schools tournament? Fake, right? Then the viewer count became 3, then 10, then 50. The comments started increasing. This background really is the rooftop of Hongdu Tower. I recognize it. Wait, is that really Lin Chen? Wasn't he supposed to be under military protection? LMAO, if you're going to impersonate Lin Chen, at least use a more convincing account. This account has 0 followers. Who are you fooling? When the online viewer count broke 500, Lin Chen finally spoke. He raised his phone and flashed the camera a bright smile, the kind of smile that made people want to punch him the moment they saw it. Good afternoon, everyone. Lin Chen. Yes, that Lin Chen. The Lin Chen with the astronomical bounty from the world-ending cult. The Lin Chen who wiped out the world-ending cult mole at the 4 schools tournament. The Lin Chen you want to hit but can't reach. He paused, then turned the phone camera forward and swept it across the full view of Hongdu City below the rooftop. My current location is the rooftop of the top floor of Hongdu Tower, 100% real. The bounty notice has been up for a week, hasn't it? Don't you all want this money? Come on, come on. I'm giving you a special chance today. I'll be standing right here, waiting for you. He put away his smile, and the expression on his face became unbelievably punchable. But honestly, I've been standing here for almost 10 minutes, and I haven't even seen a ghost. What's going on? Are the bounty hunters of Hongdu City really this cowardly? So many people in Hongdu City want my bounty, but now that I'm standing right in front of you, you're hiding instead? The livestream's online viewer count broke 10,000. The comments began scrolling like mad. Holy shit, it really is Lin Chen. He is actually a Hongdu Tower. Has he gone crazy? The whole city is looking for him, and he's still exposed his location on purpose? Wait, Where are the military people? Where in T, there's supposed to be 2 level 8 espers protecting him? Does this kid have some kind of scheme again? Looking at the comments, the smile on Lin Shun's face grew even brighter. You're asking about the military people? Oh, those two. He scratched his head and spoke with an innocent look on his face. I slipped out when they weren't paying attention. No choice. I've been cooped up at school for a week, treated like some rare animal every day. Couldn't even get out of the school gate. Today I really couldn't take it anymore, so I snuck out to get some air. The bullet comments exploded instantly. He got out. What about Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang? 2 rank 8 Esper users couldn't even keep him in check? How the hell did this kid run out? Enough nonsense. The top floor of Hongdu Tower. Get there now. The bounty order is real. The live viewer count broke 30,000. Lin Shun's name spread like a virus across every social platform, screenshots flying everywhere. In just a few minutes, the entire Esper circle in Hongdu City was in an uproar. Also, I heard a lot of people have gathered in Hongdu City now. Bounty hunters, mercenaries, and some people who just want to try their luck, Lin Shun said with a grin at the camera. You guys think that with enough people, 1 punch each can beat me flat? No problem. Today I'm alone, no teammates, no military protection, and no headmaster to take the blade from me. I'm right here. Whoever wants to come on. He tilted his head, his tone turning light. But I do have one tiny warning. Before you come, you'd better ask yourself first. Can you take the beating? Because the one who hits me usually ends up hurting himself. The moment that bullet comment went out, the livestream room boiled over. He mocking us. He blatantly mocking us. Too arrogant. Who can stand that? I'm going to Hongdu Tower right now. Nobody stopped me. Of course, there were also clear-headed people reminding others in the bullet comments. Don't be impulsive. He linked the world-ending cult during the 4 schools tournament. Did you forget? When he took 1 sword strike, everyone in the world-ending cult got injured together. What if he linked us again, wait? He said the person who hits him gets hurt himself. Could it be that he linked something again? Don't scare yourselves. Maybe he just bluffing? Lin Shun didn't respond to the guesses in the bullet comments. He found a clean spot to sit down, both legs dangling over the edge of the rooftop as they swung idly. He watched the distant skyline leisurely, looking as relaxed as if he were waiting for takeout delivery. Hurry it up, everyone. I still haven't bought my milk tea. And at this moment, the same thing was happening in every corner of Hongdu City. In Hongdu's North District, inside a smoke-filled little tavern, a burly man with a full beard slammed his cup hard onto the table, splashing wine all over it. He glared at Lin Shun's smile on the light screen, veins bulging at his temple. Damn it, so arrogant. I've never seen a student this arrogant in my life. Let us go to Hongdu Tower. Today I'm going to teach this brat who doesn't know his place a lesson. He slapped a bill onto the table, grabbed the battle axe leaning beside his chair, and strode out the door. At the same time, in another direction of the North District, a tall, thin man in a black trench coat stood in the shadows atop a building, a cigarette between his fingers as he squinted at the live stream on the light screen. Hongdu Tower. What the hell is this kid trying to do? He flicked ash off the cigarette, a cold smile curling his lips. Whatever you want to do, if you dare stand there alone, don't blame us for not being polite. He crushed the cigarette butt and his figure flashed, disappearing into the shadows. In Hongdu's South District, inside an abandoned warehouse, a group of mercenaries in all kinds of combat uniforms were sitting together eating boxed meals. The man who looked like their captain suddenly received a message. He looked down at it, then shot to his feet so abruptly that he nearly knocked over the boxed meal on the table. The target appeared. Top floor of Hongdu Tower. Put down your chopsticks, all of you. Suit up and move out within 3 minutes. Boss, could that kid be setting another trap? What is there to be afraid of? This time it definitely won't just be us going. Everyone in the city is rushing over. Even if it is a trap, he can't hold out against that many people. So many people. 1 spit from each of them could drown him. Someone muttered softly. But during the 4 schools tournament, when he linked the world-ending cult, all the traitors in the entire stands were exposed. The warehouse fell silent for 0.something seconds. That was a coincidence. How could a student possibly have that kind of heaven-defying ability? Besides, even if he can still link, how many people can he link? 100? 1,000? I refuse to believe that nonsense. Move out. On the main roads of Hongdu City, traffic began to jam up. Esper users from different directions, different organizations, and different backgrounds surged toward Hongdu Tower as if driven by an invisible hand, all heading in the same direction. Some were driving modified armored vehicles, barreling down the main roads. Some were leaping across rooftops with their abilities. Others were just running there, sweating all over and not even bothering to wipe it away. From above, the dark mass of people gathered from all directions, dense as ants and surging like tidewater. Pedestrians on the street all turned to look. The bold ones took out their phones to film. What's going on? Why are there so many people? You haven't been watching the live stream? Lin Shun is on the top floor of Hongdu Tower. He is going to take on the whole city by himself. Lin Shun? The Lin Shun with the astronomical bounty? That's him. Go look. I heard all the bounty hunters in the city have moved out. Inside a milk tea shop by the street, a clerk poked his head out and stared at the surging crowd outside, looking completely lost. Boss, are we still making milk tea today? Make it. Send it to Lin Chun. Use it for an ad campaign while we're at it. At the same time, the viewer count in Lin Chun's livestream had already broken 500,000. The bullet comments scrolled so fast they were impossible to read clearly. Only white, red, and blue comments cascading down the screen like a waterfall. Someone else already at the bottom. So many people. My God. From the live stream, it looks like the whole street below is packed. Lin Chun, you can't run now. Ha. Wait, why is he still smiling when so many people are rushing over? And indeed, Lin Chun was still smiling. He stood up, brushed the dust off his butt, and walked to the edge of the rooftop to look down. The street below was already jammed full of people, with dense heads moving about like a pot of boiling porridge. There were burly men carrying weapons, enhanced-type espers with metallized bodies, speed-type espers stepping on wind blades, and a few who simply used flight-type abilities to hover in the air. Roughly estimating, just the people already arrived below numbered 3 to 4,000. And more were still streaming over nonstop. On the streets in the distance, more lines of people could be seen pouring in like rivers joining a sea of people. So many people. Lin Chun whistled, but the expression on his face grew even more excited. Looks like I'll make quite a bit today. He propped his phone on a ventilation pipe at the rooftop edge and adjusted the angle so the camera could capture the full rooftop. Then he walked to the center of the rooftop and rolled his wrists and neck, joints cracking loudly. Dear livestream viewers, the next scene you're about to see may cause discomfort, but please rest assured, the one who has uncomfortable 1TB me. Meanwhile, inside Hongdu University, Qin Jinshan's military communicator suddenly rang. He answered the call and listened for 2 seconds. His face instantly darkened, black as the bottom of a pot. What did you say? He shot to his feet so fast he knocked the tea table in front of him crooked. Lu Hanzhuang opened her eyes and looked at him, frowning slightly. What is wrong? Qin Jinshan hung up the phone. His expression was extremely complicated. Shock, annoyance, helplessness, and also a kind of resigned feeling that he should have guessed long ago that Lin Chun would stir up trouble. Lin Chun had run. He was now on the rooftop of Hongdu Tower, live streaming, openly mocking the whole city to come beat him up. Lu Hanzhuang was silent for 3 seconds. Then she raised a hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. This action was extremely rare on her, which showed that her inner emotions were undergoing intense turbulence at this moment. How'd he get out? She asked. I don't know. I was clearly guarding downstairs the whole time. I didn't see anyone going in or out. Wait. Qin Jinshan suddenly froze. He remembered something. 10 minutes ago, I felt a very light breeze beside me. I thought it was just a gust of wind. The two looked at each other and simultaneously saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Invisibility type ability or item. This brat is even harder to deal with than we imagined. Go. 2 figures rose into the air and headed toward Hongdu Tower at top speed. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Hongdu University, Su Changhai was holding a teacup and watching a live stream. On the light screen, Lin Chun was standing in the middle of the rooftop, doing warm-up exercises toward the camera. Didn't he look like he was waiting for a fierce battle at all, but more like he was getting ready for gym class. Behind him stood the other 3 principals, Xiang Beihong, Chu Lingyun, and Zhao Wuji. This brat is stirring up trouble again. Zhao Wuji clutched his lower back and said with lingering fear, last time he got beaten, the whole school's students felt the pain. What's he trying to do this time? Keep watching and you'll know. Su Changhai took a sip of tea. His expression, so calm, was almost unnatural. You're not going to stop him? Chu Lingyun asked. Stop what? Su Changhai set down the teacup and pointed at the crowd on the light screen who were surging toward Hongdu Tower. Which one of these people isn't here for the bounty? Blinded by greed, asking for trouble. It's good for them to suffer a little. But there are so many people. Can Lin Chun handle it? Zhao Wuji asked worriedly. Su Changhai stood up with his peachwood cane and walked to the window, looking toward Hongdu Tower. Old Zhao, think about it. Since Lin Chun entered school until now, when has he ever stirred up trouble without preparation? He paused, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This brat is sharp. He never fights unprepared. Since he dares to stand on that rooftop, it means he is fully confident. But ants can still bite an elephant to death. Zhao Wuji was still uneasy. Then let us go take a look. Su Changhai picked up his cane and walked toward the door. Not to stop him, but to keep watch. If something really goes wrong, we can act in time. The figures of the 4 principals disappeared from the office at the same time, leaving only the steaming cup of tea on the table. Hongdu Tower, rooftop. The first wave of bounty hunters had already arrived. The rooftop door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 burly men rushed in. The leader carried a battle axe as tall as half a man, with a fiery red ability crystal embedded in the blade, emitting a scorching aura. When he saw Lin Chun standing in the center of the rooftop, he immediately grinned. Brat, the bounty. Before he could finish, Lin Chun raised his right hand, and a mass of 9 intertwined lights lit up in his palm. That light mass was only fist-sized at first, but in an instant it expanded to the size of a basketball. 9 colors flowed across its surface. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, dark, light, ice, and lightning. Each color emitted a unique energy fluctuation. This was the good stuff Lin Chun had exchanged from the system shop with the last few points of abuse value. the 9-attribute energy ball. Perfect timing. Let me treat you to a welcome gift first. Lin Shen grinned and tossed the 9-colored light ball into the air. The light ball paused in midair for a split second, then exploded. It wasn't a one-time blast, but a continuous, endless spray. From the center where the light ball burst, countless fist-sized energy balls shot out in all directions like hail. Gold and metal balls smashed into the walls, leaving dents. Green wood element balls turned into vines that wrapped around targets' ankles. Blue water element balls sent people stumbling and reeling. Red fireballs carried scorching heat and burned through targets' armor. Earth yellow balls hit the ground and instantly raised stone pillars that sent people flying. Dark element balls silently corroded everything they touched. Light element balls flashed so brightly people couldn't open their eyes. Ice element balls froze the floor into a slippery layer of ice, while lightning element balls leaped through the crowd with crackling arcs. 9 attributes, 9 colors, blotting out the sky. Fuck, what kind of ability is this? Get out of the way. The 7 or 8 burly men at the very front didn't even have time to react before they were hit dead on by the dense barrage of energy balls. Fireballs exploded against their chests. Ice balls froze their feet. Lightning balls paralyzed their nerves. Light balls blinded them. Screams rose one after another, echoing across the narrow rooftop. Those who were lucky got blasted into the corners, clutching their injuries and grimacing in pain. Those who were unlucky were directly blown off their feet and flipped over the edge of the rooftop. This was the 72nd floor. No need to say what happened after falling. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shun stood at the center of the 9-colored light sphere, arms spread wide, laughing out loud. Countless energy balls shot out from the light mass above his head, forming a saturated barrage that covered the entire rooftop with him at the center. His face was full of arrogance and excitement. That smile wasn't happiness in the normal sense, but the exhilaration of someone who'd been holding back for a whole week and could finally let loose. Come on, all of you come. Didn't you want the bounty? Beat this first, then talk. Ha ha ha. At the same time, the livestream barrage had already gone crazy. My god, what move is this? 9 attributes released at the same time. This kind of area attack is way too terrifying. The people who rushed up were blasted back immediately. They can't even get through the rooftop door. He is holding off thousands of people by himself. No, look at his expression. He is smiling. He is laughing maniacally. This guy is a lunatic. Isn't. The viewers watching the live stream in other cities were also shocked by the scene. On the screen, looking down from above Hongdu Tower, the entire rooftop was covered by 9-colored energy balls, like a firework continuously blooming. And beneath the rooftop, on the streets below, the black mass of people kept surging upward. That density was enough to make one's scalp tingle. What is going on in Hongdu City right now? Why are there so many people? All the bounty hunters in the city are out. There are mercenaries too, random drifters, and even some students who went just to watch the excitement. So many people fighting him alone. He is still a student. Student? Does he look like an ordinary student to you? He wiped out the mole inside the Apocalypse sect at the 4-school tournament. I'm seriously starting to suspect he is not being hunted at all, but running a sting operation. Downstairs at Hongdu Tower, Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang finally arrived. Looking at the sky, full of 9-colored energy balls and the figures constantly falling from the rooftop, the two of them took a deep breath at the same time. Should we go up and stop him? Lu Hanzhuang asked. Qin Jinshan looked up at the laughing figure on the rooftop, then looked down at the mountain-high pile of injured people in the teleportation array. He stayed silent for a long time. What did the principal say? He asked, before his voice even fell, for figures landed beside them. Su Changhe, Xiang Beihong, Chu Lingyun, and Zhao Wuji. The 4 principals had each rushed over in different ways. Su Changhe was still leaning on that peachwood cane of his, looking calm and unhurried. No need to stop it. Su Changhe looked up at the light mass on the rooftop that was continuously firing energy balls, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. This kid's ability has evolved again, releasing 9 different attribute energy balls at the same time, and for such a long time too. That means his ability reserves have reached a pretty terrifying level. Actually, the principal was just making it up. He had no idea what was going on. Didn't they say he had no ability? So what the hell was this now? But he couldn't say he didn't know. That would be too embarrassing. But there are so many people, Zhao Wuji still said worriedly. Look at the people charging up there. What levels are they? Su Changhe asked back. Zhao Wuji used his sensory ability to scan them once, then froze for a moment. Most of them are below level 5. Occasionally, there are a few level 6 ones. Below level 5? They can't even break through that kid's defense, Su Changhe said calmly. As for level 6 ability users, a few more energy balls and the LL be down. No need to worry for now. Then what we do now? Xiang Beihong crossed his arms and looked at the figure slaughtering his way across the rooftop, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Watch. Su Changhe planted his cane and found a clean spot to stand. Wait until he gets tired, then we'll talk. Lu Hanzhuang looked expressionlessly at the 4 principals, then at Qin Jinshan, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, I'm kind of sympathizing with those bounty hunters now. Qin Jinshan silently nodded. The energy ball storm on the rooftop lasted a full hour. During that hour, the rooftop of Hongdu building became a no-man's land. 9-element energy balls poured down like a storm, blasting back anyone who tried to rush up. At first, some people still wanted to force their way up with sheer numbers. But as more and more people were blown away, those below started hesitating. After all, no one wanted to charge up only to get blasted senseless. Then fall from a 72nd floor. How much ability reserve does he even have? It's been an hour. Why are his energy balls still going? We can't force our way up. Wait until he is exhausted. Then go. The people below began changing their strategy. They no longer rushed forward blindly, but instead gathered below and waited for Lin Chun to exhaust himself. However, what they didn't know was that these 9-element energy balls were the effect of a system item, and it had nothing to do with Lin Chun's own ability reserves. The item description had made it very clear. Last 1 hour, unlimited attacks, power linked to physique. As long as the duration hadn't ended, even if everyone in the world rushed up, the energy balls would keep falling. Finally, 1 hour was up. The light mass above the rooftop flickered twice, then slowly dispersed into the air. The 9-colored energy balls stopped firing, and the rooftop finally quieted down. By now, the rooftop had been utterly transformed. The ground was covered in black scorch marks, frozen cracks, dents from stone pillar impacts, and pits left by dark element corrosion. The walls were full of dents from metal balls and blackened scorch marks for fireballs. The entire rooftop looked like it had been through a small war. And Lin Chun stood at the center of the rooftop, his clothes torn to shreds by the aftershock of the energy balls, but his body was completely unharmed. He brushed the dust off his clothes and walked to the edge of the rooftop to glance down. Those people below were still there. After an hour of attrition, most of the ability users below level 5 had already been blasted away, but the ones left were the real main force. Several thousand level 6 ability users and several hundred level 7 ability users regrouped from different directions and launched a second wave of assaults toward the top floor. These people wore expressions mixed with anger and greed. Anger for being toyed with by Lin Chun for an hour, and greed from the prospect of becoming rich overnight by taking the bounty. The energy balls stopped. He can't hold out anymore. Go! A level 7 bounty hunter was the first to charge onto the rooftop. Green wind blades swirled around him, his speed so fast he looked like a streak of afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Chun. A semi-transparent, long blade of wind condensed in his hand as he swung it at Lin Chun's shoulder. Lin Chun didn't dodge. The wind blade long sword struck his shoulder with a crisp metallic clang. A faint white mark appeared on Lin Chun's shoulder, his skin completely intact. Not even a drop of blood. But on the shoulder of that level 7 bounty hunter, an identical wound suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and blood instantly soaked his sleeve. What? He clutched his shoulder and staggered back several steps, his face full of shock. He had clearly been the one to strike Lin Chun. So why was he the one who got hurt? How was that possible? The other injured bounty hunters immediately launched fresh attacks at Lin Chun. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, lightning. Attacks of all kinds slammed toward the figure standing at the center of the rooftop from every direction. Lin Chun neither dodged nor moved. He even spread his arms, as if welcoming this baptism of abilities. The attacks landed on his body, bursting into clusters of dazzling light. But something strange happened. All the people attacking Lin Chun simultaneously suffered injuries identical to Lin Chun's. Some clutched their chests, some bent over, some grimaced in pain, while Lin Chun, though blood was also flowing from his body, had an increasingly brilliant smile on his face. And best of all, the system notification in Lin Chun's mind rang out. Ding. Detected host being attacked. Masochism value increased by 0.01. Source, XXX. Ding. Detected host being attacked. Masochism value increased by 0.01. Source, XXX. Ding. Detected host being attacked. Masochism value increased by 0.01. Source, XXX. The masochism value began to rise slowly and steadily. From 0 to 0.01, 0.02, 0.05. The numbers climbed slowly. After all, these were attacks from level 6 and level 7 ability users. So each increase in masochism value was not much. But there were so many people, with several thousand people attacking at once. Even if each person only contributed 0.01, the accumulated speed was still quite considerable. 0.1, 0.5, 1.2 points. Lin Chun's smile widened even more. That's all you got? The bounty notice says my name. Not the guy whose name can be beaten to death with whatever you want. Your attacks aren't even as good as my principal Kane. Come on, harder. Hearing that, the livestream barrage instantly exploded. What did he say? Not even as good as the principal Kane. Suchangha Kane is that freaking strong? Wait, that's not the point. The point is, why are the people hitting him getting hurt too? Damage reflection? No, if it were reflection. Lin Chun himself shouldn't be injured. It's not reflection. It's shared. He synchronized the damage onto the others. At the same time, the bounty hunters surrounding Lin Chun also began to realize something was wrong. Stop, stop, stop. Someone shouted as he halted his attack, looking down at the bruise that had appeared out of nowhere on his chest, his face full of terror. I was clearly in the back row and didn't get hit. Why do I have a wound to? Me too. My arm suddenly turned blue just now. But I'm still so far from him. Wait, this pain, it's getting stronger and stronger. Everyone looked at one another, and in each other's eyes. They saw the same thing, fear. The same fear those traitors from the extinction cult felt before they died during the four-school tournament. It was binding. A level 7 Esper finally reacted. His voice cracked from terror. He put that binding on us too, just like during the four-school tournament. What? We hit him. And it's the same as hitting ourselves? The pace of the battle on the rooftop was instantly thrown into chaos. Someone was still throwing a punch, only to be yanked back by a teammate. Don't hit him. The more we hit him, the more it hurts. Someone else had already kicked out, only to forcefully pull their leg back. Their posture looked so awkward it was like they were doing square dancing. Others simply put their hands behind their backs. Terrified of accidentally touching Lin Chun, the scene became absurd beyond words. Thousands of Espers surrounded a student covered in blood, yet not a single one dared to strike. Lin Chun stood in the center of the crowd, smiling at them. Why aren't you hitting me anymore? Weren't you pretty fierce just now? Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, lightning, every kind of ability was coming at me. So why do you all stop? He rolled his neck and took a step forward. The crowd around him took a step back in perfect unison. Lin Chun smiled. If you want to make a move, then I want to be polite. The words had barely fallen when his figure shot out, punching toward the nearest bounty hunter in front of him. With the Iron Fist, Invincible Gauntlet S boost. The hardness of his fist had increased fivefold, added to Lin Chun's own bronze body recovery. That punch was strong enough to leave a fist imprint on a steel plate. But his target wasn't to take the opponent down. His target was to get hit. Every punch he threw deliberately exposed himself to the attack range of the others, luring them into counterattacking. Someone instinctively unleashed an ability at him. He took the hit head-on. A fireball slammed into his face, and his body was sent flying backward into the railing. Then, his masochism value went up another 0.01 point. And on the faces of everyone present, including those below who couldn't get up, a patch of burns appeared as well. Keep going. Don't stop. Hit me. Use your strongest moves. I'm standing right here today just to see how much skill you really have. Laughing wildly, he rushed back in and punched again. His fighting style had no pattern at all. In fact, it wasn't even really fighting. It was more like he was offering himself up to be beaten. He took a frostbite to the left shoulder head-on, ice shards spraying everywhere. His right leg was cut open by a wind blade, leaving a long gash as blood ran down his calf. His shirt had long since been shredded by the various abilities, exposing a torso covered in scars. Old and new wounds layered over each other, a shocking sight. But strangely enough, the freshly cut wounds were healing at a visible speed. The bronze body S recovery was continuously taking effect. New skin and muscle tissue pulled the wounds back together, leaving behind a faint red mark that disappeared completely within minutes. The people attacking him might have stronger ability levels and fighting power, but they did not have Lin Chun's terrifying recovery. Their wounds kept increasing, burns from fireballs on their shoulders, frostbite from ice spikes on their arms, gashes on their chests still seeping blood. But every injury they had on them, Lin Chun had already had two. Only Lin Chun had healed. They were still in pain. Clearly, Lin Chun's own healing ability was not included in the shared damage. Even more terrifying was that as time passed, the pain from the wounds seemed to stack on top of itself. At first, it was just the stabbing pain of one ice spike. Later, it became the agony of every wound on their bodies flaring up at once. That pain wasn't coming from any one place. It was coming from every part of their bodies that had ever been injured, all at the same time, as if someone were madly pounding their bodies like drumskins. I can't take it anymore. I'm not fighting. A level 6 Esper finally broke down. He threw away the weapon in his hand, clutched his head with both hands, and staggered backward. His features were twisted into a mess by the pain. He turned to flee the rooftop, but before he could even take a step, the pain all over his body made his knees go weak, and he dropped to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain. He lowered his head to look at his chest. The skin there was intact, with not a single wound, yet his brain kept telling him it was being seared by raging flames. You, what did you do to us? No one answered him, because at that moment, everyone still standing on the rooftop was basically in the same state, pain, unbearable pain, yet none of them could fall. Level 6 and Level 7 Espers had far stronger physical conditioning and willpower than ordinary people. Their tolerance was far beyond that of Espers below Level 5. So they didn't pass out immediately like the others had. But precisely because they were strong enough, they were forced to endure the pain for even longer. They clearly wanted to roll on the ground from the agony, yet they remained conscious, fully aware of every bit of pain. It was nothing short of torture. Lin Chun's injuries were also piling up, but his bronze body recovery repaired those wounds at a terrifying speed. The same injury might heal in 3 minutes for Lin Chun, while the attacker would have to suffer for 3 hours, or even 3 days. That gap alone was enough to make any attacker feel despair. Keep going. Don't stop. Where's your bounty? Where's your fighting spirit? Where's your pride? Come on. All of you come on. I'm standing right here today. Let us see who can beat me down. Ha 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 ha. The more Lin Chun fought, the more excited he became. The more excited he was, the louder he laughed. His eyes were shining. His face was smeared with his own blood and other people's blood, and the curve of his mouth was so exaggerated it looked almost ferocious. The black surface of the Iron Fist Invincible Gauntlet had already been scraped and battered by the aftershocks of various abilities, but the fivefold hardness boost was still there. His fist could still smash apart ice spikes rushing at him head-on, and his elbow could still knock away a fireball sneaking up behind him. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 1 hour passed. His masochism value rose from 0 to 10, from 10 to 50, from 50 to 80. On the system panel in Lin Chun's mind, that number kept jumping, like a slot machine spitting out coin after coin. Every time an attack landed on him, whether it was one he threw or one he took, the masochism value would tick up a little. Even though each hit only gave him 0.01. With endless people and over an hour of continuous attacks, the accumulated number was quite impressive. 95, 96, 97. Ding. Congratulations, host. Masochism value has broken through 100 points. Current balance, 100 points. Hearing the notification, Lin Chun stopped moving. He stood in place and lowered his head to look at the system panel in his mind, confirming that he hadn't misread the number. 100 points. A solid 100 points. He smiled. That smile was different from all the ones before. His earlier smiles had been arrogant, provocative, or shameless. But this one came straight from the heart, a genuine, honest happiness. He had endured more than an hour of beating all over his body, and no one knew how much blood he had shed. He had finally scraped together 3 digits of masochism value. Worth it. So worth it. Ha 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 ha. Worth it. Today was worth it. The bounty hunters, still standing on the rooftop, looked at one another. Their bodies were covered in wounds of all sizes. Though every one of them had been synchronized over from Lin Chun, their recovery could not keep up with Lin Chun at all. By now, their lips had gone pale, and their hands and feet were trembling from the pain. Some were clutching their chests against the wall. Some were holding their stomachs and bending over. A few level 7 ability users were still gritting their teeth and holding on, but the veins bulging at their temples showed they would not last much longer. Crazy, this kid completely crazy, someone muttered. What is he even happy about? He has been beaten that much, and he can still laugh like that. Another person covered the wound on his arm, his voice filled with indescribable fear. And the livestream comments had already turned into a sea of shock. He is laughing. He is really laughing. He has been getting beaten for over an hour, covered in blood, and then he is laughing like that. My God, what is Lin Chun made of? Doesn't he feel pain? I think it's not that he doesn't feel pain. It's that he just doesn't care about pain. This guy isn't some masochist, is he? The one above, you're right. He is a masochist and a super masochist. Inside the Hongdu University campus, the students watching the live stream were already in tears. Senior Lin Chun is too fierce. Whoa, he is holding off so many people by himself. The blood he spilled is more than all the blood we drew for the whole school physical last time combined. Wait, during the last 4-school tournament. Could we feel his pain? Why can't we feel it this time? Of course not. Last time he was bound to the whole school students. This time he is bound to those bounty hunters. We're fine. Thank heavens. If we were still bound to him, I'd probably have fainted from the pain by now. Long live Senior Lin Chun. Long live Hongdu. And on the rooftop, the bounty hunters who had surrounded Lin Chun had already completely collapsed. I'm not fighting. I'm really not fighting. Whoever wants to fight, go fight him. The moment one of them ran, it triggered a chain reaction. One after another, the bounty hunters on the rooftop surged toward the door like a receding tide. Some even forgot to pick up their own weapons, just throwing them to the ground and running. Among them were level 6 ability users, level 7 ability users, experienced mercenaries, and bounty hunters hardened by countless battles. But the fear on all their faces was the same. They had not never seen tough people. They had not never run into strong enemies. But they had never seen a fight where the pain landed on themselves, where the more they hit, the more excited the other side became, until by the end it felt like they were not attacking someone else at all, but attacking their own target. This bizarre fighting method, this twisted pain sharing, made every attack meaningless. They're running, they all ran, ha 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 ha. Is this all the bounty hunters from Hongdu amount to? More than 40,000 people, and not even one can stand there anymore. Leaning against the rooftop railing, Lin Chun waved goodbye to the fleeing backs. The expression on his face was extremely obnoxious. That look of "you're all too weak" made the people who ran even angrier, but not a single one looked back. The livestream comments reached their peak at this moment. They all ran. More than 40,000 people, and everyone left standing ran. Lin Chun single-handedly drove back all the bounty hunters in the city. Not driven back. Pain back. This guy is too terrifying. Who would dare hit him in the future? I hereby declare Lin Chun, one of the people on Blue Star you absolutely cannot provoke. One of them? Who can even compare with him? Lin Chun walked back from the rooftop edge to the phone propped up on the ventilation pipe and flashed a grin at the camera. Thanks for watching, everyone. That wraps up today as performance. By the way, he pointed at the camera, his smile growing even brighter. I'm the kind of person who loves getting beaten the most. If anyone doesn't like me, feel free to come find me and spar anytime. No matter who you are, no matter what level you are, As long as you want to hit me, I'll definitely stand still and let you have your fill. The premise is, he tilted his head and raised one finger. You can take the injuries that land on me. With that, he turned off the live stream. The instant the screen went black, the entire comment pool exploded. Countless? What did his last sentence mean? So arrogant. Em dying laughing. They all mixed together, completely flooding the black screen live stream. And at this moment, the rooftop of Hongdu Tower finally returned to silence. Lin Chun sat down against the railing, let out a long breath, and lowered his head to check the masochism value balance in his mind. 103 points. It had gone up by 3 points from 100. So it looked like a few people who ran a little slowly had casually hit him with an ability before leaving. Lin Chun chuckled, very satisfied with the harvest from this trip out to fish for lawbreakers. Over 100 points of masochism value was enough to buy a lot of good stuff. Those high-level items in the system shop that he had previously been reluctant to buy could now be considered. The harvest was pretty good. However, just then, below Hongdu Tower, 3 figures silently appeared from 3 different directions. They wore the same black robes, the hems swaying slightly in the wind. The aura around them pressed down so heavily that the surrounding air seemed to freeze. All 3 faces were hidden beneath their hoods, impossible to see clearly. But the hands that showed were gaunt and powerful, their nails tinged with an unnatural blue-black. 3 level 8 ability users, and they were people from the World Destruction sect. One of the black-clad figures gestured to the other 2, and all 3 nodded at the same time. The next second, their figures vanished from where they stood. 2 rushed toward Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang's direction, while the remaining 1 charged straight for the rooftop. The 2 interception black-clad figures were astonishingly fast. They streaked through the air in 2 black arcs, charging straight toward the 2 military powerhouses guarding the rooftop stairwell. One of them flipped his palm, and over a dozen blood-red threads shot out from his sleeve, weaving together into a massive blood net in midair and shredding Lu Hanzhuang's ice wall into pieces. Amidst flying ice shards, Lu Hanzhuang's expression turned cold. She formed seals with both hands, her body surging with freezing qi, and crashed head-on into the blood net. The other black-clad figure blocked Qin Jinshan's path. His black robe swelled with the fluctuations of his ability, revealing dense blood-colored patterns beneath the robe. That was the World Destruction Sect's unique Blood Fiend secret art, exchanging his own essence blood for a brief surge in strength. Qin Jinshan's earth and fire dual abilities collided head-on with the other party's Blood Fiend secret art, and the shockwave exploding outward shattered every window within dozens of meters. A diversion. Qin Jinshan roared, trying to break away and chase the 3rd black-clad figure. But the expert from the World Destruction sect in front of him clung to him like a madman, completely ignoring the wounds on his body. It was obvious he had made up his mind to buy his companion the time window needed to kill Lin Chun. What about Principal Su and the others? Lu Hanzhuang asked quickly while resisting the blood net. Qin Jinshan glanced over. Su Changhe, Xiang Beihong, Chu Lingyun, and Zhao Wuji, the 4 principals, had already been surrounded by dozens of World Destruction sect members that had suddenly surged out from the darkness. These people ranged from level 6 to level 7. Individually, none of them were a match for the principals, but they had the advantage in numbers, and they had formed a bizarre blood fiend formation that trapped the 4 principals inside. They're being held up, Qin Jinshan said through gritted teeth. The World Destruction sect came prepared this time. The 4 principals are indeed having a hard time over there. Chu Lingyun's ice blade had just shattered the defenses of the 3 black-robed men in front of him when 4 more immediately moved in to take their place, not giving him a moment to breathe. Though Xiang Beihong's lightning-type ability was incredibly powerful under the suppression of the Blood Fiend array, the lightning-S force had weakened a great deal. Zhao Wuji's metal shield had already begun to crack under the erosion of blood evil energy. As for Su Changhe's storm, it blew apart the ice shield of the black-robed man in front of him, and then he was already quickly calculating in his mind how much time it would take to break the array. This formation might not hold them for long, but it was enough to stall them for a few minutes. And a few minutes was enough for an 8th level ability user to kill a 6th level target several times over. Hang in there, kid, Su Changhe silently said to himself, and another wind vortex flew out, blasting yet another black-robed man away. And at this moment, on the rooftop, the 3rd black-clothed man landed steadily on the edge of the rooftop. He pulled back his hood, revealing a pale, gaunt face. His eyes were an eerie blood red, with vertical pupils. They did not look human at all, more like the pupils of some cold-blooded reptile. He looked at Lin Chun, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel smile, as if he were admiring the expression of prey before death. 8th level ability user. And from the blood evil aura gathering around him, this person's status in the Annihilation cult was definitely not low, at least on the level of a core elder. Just standing there and emitting that aura was enough to make the temperature on the entire rooftop drop a few degrees. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood, making even breathing feel sticky. Lin Chun slowly got up from the ground. The wounds on his body were still seeping blood, but there was no panic in his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at the black-robed man in front of him, sizing him up from head to toe, then grinned. The Annihilation cult really is relentless. Last time you lost one blood fiend, and now you've sent 3 more. Do you have so many people that you don't even care? The black-clothed man ignored his mockery. His voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against stone. Lin Shun, you won to escape today. The military's 9th level ability user is already on his way, but by the time he gets here, you'll be a corpse. That confident? Lin Shun raised a brow. 8th level against 6th level. 2 whole major realms apart. You think you got a chance? The black-clothed man stepped toward him 1 step at a time. With every step, the ground beneath his feet was corroded by the evil aura into a patch of black marks. Your pain linking is indeed impressive. But as long as you die in 1 strike, then once you are dead, your ability 1 T matter. Fair enough. Lin Shun nodded. His expression so serious, he looked like he was listening in class. Then how do you plan to kill me in 1 strike? Stab me with a sword? Blast me with your ability? Or, he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Use the poison needle hidden in your sleeve? The black-clothed man's steps paused, and his expression changed almost imperceptibly. There really was a bone needle coated in deadly poison hidden in his sleeve. It was his trump card, meant to be fired instantly into Lin Shun's heart when Lin Shun least expected it. But having Lin Shun say it outright left him somewhat surprised. You guessing. But from your reaction, I probably guessed right. Lin Shun shrugged, then reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out 2 things. A golden pill that emitted a metallic sheen, and a black thin glove. Hard invincible pill and iron fist invincible glove. Right in front of the black-clothed man, he tossed the golden pill into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. The instant the pill went down, a strange energy surged along his meridians and then gathered at a place no one would have expected. Lin Shun looked down at his pants, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely bright smile. Ever heard of the indestructible Vajra hips? Black-clothed man. Viewers in a live stream that Lin Shun had reopened. Lu Hanzhuang, who had just broken through the blood net and caught up, happened to see this scene. She said nothing, only silently took out her communicator and said to the other end, logistics team, prepare a few more ice packs, the biggest size. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Lin Shun's mind, still as cold and mechanical as ever. Ding. Hard invincible pill activated. Designated defense area confirmed. Duration, 30 minutes. Good luck. Lin Shun flexed his wrist and put the iron fist invincible glove on his right hand. The black glove reflected a faint metallic sheen under the sunlight. His 5 fingers clenched, producing a crisp crack of knuckles. I'll say this one more time. He pilled his head, the smile on his face fading a little, replaced by a near-arrogant expression. Today, I'll let you see what a real, ruthless man looks like. What 15 times pain feels like pure madness. The black-clothed man was somewhat baffled by his act, but out of the confidence and pride of an 8th level ability user. He didn't take Lin Shun's theatrics to heart. His right hand flipped, and blood-red evil aura condensed in his palm into a short blade. Countless tiny blood-colored runes coiled around the blade, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. With a push off the ground, his entire body turned into a black afterimage, stabbing straight for Lin Shun's heart. And just then, Lin Shun did something no one expected. He didn't dodge. He didn't activate any ability for defense. He didn't even try to block with the iron fist invincible glove. He raised his right fist, aimed it at his own crotch, and slammed it down with all his strength. Boom! It was a dull, heavy sound like a hammer striking stone. The hard invincible pill had granted that area absolute defense. So when the fist landed, the injured one was not that part, but the fist that launched the attack. But pain and injury were 2 different things. Absolute defense meant that area would suffer no real damage, but the sensation was still there, and he was wearing the iron fist invincible glove. The glove's description said it increased fist hardness by 5 times. That meant the pain from this punch was also 5 times greater. 5 times the fist power, plus the absolute defense from the hard invincible pill. The result was that Lin Shun felt a pain so intense that it could make an ordinary person faint on the spot, shooting from his crotch straight up his spine into his brain, yet his body itself was completely unharmed. And most importantly, the pain amplifier had taken effect. This was another system item he had swallowed before the battle began. The effect was simple. If someone else hit him once, all shared units would receive 10 times the pain in return. Him hitting himself counted 2. 5 times the fist, 10 times the pain. The 2 stacked together made 15 times the pain. At that very instant, within the entire Hongdu city area, all the men bound to Lin Shun who held hostility toward him, including the black-clothed man on the rooftop, including the other 2 black-robed men downstairs fighting the military strongmen, including the dozens of members of the Annihilation cult besieging the 4 principals, including everyone else still in the city who had seen this scene through the livestream, or any man who still harbored ill intent toward Lin Shun. All of them felt a pain so severe it made their souls tremble. It was the most extreme pain a human could endure. That pain was not sharp stabbing pain, but a deep, spreading, dull agony that made the entire abdomen convulse. The pain radiated out from the most vulnerable part of the body in all directions, as if countless red-hot iron needles had stabbed deep into the flesh at the same time. Then all started spinning. Countless screams rang out across Hondu City at the same time. These were not the kind of screams from being injured, but wails from a deeper level, from the very depths of the soul. The cries rose and fell in different pitches and lengths, but the pain inside them was exactly the same, the most painful thing for a man, amplified 15 times. The black-robed man, fighting Qin Jinshan, suddenly felt an indescribable agony shoot up from below. His whole body instantly folded over like a shrimp, veins bulging all over his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain. His power instantly went out of control. The fireball that had been smashing toward Qin Jinshan veered off and slammed into a nearby building, bursting into a spray of sparks. Fuck. This veteran powerhouse of the Destroy the World sect could no longer even stand steady. He clutched his stomach with both hands, hunched over against the wall, his lips trembling so hard he couldn't get out a full sentence. He forced his head up and glanced toward the rooftop, his eyes full of shock, anger, and some unspeakable understanding. So this was your plan, kid. The 4 black-robed men surrounding the principal had been doing everything they could to maintain the blood fiend formation. But now, all 4 suddenly clutched below and dropped to their knees, the fiendish energy in their hands instantly collapsing. They curled up on the ground like shrimps, letting out muffled groans, looking as miserable as they could be. With the blood fiend formation no longer sustained, its power dropped sharply, and the 4 principals immediately found their opening. Zhao Wuji swung the metal shield he had recondensed and sent the kneeling black-robed men flying one by one. As he fought, he unconsciously clenched his legs, looking at Su Changhe with a trace of lingering fear. Old Su, what kind of monster is your student? Su Changhe leaned on his peachwood cane. The blood at the corner of his mouth still hadn't been wiped away, but the muscles there had already started twitching uncontrollably. It was impossible to tell whether it was from his injuries or something else. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. I want to know too. And the level 8 black-clothed man on the rooftop. Under the 15-fold pain, the mind of this level 8 esper went blank in an instant. The blood fiend dagger that had been stabbing toward Lin Chun's heart flew from his hand, clanged to the ground, bounced twice, and his own knees buckled as he dropped straight to the ground in front of Lin Chun. His blood-red eyes were bulging so wide they seemed about to pop out of their sockets. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream. It was that the pain was too great to scream. His vocal cords had completely lost function under the impact of the agony, and all he could make were a series of hoarse, air-leaking sounds like a broken bellows. His body was trembling violently from the tips of his fingers to his heels, completely beyond his control. It was pure physical reaction. He knelt there, bent over, both hands tightly clutching the area below his abdomen. The veins on his forehead bulged like twisted earthworms. Sweat poured from every pore in his body, streaming down his face and neck before gathering into a small puddle on the ground. A level 8 esper, a core elder of the Destroy the World sect, looked at this moment just like a fish tossed onto shore. And the live stream barrage completely exploded at this moment. Fuck. He hit himself. He hit that part of himself. So painful, so painful, so painful. Just looking at it makes me hurt. I'm a grown man, and I'm shivering with my legs clamped shut in front of the screen now. Balls hurt. Can you imagine that? That black-clothed guy just knelt down. He hurt so much he couldn't even scream. Doesn't Lin Chun hurt himself? He really smashed that punch down. I feel like he's not human. Absolutely not human. All the men in the whole city are screaming. I just heard someone downstairs screaming like they were slaughtering a pig. I'm a woman. I don't really understand men as pain, but looking at your reactions, I get it now. There were also plenty of people in the barrage trying to describe how terrifying that punch was in every possible way. If normal balls pain was a grenade, then 15 times balls pain was an atomic bomb. So Lin Chun basically smashed an atomic bomb onto his. Stop talking. I'm begging you to stop talking. I'm going to puke. I declare that Lin Chun is officially the most untouchable man on all of Blue Star, no exceptions. Wait, did anyone notice Lin Chun is still smiling? Yes, Lin Chun was still smiling, although a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although the muscles in his thighs were still twitching slightly from the pain, although his lips had also gone a little pale, he was indeed smiling. That smile was very complicated, grinning from pain, smug from seeing his enemy kneel, proud of being ruthless enough to even hit himself. In a kind of madness that had reached its extreme, he looked down at the black-clothed man kneeling before him, took a deep breath to steady the trembling in his voice from the pain, then said in an easy tone, "What kneeling for? Get up and keep fighting." The black-clothed man slowly raised his head. For the first time, fear appeared in those blood-red eyes. Pure fear, fear from instinct. He had seen countless powerful enemies and killed espers stronger than himself, but he had never seen a madman who would strike himself, and specifically strike there. You're insane. His voice was hoarse like two sheets of sandpaper grinding together, each word squeezed out of his throat with all his strength. His hand was still clamped over the lower part of his abdomen, knuckles white from the force, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Nope, I'm very clear-headed. Lin Shan crouched down to meet his eyes, the smile on his face even brighter. Aren't you trying to kill me? Come on, but I should remind you. I only used 70% force on that punch, just now. If it were 100%, guess what would happen? The black-clothed man's eyes widened violently, his pupils contracting sharply. Could it be? Lin Shan didn't answer him. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. That right hand, wearing the Iron Fist invincible glove, reflected a cold, hard light under the sunlight. He clenched his fist, and a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out from his knuckles. Then, gritting his teeth, he used all his strength and smashed down with his second punch. Boom! This punch was even heavier than the first. A fist with 5 times hardness, 15 times pain sensitivity, and this time Lin Shan really used 100% force with clenched teeth. The hard invincible pill guaranteed he wouldn't be injured. But the pain didn't get discounted at all. An even more ferocious pain, centered on the Hongdu building, once again spread in all directions. It was a kind of pain that made even the soul tremble, not just the pain itself, but a terrifying force that made people feel fear from the bones up. Inside Hongdu City, the men who had been crouching on the ground from the first punch completely lost the strength to stand this time. Countless figures fell at once. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Some rolled their eyes and fainted from the pain, and some foamed at the mouth and twitched all over, looking utterly miserable. The passers-by on the street were all dumbfounded when they saw this. A burly man suddenly clutched his stomach and dropped to the ground, while another thin, tall man nearby bent over, bracing himself against the wall and retching. It was like tens of thousands of men across Hongdu City had all died at the same time. And those bounty hunters and mercenaries who had suffered severe injuries in the fight and were still hanging on by a thread, waiting for rescue, could no longer hold on. The 15 times pain from the first punch had already made their wounds worse. With the second punch stacked on top of it, the seriously injured were pushed to the brink of death, and the ones already on the brink directly lost their breath. Within the entire range of Hongdu City, the number of male patients admitted to hospital emergency rooms surged more than tenfold in just a few minutes. The nurses were in a frenzy, pushing stretchers in and out, not knowing what had happened. But the worst off was the black-clad man on the rooftop. The 15 times agony from the second punch piled onto the first, like stabbing an unhealed wound again, and right in the same spot. His brain nearly lost all function under the impact of the pain. His thoughts stalled. His senses were in chaos, and even the world before his eyes had turned into a blurry red. His body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, and he collapsed straight from a kneeling position onto the ground. He clutched his lower abdomen with both hands so hard that his nails dug into his own flesh. But he felt nothing. A muffled sound came out of his mouth. His pupils were dilated, and saliva mixed with foam dripped from the corner of his lips. As for the 2 black-robed men downstairs, the ones responsible for holding Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang in place, they weren't doing much better. When the second wave of pain hit, one of them had been about to leap into the air and unleash a blood fiend's secret art. The agony instantly sent his ability out of control, and he fell straight down like a bird with broken wings. Crashing into a trash can by the roadside with a loud clang. The other was crouched in a corner with a hand over his stomach, unable to use any move at all. Qin Jinshan seized the opportunity and subdued the 2 of them in one move. He pressed a blade to the neck of the black-clad man who had fallen, his expression both fierce and subtle. Fierce toward the extinction cult. Subtle because of the faint pain in his lower body. Hurts? He lowered his head and looked at the black-clad man he had pinned down, his tone carrying a bizarre sense of empathy. I understand you. I really do. On the rooftop, Lin Shan straightened up and took 2 deep breaths, letting his body recover from the pain of the second punch. The hard and invincible pill guaranteed he wouldn't suffer any real damage, but the pain was real enough, and it needed a little time to settle down. Still, compared with the black-clad man kneeling on the ground, his condition was absurdly good. A few seconds later, his breathing had returned to normal. He glanced down at the black-clad man twitching on the ground, then walked to the railing at the edge of the rooftop and looked down at the street below. On the street, countless men were lying everywhere. Some were still groaning, some had already fainted, and some were clutching their stomachs and staring blankly at the sky, not knowing what had just happened. Meanwhile, the girls stood off to the side, watching in confusion as the men around them suddenly all died at once. Their expressions kept wavering between what happened. And should I call an ambulance? This effect was even better than I imagined. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked to the phone set up on the ventilation pipe. Lin Shan, are you still alive? Is that place okay? That punch just now was heard all over Hongdu. All of Hongdu. My boyfriend was watching a live stream at home. When you threw the first punch, he rolled straight off the sofa. He still has gotten back up. My brother said, this guy is insane, while watching the live stream. And then when the second punch landed, he also clutched his stomach and started yelling along. Wait, why would he yell along? Is he a bounty hunter too? Above, your brother might be getting arrested. Lin Shen, what the hell are you? You hit yourself and made the whole city's men hurt with you. I'm from Yindu University. The guys here watching the live stream are all squeezing their legs together and shaking in fear. I'm from Longdu University. Just now, a senior said he LL go around if he ever sees Lin Shen again, and the entire dorm building agreed. I declare that from today on, Lin Shen's nickname is the Cock Destroyer. Lin Shen looked at the barrage and couldn't help laughing out loud. He cleared his throat and flashed the camera a bright smile. Dear viewers in the live stream, were you satisfied with the performance just now? If you were, remember to follow. If there's a similar show next time, I'll notify everyone in advance. He paused, then extended one finger toward the camera. Also, I do like to especially remind the people still lying on the ground right now. The pain is your own fault. His smile faded a little, and his tone grew more serious, but that arrogance deep in his bones was still completely unhidden. I'm not a good person, and I'm not a bad person either. I'm just someone who likes being hit. Whoever hits me has to hurt with me. The harder you hit, the worse you hurt. That's the rule. My rule. Remember it. Before you come looking for me in Hongdu again, think carefully about whether you're up to it. You hit me once, you hurt 10 times. He waved his hand and turned off the live stream again. The barrage exploded at that moment. That last line was too cool. So his meaning is he can sink the damage back to whoever attacks him, and it's 10 times shared. It's amplification. 10 times pain. And it can bind a huge group of people too. My God, who would dare hit him again? No one dares. All the men in Hongdu are shaking in fear. The military should give him a medal for taking down a city by himself. The ones being taken down are men. The women are fine. Ha ha. So miserable. But it's really hilarious. After turning off the live stream, Lin Shen let out a long breath and tucked the phone into his pocket. He glanced at the black-clad man, still twitching on the ground, and shook his head. All right, stop shaking. I'm not throwing a third punch. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure of ice blue and a figure of earthy yellow landed on the rooftop at the same time. Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang had finally taken care of the two black-robed men downstairs. Qin Jinshan's face was still a little pale, and his steps were obviously somewhat unnatural when he walked, but he still tried hard to maintain a soldier's imposing stance. He looked at the black-clad man on the ground, then at Lin Shen, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, and in the end only pointed at the person on the ground and asked, still alive? Alive. Yes, just maybe a little sore down there. Lin Shen kicked the black-clad man's leg. The black-clad man let out a muffled groan and twitched again. Qin Jinshan's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously clamped his legs together. He stepped forward, took out a pair of specially made ability-sealing handcuffs, cuffed the black-clad man's hands, then dragged him up from the ground. The black-clad man's legs were still as weak as two noodles, and he could barely stand while leaning against Qin Jinshan. Lu Hanzhuang walked up to Lin Shen and stared at him expressionlessly for a long time. Her gaze moved from Lin Shen's face to the fist he had just used to smash himself, then to his pants. There wasn't even a wrinkle on them. They were perfectly intact. What did you eat? She asked. Secret. Lin Shen grinned. Lu Hanzhuang was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Fine, I want to ask, but you have to come back to school with us. No problem. Lin Shen agreed openly and readily. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. 103 points. Too bad beating himself up didn't give him abuse points. Otherwise, he probably could made a huge profit from that round. And just as Lin Shen patted his butt and got ready to go back to school with Qin Jinshan and the others, an utterly terrifying pressure suddenly crushed down from the distance without any warning. It felt like an invisible mountain had suddenly fallen from the sky. In front of that pressure, Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang, two battle-hardened level 8 military powerhouses, couldn't even last a single breath. They were forced straight down onto one knee. Qin Jinshan braced both hands against the ground. Veins bulged across his arms one after another, and his teeth ground together with cracking sounds. The icy blue protective chill around Lu Hanzhuang surged wildly, trying to resist the pressure, but her body was still being forced lower and lower. Even the ground beneath her knee was freezing into spiderweb-like cracks. This is bad. It's a level 9 Esper from the world-ending cult. Qin Jinshan practically roared out. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Lin Shen, who had likewise been crushed flat against the ground. His voice had gone out of tune from the enormous pressure. Lin Shen, our run. Lu Hanzhuang's face was white as paper. Gritting her teeth, she forced out a sentence through clenched teeth. Why? Why hasn't our level 9 arrived yet? What are they doing? The 4 principals were also pinned in place by the pressure. Su Changhe leaned on his peachwood cane, his body slightly bent, but he still stubbornly refused to fall. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. A trace of understanding flashed through his eyes, but even more than that, there was gravity. No need to guess. They've definitely been held up by the world-ending cult S level 9s. Su Changhe's voice was heavy as iron. They're really willing to pay the price. To kill Lin Shen, they sent several level 9s. Several. Zhao Wuji was so crushed he couldn't even raise his metal shield. His whole body was plastered to the ground, his voice full of shock and despair. Has the world-ending cult gone insane? Level 9s don't grow on trees. How many level 9s are there on the whole blue star? They sent several just for one student. Veins bulged at Xiong Beihong's temples. Lightning crackled around his body, yet he couldn't release even a trace of it. A level 9 suppression over a level 8 was absolute in every aspect, like an ant facing an elephant. This wasn't even a contest on the same level. Shu Lingyun said nothing. His ice blade had already shattered into powder under the pressure, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from that sense of powerlessness seeping out from the cracks of his bones. At that moment, Lin Chan was being pinned hard against the rooftop, his face pressed to the cold concrete, yet his mind was strangely calm. Inside, he was screaming at the system. System, system, system. Hurry and tell me. Is this level 9 bound by pain sharing or not? The system's cold mechanical voice immediately rang out in his mind. It carried not a trace of emotion. It made Lin Chan's eyes light up instantly. Ding! Scan complete. This level 9 Esper has long been lurking within Hongdu City and is already within the host's pain-sharing binding range. Lin Chan froze. Then he smiled. The kind of smile, the kind you could only show while being crushed face first into the ground, with your whole body feeling like its bones were about to fall apart. A smile of wild ecstasy. Bound? Bound. His mind started racing as he quickly reviewed his current status. The duration of indestructible crotch still had more than 10 minutes left. The pain amplifier was still in effect. The tenfold pain-sharing binding covered the entire city. He was still pinned down and unable to move, but his hand could still move. That was enough. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Chan squeezed down with all his strength. It was an experience beyond the limits of language. He was still wearing the 5 times hardness Iron Fist invincible gloves. The absolute defense of the hard as diamond invincible pill ensured that he himself was completely unharmed. But the pain, amplified 15-fold, shot straight up his spine into his brain, making his vision go white for an instant. He gritted his teeth and endured it forcefully, but the smile on his face only grew brighter. It worked. Within the entire range of Hongdu City, all hostile males bound by pain sharing with Lin Chan felt that soul-leaving agony at the exact same instant once again. But that level 9 black-robed figure had no reaction. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then, a black figure tore through the air from afar and came to a steady stop above them. The black robe snapped loudly in the wind. The bloody, baleful aura pouring off her was so thick it was like blood mist that would never disperse, dyeing the entire sky a dark red. That pressure, so overwhelming it left everyone gasping, was coming from this person. Lin Chan's smile froze on his face. What the hell was going on? Why didn't she react at all? His mind started spinning at top speed, all kinds of possibilities flashing wildly through his head. Indestructible crotch? No. Even if she had some similar defensive ability, 15-fold pain should made her react somehow. Congenital insensitivity to pain? No. If someone in the world-ending cult had that kind of issue, it should been discovered long ago. Could it be? The system coldly tossed out a sentence in his mind that nearly made Lin Chan cough blood. Host, what you squeezed was 0. The other party is female. Lin Chan. Before he even had time to regret his miscalculation, the black-robed figure had already descended, landing less than 5 steps away from him and looking down at Lin Chan as he lay prone on the ground. A slender, fair hand lifted the hood. It revealed a face so coldly beautiful it was breathtaking. Long brows, a high nose bridge, and thin lips pressed into a detached line. In her eyes was a faint trace of shyness? That's right, shyness. This level 9 powerhouse of the world-ending cult. This terrifying existence who had crushed the entire city's experts until they couldn't even lift their heads, was now looking at Lin Chan with a gaze that was cold, yet also a little embarrassed. She spoke. Her voice was cool and clear, but it carried a strange undertone that was hard to hide. Are you done squeezing? I'm a woman. Did you really think you could make me wish I were dead from pain? Lin Chan instantly understood. So it wasn't that the system had malfunctioned. The problem was that she didn't have that thing in the first place. How was she supposed to feel that kind of pain? However, this level 9 woman in black had clearly underestimated just how shameless Lin Chan could be. Men at weak points. Did women not have weak points too? A curve lifted at the corner of Lin Chan's mouth as his right hand moved downward again. This time he eased up. The force was very light. So light it was like a feather brushing over water. But because of the pain amplifier, that gentle movement was synchronized onto the woman in black and amplified tenfold. Tenfold. And on top of that, there was the tactile enhancement from Lin Chan's 5 times hardness Iron Fist invincible gloves. The woman in black's body suddenly jolted. Her pair of cold, clear eyes instantly widened. Her pupils contracted violently, and that icy mask on her face shattered completely in a blink of an eye. A flush burned up from her neck to the tips of her ears, then from her ears across her whole face. Why, you shameless bastard. Her voice was trembling. Her knees were trembling too. Then, that level 9 pressure which had left the entire city unable to breathe dispersed. Like a puncture balloon with a soft pop, it vanished without a trace. The woman in black's legs gave out, and she dropped to her knees on the ground. Both hands braced hard against the floor. her shoulders trembling violently. Her face was already flushed crimson from her forehead all the way down to the base of her neck. Even the wrists she had exposed were tinted with a faint pink. She bit her lip, desperately suppressing the strange feelings surging up from the deepest part of her body. But Lin Chen did not stop. "No, you bastard." Her voice was already trembling with sobs, yet mixed in that crying tone was something else. Something impossible to describe. A dignified, ninth-level Esper, a core elder of the world-ending cult, was now kneeling on the ground, her whole body weak and limp, not even having the strength to stand. And once the pressure vanished, everyone regained the ability to move. Su Changhe reacted the fastest. Leaning on his cane, he stood up from the ground, glanced at the scene over there, Lin Chen lying on the ground, his right hand making little movements, and that ninth-level female in black kneeling beside him, her face red and her body trembling, then expressionlessly looked away. What should not be seen, should not be seen. Zhao Wuji also got up from the ground. He looked over there, then at Su Changhe, opening and closing his mouth several times before finally failing to hold back. "Old Su, your student, is he really human? You've asked that question many times already." Su Changhe's tone was calm, like he was discussing what the cafeteria was serving today. "The answer is still, I don't know." Lin Chen did not turn his head, but his voice came from the other side, urgent and fast. "Principal, gotta here now. Go support the military ninth levels. About my own way to get away, quick. With you all here, I can't let loose." "Can't let loose? You're already letting loose plenty, okay." The principals looked at each other, exchanging opinions in an instant. Su Changhe was the first to nod. He understood this kid Lin Chen. Ever since entering school, every time he caused trouble, he never suffered a loss. Since he said he had a way, then he really had a way. Go. The figures of the four principals all shot toward the outskirts of Hongdu City. Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanzhuang exchanged a look, then clenched their teeth and followed. They were going to support the military experts being held back by the world-ending cult S9th levels. That was the only thing they could do now. At the scene, only Lin Chen and the female in black who was kneeling on the ground remained. Lin Chen continued what he was doing while getting up from the ground and starting to run in another direction in Hongdu City. His right hand was very busy, so his running posture looked quite ridiculous, but the effect was ridiculously good. The female in black staggered after him from behind, her knees weak, her breathing chaotic, her face so red it looked like it might drip blood. "Shameless, you shameless bastard. Stop right there." She wanted to condense her Esper power to attack, but every time she just began to mobilize the blood saber power. Lin Chen would just happen to increase the force a little on his side, just a little, and her Esper power would instantly collapse. Her whole body was swallowed by a wave of numbness and softness. Forget condensing an attack. She could barely even stand steady. And Lin Chen's direction was very clear. Outside Hongdu City, the Otherworld passage. The Otherworld. There were 9th level and even above 9th level existences inside. As long as he reached the Otherworld, this female powerhouse from the world-ending cult would not dare continue the chase. As he ran, he calculated distance and speed in his mind, while also exchanging 2 one-time items from the system shop. 1 acceleration talisman, and 1 shield that could withstand a strike from a 9th level Esper. He slapped the former onto his leg, making his speed surge by a large margin, while holding the latter in his palm, ready to activate it at any moment. However, the impact of this tug-of-war went far beyond the female in black. The pain-sharing binding covered the entire Hongdu City. The movements of Lin Chen's hand were being magnified tenfold and synchronized onto every bound person's body. The men felt intense numbness and softness, while the girls in Hongdu City felt it 10 times stronger than the men. At the same moment, all the women in Hongdu City felt that indescribable tremor. Some single girls braced themselves against walls, while some who already had boyfriends subconsciously grabbed their boyfriends' arms. And those boyfriends, they were already in pain and feeling numbness and softness too. Suddenly grabbed by their girlfriends, they met each other's eyes, and the air filled with an extremely subtle atmosphere. In an instant, who knew how many men and women in all of Hongdu City were inexplicably drawn closer together? If Lin Chen knew that, during his escape, he had incidentally helped match couples throughout the city, he would probably smile and say, "You're welcome." And the female in black was in a state 10 times worse than all the women in the city combined. "You, stop, stop." Her voice had completely lost its previous coldness, replaced by a trembling tone close to a plea. A dignified, 9th level Esper could not even chase steadily now. Every step felt like she was stepping on clouds, her breathing rapid and disordered, her whole body like she had been fished out of water. But after all, she was a 9th level Esper. In the intermittent fading of her consciousness, she forcibly drew a strand of blood saber power, condensed it in her hand into a blood-colored blade thin as a cicada's wing, and hurled it fiercely toward Lin Chen. This strike used her own essence blood, although her condition greatly weakened it. If it hit, it was still enough to split Lin Chen clean in half. Lin Chen had already activated that shield. The blood-colored blade smashed into the shield, erupting in a blinding red flash. The shield shook violently twice, barely blocking the strike. Lin Chun's heart skipped a beat. His feet did not stop, and he ran even faster. The female in black also knew what Lin Chun wanted to do. He wanted to escape into the otherworld passage. Dream on. She bit through the tip of her tongue, forcibly suppressing the strange feeling deep within her body at the cost of burning her essence blood. Her hands formed a string of complicated seals in front of her. Blood-red, baleful chi surged wildly out from around her, condensing in midair into a massive blood-colored cage that rapidly contracted around the two of them, sealing off the surrounding space completely. Blood-saber prison sky cage. With a sharp shout, heaven and earth changed color. When the blood-colored cage fully closed, the surrounding trees, mountains, and rivers all vanished. In their place was an endless expanse of dark red void. Beneath their feet was rolling blood-colored mist, and above them was a dark red sky that stretched beyond sight. This was the interior of the blood-saber prison sky cage, a completely independent dimensional space. Those outside could not come in, and those inside could not get out. The female in black stood in the blood-colored void, gasping for breath. The flesh on her face had not yet faded, but her eyes had already regained some of their coldness. She walked step by step toward Lin Chun, each step carrying a chilling, killing intent. Run. Go on, run. She lifted a hand and wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, which had seeped out from biting through her tongue, her voice hoarse and vicious. You really are shameless, and clever too, but in the end, you're only equivalent to a 6th level esper. Inside this cage, you have nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Today you will die. Lin Chun stopped. He turned around and looked at this female in black, who clearly still had trembling legs and lips, and even that abnormal flush still on her face. He had insisted on forcing out a fierce and menacing expression. Then he suddenly grinned. What are you smiling at? The female in black's gaze grew even colder. Lin Chun sighed, his tone full of heartache. Heartache not for her, but for his own masochism points. Honestly, I really hate to do this. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. 103 points of masochism points. From the start of the battle until now, he had been unwilling to use them, because he was saving them to buy high-tier items. But now, looking at the woman in front of him, her face full of killing intent as she stepped closer and closer, then at the blood-red void around him that he couldn't escape. He had to let go no matter how reluctant he was. System, exchange for force control item. Ding. Detected the host's need. Recommended item. Soul binding lock. Effect. Forcibly controls a single target's 5 senses and ability to act for 30 minutes. The higher the target's level, the weaker the control effect. This target is a level 9 esper. Estimated control duration, 5 minutes. Price, 50 humiliation points. 5 minutes? What can that do? Enough for the host to do many things. Deal. A golden light shot out from Lin Chun's hand and, with lightning speed, wrapped around the female black-clad figure's body. It was a chain glowing with a faint golden light. Though it looked slender, it contained a power that surpassed the rules of this world, the system's power. The female black-clad figure's pupil shrank. She reflexively tried to dodge, but the golden chain was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had bound her tightly from head to toe. What is this thing? She struggled, only to find that she couldn't move at all. The terrifying power of a level 9 esper was completely useless before this thin golden chain. She couldn't even move a fingertip. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Chun walked toward her step by step. On the system panel, the 65 humiliation points instantly dropped to 15. Before this, he had already spent quite a bit on speed talismans and protective shields. Lin Chun's heart was bleeding. 50 points. He had been beaten for more than an hour to save up 100 points, and now more than half of it was gone in one shot. His mentality was already collapsing. Lin Chun walked up to the female black-clad figure and looked down at her. From this angle, she had to tilt her head up to see his face. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. Not fear of death, but fear of an unpredictable opponent. She had no idea what Lin Chun was going to do next. Lin Chun bent down, bringing his face close to hers. A wicked smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You bastard, you forced me to use up all my trump cards. Today, I'm going to punish you and show you what humiliation feels like. The female black-clad figure's pupils contracted sharply. You dare. Lin Chun did not answer her. He reached out, pinched her chin, and lifted her face to study it carefully. At this look, he had to admit this woman was indeed top tier in appearance. An oval face, willow leaf brows, skin so fair it was almost translucent, a pair of peach blossom eyes filled with watery light, slightly red from shame and fear, which instead made her look even more pitiable. And her figure, Lin Chun's gaze swept downward. Where it should be full, it was full. Where it should be lifted, it was lifted. The black long robe wrapped around her body instead outlined a shocking curve. What's your name? Lin Chun asked. The female black-clad figure bit her lip and said nothing, turning her head away and ignoring him. Not saying? Then forget it. Lin Chun shrugged, then lowered himself and pressed her beneath him. What happened next could be summed up in one sentence. The movement that brought all things back to life. Accompanied by the blood-red void, surging mist, and faint muffled sounds. The best part was that the pain sharing was still active. The tenfold amplification was still active. Lin Chun felt comfortable by 1 part, and she felt comfortable by 10. And Lin Chun's body had been strengthened by the bronze body, so his stamina and recovery far exceeded ordinary people. On top of that, he was holding back a grudge of "you spent my 50 humiliation points." So he gave it his all in this punishment. As for the female black-clad figure, her consciousness was thrown into complete disarray in an extremely short time. A level 9 Esper's physical quality and endurance were indeed far beyond ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, even in something like this, she would never give in easily. But the problem was what she endured was not normal intensity. It was senses amplified by 10 times. And every sensation on Lin Chun's body would be synchronized to her, then amplified by 10 times again. Who could stand that? Before a minute had passed, her defenses were completely shattered. Her consciousness blurred, then cleared, then blurred again, over and over, each time drowned by that overwhelming sensation. By the end, she couldn't even make a sound. She could only pant silently with her mouth open. The killing intent and shame in those peach blossom eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by dazedness and confusion. At some point, her hands broke free of the soul-binding lock, probably because the duration had ended, but she had no strength to push Lin Chun away. Instead, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Time passed minute by minute. In this different dimensional space, there was no cycle of day and night. But Lin Chun could roughly feel that this punishment lasted a full day and night. By the time he finally stopped in satisfaction, the female black-clad figure had already fainted and woken up an unknown number of times. She lay in the blood-red void, her long hair spread out on the ground. The black robe had long since become a wrinkled mess and been tossed aside. She looked like she had been fished out of water, even her breathing floating. Those peach blossom eyes opened to sliver, looking at Lin Chun with an expression so complicated that even she herself couldn't say what it was. There was hatred, shame, anger, grievance, and something else she couldn't describe. Lin Chun stood up, clapped his hands, took out a spare coat from his system space, and draped it over her. Then he looked down at her and gave a bright smile. All right, punishment over. The female black-clad figure propped herself up on the ground, pulled at the obviously too large coat on her body, and lowered her head in silence for a long time. Then, in a voice still carrying hoarseness, she said coldly, "You go." Lin Chun raised a brow. "We came with 3 level 9s this time. I can be trapped by you, but the other 2 are still out there." She looked up at Lin Chun. The flush on her face had not fully faded yet, but her gaze had already regained some coldness. "If you don't leave now, you're probably done for." Hearing that, Lin Chun's eyes lit up at once. He crouched down to be level with her, a teasing smile on his face. "Huh, you're worried about me?" The female black-clad figure turned her head away and ignored him, but the tips of her ears began to turn red again. Fine, I won't tease you anymore." Lin Chun stood up, took out a slip of paper from his pocket, wrote down a string of contact numbers, and handed it to her. "Here, this is my contact number. You're my first woman, so remember to behave like a proper wife in the future. If you miss me, you can look for me. If you don't want to, that's fine too, but I advise you to look for me anyway." The female black-clad figure took the slip of paper, glanced down at it, and her fingers tightened slightly. In her heart, she silently repeated that string of numbers, then looked up and said in a still cold voice that no longer carried killing intent, "My name is Meiji." "Meiji?" Lin Chun smiled and nodded. "All right, I've got it." Just as he was about to find a way to leave this different dimensional space, an even more terrifying aura descended from above. That aura was far stronger than the pressure he had sensed before, like 100 mountains crashing down at once. Even this blood-evil prison began trembling violently. A blood-red figure tore through the void and appeared above the blood-colored sky. It was a man shrouded in bloodlight, wearing a completely blood-red robe, even his hair a flame-like crimson. His face was hidden within the blood-red glow, impossible to see clearly, but those eyes burning with towering rage, made the temperature of the entire space drop several degrees, even from far away. He looked at Meiji, her clothes disheveled and draped in Lin Chun's coat, then at Lin Chun standing beside her. The fury in his eyes was almost solid enough to burst forth. "What did you two do?" His voice was so low it sounded like magma surging deep underground. Every word carried a pressure that made the heart tremble. Meiji's face instantly turned deathly pale. She struggled to her feet and stood in front of Lin Chun, her voice hurried and terrified. "Run." He asked the vice cult master, my fiancé. He is far more terrifying than I am. Use whatever life-saving method you have and run. Hurry, go, my fiancé. Lin Chun looked at the enraged, burly man in blood robes, then at Meiji, standing in front of him, his mind spinning at top speed. "With you putting it that way, I suddenly feel those 50 points were spent even more worthily." That was what he said, but his hands were no slower for it. He quickly checked the system panel in his mind. He had started with 53 abuse points. He had already spent quite a bit just now, and now only 15 remained. But what could 15 points do? In the system shop, the lowest tier random teleportation talisman seemed to cost 10 points. There was no time to hesitate. Up in the sky, the burly man in blood robes raised both hands high above his head. A blood-red sphere of energy was rapidly swelling in his palms, growing from fist-sized to basketball-sized, then from basketball-sized to wash-basin-sized, and it was still expanding. The aura it gave off made the entire dimensional space wail. "You adulterous pair of dogs!" The blood-robed vice cult master roared and viciously hurled the blood sphere down. System. Exchange for a random teleportation talisman. Use it immediately. Ding. Random teleportation talisman exchanged successfully. 10 abuse points consumed. Remaining abuse points, 5. Teleportation initiating. The instant the teleportation light flared up, Lin Shun turned to look at Meiji. A roguish bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Remember to come find me." A flash of white light, and Lin Shun's figure vanished from where he stood. The next second, the blood sphere crashed down. A blood-colored shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact in every direction. Wherever it passed, whether it was the mist in the void or the scattered debris on the ground, everything was corroded into nothingness in an instant. Within a radius of 10 li, if this dimensional space even had the concept of 10 li, everything was flattened in the blink of an eye. The ground had been corroded into a giant crater dozens of meters deep. The soil at the bottom still sizzled, bubbling with dark red blisters. Everyone was gone except Meiji. She stood at the edge of the giant crater, the coat Lin Shun had left on her body whipping wildly in shockwave. But when the blood-red corrosive energy touched her, it automatically veered away. At the final moment, the vice cult master had held back the power directed at her. She was unharmed, but as she looked at the completely devastated scene before her, she knew that if Lin Shun had not teleported away in time, not even bone fragments would have been left of him. The burly man in blood robes descended from the air and landed in front of Meiji, his blood aura surging as if it were about to explode. His face finally emerged from the blood-red glow, a square face, thick brows, furious eyes, fierce features. But at this moment, that fierce face was filled with twisted rage and the humiliation of betrayal. "What did you two do? You're my fiancé." "You." His voice cracked from fury. He raised a hand and pointed in the direction where Lin Shun had disappeared, his finger trembling. "You and him." Meiji pulled up the collar of the coat, covering the red marks on her collarbone, and looked at the furious man before her expressionlessly. Her voice was calm to an unbelievable degree, but every word stabbed into the blood-robed man's heart like a knife. "What we did is none of your business. We may be engaged, but I never once agreed to this marriage. Your family forced me to nod to it, and now I'm formally telling you this." She lifted her head, her gaze cold and resolute. "From today on, we have nothing to do with each other. The engagement is canceled. I hope you understand." The blood-robed man's pupils suddenly contracted. The expression on his face shifted from fury to disbelief, then from disbelief to an even more terrifying calm. He ground his teeth. "Good, good, very good." He turned around, giving Meiji his back, his voice so cold it seemed soaked in poison. "I'd like to see whether—" In front of the cult master, you can still say that so righteously. The assassination operation of the world-ending cult ended in failure. All 3 level 9 powerhouses withdrew from Hongdu City. The military's level 9 experts, who had arrived far too late, finally made it there. All they saw was the devastated rooftop and the lingering bloody fiend aura in the air. Of the city's bounty hunters, fewer than 1 in 10 remained. The hospitals were packed with men clutching below and crying out in pain. After the students of Hongdu University learned that Lin Shun had gone missing, they spontaneously organized search and rescue teams. But after combing through the entire city, they still found no trace of him. The livestream had been a black screen for an entire day and night, yet countless people were still spamming the same sentence in the barrage chat. Is Lin Shun still alive? No one knew the answer. And at this very moment, Lin Shun was lying on a patch of hard dirt, his eyes not yet open. The random teleportation talisman had flung him to who knew what godforsaken corner. He moved his fingers and felt that the ground beneath him was dry and hard, with a rough grainy texture on the surface, like dried mud baked under the sun. The air was filled with a strong, earthy smell mixed with the rank odor of animal fur. He gradually recovered from the dizziness of teleportation and slowly opened his eyes. Above his head was a low ceiling plastered together from cracked mud and straw, crude to the point that it looked like the handiwork of cavemen. Several pieces of wood of unknown material stretched across the ceiling, serving as roof beams. Sunlight squeezed in through cracks in the wall, casting long, narrow patches of light across the dirt floor. Where's this place? Lin Shun climbed up from the ground, rolled his sore neck, and walked toward the crooked door in the corner of the room, woven from branches. The instant he pushed the door open, the sunlight made him squint. And then he froze. Outside was a street paved with yellow earth. On both sides stood rows of mud huts exactly like the one behind him, rough and simple, as if they had grown straight out of the ground. The street was full of humanoid creatures coming and going. But those people, no, those could not be called people. They had human torsos and limbs, and wore crude clothes made of beast hide. At first glance, they looked no different from humans. But what sat on their necks were not human heads. They were beast heads. A wolf-headed humanoid walked past him carrying a stone on its shoulder. A leopard-headed humanoid crouched by the roadside, sharpening a bone spear with its claws. A tiger-headed humanoid, apparently a member of the patrol team, had a string of teeth from some unknown creature hanging around its neck. Farther away was a huge elephant-headed humanoid nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a massive bundle of firewood on its back. The ground shook with every step it took. Lin Chun's gaze swept rapidly over these creatures. His brain spun at top speed, matching the scene before him with the knowledge of his mind. Mud houses, beast heads on human bodies, beast hide clothing, bone spears, the aura of exotic beasts. This was not the human world. This was another world, a world ruled by exotic beasts. The teleportation talisman had flung him straight from the human world into some village in the other world. He stood in the doorway of a mud hut, facing dozens of beast-headed figures staring at him like tigers eyeing prey. The air was so quiet that he could hear birds crying in the distance. Lin Chun took a deep breath and slowly, very slowly, forced out a smile. Hi. So, do you provide food here? All the beast-headed men raised their weapons in unison. The system gave a cold prompt in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has entered an otherworld region. Current environment danger level, high. Remaining abuse value, 5 points. It is recommended that the host find a safe location and obtain abuse value as soon as possible. Good luck. The moment the system finished speaking, the bright smile on Lin Chun's face hadn't even stayed on for 3 full seconds before a shrill, ear-piercing alarm rang out from the center of the village. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It sounded like some giant exotic beast screaming after getting its tail stepped on, or like 100 broken gongs being struck at the same time. The noise made Lin Chun's ears buzz. He dug at his ears, looking disgusted. That alarm sounds awful. Can your village's music people improve their taste a little? Of course, the beastmen couldn't understand what he was saying. But that didn't stop them from expressing their welcome for this uninvited guest through practical action. The moment the alarm sounded, the whole village exploded into chaos. One burly, beast-headed humanoid after another rushed out of the mud huts. More groups of beastmen poured out from the alleys on both sides of the street, carrying bone spears, stone axes, and rusty iron blades. The wolf-headed ones bared their sharp fangs. The leopard-headed ones scraped their claws against the ground with piercing screeches. The tiger-headed ones were the loudest, charging forward while unleashing deafening roars. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Chun was surrounded 3 layers deep inside and out. Looking around, all he could see were all kinds of animal heads stuck on human bodies. The scene was both terrifying and genuinely ridiculous, especially that dog-headed one. It didn't seem to be staring at Lin Chun at all, but at the lower rear of the dung beetle-headed one standing in front of it. Was it hungry or something? Lin Chun swept his gaze around and made a rough estimate. This village wasn't big. Even counting the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children, there were only a few hundred people total. All the ones who could fight had already come out. Adding everything together, there were probably around 500. Then he smiled. It was the kind of smile that came from the heart. He was looking at a pile of walking abuse value. How could he not be happy? 500, 500. He rubbed his hands together, his face glowing with the joy of counting red envelopes during New Year. I'm rich this time. If each one hits me once, that's 0.01. 500 of them is 5 points. If they keep hitting me for 1 or 2 hours, the more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, find all these beastmen for me. Pain sharing, tenfold return, full package, ding, scanning targets. The system's voice paused. Then it continued in a subtle tone that almost carried sympathy. Ding, scan complete. The average strength of the beastmen in this village is too low, approximately equivalent to human 3rd-tier ability users. According to system evaluation, targets of this level cannot cause any substantial damage to the host, and therefore cannot generate abuse value. In order to satisfy the hostess needs, the system has automatically expanded the binding range to all villages in this region. Current total number of bound targets, approximately 5 million beastmen. The smile on Lin Chun's face froze. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it darkened. System, hold it right there. What do you mean they can't generate abuse value? What do you mean their average strength is too low? So if they can't break my defense, it doesn't count as me getting hit? Yes, host. The core criterion for abuse value is suffering substantial damage. If the attacker's level is too low and cannot even break through the host's bronze body defense, then it does not constitute effective damage, and abuse value will not increase. This rule is explained in detail in the note on page 5372 of the system shop. Who the hell would read a note that's over 5,000 pages long? Lin Chun took 3 deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced at the lonely 5 points of abuse value on the system panel in his mind. Then he looked at the 500 beastmen around him, all baring their teeth. Fine. 3rd-tier level. They couldn't hurt him, so they wouldn't give him abuse value. But didn't the system just say it had expanded the binding range to all villages in the region? A total of 5 million beastmen. There had to be strong ones among them, right? As long as they could hurt him, they could give him abuse value. And now the problem was how to attract the strong ones from the other villages. Lin Shun's eyes rolled twice, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. Fine, since you can't hurt me, then I'll beat you first, beat you until you call for reinforcements. He rolled his shoulders. The invincible iron fist glove on his right hand reflected a hard black gleam onto the sunlight. Then he charged out. He rushed straight into the beastman's encirclement and threw a punch at the nearest wolf-headed man. The wolf-headed man was still holding up his bone spear and hadn't even had time to stab it out before the punch smashed into his chest. Its whole body, no, its whole wolf, was blasted backward, crashing into a row of companions behind it and knocking down a whole swath of them with a clatter. The knockdown beastmen struggled back to their feet, letting out furious howls as they raised their weapons and charged straight at Lin Shun. Lin Shun neither dodged nor retreated. He stood where he was and spread his arms. 5 bone spears stabbed into him at the same time. 1 into his chest, 1 into his back, 1 into his shoulder, and 2 into his sides. Then, all 5 bone spears snapped at the same time. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Lin Shun's clothes gained 5 more holes, and his skin gained 5 faint white marks. Then, under the recovery power of his bronze body, those 5 marks disappeared within seconds. As for those 5 beastmen, Lin Shun sent them flying one by one with his fists. Blood sprayed through the air as the 5 beastmen screamed and fell, rolling around on the ground, baring their teeth in pain. The surrounding beastmen all stepped back in unison. Ewo. What is this? Ewo. Why are our attacks useless? Ewo. What the hell? Lin Shun couldn't understand what they were howling, but he could understand the expressions on their faces. He was too familiar with those expressions. The thousands of bounty hunters on the rooftop had worn the exact same look before. Shock, confusion, fear, and then rage. He kicked the broken bone spear in front of him, then raised his right hand and gave the surrounding beastmen the middle finger. This gesture was a universal sign of friendly greeting across the cosmos. Sure enough, even if the language didn't match, Lin Shun's punchable grin combined with that raised middle finger conveyed the message with perfect clarity. All 500 beastmen exploded. Ewo. He is looking down on us. Ewo. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Ewo. Charge. The enraged beastmen surged toward Lin Shun like a tidal wave. Bone spears, stone axes, iron blades, spike clubs, and all kinds of bizarre weapons came smashing at him from every direction. Lin Shun charged left and right through the crowd. With a 5-fold hardness boost from the invincible iron fist glove, he dropped 1 beastman with every punch, smashing the ones in front into total disarray. The slightly weaker ones died from a single punch, collapsing to the ground, twitching twice, and then going still. The stronger ones could only endure 1 extra punch at best. But as he kept fighting, he discovered a problem. This group of beastmen was way too weak. So weak that hitting him felt like giving him a massage, let alone breaking his defense. They couldn't even leave a red mark on him. And forget about helping him farm masochism points. The number on the system panel didn't budge at all, still a pitiful 5 points. Lin Shun sighed inwardly as he swung his fists. No good. Fighting this bunch of rookies wasn't satisfying at all. He needed to make them call for reinforcements. So he changed tactics. He stopped trying to knock opponents down with a single punch, and instead specifically targeted the ones who looked rough and tough. He'd land 1 hit, then run. After a couple of steps, he'd even turn back and make a face at them. His expressions were extremely rich, wriggling his eyebrows, sticking out his tongue, rolling his eyes, shaking his hips, and then the most lethal move of all, the middle finger. Those actions were highly insulting. So insulting that even the beastmen who didn't understand his language could feel the sting deep in their souls. Roar. Too arrogant. This human is way too arrogant. Roar. I can't take it anymore. Roar. Quick, send the distress signal. Bring the strong ones from the other villages. A tiger-headed beastman pulled a bamboo tube-like object from his chest, raised it high, and yanked the fuse toward the sky. Bang! A red flare shot into the sky and burst into a fireworks balloon, glaringly obvious beneath the blue sky and white clouds. A moment later, fireworks also rose from the distant horizon. 1 bloom, 2 blooms, 3 blooms. They kept going without pause, spreading from near to far like beacon towers. Lin Shun looked up at the fireworks flickering in the sky, the corner of his mouth lifting even higher. That is more like it. At this moment, in the surrounding villages, every beastman, regardless of rank, gender, or age, put down what they were doing the instant they saw the distress fireworks, picked up their weapons, and rushed toward the direction the fireworks had risen from. Low-ranked beastmen ran on the ground, their footsteps gathering into a dull roar, like 10,000 troops galloping across the plain. High-ranked beastmen leaped straight into the air, turning into streaks of flowing light as they flew over. Looking down from above, with the village where Lin Shun was located at the center, countless black torrents were converging from all directions, dense and packed, like an ant army on the march. making one's scalp tingle. Lin Chen looked at the dust rising in the distance and the streaks of light closing in from the sky, and nodded in satisfaction. Almost there. If he didn't leave now, he'd really be getting dumplinged. He turned around and bolted. He ran with complete decisiveness. Just a moment ago, he had been massacring his way through the crowd, but now he ran faster than a rabbit. The beastmen in the village were stunned for a moment, then became even angrier. Roar, roar, roar. He ran. He actually ran. Roar, 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 roar. Chase. Don't let him get away. Roar. Kill. 500 beastmen surged forward in a flood, chasing Lin Chen out of the village. But soon, the gap in strength became obvious. Those level 3 and level 4 beastmen fell behind as they ran. They could only gasp for breath while watching Lin Chen's back grow farther and farther away, then bend over with both hands on their knees, panting hard, tongues hanging out. Only beastmen level 5 and above could barely keep up with Lin Chen's speed. The level 6 and level 7 one stayed tightly on his heels, chasing while unleashing all kinds of ability attacks, fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, earth spikes, lightning, all sorts of elemental abilities raining down on Lin Chen from behind. As for Lin Chen, he was running happily in front. His escape route had no pattern at all. He was just doing whatever he felt like. Sometimes he sprinted straight across the plain. Sometimes he suddenly turned and plunged into a patch of dry shrubs. Sometimes he ran around a huge rock in circles, making the beastmen chasing him behind him dizzy and disoriented. Worst of all, he kept looking back while running. And he wasn't looking back to check the distance of the pursuers. He was specifically making faces at the few beastmen closest behind him, giving him the middle finger and even slapping his butt. Come on, chase me. You're way too slow. Did you skip breakfast? Even though they couldn't understand him. That infuriating expression and that middle finger that seemed to carry a psychic attack made the several thousand beastmen behind him so angry they were about to explode. Roar, 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 roar. This human, I'm going to tear him apart. A level 7 beastman with a leopard head roared furiously. Wind blades gathered on its claws, and it violently slashed them toward Lin Chen's back. The wind blades struck accurately. A gash was cut open across Lin Chen's back, blood flowing down his spine. Then on the leopard-headed beastman's back, a wound identical to it appeared too, and even deeper, even longer. Blood instantly dyed its beast skin clothes red. Roar. What? The leopard-headed beastman gritted its teeth in pain, its steps thrown into disorder as it nearly stumbled. And in Lin Chen's mind, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has been attacked. Masochism points increased by 0.1. Source. Level 7 leopard-headed beastman. Current masochism points. 5.1. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He finally had masochism points. Only attacks from level 7 and above counted as effective. Good. Great. He got even more excited, ran even more happily, and turned back even more frequently. Yes. Hit me. Hit me harder. Don't stop. Weren't you all pretty fierce just now? Keep going. Again. Harder. The beastmen behind him didn't understand what he was shouting, but from his animated, gleeful expression, they could read deep humiliation. So they attacked even harder. Fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, lightning, everything was smashed toward Lin Chen like it was free. With every hit, Lin Chen's masochism points rose a little, and every beastman got another synchronized wound on its body. But the beastman's physical toughness and fighting were much stronger than those of human Esper users of the same level. For the same level 6 Esper, after taking a few shared damage hits, a human would already be baring their teeth and retreating. But these beastmen had rough skin and thick flesh, dense muscles, and strong recovery. Even though injuries kept piling up on them, they still clenched their teeth and chased for a full hour. However, only for an hour. An hour later, not a single one of the several thousand beastmen chasing Lin Chen was still intact. Some were clutching their chests, some holding their arms, some dragging one leg and still forcing themselves forward, but their speed was already so slow it looked like they were taking a stroll. A few level 7 beastmen had already collapsed halfway from excessive blood loss and were stepped on several times by the companions behind them. And Lin Chen? The injuries on his body had long since been mostly healed by the recovery power of his bronze body. His clothes were in tatters, but his body was completely unharmed. He even took a moment to use the masochism points he had just earned in the system shop to exchange for a stamina recovery potion. After drinking it, he was full of energy and ran even faster. Ha. Awesome. Too awesome. Today's exercise quota is met. He ran in front, occasionally letting out cheerful laughter. The beastmen behind him, hearing that laughter, got even angrier, but they also couldn't chase anymore. How should this scene be described? It was like one person leading several thousand dogs around the plain for a walk. The dogs were panting their lungs out, while the person in front was still bouncing along, occasionally tossing them a bone. Masochism points rose from 5 to 10, 20, 50, 80. Lin Chen looked at the constantly jumping numbers in his mind, and the smile on his face grew brighter and brighter. The other world really is a great place. Abuse value is way easier to farm here than in the human world, and there is absolutely no psychological burden. As he said that, he turned around and gave the pursuers another middle finger. And just as he smugly prepared to switch directions and run a few more laps, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Four terrifying pressures, each horrifying to the extreme, pressed down at the same time from the east, south, west, and north. That feeling was even more terrifying than when Meiji had suppressed him with her pressure. And it was like four mountains crashing down from four directions at once, squeezing the space in the middle so hard it was about to deform. Lin Chen's feet were nailed to the spot. His brain was screaming warnings, and the system was also sounding an urgent prompt in his mind. Ding! Detected 4 high-risk targets. Strength rating, human rank 1 star. Host is advised to immediately use a random teleportation talisman to escape. Current abuse value balance, 103 points. Random teleportation talisman price, 10 points. Exchange now. Lin Chen's finger was already on the button in the exchange interface, but he didn't T-press it because he noticed something off. These 4 waves of pressure were terrifying, but they carried no killing intent. When he had been suppressed by Meiji's pressure on the rooftop, that aura had been wrapped in thick killing intent and the smell of blood, enough to make one's hair stand on end and heart tighten. But these 4 waves of pressure, though much stronger, felt very clean. They were pure suppression, with no intention of killing him at all. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and let go of the exchange button. Let's wait and see first. Anyway, I've got more than 100 points of abuse value. If I want to run, I can run anytime. Arms crossed over his chest. He stood where he was and waited for these 4 human rank 1-star powerhouses of the other world to show themselves. 4 figures slowly approached from 4 directions. They weren't moving quickly. In fact, they looked leisurely like they were out for a walk. But every step they took made the surrounding space tremble slightly. The several thousand beastmen chasing behind Lin Chen all came to a halt the moment they saw those 4 figures, then knelt down in perfect unison. Yes, knelt. Several thousand 6th and 7th level beast warriors all dropped to one knee, heads lowered, not daring to even breathe loudly. The air suddenly became so quiet a pin drop could be heard. The 4 figures drew closer and closer until they finally stopped before Lin Chen. Lin Chen got a clear look at what they looked like. Then he used every ounce of self-control in his life to keep from laughing out loud on the spot. These 4 human rank 1-star big shots looked almost exactly like humans, except for one part of their bodies that still retained extremely obvious beast traits. The first one had a flattened face, tiny eyes, and brownish skin. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a cockroach face. Those slightly twitching antenna-like eyebrows, that shiny, oily forehead, that creepy sense that feelers might stick out of its mouth at any second. Lin Chen's head was full of the image of a roach. The second one had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. No, pointy mouth and rat cheeks. 2 huge front teeth stuck out from between its lips, long and yellow. Its nose was sharp, its eyes kept darting around, and no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a giant rat. The third one had a dog face, literally a dog face. Its nose was black and wet, its mouth jutted forward, and its ears drooped on both sides of its head, twitching now and then. Its eyes carried a kind of simple honesty. The fourth one had a standard cat face, round eyes, a little nose, whiskers trembling faintly by its mouth. Its pupils were vertical slits, narrowed under the sunlight, and its gaze was proud and lazy. A cockroach man, a rat man, a dog man, and a cat man. 4 big shots of the other world. Each one radiated a terrifying aura enough to crush a 9th-tier ability user. Each one had an animal face so ridiculous it made people want to laugh the moment they saw it. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. The muscles on his face were fighting with all their might. Laugh or not laugh, that was the question. In the end, he chose not to laugh for now. But the expression on his face, that I am very serious but I'm about to lose it any second look, was somehow even more punchable than laughing outright. The cockroach-faced big shot stepped forward and stopped in front of Lin Chen, sizing him up from top to bottom. Its gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Chen's tattered clothes, swept over the beastmen corpses and wounded sprawled all over the distance. Then returned to Lin Chen's face. Then it spoke. It was speaking the human language, though the accent was thick like it had something in its mouth. It was indeed human speech. Human, how did you safely pass through our blockade and reach the interior of our other world? Its tone was actually rather gentle, though that cockroach face, try to look gentle, was a little hard to take seriously. Lin Chen blinked, wondering if he had heard wrong. The cockroach-faced big shot paused, then asked another question. Also, why have all our compatriots collapsed? Some dead, some injured. You should know, that is several million of them. It pointed toward the beastmen groaning on the ground in the distance, then toward the reinforcements still streaming in from even farther away. The rat-faced big shot beside it also spoke. Its voice was shrill and thin, with a squeaky quality unique to a rat. Yes, as long as you tell us. We'll let you go. Lin Chen's attention wasn't on their questions at all. There was only one thought in his mind. These beastmen can actually speak human language? Did the other world have schools that specially taught human languages? Or did beastmen have to take a foreign language exam in their college entrance exams? This discovery was so shocking that he completely ignored the actual question the cockroach-faced big shot had asked, how he had managed to kill and injure so many beastmen. What a joke. If they found out the secret of damage sharing, would he still be able to live, even if he escaped? Wu and Ti, they spend every day guarding against him afterward. He was still planning to farm a huge wave of abuse value in the other world. So after snapping back to his senses, Lin Shun did the most familiar, most signature move of his life, right at the four otherworld big shots. He smiled, raised his right hand, and held up his middle finger. The cockroach-faced big shot. The rat-faced big shot. The dog-faced big shot. Wolf? The cat-faced big shot narrowed its eyes. Tail? No, it didn't have a tail, but its expression looked like it had just flicked one. The cockroach-faced big shot was silent for a few seconds. Not much emotion could be read from that flat face, but its voice remained gentle. It seems you don't intend to talk. That's fine. We have plenty of time. It waved a hand. Take it back. The pressure from all four intensified at once. Lin Shun felt his body sink, as if four invisible chains had bound his limbs. So this was the power of human rank 1 star. Without making a sound, they could leave you utterly unable to resist. Still, Lin Shun wasn't panicking. He had plenty of trump cards. The four big shots escorted Lin Shun through the air toward the nearest town. Along the way, Lin Shun saw the results of what he had caused over the past hour. Looking down from high above, countless beastmen lay sprawled across the plains in every direction. Some clutched their chests and rolled on the ground. Some had blood pouring from their mouths and no longer moved. Some lay face down, releasing weak groans. Some tried to support each other and head back, but after taking 2 steps, they would collapse again. From the moment the fireworks went up until now, in a little over 1 hour, at least several million beastmen had chased Lin Shun. And Lin Shun's damage sharing returned damage tenfold. Every attack those beastmen landed on him had been doubled and returned to them. The weak ones had already died long ago. The strong ones still couldn't withstand an hour of sustained damage. Wounds were synchronized all over their bodies, and many were lying on the ground from excessive blood loss. Looking around, the plain that stretched for dozens of miles was covered with the corpses and injured of beastmen. The scene was so grand it made one's scalp tingle. Roughly speaking, in that 1 hour, around 1 million beastmen had died. Lin Shun lowered his head and glanced at the scene. He felt no ripple in his heart, and even had a slight urge to eat skewers. Who told you to beat me so hard? Now look at you. It hurts when it lands on someone else. But it hurts yourself too, he thought happily to himself, but kept his expression stern with great effort, though the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but rise. And those 4 big shots from another world, escorting him, completely ignored the miserable scene at their feet. In the eyes of beings at human rank 1 star, these low-level beastmen were cannon fodder to begin with. Dead was dead. It was no different from dying in a nest of ants. Lin Shun was brought to the nearest small town. This town was more than 10 times larger than the previous village. It had neat mud houses, stone-paved streets, and even a 3-story stone tower, probably the administrative center of the town. But Lin Shun didn't get the chance to take a proper look before he was thrown into a huge prison cell. This prison was also made of earth, but black crystals were embedded in the walls. Each crystal emitted a faint glow, forming a dense energy net that covered the entire cell. Lin Shun tried touching the wall with his hand. The black crystal flashed immediately, and a powerful current shot him back. Ow! His hand went numb from the shock, and he stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. Ding! Special ability, prison detected. Energy level extremely high. Conventional methods cannot break it. Host is advised to use system items. Notarus, let us see what they want to do first. Lin Shun rubbed his numb palm, walked to the haystack in the corner of the cell, and sat down. He rested both hands behind his head, crossed one leg over the other, and looked as relaxed as if he were staying in a guest house. At the same time, in the 3-story stone tower at the center of the town, the 4 big shots from another world were holding a meeting. On the 3rd floor of the stone tower, in a spacious circular hall, there was a huge stone table. Around the table sat more than 10 humanoid beings. Like the 4 big shots, each of them retained only part of their beast traits. Some had eagle beaks, some had deer antlers, some had scales covering their arms, and some had vertical snake pupils. Their strength was all above level 9. The big shot with a cockroach face sat in the main seat. Its tiny eyes swept across everyone present. Then it spoke in an unhurried voice. Today, I've called everyone here for one person, a human. It raised a hand, and a light screen condensed from ability energy appeared before everyone. On it was Lin Shun, sitting in the prison with one leg crossed over the other, looking completely at ease. This human somehow passed through the outer blockade of the other world and appeared in a border village. It paused, and a trace of barely noticeable confusion entered its tone. Then, in the time it took us to arrive, he killed 1 million of our kin by himself. Low murmurs broke out around the stone table. 1 million. Just him, a level 6 human. Those warriors from level 5 to level 7 were all just for show. Even 1 million pigs couldn't be slaughtered in an hour, right? The cockroach-faced big shot raised a hand, and the discussion fell silent. Not slaughtered all at once. Based on our later observations, those warriors were killed by some kind of attack. Its gaze swept across every person present. This human is hiding a huge secret. If we can dig it out, it may be of great help for our assault on the human world. The stone table fell silent. After a moment, the big shot with the eagle beak spoke. Its voice was sharp and grating. Then don't attack him. Starve him for a few days, dry him out for a few days, and wait for him to speak on his own. The cat-faced big shot lazily added, its voice drowsy as if it were yawning. We're just soul search him. Among us, there are quite a few who are skilled in mental abilities. Invading a level 6 human's brain shouldn't be hard. The cockroach-faced big shot shook its head. Soul searching is the last resort. Before that, I need to figure out one thing first. How did he pass through the blockade? Its tone turned solemn. The outer blockade of the other world took us more than 100 years to set up. Even a human level 9 Esper couldn't he pass through without anyone noticing. This human is only at level 6, yet he accomplished something even level 9s can't do. That means it paused, and a glint flashed through its tiny eyes. Either he has mastered some method of crossing that we don't know about, or the human side has already developed teleportation technology that can bypass our blockade. Either way, it's a fatal threat to us. So before soul searching him, first find a way to pry open his mouth. It stood up and walked toward the door. Each of us specializes in different abilities. There will always be one way to make him talk if the soft approach and the hard approach both fail. A curve appeared at the corner of its mouth. That cockroach face smiling was simply enough to make one's scalp tingle. Then we can only use the final method. I don't believe a level 6 human can keep his secret under the round after round interrogation of more than 10 of us. At the same time, Lin Chun in the prison sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who is thinking about me? Is it Meiji?" Then he turned over, patted the haystack to make it softer, changed to a more comfortable position, and began calculating his next plan. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, heavy footsteps sounded outside the prison. Lin Chun was still lying on the haystack like yesterday, hands behind his head, legs crossed, humming a little tune in a carefree manner. The prison door was pushed open. The cockroach-faced big shot walked in, followed by 2 level 7 tiger-headed guards. That flat face of its wore an expression that said, "I'm very patient, but you'd better be sensible." And in its hand it was carrying a pitch-black hammer of unknown material. Lin Chun looked up. His gaze landed on the hammer, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Human." The cockroach-faced big shot spoke, its tone colder than yesterday. "I'll give you one last chance. How did you pass through the blockade? What secret are you hiding? If you tell me, I can consider letting you die a little more quickly. If you don't," it raised the hammer in its hand and tapped it against the palm of the other hand, making a dull thud. "I'll break your bones one by one until you speak." Lin Chun blinked. Then a dazzling smile spread across his face. Interrogation by torture? His voice carried a kind of excitement that absolutely should not appear in a prisoner. The cockroach-faced big shot froze. It had seen too many humans react to interrogation, fear, begging for mercy, forcing calm, crying and screaming, but had never seen anyone react like this upon hearing the words interrogation by torture. This expression, what did it look a little like when it was young and heard their DB meat to share? "You." The cockroach-faced big shot was just about to speak when Lin Chun had already sprung up from the haystack. He spread his arms wide, straightened his chest, and wore an utterly shameless expression. "Come on, hurry up. See Mom, baby. I can't wait any longer." Cockroach-faced big shot. The 2 tiger-headed guards behind it looked at each other. Ayo, is he crazy? Ow. He is definitely crazy. Cockroach-faced big shot fell silent for a few seconds. On that flat face, there wasn't too much expression to read, but a trace of confusion clearly flashed in its eyes. It had lived for hundreds of years and interrogated countless humans. This was the first time it had ever encountered such a request. Still, since this human was so enthusiastic, it was a little embarrassed to refuse. Cockroach-faced big shot walked up to Lin Chun and raised a black iron hammer in its hand. Lin Chun watched the hammer's falling trajectory, still happily calculating in his head. Yesterday, a level 7 attack only gave 0.1. A human rank 1-star attack had to be even higher. One hammer strike like this should at least be worth a lot, right? Then the hammer smashed onto his left arm. Crack! A crisp, bone-breaking sound, so sharp it made teeth ache, exploded through the prison cell. Lin Chun's left arm was brutally smashed in half right through the middle by that hammer. The sound of the bone breaking traveled through his skeleton to his eardrums, feeling as if someone had set off a firecracker inside his head. The broken bone shifted out of place, and the bone fragments ground against each other, producing waves of nauseating, creaking sounds. Pain. Too fucking painful. The grin on Lin Chun's face froze instantly. He felt like his left arm had been stuffed into a meat grinder. The whole arm was hanging down at an unnatural angle. Flesh and skin were pushed up from inside by the broken bone, forming a strange bulge. The surface of his skin swelled rapidly, and bluish-purple bruising spread at a visible rate. This level of pain was completely different from when his flesh had been sliced open by wind blades before. that had been a cut on the surface, with pain receptors concentrated on one plane. But this time, it was a comminuted fracture. The nerve endings in the bone marrow cavity were 10 times denser than those on the skin, and the pain blasted outward from deep inside the bone, like a bomb exploding in his arm. Even Lin Shun, who had been beaten all the time, nearly passed out from the pain right there. His body jerked into a bow, his lips went deathly pale in an instant, and cold sweat the size of beans poured out like rain from his forehead. In just 3 seconds, his back shirt was soaked through with sweat. He wanted to shout something to vent it out, but his throat felt blocked by something. All he could let out was a low, muffled groan. His legs went weak, and his whole body toppled toward the ground. Just as his consciousness started to blur, his vision went dark, and he was about to pass out from the pain. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered extreme, fatal damage. This attack rating, S rank. Abuse value increased, 50 points. Current abuse value balance, 153 points. Lin Shun, whose eyes were about to close, snapped them open. What? 50 points? Yesterday, after struggling all day and hurting several million beastmen, taking beatings for a full hour, getting bombarded by wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning in turn, he had only earned 100 points. And now, just one hammer strike? 50 points in one hit. That was too fucking easy. Lin Shun's mind instantly cleared. The pain was still there, and even more intense than before. The nerve endings at the broken bone were frantically sending pain signals to his brain, as if someone were using a dull knife to saw back and forth on his bone. But at this moment, the excitement from his system prompt in his head had actually forced the pain down. He lowered his head and looked at his left arm, which was already a mess. The broken section was swollen like a purple steamed bun, the skin stretched tight and glossy, with bruising faintly spreading underneath. Then he raised his head and looked at Cockroach Face Big Shot, his eyes full of gratitude? Emotion? We should have met sooner. Cockroach Face Big Shot felt deeply uncomfortable under that gaze and could not help but take half a step back. It had lived so many years. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? But a human whose arm had just been smashed off looking at it with a "you are my benefactor" kind of expression? It really had never seen that before. Just then, the system rang out with a series of urgent prompts. Ding! Detected that the currently bound group has all died. Cause of death: systemic pain from tenfold synchronized damage leading to cardiopulmonary failure and hemorrhagic shock. Death toll: approximately 4 million. Lin Shun froze for a moment. All dead. The several million living beastmen he had bound yesterday had all just died from pain in that one hit. He recalled that pain that had nearly made him pass out just now. 50 points of abuse value. He had taken the original damage, while that group of beastmen had taken tenfold synchronized damage. Tenfold. That feeling was like one person having 10 bones smashed with a hammer, and then that pain being amplified 10 times, directly acting on every inch of the body. He couldn't help shivering. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The system continued reporting. Detected that the bound group has been cleared. The system will now bind a new group for the host free of charge. Please choose. First, all beastmen in the towns of the current area, approximately 12 million. Second, all human rank 1st star to 3rd star otherworld experts in this area, 17 in total. Lin Shun's eyes lit up. His mind raced. Option 2 looked tempting, 17 human rank 1st star and above big shots. If any of them hit him once, it'd DB dozens of abuse points. If he could take a few more hits, wouldn't he get rich in minutes? But the problem was that these human rank experts were too strong. If tenfold damage didn't work on them, then wouldn't he be losing out? On the other hand, those beastmen in the towns had a large population and were only around level 6 to level 8 in strength. No matter how you looked at it, tenfold synchronized damage would definitely work on them. And with a population of 12 million, even if each person only contributed 0.1, that was still an astronomical amount. A guaranteed profit. Choose the first one. Lin Shun shouted in his mind without hesitation. Bind all the beastmen in the towns. Ding! Binding all beastmen in the towns of the current area. Binding complete. Current total bound targets, approximately 12 million. Lin Shun was overjoyed. 12 million. If they all died, how much abuse value would that be? No, wait. He couldn't let them all die. They had to live well, steadily, and keep creating value for him. His awareness returned to reality. The pain in his broken arm was still severe, but in his eyes, it had already turned into glittering abuse value. He forced through the agony, lifted that face pale as paper from blood loss, and slowly split his lips into a smile that made Cockroach Face Big Shot's scalp tingle. Then he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Come on, I can take it. His voice was hoarse, but arrogant to the extreme. Cockroach Face Big Shot subconsciously tightened its grip on the hammer. It had interrogated countless prisoners and seen screaming, begging, cursing, and pretending to be dead. But laughing like this, what the hell was this guy, even human? Lin Shun braced himself on the ground with his only remaining right hand and staggered to his feet. His broken left arm hung lifelessly at his side, swaying slightly with his movement. The broken bone made an unpleasant creaking sound. He looked down at his left arm, then raised his right hand and pointed at it before looking back up at the Cockroach Face boss, wearing an expression that said, "You're so useless." This? His lips curled in disdain. The cockroach-faced boss, I twitched. "You got some guts." Lin Chen stretched out his right arm, palm up, making an inviting gesture. "Go on, break this one too." His tone was light, as casual as inviting someone to eat. A vein jumped on the cockroach-faced boss's forehead. "Since you're being so polite." It raised the hammer again. The strength of a human rank 1-star power surged through its arm muscles. And this time it put in even more force than before. Bang! Crack! The black iron hammer smashed into Lin Chun's right arm at a tricky angle. This strike was even stronger than before, and the sound of bones breaking was even crisper. Lin Chun's right arm was smashed to pieces from the middle. Bone fragments piercing through flesh, white bone stubs protruding from beneath the skin, bloody and horrifying. Ah! This time, Lin Chen finally cried out. Not because he was weak, because it fucking hurt too much. That wave of agony surged through his entire body like a tsunami from his right arm, stacking on top of the pain from his left arm and forming a torrent of pain that could crush any will. Pain signals rushed into his brain from both arms at the same time, stacking and amplifying one another, as if 2 packs of rabid dogs were tearing at his arms together. His body trembled violently like a sieve, his pupils suddenly dilated then shrank sharply, and the last trace of color drained from his lips. 2 lines of blood flowed from his nostrils. That was the result of the excruciating pain, causing his blood pressure to spike. The pain shot up along his spine, burst into a field of white light across his cerebral cortex, then traveled back down his spine and spread to his toes. His consciousness began to shatter, like a mirror smashed to pieces, breaking into countless fragments. In the last second before losing consciousness, he heard the system prompt. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered extremely severe fatal damage. Damage rating this time, SS rank. Abuse value increased, 70 points. Current abuse value balance, 223 points. 223 points. Worth it. With that thought, Lin Chen rolled his eyes back, his body went limp, and with a thud he collapsed on the ground, completely passed out from the pain. The cockroach-faced boss looked down at Lin Chen lying on the ground, and a satisfied expression appeared on that flat face. "That is more like it." It muttered to itself. "You should VE screamed. You were laughing like that just now. I thought you didn't have pain nerves." It tossed the hammer to the ground, then turned and ordered the tiger-headed guard behind it, "Bring a bucket of cold water. Splash him awake." We VE finished his arms, and there's still his legs. "Today, we're definitely getting his mouth open." The tiger-headed guard answered and was just about to turn to fetch water. The prison door was suddenly slammed open. More than 10 otherworldly bosses rushed in a panic, led by the eagle-beak boss and the cat-faced boss from yesterday. Their expressions were worse than one another's, and the cat-faced boss had even lost its usual lazy look, replaced by tension. "Quick, stop beating him," the eagle-beaked boss shouted as soon as it entered, its voice sharp enough to sound like metal scraping glass. The cockroach-faced boss turned around, frowning. "What is wrong? I was just about to make him talk." "Make him talk." The cat-faced boss pointed at Lin Chen, who was unconscious on the ground, its voice changing pitch. "Do you know what you just did?" The cockroach-faced boss froze. "I just broke both his arms, didn't I? Just." The Ratman boss squeezed out from behind the cat-faced boss, its 2 big front teeth trembling slightly from excitement. "You broke his arms, but do you know what happened outside?" "What?" The cockroach-faced boss's expression began to turn confused. "Right when you broke his arms." The eagle-beak boss took a deep breath, its voice carrying a terror it could no longer suppress. All the beastmen in the entire town were struck unconscious by pain. The cockroach-faced boss frowned even more. "What do you mean? It's not just our town." The cat-faced boss strode up to the cockroach-faced boss and grabbed its collar, its vertical pupils shrinking to thin slits from anger and fear. In more than 10 towns nearby, every single beastman was struck unconscious by pain at the same time. The cockroach-faced boss's face finally changed. "More than 10 towns? That's over 10 million. The Ratman boss shrieked in reply. Over 10 million reserve soldiers. All of them were writhing on the ground from pain at the same moment, then fainted together. Do you know what that means? If those over 10 million reserve troops all die, who is going to replace the frontline forces? When the Beast King blames us later, it didn't finish. But everyone's backs turned cold. Beast King, then aim pressed down on everyone's heart like a mountain. The cat-faced boss let go of the cockroach-faced boss's collar and took a deep breath, its tone becoming even more solemn. "And we just received news from the front. The several million soldiers who chased this human yesterday have all died. All of them. Not a single one left." The prison fell silent for a few seconds. An eerie silence filled the air. Several million. The cockroach-faced boss's voice dropped. How couldn't he it?" The cat-faced boss looked at it coldly. Yesterday's cannon fodder ranged from level 3 at the lowest to level 7 at the highest. A level 7 soldier punched the human, but the human didn't die. Instead, a deeper wound appeared on his own body. "Don't you think that is strange?" The cockroach-faced boss opened its mouth, wanting to say something. And also, the eagle-beak boss lowered its voice even further. According to our investigation, the fatal wounds on those several million dead soldiers all appeared out of nowhere. No attack source, no energy fluctuation at all, like they were torn open directly by some invisible force. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chun, who was unconscious on the ground. This human, a level 6 human. All the abnormalities started after this person appeared. The cat-faced boss said slowly, before we figure out the secret on this human, absolutely no one can touch him. Touching him is the same as touching the lives of our over 10 million reserve soldiers. The cockroach-faced boss looked down at its own hands still stained with blood. Then, at Lin Chun unconscious on the ground. That flat face finally showed fear. It took a step back and said hoarsely, "Then what do we do now?" The cat-faced boss was silent for a moment. "Lock him up for now. Tighten the guards, but no one is allowed to touch a single hair on him." It glanced at Lin Chun on the ground, its gaze complicated. The secret hidden in this human may be even more terrifying than we imagined. The cockroach-faced boss wiped the cold sweat from its forehead. It had never sweated this much in its life. It forced itself to put on that cold expression again, but the trembling in its voice betrayed the unease in its heart. "Then lock him up for now. When he wakes up, we'll interrogate him another way." The cat-faced boss shook its head. "Whether we interrogate him or not is a matter for later. What matters most right now is..." He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Most importantly, those more than 10 million reserve warriors could not be allowed to die. Otherwise, all of these big shots would be buried with them. The dozen or so big shot from the other world hurried out of the cell to deal with the more than 10 million unconscious reserve warriors. Silence returned to the cell. Only Lin Chun remained, lying unconscious on the pile of hay, along with his 2 already broken arms. Blood slowly seeped out from the broken bones, dyeing the hay a dark red. 1 hour later, Lin Chun's finger twitched. Then he opened his eyes. Pain. The intense pain coming from both arms cleared his mind in an instant. The wounds at the broken bones had stopped bleeding, but the alternating dull ache and sharp stabbing pain still made him let out another muffled groan. But didn't he deal with his injuries first? The first thing he did was call up the system panel in his mind and look at his abuse value balance. 223 points. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Damn, that really hurt." He muttered in a low voice, but there was no complaint in his tone. Instead, it carried the satisfaction of an old farmer after a bountiful harvest. But this deal was worth it. The next second, he sucked in a sharp breath through clenched teeth. Blood was still seeping from the broken bones in both arms. The heart-rending pain was so intense that he couldn't even turn over. The recovery ability of the bronze body was decent, but for this level of comminuted fracture, relying on self-healing alone would take at least 10 days to half a month. System, is there anything that can heal injuries? Ding. After detection, the host's current physical condition is as follows. Comminuted fractures in both arms, mild hemorrhagic shock. There are multiple items in the shop that can be used to recover from injuries. The host may exchange abuse value for them. Lin Chun was just about to exchange for a recovery pill. Suddenly, he stopped. Wait. He lowered his head and looked at his 2 broken arms. Then he looked at the words on the system panel in his mind. Bound target, approximately 12 million beastmen. Those beastmen now also had 2 broken arms. Tenfold synchronization. Their condition was probably even worse than his. He had only broken his arms. What they suffered was 10 times the damage. Their 2 arms were probably already shattered into scraps. If he recovered now, then those 12 million beastmen would all recover too. Wouldn't they be letting them off easy? No, absolutely not. Lin Chun gritted his teeth and released the exchange button. System, is there any way for me to use beneficial effects without letting the bound targets enjoy them too? Ding. Yes. The host may consume 100 points of abuse value to upgrade the system. After the upgrade, the shop will gain new benefit isolation items, which can effectively prevent bound targets from sharing the host as positive buff effects. Upgrade? 100 points. Lin Chun glanced at his remaining 223 abuse value points. He had just earned them, and they hadn't even warmed up in his hands yet. But on second thought, this money had basically fallen into his lap anyway. Spend it if he had to. Investment was how you got returns. Upgrading the system was the general trend. Sooner or later, it had to be done. Doing it now would also solve the urgent problem in front of him. Upgrade. Ding. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current system version 2.0. New function added. New shop. Remaining abuse value 123 points. A brand new shop interface appeared in Lin Chun's mind. Compared to the previous shop, the new shop had more than doubled in item variety. The wide range of strange and varied functions made Lin Chun dizzy. Buffs, curses, defense, attack. Everything was neatly categorized. Lin Chun wasn't in the mood to browse carefully, so he directly filtered by the benefit isolation category. The very first item made his eyes light up. Benefit cancellation pill. Effect, after use. All positive buff effects gained by the host will no longer synchronize to bound targets. Duration, 24 hours. Price, 10 points of abuse value. Note, eat this pill, and you enjoy your gains while they suffer their pain. That's just how overbearing it is. This was it. Lin Chun exchanged for one without hesitation. A black pill appeared by his right hand. Then he realized his right hand was broken and he couldn't pick it up at all. System. Next time can't you just send it straight into my mouth? The system gave no response. Lin Shun could only struggle to turn onto his side, pick up the pill with his teeth, tilt his head back, and gulp it down with a swallow. Ding! Host has used benefit cancellation pill. For the next 24 hours, all positive buff effects gained by the host will no longer synchronize to bound targets. Current remaining abuse value, 113 points. Lin Shun nodded in satisfaction, then began searching the shop for an item to recover his injuries. Very quickly, he found one. Restoration pill. Effect. After consumption, restores the body to its complete pre-injury state within 10 seconds. No matter how severe the injuries, broken bones, internal organ damage, severed meridians, torn muscles, one pill will restore you to perfect condition. Price, 10 points of abuse value. 1. A pale green pill appeared by Lin Shun's mouth. He skillfully picked it up and swallowed it. 10 seconds later, a warm current rose from his dantian and flowed through his meridians to all 4 limbs and every bone in his body. The wounds on his broken arms began to itch. The fractured bones automatically returned to place. The cracks between the bone fragments healed at a visible speed. The shattered marrow cavity sealed up again. The torn muscle fibers reconnected one by one. 10 seconds. From comminuted fracture to completely restored, it took only 10 seconds. Lin Shun moved both hands. His 10 fingers spread and clenched flexibly, and his joints crackled. Feels great. He smiled in satisfaction. Next, he opened the shop again and found another item he had already taken a liking to. Fixed point teleport talisman. Effect. After use, can teleport the host to a preset coordinate location. Price, 10 points of abuse value. Note, maximum teleportation range is 1,000 kilometers. For distances beyond this range, please use a high-grade teleport talisman. Exchange. Then he flipped to the life-saving items section and found something else that made his eyes light up. Soul Return Pill, Auto-Use Version. Effect. After use, if the host dies, the pill will automatically activate and revive the host within 30 seconds. After revival, the host's physical state will recover to 80% of the condition at the moment before death. Price, 40 points of abuse value. 40 points. A bit expensive. Lin Shun hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about how he still had to stir things up, he knew he had to keep his life safe. He gritted his teeth and clicked exchange. A dark golden pill appeared in his hand, radiating faint warmth. He immediately swallowed it in one gulp, and the system prompt sounded at once. Ding! Soul Return Pill has been activated. It will trigger automatically after the host's death. At this point, his abuse value balance had 53 points left. Lin Shun was just about to stop for the time being when his gaze swept over an item in the shop that made him pause. Universal Hair Removal Cream. Effect. Apply to the surface of the skin. Within 30 minutes, all body hair will fall off completely. The effect is permanent and irreversible. Suitable for all hair growth areas including the head, face, limbs, torso, underarms, and more. Price. 3 points of abuse value. Note, this is permanent and irreversible. Think it through before using it. Friendly reminder, this effect will sync through the binding relationship to all bound targets. You go bald, they go bald with you. Lin Shun stared at the item's notes, his eyes widening and widening. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly split into a dangerous smile. Interesting. His brain spun at full speed. This depilatory cream's effect would sync to all bound targets. What were all the bound targets? The 120 million beastmen in more than a dozen towns. What were beastmen? Living beings covered in fur from head to toe. If they all turned overnight into bald, not a single hair left, smooth and shiny. An image flashed through Lin Shun's mind. 120 million beastmen, all completely bald, waking up in the morning to find every strand of fur gone, then screaming at the same time. His body trembled violently as he held back laughter. Just imagining it was enough to break him. The damage wasn't too much, but the humiliation was extreme. Most importantly, this effect was permanent and irreversible. And this kind of mental humiliation would definitely generate a steady income of masochism value. Unlike physical damage, which was over once it was over, mental attacks would keep fermenting and continuously produce masochism value. Long-term profit. Lin Shun immediately pressed the exchange button, bought it. A bottle of white paste appeared in his hand. The bottle was small, only palm-sized, with a label on it and a few lines of small text. Usage. Apply an appropriate amount evenly over the surface of the skin. It will begin to take effect after 30 minutes. A slight itching sensation may occur during this period. This is normal. Note, this product is not edible. If it accidentally gets into your eyes, rinse thoroughly with plenty of clean water. If it is accidentally eaten, seek medical attention immediately. Lin Shun looked at the sky outside the cell. Based on the time he had been unconscious, it should be around evening now. Still a few hours away from midnight. He wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until midnight to use it. Wait until everyone was asleep, then... Hit. Lin Shun put the depilatory cream away, sat on the haystack, crossed one leg over the other, and hummed a light tune. During the rest of the time, he exchanged for a few other useful little items and spent his masochism value down to only 30 points. Then he lay down on the haystack, closed his eyes, and patiently waited for night to fall. Late at night, the lights in the prison gradually went out, leaving only the black crystals on the walls emitting a faint, ghostly glow. Lin Chen opened his eyes. The guards had just changed shifts, and the two tiger-headed soldiers guarding him were now leaning against the wall outside the cell, dozing off. Lin Chen quietly took the bottle of depilatory cream from his chest. Moonlight shone in through a palm-sized ventilation hole at the top of the cell, landing on the bottle and casting a strange white glow. He twisted open the cap, and a cool minty scent drifted out. It smelled pretty good, he muttered to himself, then dug out a large lump of white paste with his finger and started applying it to his arm. The moment the paste touched his skin, it felt cool and slippery in a way that was hard to describe. Arms, legs, chest, back, armpits. Following the instructions, he coated his entire body. Then came the top of his head. He hesitated for a moment. Am I going to become bald too? But then he thought, if he didn't apply it, wouldn't he have bought it for nothing? Besides, he still had the restoring pill. Worst case, he could spend 10 masochism points later to grow it back. For the sake of the show, a little sacrifice was fine. He gritted his teeth, dug out another big lump of paste, and slapped it heavily onto his hair. After finishing, he poured out the last bit left in the bottle too, making sure every inch of skin was covered. Then he sat cross-legged on the haystack, hands clasped together as if performing some mysterious ritual, waiting quietly. 30 minutes later, an indescribable itch spread all over his body. It felt like countless ants were crawling across his skin, then burrowing into the hair follicles and stirring around deep inside them. Lin Chan's entire scalp started going numb, and his armpits itched so badly it made him want to laugh. He bit his lip hard, refusing to make a sound. Then he saw a strange sight. The fine hairs on his arms were falling off one by one from the surface of his skin. The moment they fell away, the follicle openings shrank rapidly, and the skin became as smooth as a mirror, with pores almost impossible to see. Then came the chest hair, leg hair, armpit hair. All the hair on his body fell away like autumn leaves, silently landing on the haystack. Finally, the top of his head. He could feel the hair sliding off his scalp. The feeling was strange, not painful, but with an indescribable sense of loss. His head felt lighter and lighter, cooler and cooler, and the wind brushing over his scalp felt cold. He reached up and touched his head. Bald, smooth and slick, not a single hair left. So bald it could reflect light. Lin Chen looked down at his smooth arms, smooth legs, then reached up to feel his smooth head and his equally smooth eyebrows. He almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Then his gaze turned to the large pile of fallen hair on the haystack. Black hair, fine body hair, and other strands mixed together, looking like he had just groomed an alpaca. He hurriedly covered the hair with hay and hid it. After doing all that, he lay back down on the haystack, the corners of his mouth lifted higher than ever before. Now, the real show was just beginning. He closed his eyes and started counting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He was waiting for 120 million surprise blooms. Then, slowly, he fell asleep. The next morning, the sun had not fully risen yet, and the sky had only just begun to lighten. A scream tore through the town as silence. The sound was high-pitched, sharp, and filled with a heart-wrenching terror, like someone waking from a dream and finding himself turned into another species. Then came a second scream, a third, a 10th, the 100th. The continuous screams spread like a contagious disease from one house to another, from one street to the next, from one end of the town to the other, then over the walls, across the wilderness, and into the neighboring town. Then, the neighboring town also erupted into screams. Then the third town, the fourth town, the fifth town. Within a radius of several hundred li, more than a dozen towns, and over 10 million beastmen. All at this moment fell into unprecedented panic. A wolf-headed beastman shot up from bed and looked down at its smooth arm, the arm that had been covered in gray fur just yesterday. Now as bare and glossy as a peeled snake. Its eyes bulged like copper bells, its mouth gaped open, and it let out a shrill wolf howl. A-woo, 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 a-woo. My fur! Where's my fur? A-woo, 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 a-woo. How did I turn into this? How am I supposed to go out looking like this? How am I supposed to meet people? My wife is going to divorce me. A dog-headed beastman dashed out of his house and ran right into the cat-headed beastman next door, who was also completely naked. The two beastmen froze at the same time. Dog-headed beastman. Ow, you got this man. Oh. Don't look at me. The dog-headed beastman looked down at his own equally naked body, then let out a scream of utter misery. Oh, the cat-headed beastman slapped his face aside. Ow. Don't look at me. You're still looking. Turn around. All over the streets of the town, naked beastmen were jumping around everywhere. Some used leaves to cover their bodies. Some hid at home and didn't dare come out. Some wrapped themselves in blankets and ran wildly through the streets. And some dug holes in the ground, trying to bury themselves. For beastmen, fur was not just for keeping warm. It was also a symbol of identity, dignity, and power. In beastmen society, the density and shine of one's fur directly determined social status. Tiger-headed beastmen relied on their tiger stripes to dominate the scene. Wolf-headed beastmen relied on their gray fur to show off their might, and even the lowest mouse-headed beastmen had a patch of dull short fur to cover their shame. Now, it was all gone. Not a single strand left. So bare shone. This was like someone going to the bathhouse to wash up, only to find their clothes and pants suddenly gone, and then realizing they had to walk out like that and face the whole world. That kind of shame was more unbearable than killing them, and that shame was spreading like wildfire at exponential speed. Lin Chun was awakened by the screams outside. He opened his eyes, and before he could even stretch, heard the system's ding-ding alerts in his mind. So dense it sounded like raindrops pounding on a tin roof during a storm. Ding. Bound target has suffered massive mental pain. 1 point of masochism value earned. Ding. Bound target has suffered massive mental pain. 3 points of masochism value earned. Ding. Bound target has suffered massive mental pain. 2 points of masochism value earned. Ding. Bound target. The dense stream of notifications surged into his mind from every direction, like a giant vault raining down coins. Each alert only added a little masochism value. But there were 12 million beastmen contributing at the same time. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to contribute at once. But even if only 1% of them kept producing mental pain continuously, that would still be an extremely terrifying stream of income. In just 1 hour, his masochism value balance had soared from 50 points to 80 points, and it was still climbing at a visible rate. Lin Chun laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Mental attacks really were better than physical attacks. Physical damage was one time. Mental damage was sustainable. What a bargain. He shouted in his mind at the system. System, exchange 1 hair regrowth pill for me. The kind that only restores my own hair. Ding. Detected that the host is currently in the effect period of the benefit cancellation pill. Hair regrowth pill can be used. Price, 10 points of masochism value. After consumption, it will only be effective for the host. The bound target will not be affected. Exchange? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Hurry up. A pale yellow pill appeared in his hand. Lin Chun swallowed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, a warm current rose from his scalp. He could feel hair growing out from his scalp, strand by strand, like bamboo shoots after rain. Then came his eyebrows, his eyelashes, then the fine hair on his arms. In just 30 seconds, all the hair on his body was restored to how it had been before. Lin Chun reached up and touched his newly grown hair, then tugged at his thick eyebrows, smiling in satisfaction. This was much more comfortable, and those 12 million beastmen were still shivering in the cold with their bare bodies, not even daring to step outside. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that overnight, they had all become hairless beasts, and it seemed they could never grow it back. Outside the cell, the 2 tiger-headed guard were also staring at each other's bare scalps, eyes wide, their expressions full of utter hopelessness. Ow, ow, ow. I can't go on. Ow, ow. Me neither. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the cell. Lin Chun's ears twitched, and he quickly laid back down on the hay, pretending to still be asleep. The cell door was violently shoved open. The cockroach-faced boss charged in with more than 10 other otherworld bosses, all of them menacing. Every one of the otherworld bosses had anger, confusion, and fear written all over its face. They saw Lin Chun sleeping on the hay. The cockroach-faced boss rushed forward in 3 steps, grabbed Lin Chun by the collar, and hauled him up from the hay. Was it you? Its voice was no longer the fake friendly tone from before, but full of rage it could no longer suppress, with spittle flying onto Lin Chun's face. Was it you who did this? Lin Chun yawned and slowly opened his eyes, wearing a dazed expression like he had just woken up. HM, was what me? The cat-faced boss stepped forward and pointed at its bald head, its voice trembling. Our warrior's fur. All the fur on every beastman in the town. It's all gone. You say this wasn't you're doing. Lin Chun blinked. His expression first turned puzzled, then shocked, then he used all his lifelong self-control not to burst out laughing on the spot. But he failed. He hurriedly covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking wildly. You. The cockroach-faced boss's eyes twitched furiously. What are you laughing at? I didn't laugh. Lin Chun's voice was trembling too. I've received professional training. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh, unless I can't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. He could no longer hold it back and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about what your warriors look like without fur, ha ha ha. I can't stop, ha 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 ha. So it really was you. Hurry up and restore their fur. Its voice was no longer speaking. It was roaring. Lin Chun wiped away the tears from laughing and tried hard to calm down. Then, he put on an innocent expression. Oh well. His fingers quietly touched the fixed-point teleport talisman behind his back. I really want to help you, but his fingers pinched the talisman paper, applying a slight force. Before he could finish, he violently crushed the fixed-point teleport talisman. A blinding white light burst from his body, instantly turning the entire cell as bright as day. The cockroach-faced boss's expression changed, and it roared, "Stop him!" More than 10 otherworld bosses attacked at once. Flames, ice spikes, lightning, wind blades, poison mist, and rock spears. Countless terrifying attacks smashed toward Linshun from more than 10 directions at the same time. Each attack carried the terrifying power of a human-level powerhouse. The energy fluctuations in the air instantly turned violent and chaotic. The airflow in the cramped cell churned wildly, and the black crystals on the walls let out sharp buzzing sounds under the intense energy shock. These attacks, when combined, were enough to instantly destroy a small mountain. But it was one step too late. All the attacks slammed into empty space. Linshun's figure flickered once in place, then dissolved like bubbles. More than a dozen attacks smashed into the back wall of the cell, blasting a huge hole through the wall inlaid with black crystals. Rubble and crystal shards flew everywhere, and dust filled the entire cell. And Linshun was already gone. Only the final echo of his mocking voice remained in the air. No! The cockroach-faced big shot stood there in a daze, staring at the collapsed cell wall. On that flat face, the expression changed from rage to blankness, then from blankness to despair. A human, a level 6 human, had vanished just like that under the noses of more than a dozen otherworld big shots. And he had also taken away the humiliation that even all of them had been powerless against. 12 million beastmen had turned into hairless beasts. What were they supposed to do? What about the front line? What if the Beast King found out? The cat-faced big shot slowly turned its head and looked at the cockroach-faced big shot with dead gray eyes. Now what do we do? The cockroach-faced big shot said nothing. It had never imagined that, as a beast man, its greatest enemy would not be a human powerhouse, but a level 6 human brat who had played all of them like fiddles in a way that barely counted as an ability at all. The eagle-beaked big shot took a deep breath and spoke in a hoarse, exhausted voice, its tone full of helplessness. Everyone, this is not the time to be sad. All 12 million reserve soldiers are now in an extremely humiliating state. Many of them don't even want to step out of their rooms, let alone train and reinforce the front line. It swept a stern gaze across every big shot present. We have to soothe them as soon as possible and get them back on their feet. The front line has a huge demand for elite soldiers from level 6 to level 7. If this reserve force is ruined, the front line's defenses will collapse within a month. By then, if the Beast King blames us. It did not finish, but a chill ran down every big shot's back. The cat-faced big shot closed its eyes, and a flash of powerless fury crossed its vertical pupils. How do we soothe them? Tell them that being hairless is also a kind of beauty? The cockroach-faced big shot finally spoke, its voice as hoarse as sandpaper. First, patch that hole. It pointed at the huge gap blasted open in the cell wall. Then gather all beastmen above level 8 for a meeting. It lifted its head, and cold light flickered in its small eyes. This human must die, not because he killed how many of us, but because he made us into a joke. A joke. Its voice echoed through the empty cell, carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. Send out information on this human, no matter where he runs, no matter where he hides. We have to find him. Then, its fist clenched until it crackled. Dig out every secret on him. His damage synchronization ability, his teleportation ability, dig them all out. Then use his own abilities against humans. It paused, then added, this is our only chance to make up for it. The big shots remained silent for a moment, then nodded one by one. And just as the otherworld big shots were in a complete mess, Linshun had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. As the white light of teleportation faded, his feet landed steadily on the ground. This was a barren plain. In the distance, a giant defensive wall hundreds of meters tall stretched across the horizon, with no end in sight. The wall was cast from reinforced concrete, with a layer of energy shield generators embedded on its surface. Every so often, there was a tower, and on top of each tower, a massive energy cannon pointed toward the otherworld. This was the first line of defense humanity used against the otherworld, the Great Wall. Linshun stood on the wasteland and looked back toward the otherworld. By now, that place was probably already in an uproar. 12 million hairless beastmen were probably doubting beast life as a group. He could not help laughing again. Then he opened the system panel and glanced at his torture value balance. 81 points, 82 points, 83 points. It rose by 1 point every minute. The speed was not fast, but it was extremely steady. That meant the mental suffering of those 12 million beastmen was still fermenting, and it looked like it would not calm down anytime soon. Mental attacks really were better than physical ones. Linshun sighed. Satisfied, he nodded and started walking toward the giant defensive wall in the distance. In front of the wall, human patrols were moving back and forth. An intense aura of powerful fighters flickered in and out of the air, guarding humanity as final line of defense. As for what he was going to do next, the corners of his mouth lifted. First, he'd go back and rest up. Then he'd find a chance to come back to the other world and make a bigger scene. He spread his arms wide, took a deep breath of the wasteland air mixed with the smell of gunpowder, and slowly moved toward the Great Wall. And when he was still 500 meters from the Great Wall, the guards on the wall had already noticed him. A level 6 perception type ability user put down his binoculars, frowned, and shouted to the companion beside him. There's a person walking over from the otherworld side. One person, walking over so casually. One person, From the otherworld side, the old soldier beside him poked his head out and looked into the distance. His pupils suddenly shrank. Alert! Whoosh! More than 30 artillery platforms on the wall all turned at once, and the muzzles of the energy cannons glowed with a faint blue light. Armor-piercing rounds were already chambered in the sniper rifles. More than a dozen ability fluctuations rose from the wall. The locking system emitted sharp beeping sounds. Red dots from the infrared sights densely landed on Lin Shun, from his forehead to his chest to his knees, not even missing his crotch. Lin Shun was startled by the sight and subconsciously raised his hands. Stop right there. A stern voice came down from the wall. A middle-aged man in a dark blue officer's uniform stood behind the battlements, holding a megaphone, his eyes sharp as knives. The badge on his chest had 3 stripes carved into it, marking him as the duty squad leader for this section of the wall. 7 or 8 soldiers stood beside him, and every one of them was looking at Lin Shun as if he were already dead. The squad leader stared at Lin Shun and barked in a deep voice, "Password, moonlight before the bed." What comes next? When Lin Shun heard that, he almost lost it. This fucking needed thinking? He straightened his chest, cleared his throat, and shouted with full energy, "I suspect it's frost on the ground." After shouting, he even waved smugly at the wall. He thought, this should be fine now, right? That password is so simple, it's basically a joke. No matter how smart beastmen are, there's no way they've memorized the 300 Tang poems, right? The next second, the alarm on the wall exploded. Woo woo woo. The piercing alarm blared across the entire sky above the Great Wall. Red warning lights began spinning madly, painting every face on the wall bright red. Lin Shun's smile froze on his face. What's going on? I answered correctly, but the guards on the wall gave him no chance to explain. Wrong password. Fire. The squad leader's voice had barely fallen when firepower rained down from the wall like a storm. Blue beams from the energy cannons tore through the air with a shrill hum. Armor-piercing rounds ripped across the sky with red trajectories. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, the ability users stationed on the wall all struck at once, and a downpour of multicolored attacks surged toward Lin Shun. The spectacle was 10 times more impressive than when that roach-faced boss had been pounding his bones yesterday. Fuck. Lin Shun's expression changed. The muscle memory of his bronze body instantly kicked in, and he stamped hard underfoot. His whole body shifted 20 meters to the left like a cannonball. The instant his toes left the spot, an energy cannon smashed down where he had just stood, blasting a charred crater 3 meters across. Before he could even steady himself, 3 more wind blades came in a pin formation, sealing off every route of escape. Lin Shun dropped flat to the ground. The wind blades grazed over his scalp, cutting off a few freshly grown hairs. Then he rolled to dodge a rock spike jutting up from the ground, and with a carp leap got back up to avoid a fireball. The moment he landed, another ice spike flew past his ear, leaving a shallow streak of blood on his earlobe. Damn it, they're for real. Lin Shun took off running. The attacks behind him chased like a tail, exploding one crater after another across the wasteland. Relying on the escape experience he had built up after being chased by millions of beastmen in the other world, he darted left and right through the gaps between attacks, and somehow didn't get hit once. While dodging, he swept through the system store as fast as he could and locked onto one item. System. Exchange for a loudspeaker. Ding. Portable amplifié échanged. 1 point of masochism value deducted. Current balance, 80 points. A silver-white handheld amplifier appeared in Lin Shun's hand. Still running, he lifted the amplifier to his mouth, took a deep breath, and shouted at the city wall with all his strength. Get your captain out here. I'm a student from Hongdu. My name is Lin Shun. You can contact Hongdu. As long as you contact them, you'll know. The amplifier boosted his voice by at least 20 times. The loud shout echoed across the wasteland, even drowning out the alarm on the city wall. Lin Shun's voice rode the wind up to the wall, every word clear as day. Cease fire. The squad leader raised a hand and narrowed his eyes at the young man in the distance holding the amplifier. Anyone who could just walk over from the direction of the other world was worth asking about first, no matter whether his password was right or not. The attack stopped. Lin Shun bent over and gasped for breath, the amplifier in his hand almost slipping. The squad leader frowned and muttered the name once, then turned to look at a young soldier beside him who wore glasses and looked refined. Xiao Wang, you also graduated from Hongdu. Does your school have a Lin Shun? Xiao Wang pushed up his glasses and went through Hongdu's student roster in his head. From freshman year to the graduating class, from regular classes to elite classes. He even thought through the students who had dropped out or been expelled last year. Then he shook his head. Captain, I memorized Hongdu's student records. There's no Lin Shun. The squad leader's expression tightened again. At that moment, an old soldier in his 40s with a weathered face put down the portable terminal in his hand and looked up, his face a little ugly. Captain, I just checked the Great Wall as personnel entry and exit records. There's no information on this kid. He paused and lowered his voice. No entry record, no exit record, no registration information. He just appeared outside out of nowhere. The moment those words were spoken, the city wall fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Appeared out of nowhere. appeared out of nowhere from the direction of the other world. A soldier swallowed hard, his voice a little dry. Could he be a beast man? I heard the fox tribe can transform into our appearance and hide their strength. Feel him out. That kid doesn't have any ability fluctuation at all. He paused, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In this world, where there are people without abilities. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Yeah, even ordinary people have 1 or 2 levels of basic abilities. And this kid was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, with nothing at all to sense. Either he was the most ordinary of ordinary people, but could an ordinary person survive a volley for more than 10 seconds? Or else? No one dared think further. The squad leader was silent for a few seconds, then his eyes darkened. He lowered his voice and said 4 words to the signalman beside him. Get Wang Gang here. Wang Gang arrived very quickly. Heavy footsteps came up the stairs of the city wall, each step making the stair treads groan in pain. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, came down from the wall, all solid muscle, his bald head reflecting the morning light. He wore a specially made black combat vest. Both his arms were thicker than Lin Chun's thighs, veins standing out thickly around his neck, his whole body like a moving iron tower. The moment he stood on the wall, the air around him seemed to grow heavier. The aura of a human rank 1-star expert spread out unconsciously, and several low-level soldiers instinctively took half a step back. What is going on? Wang Gang's voice was as deep as a muffled drum, every word carrying heavy weight. He walked to the battlements and narrowed his eyes at the young man below the wall, who was still bent over and gasping. The squad leader briefly explained the situation. Appeared out of nowhere, no entry or exit records, no ability fluctuations, wrong password, untouched by a volley. After hearing it, Wang Gang raised a brow, a sharp glint flashing in those bull-like eyes. Interesting. He had guarded the Great Wall for so many years. What kind of strange things had he not seen? But a human without abilities appearing out of nowhere in the other world, and still living long enough to reach the foot of the Great Wall. He really had never encountered that before. Open the city gate and let him in. Wang Gang's mouth curled, revealing a smile that made one's heart go cold. I have my own way to make him show his true form. The city gate slowly opened. The heavy alloy doors slid apart to both sides, letting out a low boom. Light from inside the wall spilled through the gap, turning the dim passage into a bright slit. 2 level 7 soldiers stood guard on either side of the gate, weapons in hand, watching Lin Chun warily. Lin Chun took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a terrifying pressure crashed down from above, like a mountain smashing onto his shoulders. A human rank expert's aura locked onto him. Lin Chun felt as if he had been targeted by a giant beast. Every inch of his skin tingled, every cell trembling. This was not physical oppression, but a crushing pressure at the level of mental force. A human rank expert's spiritual power had already condensed into something tangible, and the mere release of that aura was enough to strip low-level ability users of their ability to move. Wang Gang stood at the end of the passage, arms crossed, looking down at him from above. Kid, his voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. You better honestly tell me where you're from. Otherwise, you're in for a hard time later. Lin Chun was pressed so hard he could barely breathe, his legs shaking like sieve chaff. But he gritted his teeth, raised his head, looked Wang Gang straight in the eye, and said each word clearly. I already said it. My principal is Su Chang'e, and there's also the military level 8 ability users Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanshuang. Why don't you just go back to Blue Star and make a phone call to ask? Why keep glaring at me like I'm your prey? 3 names. Wang Gang's pupils narrowed slightly. Su Chang'e, the principal of Hongdu, had once been a level 6 human class powerhouse. He had only gone back to being principal after getting injured in a battle, with his strength dropping sharply. His reputation was known by everyone inside the Great Wall. Qin Jinshan and Lu Hanshuang were only level 8, but they were also quite famous in the Great Wall military district. Especially Qin Jinshan. He had taken 3 moves from a human-class beastman, while only at level 8 and lived. He was a tough one. Yet this brat casually said those 3 names, his tone so natural it was like he was talking about the neighbors next door. But the problem was a human, with no ability, no entry record, had survived several days on the wasteland where beastmen and fierce beasts ran rampant, and even walked safely all the way to the foot of the Great Wall. How is that possible? Wang Gang's eyes narrowed even more. He did not respond to Lin Chun's words. Instead, he released a thread of mental power, probing into Lin Chun's body like countless invisible tentacles. His mental power pierced through the skin, seeped into the muscles, drilled into the blood vessels, and went deep into the bones, performing the most thorough examination at the cellular level. From head to toe, from inside to out. Heartbeat normal. Blood composition normal. Cell structure normal. No beastman gene sequence. No trace of disguise ability. No Moha. This was a human. A complete, genuine, 100% human. Wang Gang withdrew his mental power and fell silent for several seconds. Then he waved his hand and said 4 words to the soldiers under him. Lock him up first. He turned to look at Lin Chun, his gaze cold as ice. When I have time, I'll go back and confirm it. In the meantime, if you make any move, he paused, then added 3 words. Kill without mercy. Lin Chun. 4 soldiers escorted Lin Chun toward the detention room beneath the city wall. Lin Chun glanced back at Wang Gang's back, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he closed it. Forget it. When under someone's roof, better lower your head first. The detention room was beneath the city wall, a specially made alloy iron cage. The bars were made from black steel collected from another world, with pale blue energy patterns flowing across the surface. Its hardness was enough to withstand a human-class powerhouse's full-force attack for several minutes. There were also 4 layers of energy locks around the cage. Once activated, even a peak human-class expert would have to put in some effort to break free. Lin Chun was pushed into the cage, and the alloy door slammed shut behind him with a clang. The 4 soldiers stood guard at the 4 corners of the cage. Each of them had a hand on their weapon's trigger, staring at him without blinking, like he was a bomb that could go off at any moment. Lin Chun sat on the hard bunk inside the cage, hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, staring blankly at the pale light on the ceiling. 5 seconds of silence passed. Then he suddenly remembered something. Hey, he shouted to the guard outside the cage. That Wang Gang said he'd go back and ask when he had time. He is not planning to never go back at all, is he? The guard looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Lin Chun. Fuck. He kicked the cage bars, producing a dull thud. Then he took a deep breath and shouted even louder outside. Wang Gang. Damn it, at least make a phone call first. When you have trouble, find the organization, understand? You don't need to go back in person. Just call. If you don't know how to use a phone, I can teach you. His voice echoed inside the detention room, bouncing off the walls with a buzzing reverberation. The energy patterns on the iron cage flickered once and automatically activated the soundproofing function, sealing Lin Chun's voice tightly inside the cage. The guard still stared at him expressionlessly. Lin Chun. Fine, you're ruthless. He plopped back down on the bunk, arms crossed as he sulked. After quite a while, a thought suddenly popped up. Could Wang Gang not be able to leave? A human-class powerhouse stationed at this stretch of the Great Wall Line was indeed a strategic-level existence. Every position had its role. If he left, and the Beastmen took the chance to launch a surprise attack, this line of defense could be torn open. In his view, it was better to lock up one wrong person than take the risk of the defense line collapsing. Thinking it over from Wang Gang's perspective, Lin Chun felt that if he were Wang Gang, he would probably do the same. Once he figured that out, Lin Chun's anger subsided a lot. But calming down was one thing. He still had a curse. Bong Gong, you got guts. How about you marked? He shouted that once more outside the cage, then rolled over onto his stomach and started thinking of other ways. Since Wang Gang's route was temporarily blocked, he could only wait. From time to time, he shouted his own name outside, hoping some Hongdu graduate passing by would recognize him. Lin Chun. Lin Chun from Hongdu. Su Changha knows me. Any Hongdu graduates here? Your principal Su Changha owes me money. Fine, he doesn't owe me money, but he knows me. He shouted for half an hour. People came and went outside. Occasionally someone glanced in his direction, but no one stopped. Lin Chun shouted until he was tired, then flopped onto the bunk and stared blankly at the ceiling. Forget it. Just treat it as resting. This was fine too. Anyway, the other world was giving him suffering points every day. Lying here and counting money wasn't too bad either. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The next morning, a piercing alarm jolted Lin Chun awake from his sleep. Whoa. This alarm was sharper and more urgent than the one he had triggered yesterday, and all the alarms on the entire city wall were sounding at once. The sound surged in from all directions, shaking even the cage bars slightly. Outside, the footsteps were in chaos. Some people were running, some were shouting. The sound of weapons being chambered in artillery turrets, rotating rose one after another. Lin Chun sprang up from the bunk, rushed to the cage, and shouted outside, "Hey, brother, what's going on?" Outside the cage, an uncle carrying artillery shells was running past with a crate of armor-piercing rounds on his shoulder. Hearing Lin Chun's voice, he stopped and turned back with a grave expression. The uncle looked to be in his 50s, with a face full of wrinkles and an old scar on his left cheek extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. He was a veteran. He lowered his voice, and there was a tension he could not hide in it. It's the Beastman army. Nobody knows what the hell set them off. But they've all moved out. According to several generals, there are a full 30 million of them. All of them. Not one left behind. He took a breath, sweat rolling down his forehead. I've been at the Great Wall for 20 years, and I've never seen a scene like this. They're preparing for the final battle. They're going all out. After saying that, he ran off with the shell crate on his shoulder, his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Lin Chun's expression turned strange. 30 million beastmen, all mobilized? Could these guys have been driven mad by him and decided to simply go all in against humanity? No way, right? Just because they were fooled a few times, they were going to start a full-scale war? Were the Beastmen's mental defenses really that weak? No, he had to get out and take a look. System, do you have any item that can let me teleport outside without being discovered? Ding, recommended short-range teleportation talismans. Can teleport within line of sight, ignoring obstacles. Price, 10 points of suffering. Exchange, exchange. A pale blue talisman paper appeared in his hand. Lin Chun crushed the talisman paper. His body turned into a faint glimmer almost invisible to the naked eye, passing through the iron bars of the cage, through the walls of the prison cell, through the layered structure of the city wall, and finally appearing in an unnoticed corner at the top of the wall where miscellaneous junk was piled up. He steadied himself, patted the dust off his body, and looked into the distance. Then he froze. On the horizon, the Beastmen army was pressing forward like a black tide. 30 million Beastmen, arranged in a massive formation spanning dozens of kilometers, stretched from the end of the wasteland all the way to the end of sight. At the front were the largest elephant-headed Beastmen, over 3 meters tall, clad in heavy bone armor. Every step they took left deep footprints in the ground. Close behind them were lion-headed Beastmen, tiger-headed Beastmen, and leopard-headed Beastmen, one elite warrior formation after another. Then came the lightly equipped assault teams made up of wolf-headed Beastmen and dog-headed Beastmen. They moved extremely fast, weaving along both flanks of the formation. At the very rear were endless reserve formations, the most numerous of all, packed so densely they looked like swarming ants. In the sky, 17 terrifying figures hovered in midair, radiating the unique pressure of human-rank powerhouses. At the front was the cockroach-faced boss that Lin Chun had pissed off so badly it was trembling all over. Behind it stood the cat-faced boss, the eagle-beaked boss, the rat-man boss, and the other 13 human-rank beastmen. The auras of the 17 human-rank powerhouses connected into one, forming an invisible wall of pressure that slowly approached the Great Wall along with the advancing army. That sense of oppression made it hard to breathe. Lin Chun stood atop the city wall, the wind whipping his clothes with sharp flapping sounds. Looking at that black tide, he couldn't help but feel a chill rise in his heart. An army on this scale had already far surpassed the limits of anything he had imagined before. And what about the humans? The number of defenders on the wall wasn't even 1/3 of the beastmen. 10 human-rank powerhouses stood at the very front of the wall in a straight line. Wang Gang was among them. Every one of them wore a grave expression, their eyes filled with the resolve of people prepared to die. Although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, the humans had the 100-meter-high alloy wall of the Great Wall. Every inch of it was reinforced with steel-reinforced concrete and energy shields. There were dozens of giant energy turrets on the wall, each one flashing with the blue glow of fully charged power. Hundreds of laser cannons were spread across the various towers, all their muzzles aimed at the Beastmen army. Countless warriors also stood behind the battlements with weapons in hand, ready to face this unprecedented brutal battle. Lin Chun couldn't help but sigh. Without the Great Wall, he really couldn't imagine how humanity had held on until now. As the Beastmen army drew closer and closer, the smell of gunpowder in the air grew heavier and heavier. The atmosphere on the battlefield was stifling to the extreme, like the suffocating stillness before a storm. Every soldier tightened his grip on his weapon. The energy cannons on the wall had already locked onto their targets, waiting only for a single order. And then, no one knew who it was in the ranks, but someone was the first to make a sound. It sounded like someone who had been holding it in for a long time and finally failed, forcing it out through clenched teeth. Then a second sound rang out. Then a third, a fourth. Like some invisible contagion spreading through the crowd, laughter spread from a single point into a line, then from one section to the entire wall. All the defending soldiers, who just moments ago had looked like they were ready to die, were now trembling all over, shoulders twitching, faces flushed red, like they'd been constipated for a month and had suddenly swallowed 3 gene of laxatives. Some doubled over laughing, slapping the battlements hard with their hands. Some laughed so hard tears were pouring out, and even wiping them with their sleeves didn't help. Others laughed so hard they dropped into a squat and couldn't even stand back up. One young soldier was laughing so hard he was spasming, pointing forward and unable to speak clearly. Why you gotta look at them. Ha ha ha. I can't do this anymore. Ha ha ha. An old veteran laughed, so hard his dentures nearly flew out of his mouth. He hurriedly covered it with his hand, but laughter still leaked through his fingers. Ha 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 ha. I've guarded the Great Wall for 20 years, and I've never seen beastmen like this. Ha ha ha. A female soldier was shaking with laughter, so hard the tears had smeared the camouflage paint on her face. Oh my god. How did they all go bald together? Ha ha ha. Laughing myself to death. What good does that do you? Ha 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 ha. Even among the 10 human-rank powerhouses standing at the very front, several of them had mouths twitching uncontrollably. They were desperately trying to maintain stern expressions, but the twitching at the corners of their eyes gave them away. One older human-rank powerhouse simply turned around altogether. His shoulders kept jerking up and down. No one could tell whether he was coughing or secretly laughing. Among the Beastmen army, 12 million Beastmen had no fur. Not a single hair anywhere on their bodies. Bora, slick, shiny enough to reflect light. The morning sunlight shone on their smooth skin and reflected back in a dazzling gleam. 12 million bald heads sparkled brilliantly under the sun. From a distance, it looked like a giant LED screen had been embedded inside the Beastmen army. or like someone had tossed a huge handful of polished glass marbles into the black tide. The image was as jarring as it could possibly be, and as ridiculous as it could possibly be. This was clearly a life-and-death moment, with a 30 million strong army pressing down on them. But the human soldiers simply couldn't help themselves, because the sight was just too damn funny, and the Beastmen side wasn't doing much better. The normal Beastman soldiers who still had fur kept sneaking glances at their hairless companions out of the corners of their eyes as they marched. One lion-headed Beastman soldier lowered his head and looked at his own thick mane, silently rejoicing, then raised his head and looked at the slick-skinned comrade beside him. His shoulders immediately began trembling uncontrollably. It bit down hard on its lip to keep from laughing out loud, but 2 streams of air still burst from its nostrils, and its whole face turned purple-red from holding it in. The wolf-headed Beastman soldier next to it had nowhere near that level of self-control. It let out a snort of laughter on the spot, then hurriedly lowered its head and pretended to cough. Cough, cough. A tiger-headed squad leader shot it a vicious glare over his shoulder, but even the squad leader's eye corners were twitching. When it turned back around, its shoulders very obviously shook once. As for those 12 million hairless beastmen, their feelings at this moment could only be described in 4 words. Better off dead. Not only were they being laughed at by the humans, they were also being laughed at by their own kind. Before setting out, they had already protested fiercely. How the hell were they supposed to go to war looking like this? Were they going into battle or walking a runway? But military orders were absolute. They had no choice but to come. And under the weight of this shared humiliation, the morale of those 12 million hairless beastmen plunged straight to rock bottom. They kept their heads lowered and their necks hunched, wishing they could bury their heads in the dirt. The entire hairless formation looked less like an army and more like a flock of sheep that had been shorn bare and driven out of the pen, shrinking back and acting timid, ready to turn around and run at any moment. As a result, even those normal beastman soldiers who still had fur were affected as well. With so many of their own people turned into this miserable state, who could still maintain soaring morale? A lot of beastmen were muttering inwardly. What the hell was going on? What had the humans done exactly? They could make the fur of more than 10 million of their comrades disappear. Could they make theirs disappear too? That fear spread through the ranks like wildfire. The Beastmen army had looked ferocious and unstoppable just moments ago. But before the charge horn had even sounded, half their momentum had already leaked away. The 17 human-rank Beastmen flying in midair also felt the cliff-like collapse in morale among the army below. The corners of the cockroach-faced, big, shot-s mouth twitched. That flat face showed a complicated expression, like it desperately wanted to tear someone to pieces, but couldn't find a target. It opened its mouth, wanted to say something to boost morale, but when it saw the dense phalanx of bald heads below, the words stuck in its throat, and it swallowed them back down. What was it supposed to say? Comrades, don't be shy. Being bald and hairless is also a kind of beauty. It couldn't bring itself to say it. And at this moment, the culprit, Lin Chun, was hiding in the corner of the city wall, grinning so hard his mouth wouldn't close as he watched the little numbers keep jumping on the system panel. Ding, the bound target is suffering massive mental anguish. Masochism value +1. Ding, the bound target is suffering massive mental anguish. Masochism value +3. Ding, the bound target is suffering massive mental anguish. Masochism value +2. The masochism value, which had almost stopped increasing, had started climbing again. 12 million hairless beastmen on the battlefield were being driven to agony by the double humiliation from both their own side and the enemy's side, and their mental anguish value had gone completely out of control. The masochism value balance jumped from 70 points to 73, then from 73 to 77, and it was still climbing. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shin couldn't help laughing out loud, then quickly covered his mouth and looked left and right to see if anyone had noticed him. This way was a huge profit. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the constantly jumping numbers on the system panel, his heart practically bubbling with joy. At this moment, an old soldier who had just finished moving shells saw him and froze. Kid, weren't you locked in a cage? How do you get out? Without turning around, Lin Chun waved a hand. I crawled out. That cage is something you can just crawl out of whenever you want. Then just take it as I broke out. You escaped, and you're still this justified? Because I'm innocent. The old soldier opened his mouth, only to realize he was actually speechless. But seeing that Lin Chun didn't seem like he was planning to run, the old soldier just shook his head and hoisted the shell crate as he kept running forward. Maybe it was that certain sense of closeness about Lin Chun that made the old soldier believe from the bottom of his heart that Lin Chun wasn't a Fox Clan member in disguise. Half an hour passed. The Beastman army also started moving, even though morale had already fallen to the bottom. Even though those 12 million hairless beastmen wanted nothing more than to bury their heads in a crack in the ground, after the cockroach-faced Big Shot gave the order. The 30 million strong army still began its charge. Woo! A deep horn sounded from the rear of the Beastman army. It was a horn made from the bones of some gigantic beast. It sounded low and heavy like muffled thunder coming from underground. As soon as the horn sounded, the elephant-headed men in the front row took the first steps. Boom, boom, boom. The elephant-headed man, over 3 meters tall and clad in heavy bone armor, left deep footprints in the wasteland with every step. They lowered their heads and used their massive bodies to shield the troops behind them, pressing toward the Great Wall like moving flesh walls. Right behind them were the elite formations of lion-headed men, tiger-headed men, and leopard-headed men, followed by the light assault teams of wolf-headed men and dog-headed men. In the very back were dense formations of reserve fighters. As the 30 million-strong army charged, the entire earth trembled. On the Great Wall, the human commander lowered his binoculars, took a deep breath, and roared out a single word with all his strength. Fire. The next second, dozens of giant energy cannon platforms on the wall all opened fire at once. Boom! Blue energy beams tore through the air and exploded in the Beastman army. Every beam that hit the ground blasted out a blackened crater over 10 meters wide. And the Beastmen within the blast zone were directly vaporized without leaving even a trace behind. Hundreds of laser cannons followed, right after, dense red beams pouring down like a rainstorm and ripping open one gap after another in the black tide. Loose arrows. Arrows rained from the wall in 1,000 volleys. The arrowheads were coated with a special toxin specifically meant to counter Beastman's skin, and they screamed through the air with sharp whistles. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades. Lightning. The awakened fighters stationed on the wall attacked at the same time, and all kinds of colored powers crashed down like a deluge, turning the wasteland in front of the Great Wall into a death zone. However, there were too many Beastmen. The elephant-headed men in front were clumsy, but their hides were tough and thick. Ordinary arrows couldn't even pierce their skin. They endured the bombardment from the energy cannons and laser cannons, step by step advancing toward the wall. Behind them, the lion-headed men and tiger-headed men hid under the elephant-headed men as cover, and their casualties were far smaller than expected. Catapults. Release. At the rear of the Beastman army, dozens of catapults made from giant wood and beast sinew creaked and groaned. The next second, huge boulders were hurled at the Great Wall, smashing against the energy shield with dull booming impacts. But more of the catapults were not throwing stones. They were throwing beastmen curled up into balls. Those were assault teams made up of dog-headed men and monkey-headed men, which used the catapult's force to directly fly over the wall and land inside it. Enemy on the wall. Enemy on the wall. Defense type. Ray shields. On the wall. Hundreds of defense type awakened fighters roared in unison. Giant energy shields unfolded in their hands, linking together into a seamless wall of light. The dog-headed men that had just landed had no time to steady themselves before they were smashed flying by the shield wall and fell from the 100-meter-high wall with dull thuds. Strength type. Push them back. A 2-meter-tall strength-type fighter grabbed a 3-meter-long alloy spear, stabbed it through a wolf-headed man climbing up the wall. Then his arm muscles bulged as he forced the beastman, spear and all, up and hurled it away. The comrades beside him were also holding spears, giant axes, and war hammers, guarding the battlements. As soon as any beastman showed its head, they stabbed down with a spear or smashed down with a hammer. Agility type. Clear them out. On the wall, slender agility-type fighters darted through the crowd, their speed so fast their figures were almost impossible to see. Every time they reached a beastman, they either slit its throat or pierced its heart, then hurled themselves toward the next target without looking back. Blood flowed across the wall, and corpses piled up layer after layer. Control type. Hold down that elephant-headed man on the left. Healing type. Heal the strength-type fighters in front. On the left side of the wall, an elephant-headed man had already climbed halfway up. Its huge trunk swung back and forth, and every sweep sent a human fighter flying. Several control-type awakened fighters acted at the same time. Vines, ice chains, gravity fields, all kinds of control skills layered over it one after another, forcibly pinning it in midair. Immediately after, 3 laser cannons aimed at its head at the same time and blasted it into fragments. As for the healing-type awakened fighters, they were hiding at the very back, their hands emitting pale green light as they continuously healed the wounds and stamina of the fighters in front. A strength-type fighter had 3 deep claw marks torn into his chest by a wolf-headed man, down to the bone. A flash of green light later. The wound healed at a visible speed, and he roared as he charged back in. On the beastman side, they also had healers. They were a kind of small beastman with rabbit ears and a cat tail, only half the size of ordinary beastmen. They moved nimbly across the battlefield, dodging attacks while releasing a pale, purple glow that shone onto the injured beastmen in front. The wounded beastmen, as injuries crusted over quickly, broken bones were reconnected, and even some whose bellies had been pierced could stand back up in the purple light and keep fighting. Damn it! Kill their healers first, a human fighter shouted. But those little things were too fast, sliding around the battlefield like loaches. Ordinary attacks simply couldn't hit them. The two sides were locked in a bloody tug-of-war on the city wall. Every second, someone fell, humans and beastmen alike. The corpses on the wall kept piling up, and blood flowed down through the cracks in the wall, staining the gray stone a dark red. The air was thick with the stench of blood and scorched flesh, mixed with the smell of gunpowder, making it almost impossible to breathe. And above the sky, The real inning battle was also underway. 10 human-rank powerhouses stood in a line, with Wang Gang at the front. Opposite them were 17 Beastman big shots, Cockroach Face, Cat Face, Hawk Beak, Ratman, each one exuding suffocating pressure. Wang Gang, today is the end of your Great Wall, the cockroach-faced big shot said coldly. Go fuck yourself. Wang Gang's reply was short and sharp. The next second, both sides struck at once. High in the sky, the light of abilities exploded. Flames and lightning intertwined. Frost and storms collided, and even space seemed to twist and deform from the impact. A human defense-type powerhouse raised a sky-covering energy shield in front of the formation, bracing against 5 or 6 attacks from the other side. A strength-type powerhouse bulged with muscles, swinging a warhammer bigger than a person. With one smash, even the air rippled visibly. A speed-type powerhouse moved fast as lightning, weaving through the Beastman big shots, his twin blades each aimed straight for vital points. And the Beastmen were not to be outdone. The cat-faced big shot S-speed was absurd, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Every flash brought a deadly claw strike. The hawk-beaked big shot flew high overhead, his eyes flashing with eerie light. With every blink, an invisible mental shock smashed toward the human powerhouses. Though the Ratman big shot was the smallest, black mist kept pouring out of him, and wherever the mist passed, even the air corroded with a hissing sound. Rumbling explosions kept detonating across the heavens. The light of energy clashes painted the sky in shifting colors, sometimes flame red, sometimes lightning purple, sometimes frost white, sometimes poison mist green. The sky was like a canvas repeatedly splashed with paint, the colors changing so fast it made people dizzy. But with 17 against 10, the humans were clearly at a disadvantage. A human-rank powerhouse was hit by 3 attacks at once and blasted flying. He flipped several times in the air before barely steadying himself, blood already spilling from the corner of his mouth. Another human-rank powerhouse had his shoulder torn open by the cat-faced big shot S claws, blood staining half his body red. Seeing this on the city wall, the humans all sank inwardly. Wang Gang, we can't hold it. One control-type powerhouse shouted, his mental energy nearly exhausted, his control skills growing weaker by the moment. Wang Gang clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. He looked at the increasingly brutal fighting below on the wall, then at the 17 aggressive beastman big shots in front of him, and took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes. The next second, he suddenly opened them and roared, innate body, manifest, boom! An aura, terrifying to the extreme, erupted from Wang Gang. Golden light surged out from his body and gathered behind him into a giant phantom. It was a muscular phantom over 10 meters tall, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs. Every muscle looked as if cast from steel, sharp and defined, brimming with explosive power. The moment the phantom appeared, an invisible pressure spread outward, bouncing back every attack. What? The cockroach-faced, big shot S pupil shrank. Innate body? Of course it knew what an innate body was. That was the ultimate skill understood only by the rarest geniuses among human-rank powerhouses, a second body condensed by merging one S spiritual power and life force. A human-rank powerhouse with an innate body could see his combat strength soar several times over in an instant. Fighting 10 alone was no problem at all. Among the 10 human powerhouses present, only Wang Gang had comprehended the innate body. The muscular phantom crossed its arms and stood behind Wang Gang. Its eyes formed from light, coldly staring at the 17 beastman big shots opposite them. Just that pressure alone made several weaker beastman big shots unconsciously step back half a pace. Wang Gang panted heavily, sweat covering his forehead. Summoning an innate body consumed an absurd amount of both physical strength and mental energy, but now he couldn't care about that anymore. Come on, he roared, his voice full of battle intent. The cockroach-faced, big shot stared at the muscular phantom for a few seconds, then suddenly threw its head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Its laugh was sharp and grating, like 10,000 cockroaches rubbing their wings together at the same time. It lowered its head, and those tiny eyes flashed with madness and triumph. Human, you think you're the only one who comprehended an innate body? Wang Gang's smile froze. Cockroach body manifest. The cockroach-faced big shot spread its arms wide, and a pitch-black light exploded from its body. The blackness was thick as substance, roiling wildly behind it. And then, a giant cockroach phantom, 10 meters tall, appeared in the air. It was a complete giant cockroach phantom, every antenna from head to toe clearly visible. 6 legs, each covered in dense backward-pointing spines. 2 long antennae swayed in the air, and brown wings folded against its back with a greasy, glossy sheen. Most terrifying of all was its head. Its compound eyes were made of thousands of tiny eyes, each one rotating at the same time, staring in different directions. Lin Shin stood on the city wall and looked up at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Holy shit! His voice echoed across the wall, carrying shock from the depths of his soul. So fucking big, a cockroach. Ah! That scream was like the fuse lighting a powder keg. On the city wall, All the female warriors stopped what they were doing and looked up at the 10-meter giant cockroach in the sky. Those women who had just been fighting in bloodshed without changing expression were now all deathly pale, lips trembling, pupils shaking violently. A short-haired female warrior's sword clanged to the ground. She pointed at the giant cockroach in the sky, her finger trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. Cock, cock, cock. Before she could even finish the word, her eyes rolled back and she nearly passed out. Next to her, a ponytailed female warrior was even more direct. She shrieked, "Mommy," then grabbed her warhammer and used all 12/10 of her strength to smash it down at a lion-headed beastman in front of her. That strike was at least 3 times stronger than usual, directly smashing the lion-headed beastman, armor and all, into a meat patty. Cockroaches, cockroaches, D, all of you die. A female healing-type ability user, usually gentle as water, now had red eyes and was bursting with unprecedented battle intent. She shoved aside the control-type teammate, blocking her way, rushed to the very front of the wall, and condensed an energy shockwave 3 times thicker than usual in both hands before blasting it straight down at the beastman army below. Die for me. Cockroaches all deserve to die. Boom. An energy shockwave exploded among the mutant beastman army, blasting more than a dozen of them away. Kill them. Kill the roaches. Sisters, that big one in the sky can't be hit. Don't let a single one on the ground escape. Let them know what fear is. I'll make you look like a roach. I'll make you look like a roach. On the entire city wall, all the female warriors went berserk at once. Their combat power instantly exploded under the overlap of fear and rage. Flames burned in their eyes. And that look was no longer the level of "I'm going to kill you," but "I'm going to kill you, then kill you again." The originally orderly rhythm of attack and defense was completely thrown into chaos. The female warriors no longer listened to commands at all. Formation? Coordination? All of it was thrown to the back of their minds. Only one thought remained in their heads. Kill all the roaches. And those mutant beastmen on the ground, whether they had fur or not, all became roachkin in their eyes. Fuck, have these women gone crazy? A leopard head squad leader looked at a female warrior under 1.6 meters tall, swinging a battle axe bigger than she was with both hands as she charged over, and turned to run in fright. But after only 2 steps, he was split in half by 1 axe. Before dying, his last thought was, "I just look like a leopard. What does that have to do with roaches?" The mutant beastmen were completely stunned. They couldn't understand what had happened at all. Why did the combat power of these human women suddenly double after a phantom appeared in the sky? That madness was even more terrifying than them, the so-called berserk mutant beastmen, by 10 times. A doghead soldier was chased for more than 30 meters by a female warrior. While running, he screamed in grievance, "I'm a dogheadman, not a roachman. Look clearly, all ugly things are the same." The female warrior slashed down, and the dogheadman fell to the ground on the spot. At the same time, high in the sky, the muscular man phantom and the roach phantom had already started fighting in a heap. The muscular man phantom's defense was terrifyingly strong. The roach phantom's attacks landed on it like tickles. Not only did they fail to cause damage, they even rebounded part of the damage back. And the roach phantom had its own ultimate move. Its body could split into countless small roach phantoms, dense as black clouds. The moment they pounced onto the muscular man phantom, they began to self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom. The small roach's self-destruction wasn't very powerful, but there were too many of them. Wave after wave of explosions made the light around the muscular man phantom flicker. The muscular man phantom was no pushover either. With one punch, the fist wind alone could grind over 100 small roach phantoms into dust. The 2 human realm experts clashed in the sky, and the humans and mutant beastmen below were watching in terror. That level of battle was already beyond what they could interfere with. But the problem was that Wang Gang was being held back by the roach-faced big shot, while the other 9 human experts were under siege from 16 mutant beastman big shots, and their disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious. And even worse, there were no powerhouses left on the city wall to hold the line. The mutant beastman big shots attacks would occasionally land on the wall. Each one was equivalent to a full force strike from human realm expert. One burst of flames came crashing down and directly burned out 3 cannon emplacements. One wind blade slashed down and left a crack more than 10 meters long on the wall. Although the energy shield on the wall was blocking them, the shield's glow was growing dimmer and dimmer. Clearly, it wouldn't hold much longer. Charge up. Everyone, charge up. The mutant beastman commander keenly sensed the chance to win and frantically issued the order to attack. Without Wang Gang's suppressive pressure, the mutant beastmen grew much bolder. Ladders were set up one after another against the city wall, and dense masses of mutant beastmen climbed up along them. The trebuchets were even more crazily hurling dogheadmen and monkeyheadmen. There were more and more mutant beastmen on the wall, and human warrior casualties began to rise sharply. A defensive-type warrior held up a shield and withstood more than a dozen attacks. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. The shield shattered, and a strange power pierced straight through his chest. He fell stiffly. 3 mutant beastmen immediately rushed in to fill the spot. Only the comrades behind them fought desperately to seal the gap. Heal! Heal! 3 of the healers are down. We don't have enough people. The left side of the wall is lost. Requesting support. The right side cannon platform has been destroyed. Laser cannon firepower down by 40%. All kinds of bad news flew toward the command center like snowflakes, and each report made the commander's face turn paler. Lin Chen stood in a corner of the wall, looking at the scene before him, his expression growing worse and worse. The human warriors' casualties were increasing, and the defense line on the wall was being compressed bit by bit. Although the female warrior's berserk state had temporarily stabilized the situation in the middle section of the wall, the pressure on the left and right flanks was growing heavier and heavier. The defense line could collapse at any moment. This won't do. Lin Chen clenched his teeth, his mind racing. His first thought was self-harm. System, if I use a shop item to hurt myself, can I get masochism points? Ding. No. Any form of injury inflicted by the host on himself cannot increase masochism points. It can only cause actual damage, but will not trigger the masochism points acquisition mechanism. Just like when the host smashed his own egg before. Lin Chen. Fine. The self-abuse route was blocked. Then what about getting a big shot to beat him? He looked up at the sky. Wang Gang was currently exchanging blows with a roach-faced big shot, while the other 9 human experts were being surrounded and beaten by 16 mutant beastman big shots. Every one of them was fighting with their life on the line. Who had time to come beat him? What to do? Lin Chen paced in place anxiously, all sorts of thoughts colliding wildly in his head. Suddenly he stopped. He saw a figure. It was a middle-aged uncle wearing a chef's apron, around 50-something years old, holding a butcher's cleaver in his left hand and a small shield in his right, currently fighting a dogheadman that had climbed onto the wall. The uncle's knife skills were quite good. One slash, and he directly cut off the dogheadman's ear, sending it screaming as it fell off the wall. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and rushed over, grabbing the uncle's arm. Uncle! Uncle! The chef uncle was startled. He turned his head and saw it was Lin Chen, then froze. Kid, weren't you locked up? Why are you out again? Uncle, that is not important. Lin Chen hurriedly cut him off and asked in a low voice, in your kitchen, do you have any rat poison? Heading home? Poison? Anything like that? When the chef uncle heard that, his expression changed instantly. He put down the butcher's cleaver, turned around, and looked at Lin Chen with an extremely solemn gaze. Young man, his voice was low and grave, carrying an unquestionable force. You're not thinking of taking poison to kill yourself because you're scared, are you? Lin Chen opened his mouth, not even having time to explain, when the uncle suddenly slapped his shoulder hard, almost knocking him flat. Let me tell you, we humans, even if we die standing. The uncle lifted his head and chest, his face full of a fearless expression, looking like a hero who was about to rush out and perish together with the enemy in the next second. Lin Chen. He took a deep breath and tried hard not to roll his eyes. Uncle, don't worry. He gave an incomparably sincere smile. I'm taking it to feed the mutant beastmen. The uncle blinked. You see, I don't really have much strength, right? Lin Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. I was thinking of making a pot of poison water and splashing it on the beastmen under the city wall to eat. This method is a bit crude, but it's still better than just standing here and watching, right? The old chef's eyes widened more and more, brighter and brighter. Right. He slapped his thigh, his expression shifting from serious to excited. This method might not be any weaker than an area attack ability. Kid, your brain works. The old chef excitedly stuffed the butcher's cleaver into his waist, then turned and ran toward the kitchen. Lin Chen followed behind him. The 2 of them passed through the chaotic corridor on the city wall and rushed into the temporary support kitchen built atop the wall. The kitchen was a mess. Pots and bowls scattered all over the floor. Clearly, the chefs inside had all gone out to support the front line. The old chef ran to a storage cabinet and yanked the door open. Inside, row after row of bottles and jars were neatly stacked. Here, they're all here. Hot poison, cockroach poison, insecticide, and this one. The old chef pulled out a small black bottle from the very back, his expression turning serious. This is our kitchen's death powder. It was originally kept in case the city wall was breached, so the beastmen could eat it. Its purity is extremely high. 1 spoonful can poison a cow to death. Lin Chen took the bottle, weighed it in his hand, and nodded. Uncle, help me get a pot of water. The bigger, the better. All right. The old chef turned to look for a pot, while Lin Chen seized the chance to quickly scan the items in the storage cabinet. His gaze landed on a small white paper packet. On it were 2 crooked words, laxative. This is it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen slipped the laxative into his pocket, then turned around as if nothing had happened to help the old chef carry the pot. The 2 of them worked together, pouring all kinds of poisons into the pot and stirring them evenly. Very soon, a huge pot of dark cuisine, bubbling with eerie purple foam, was finished. Kid, I'll carry this pot out. The old chef volunteered eagerly, hoisting the pot and striding out of the kitchen with high spirits. That back view carried a kind of heroic grandeur, like ancient Yang Yi defending Yinmen Pass, and now an old chef defending the Great Wall. And Lin Chen? He clutched the packet of laxative in his pocket and rushed toward the toilet at top speed. The toilet was empty. After all, everyone on the wall was busy fighting right now. Who would come here to use the bathroom? Lin Chun locked the door, took out the packet of laxative, and took a deep breath. Over 10 million furless beastmen. No, I should say my stomach. I'm counting on you. He pinched his nose and poured the entire packet of laxative into his mouth. It was bitter, extremely bitter. So bitter that Lin Chun's whole face twisted into a lump. But he still forced it down, then chugged a large mouthful of water. At first, there was no reaction at all. Lin Chun sat on the toilet and waited about 30 seconds, starting to panic a little. Could this laxative have expired? Then he'd have eaten it for nothing, and this round of suffering value would be wasted. Then, Gulialu, a low rumbling sound, came from Lin Chun's stomach, as if an ancient beast that had slept for thousands of years had turned over inside his belly. Immediately after, the sounds grew louder and denser, changing from Gulialu to Gulululu, then into a continuous Gulululu. The noise was so loud that even the gunfire and cannon fire outside the toilet couldn't drown it out. At the same time, on the city wall, in the middle of the Beastmen army, fiercely battling human warriors, over 10 million furless beastmen all had the same long, deep sound rising from their stomachs. Gulululu. A furless lion-headed beastman who had been slashing wildly suddenly froze. Its expression changed from vicious to confused, then from confused to pained. It looked down at its stomach, then raised its head and looked at the comrade beside it with an almost desperate gaze. My stomach. Before the furless tiger-headed beastman beside it could answer, its own stomach also let out the same sound. Then, one after another, in wave after wave, over 10 million furless beastmen all began to churn and roil. It felt like over 10 million tiny washing machines had simultaneously switched into spin mode, whirling madly inside their stomachs. A furless beastman clutched its stomach. The knife in its hand clanged to the ground. Its legs started trembling. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans broke out on its forehead, and its already hairless face wrinkled like a walnut. No way. I can't either. I can't hold it in, really can't hold it in. What the hell is going on? We all ate the same thing. Why are only we getting stomach trouble? One furless beastman suddenly remembered something, and its face turned uglier than death. That human. It has to be him. You mean the human who made all our hair disappear? Who else could it be? That sentence spread through the furless beastmen like wildfire. All the furless beastmen immediately remembered that demonic human youth. It was him. It had to be him again. Not only had he made all their hair disappear, now he was making them get diarrhea on the battlefield too. This was no longer war. This was torment. This was torture. This was an all-around physical and mental assault on them. But their stomachs didn't wait for anyone. Over 10 million furless beastmen simultaneously felt an uncontrollable, urgent, unavoidable physical need. If that urgency were described in military terms, then it was frontline emergency, level 1 alert. A breach could happen at any moment. Retreat. Fall back. No. I'm in the front row. Move. Let me out. Military orders are like a mountain. No retreat. Fuck the military orders. It's about to come out. What the hell are we still fighting for? When the Beastmen commanders saw the furless formation suddenly fall into chaos, they were furious. A tiger-headed commander roared. No retreat. Push forward. Anyone who takes another step back will be dealt with by military law. No one paid it any attention. A second commander rushed over waving a whip. Did you hear me? Push forward. You worthless hairless trash. Still no one paid it any attention. A third commander simply drew his blade and hacked down a furless beastman who was trying to retreat, attempting to stabilize the line by killing 1 to warn 100. But the furless beastman that was cut down actually showed a relieved expression the moment it fell, because it finally didn't have to hold it in anymore. As for the other furless beastmen, they didn't even bother looking at the commanders. Holding their stomachs, they just ran back. That scene looked like over 10 million ducks being herded along, crooked and stumbling, but with only one target: get off the battlefield and find somewhere with no people. But they couldn't run, because the Beastmen army in the rear was still surging forward, pushing from behind and pressing them tightly in the middle. In front was the human Great Wall, behind was their own allied army, and on both sides were densely packed comrades. There was no room to retreat at all. One furless Beastman's face went from white to green, then from green to purple, and finally to an expression beyond description, beyond all colors. It gave up. Its body bent forward. The battlefield suddenly went silent for a split second. Then, slap slap. The sound wasn't T1 or 2 bursts, but tens of millions of them all at once. It was like more than 10 million balloons bursting at once, or more than 10 million faucets turning on at once, weaving into a soul-shaking symphony across the battlefield. Majestic, overwhelming, boundless, splendid beyond measure. The human soldiers were all stunned. They saw countless hairless beast folk bending over at the same time, sticking up their butts at the same time, and then performing on-site construction at the same time. That scene was already beyond words. If one had to describe it, it was like more than 10 million poison gas bombs suddenly exploding in the beast folk army S formation. with pale yellow mist rising up and shrouding the wasteland in a hazy fog. The long spear in the hands of a human strength-type warrior fell to the ground. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, and his eyes were as wide as copper bells. F. These two words came out of him at an agonizingly slow pace, every syllable carrying deep shock and indescribably complicated emotions. Beside him, a young soldier directly turned his head and vomited, leaning over the battlements as he retched violently, even bringing up last night's dinner. Mother of God, my mother of God, is this war or fertilizing? A female soldier's face was green as she pressed her shield tightly over her line of sight. I'm not looking. I didn't see anything. This isn't real. This is an illusion. Another female soldier was much calmer than her, saying coldly, what are you afraid of? We already saw them as cockroaches before. Just think of it as cockroaches shitting. Please stop talking. I feel even more like vomiting. The human side was already like this, and the beastfolk side was even worse. Those normal hairy beastfolk soldiers were standing just 2 or 3 meters behind their hairless companions. When more than 10 million butts all pointed at them at once, their hearts collapsed. What the hell is that smell? Ew. My fur. My fur got on it. I'm shaving my fur off. Right now. Retreat. Retreating. Don't any of you stop me. The hairy beastfolk frantically backed away, and their formation instantly turned into a mess. They would rather be hacked to death by their commander than be stank to death by that smell. And being hacked to death at least meant dying like a warrior. But being stank to death, especially being stank to death by their own people's shit, was the kind of death that would be turned into a joke and sung about in the beastfolk world for 1,000 years. And the hairless beastfolk, they no longer cared about shame. Biological instinct overpowered everything. Just like that on the battlefield, in front of the humans and their own kind. They solved the most urgent problem of their lives, or beast lives, rather, on the spot. That feeling, how should one put it? Pain and happiness coexisted. The physical pain was relieved, but the mental pain reached an unprecedented peak. Even worse, they had no ability to fight back while releasing. The human commander was the first to recover from a shock. He grabbed the loudspeaker and roared in a trembling but firm voice. All units attention. They've lost combat ability. Full counterattack. Beat them to death. The firepower on the walls erupted instantly. Energy cannons, laser cannons, arrows, abilities, every attack poured down on the hairless beastfolk formation as if it cost nothing. Those hairless beastfolk who were still squatting on the ground, concentrating on solving their biological needs, had no ability to dodge at all. They couldn't even stand up, and could only watch helplessly as death fell from the sky. Every strike landing was accompanied by a scene too awful to look at directly. The image was so intense that years later, the old soldiers who had taken part in this battle, whenever they mentioned it, would shake their heads with extremely complicated expressions, sigh, and say 4 words, don't mention that battle. And the hairless beastfolk, while being attacked, were still continuing to release. Because what was inside their bellies still hadn't been emptied. They simply couldn't stop. So an extremely bizarre battlefield scene appeared. A group of beastfolk falling while taking hits, while still shitting. That sight had something of the tragic heroism of silkworms spinning thread until death. As time passed, the hairless beastfolk's bellies finally emptied. But they were also drained to the point of collapse. One by one, their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and forget fighting, they couldn't even stand. Some with worse constitutions directly fainted in their own filth. That miserable sight made even the human soldiers feel, well, still very funny. Kill them all. Under the commander's order, the formation on the walls began to assemble. Defensive types in front, strength types right behind them, agility types guarding the flanks, control types, and healing types in the center, forming a standard assault formation. The city gate slowly opened. Charge! The human soldiers' formation surged out of the gate, stepping through the ground covered in indescribable things, and launched a countercharge at the beastfolk army. A defensive-type soldier covered his nose, charging forward with his shield raised as he loudly complained, Commander, can we apply for armor with gas mask functions? I'll apply for it for you after this battle. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Charge! Don't care what you step on. As long as you get through, it's victory. The human soldiers gritted their teeth against the nausea and carved a bloody path through the minefield of filth underfoot.